Song Yunchu, you despicable and shameless villain. You should be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. Listening to this loud curse, Song Yunchu paused in her steps, her brows twitching slightly. It had only been 10 days since she arrived in this book world, yet she had already heard the cursed dog thief dozens of times. Not far ahead was the Imperial study room. Song Yunchu was about to order the cursing officer behind her to be taken away when the red-clad maid beside her flashed in front of the man and kicked him in the chest. Insulting the chief minister is unforgivable. Even killing you on the spot would not be excessive. Men. The woman's command brought many guards who held swords at the man's neck. Song Yunchu quickly spoke up. Wait. The red-clad woman turned around puzzled. Chief Minister, do you wish to spare this man? Song Yunchu said, just detain him for now. I still have questions for him. The guards dragged the man away. As he was being dragged, the man still glared with red eyes and cursed, dog thief. Kill me if you dare. I will haunt you. Song Yunchu sighed inwardly. Turning around, she heard two subordinates whispering behind her. This man truly has no good words. The chief minister wants to question him, so his tongue must be kept. Let's give him water torture and nail torture, make him taste the pain of being alive. Song Yunchu's expression changed slightly. She quickly turned back and ordered, no torture. Just guard him well. The two subordinates were surprised, then answered in unison yes. The man was so insolent, yet the chief minister wanted to spare him punishment. Could he have some special merit? Song Yunchu saw the confusion and unasked questions in her subordinate's eyes, but she kept her expression blank and turned away. No wonder they were surprised. The original owner of this body was the right chief minister of the court, a woman disguised as a man serving as an official. She was usually ruthless and cunning, lacking in virtue. 10 days ago at night, she accidentally clicked on a novel app, opening a book titled, Troubling the Evil King, Don't Run Away My Love. She saw a character with the same name as hers in the introduction and inexplicably tapped into it. It was an old-fashioned angsty romance novel tagged with wife-chasing crematorium. The male lead tortured the female lead both physically and mentally, which gave her a headache. Especially when she saw the villain Song Xiang, who shared her name, being exiled for treason and then shot to death by the male lead. Her anger peaked. How could this capable and cunning villain die at the hands of the male lead she despised most? Da Vinci, who usually never left reviews, posted countless rants. The original author replied under her last comment, Dear, how about I give you the pen? You write. When she woke up the next morning, she had become the Song Xiang in the book. She had reason to suspect the author had cursed her into the book. As she approached the Imperial study room, the Uniconchief hurried over and whispered, Lord Song, His Majesty, was attacked by assassins on his way back to the palace this morning. Though unharmed, the assassins escaped. He is in a foul mood and hasn't eaten since noon. Please counsel him. Song Yunchu said nothing, maintaining a cool demeanor as she continued forward. The plastic friendship between Song Xiang and the Emperor was a constant throughout the novel. In the early part of the novel, Song Xiang was the peak of combat power, later surpassed by the male lead. She was valued by the Emperor for helping him seize the throne. But this Emperor, outwardly frail and sickly, always with medicine, was inwardly as treacherous and ruthless as Song. In the world's eyes, the Emperor regarded Song Xiang as his right hand, even creating an extra chancellor position to share power with the old Lu chancellor, and gave her control of the most important intelligence agency, the Mingjing, to monitor officials. As a reader, Song Yunchu naturally understood this was a honey trap. Just thinking about the upcoming plot where the Emperor and Song Xiang would turn against each other and the male lead would also strike from behind made her eyelids twitch. With a somewhat melancholy feeling, she stepped into the Imperial study room. Looking up, she cupped her hands and said, Your subject Song Yunchu pays respects to Your Majesty. The man behind the Imperial desk had features like a painting, a pale, sickly face, but his phoenix eyes were clear and bright, meeting hers with a gentle, harmless gaze. Yunchu, no need for formalities. Please sit. Jun Liluo said warmly, then turned to order the eunuch to bring Song Yunchu's favorite fruits and wine. Song Yunchu sat down before the Imperial desk, inwardly grumbling. If I hadn't known your true nature, I'd be fooled by this harmless facade. Jun Liluo paused his brush, looked up at Song Yunchu. Yunchu, I was attacked this morning unharmed, but the assassin escaped. I thought if you had been there, the assassin would not have gotten away. It seems I cannot do without you. Next time I go out, will you accompany me? Song Yunchu resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Hard for the dog Emperor to say such syrupy words. She tried to speak in a steady voice. I am honored to accompany Your Majesty. With me here, no villain will harm you. Yunchu, you are the one I trust the most. Cough. Before Jun Liluo could finish, he covered his mouth and coughed a few times. Song Yunchu quickly rose and handed him a teacup. Your Majesty, is your throat uncomfortable? Should I summon the Imperial physician? Jun Liluo accepted the teacup while still coughing. Just as the tea entered his mouth, he heard Song Yunchu's inner voice again. The dog Emperor really can act. He has martial arts skills but pretends to be sick all day. If you could jump out of the book, I'd take you to the entertainment industry. You'd win the Best Actor award in no time. Jun Liluo. He swallowed the tea without expression, then gave Song Yunchu a faint smile. It's nothing, an old ailment. The physician said to take medicine on time. These days listening to Song Yunka's inner thoughts, he had grown accustomed to her strange words. When he suddenly gained this ability, even he was surprised. It was 10 days ago at a palace banquet. He and the officials were enjoying music and dance, when he suddenly heard a muttering in his ear. This golden sand rich crab is really delicious. The delicacies described in the book don't disappoint. This hibiscus pearl cake and plum wine are a perfect match. Truly imperial cuisine. It was Song Yunka's voice. But Song Yunchu always ate these things, so why was she so amazed? He was curious when he heard Song Yunchu mutter again. Tisk, the author, described the palace dances as boring and tedious just to highlight the female lead's talent. But as a person in the book, I really find it boring. This girl is pretty, but this tune is really not to my taste. Not as good as what I sing. Wind blows sand, butterfly loves flower, eternal legend like moon and water lost in the mirror flower. Hearing Song Yunchu actually sing Jun Liluo, found it unbelievable and unconsciously looked down to the right. From his position, he could see Song Yunka's calm profile. She clearly wasn't opening her mouth. But the singing continued. That midsummer you left home with your bag by the ancient road, I wanted to speak, but tears fell first. He felt something was off, so he called out, Yunchu. Song Yunchu turned to him. Your Majesty, do you have orders? Why is the dog Emperor looking at me with that strange expression? Did I do something wrong? Jun Liluo's pupils contracted. Dog Emperor. Song Yunchu dared to address him in such a manner. Yet he had clearly not seen Song Yunka's lips move. He had only consumed 2 or 3 cups of fruit wine, and he was certain of his sobriety. There was no way he was experiencing hallucinations. As their eyes met, he saw Song Yunchu call out to him again with a puzzled expression, Your Majesty. That cursed Emperor's gaze was so sharp just now. Could he be plotting against me? That shouldn't be the case. According to the original storyline's timeline, we haven't reached the point of open conflict yet. Jun Liluo was stunned. Recovering from his shock, he confirmed a certain fact. Song Yunchu had only spoken the words, Your Majesty, and those around them showed no particular reaction. The disrespectful words he had heard afterward were Song Yunka's inner thoughts. Song Yunchu was still waiting for him to respond. Suppressing the turmoil within him, Jun Liluo spoke with a composed expression. I noticed you were staring intently at the singing girl earlier. Could it be that you fancy that woman? If you do, I shall bestow her upon you. Your Majesty, your servant was merely lost in thought, not harboring any intentions towards that young lady. Song Yunchu quickly declined. Your servant thanks your Majesty for your kindness. You are burdened with myriad affairs of state. There is no need to trouble yourself over such trivialities. That cursed emperor has secretly cultivated many spies planted throughout the palace as his eyes and ears. Could this singing girl be one of them? Tisk, refusing is definitely the right move. Jun Liluo heard Song Yunka's thoughts once more. His hand holding the wine cup paused briefly, then he smiled lightly. I was merely asking casually. Since you do not fancy her, I naturally will not press the matter. Song Yunchu returned a fake smile, and as she turned back, inwardly grumbled again. That cursed emperor is quite the actor. Outwardly refined and handsome, no one would guess the schemes he harbors. What did that look in his eyes mean just now? Whatever'll take it one step at a time. I just need to find a way to keep him from turning dark. I refuse to believe I can't change the ending. Naturally, Song Yunchu was unaware that Jun Liluo, behind her, was staring at her retreating figure, shrouded in doubt. Within Song Yunka's inner thoughts there were words he couldn't quite comprehend, which piqued his curiosity, yet he couldn't voice the questions. Song Yunchu knew he had been putting on a facade all along, and also knew he was biding his time for the perfect opportunity to eliminate her. Since Song Yunchu chose not to expose him, he was more than willing to continue the charade of harmonious ruler-minister relations. Song Yunchu. You rely on your merit of supporting my ascension, conducting yourself improperly, showing me no reverence, and lacking all loyalty. Now that I can hear your innermost thoughts, if you dare to rebel, I will surely have my countermeasures. You will never rise above me. A person who cannot conceal their thoughts is destined for defeat. In the days that followed, Jun Liluo continued to show Song Yunchu the same trust and favor as before, often summoning her to the imperial study after court to assist with state affairs. Naturally, his intention was to hear more of Song Yunka's inner thoughts. Initially, he worried that this newfound ability might soon fade. Yet as 10 days passed, in the blink of an eye, he could hear her thoughts every time they interacted, and his concerns gradually dissipated. Song Yunchu truly held no respect for him, always referring to him in her heart as that cursed emperor. However, for now, Song Yunchu seemed to harbor no intentions of rebellion. Moreover, the man had grown noticeably more lax and indolent than before. For instance, when reviewing memorials, he would appear perfectly serious on the surface while mentally planning what to eat for lunch. Another example, when discussing state affairs with him, Song Yunchu no longer took the initiative to offer opinions as she used to, deferring all decisions to him while thinking to herself, if only I could have transmigrated into the role of some idle rich merchant living a life of ease. Why did I have to become a powerful minister with countless enemies? I wake up earlier than the roosters, and after court I have to come to the imperial study for overtime work. After finally waiting for a day off, that cursed emperor still insists I accompany him for archery practice. Damn it. 10 consecutive days of early rising is absolutely dreadful. Tomorrow I'm definitely going to sleep in. Speaking of which, tomorrow is the middle of the month. The star courtesan of the Myriad Flowers Pavilion is releasing a new song. They say her voice is melodious and stirring. As someone who loves music, I simply cannot miss this. Hearing this latter part, Jun Liluo felt a sense of disdain. The transmigration song Yunchu spoke of probably referred to some kind of aspiration or fancy. So this fellow was also worried about making too many enemies, feeling weary of life and desiring to be a rich merchant instead of a powerful minister. Ridiculous. He has offended so many people across the court and the country. Once stripped of his title as right prime minister, he would be hunted down wherever he goes, facing endless calamities for the rest of his life. Besides, this fellow enjoys all the fame, wealth, and luxury bestowed upon him by me, yet dares to complain about me in his heart. So what if he hasn't had a day off in 10 days? Others aren't even worthy of setting foot in this imperial study. If it weren't for this fellow's formidable martial arts skills and his numerous followers, he would truly love to overturn the table, have him executed and paraded through the streets, and let him die a miserable death. Earlier, because Song Yunchu had no wife or concubines, he had assumed the man was uninterested in romantic affairs, focusing solely on consolidating political power like himself. Who would have thought this fellow was a beast in human clothing? His body in the imperial study, but his mind wandering to the courtesan at the Myriad Flowers Pavilion. Showing contempt for imperial authority, indulging in extravagance and lewdness. Truly despicable to the extreme. Yunchu, helped me share some of the remaining memorials. Song Yunchu lost in thought suddenly heard the emperor's voice. The next moment the chief eunuch came forward bearing a stack. Song Yunchu acknowledged the emperor's command with a simple yes, and casually picked up a memorial to read with a composure. She had inherited the original owner's skills. Besides possessing excellent martial arts when handling state affairs, the memories of Prime Minister Song aided her in making judgments. She rarely made mistakes on minor matters, and for major issues the emperor would naturally summon the ministers for consultation. Song Yunchu was initially not used to it, but now she had gradually adapted, understanding the principle of fulfilling one's duties in one's position. Once I finish these, I should be able to leave right. I need to sleep early tonight and go out to relax tomorrow. I hope that cursed emperor doesn't call me in for overtime again. A few feet away, Jun Liluo glanced at her, a faint, icy smile flickering in his eyes. Thinking of sneaking out tomorrow on your day off to indulge in pleasures, are you? I won't let you have your way. After a long while, Song Yunchu set down the final memorial and rose to her feet. If your majesty has no other pressing matters, your servant shall take her leave. You have also been reviewing memorials for quite some time today, and should rest well. Jun Liluo nodded and smiled at her. Just as Song Yunchu was about to reach the door, he spoke again. Yunchu, the weather has been quite pleasant these past 2 days, and I feel my spirits have lifted considerably. I cannot stay cooped up indoors all the time. How about you accompany me to the training grounds for archery practice again tomorrow? Song Yunchu was stunned. You cursed emperor, do you even treat your ministers as human? It's easy for you to stroll from your chambers to the training grounds, but do you have any idea how much time I waste traveling back and forth from my residence? Not letting me sleep on my day off and making me accompany you for archery. Don't you have plenty of imperial guards you could choose instead? Why does it have to be me? Despite her inner fury, Song Yunchu had to maintain a decorous faint smile on her face. Your Majesty, your servant. What? Do you have prior engagements tomorrow? Jun Liluo cleared his throat lightly. If that's truly the case, inform that person that I, the emperor, am rarely in such good spirits and wish to practice horseback archery, requiring your company and guidance. They are sure to understand. After all, who in the entire court doesn't know how highly I regard you? With the matter put that way, Song Yunchu had no choice but to agree. Since the emperor placed such importance on her and his words, how could she possibly say she wanted to sleep in without appearing both incompetent and ungrateful? This hard-earned day off had gone down the drain again. The next day, the sun blazed brightly and warm sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows around the training grounds. Reluctantly, Song Yunchu accompanied Jun Liluo in shooting at targets for a full hour. Only when Jun Liluo took a break did she also sit down and take a sip of tea. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a figure approaching. Turning her head, she saw it was Shun Yue, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard and one of the emperor's trusted confidants. Your Majesty, the matter you instructed your servant to investigate a few days ago has yielded some clues. With others present, Shun Yu paused there. Jun Liluo did not intend to conceal anything from Song Yunchu, so he prompted, yes, the Phoenix Maiden you asked your servant to find. Upon hearing the term Phoenix Maiden, a corner of Song Yunchu's eye twitched. Phoenix Maiden, isn't that crazy female protagonist? Just as expected, what's destined to come cannot be avoided. It should be the eldest daughter of the Duke of Jingui Jiangroman. Rumors in the streets paint her as narrow-minded and crude, yet upon my investigation, I found that her ill repute is a fabrication. Shin Yu paused, then added, her younger sister, however, who enjoys a far nobler reputation, is nothing but a hollow name and is by no means the true Phoenix Maiden. Jun Liluo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. How so? He had just overheard Song Yunchu's silent curses and knew she was well aware of the Phoenix Maiden's identity and held no fondness for her. 17 years ago, the Duchess of Jinghua and a concubine gave birth on the same day, both delivering daughters within half an hour of each other. During that time, auspicious multicolored clouds graced the sky, and 100 birds flew in unison, a rare and blessed omen. A wandering Taoist priest observing the heavens proclaimed that a Phoenix Maiden had descended to bring fortune to the Tianqi kingdom. For the following 3 years, the Tianqi kingdom enjoyed bountiful harvests and fewer calamities than before. The late emperor, overjoyed, decided to take both daughters of the Duke of Jinghua as royal brides, betrothing them to the first and second princes respectively. Now both young ladies have reached marriageable age, but the two princes they were betrothed to have long since perished in the struggle for the throne. Their graves are already overgrown with tall grass. This outcome was largely orchestrated by Song Yunchu. Jun Liluo, as the ultimate victor who ascended the throne, naturally had no intention of letting the Phoenix Maiden fall into another's hands. He placed little faith in the tale of the Phoenix Maiden's descent. In his view, harvests and disasters were matters of heaven's will, and fortune was not necessarily brought by any single person. Perhaps the Jiang sisters were simply born at an opportune moment. Yet since the people believed the Phoenix Maiden could bring blessings, he would heed public sentiment and bring her to his side. But he chanced to hear palace gossip claiming the eldest Jiang daughter had a terrible character. The Phoenix Maiden, they said, could only be one, the second miss. The eldest was merely fortunate to have been born on the same day and basked in reflected glory. Suspecting something amiss, he ordered Shen Yu to investigate personally. The eldest Miss Jiang treats others with kindness and has privately aided many refugees. She does good deeds without seeking recognition, revealing her gentle and reserved nature. The second Miss Jiang's reputation, however, is mostly built on word of mouth. In private, she is extravagantly wasteful and looks down on those beneath her, presenting a facade that belies her true self. How could such behavior mark her as the Phoenix Maiden? Hearing this from the side, Song Yunchu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This is the classic cliché of melodramatic fiction. The supporting male characters all recognize the heroine's virtue, but the male lead is blind, cherishing the vicious rival as a treasure. If Head just learned from the tyrant emperor and sent someone to watch the heroine for a while, he wouldn't keep calling her a venomous woman. This fool of an author wrote the male lead as adept in both letters and martial arts, capable of everything except recognizing the heroine for who she is. And the heroine, talented and beautiful, remains utterly dependent, forever a lovesick fool. Song Yunchu recalled the original synopsis and couldn't help but scorn the author. Jiang Rumin, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Jinghua, possessed peerless medical skills and incomparable beauty. Through a twist of fate, she was betrothed to her dream lover prince, yet his gaze forever followed her half-sister Jiang Yushi. Never had she imagined that the one she so devotedly adored would leave her battered and broken. After he personally forced the abortive potion upon her, her heart shattered, and she chose to leave. Upon learning the child she carried was his, he was consumed by anguish and sought to bring her back. She hurt, he regretted. She fled, he pursued. P.S. A domineering and charismatic male lead versus a pure and innocent heroine. The male lead faces a fiery redemption in his pursuit of love, and the ending is happy, rest assured. With such a terrible plot and characters being forced to play a part in their drama is simply absurd. My fate is inextricably tied to the tyrant emperor. At this stage, he's merely curious about the Phoenix Maiden. But once his loveless heart feels Jiang Rumin's warmth, hell fight Prince E for her, and then hell grow more twisted. Yet even the despicable have their pitiable side. Should I find him a virtuous empress to heal his loneliness, it might also grant me a peaceful end. Song Yunchu pondered while lowering her head to sip her tea. She failed to notice that Jun Liluo, who had been conversing with Shen Yu, paused and turned his gaze toward her. His suspicion was correct. From listening to Song Yunchu's inner thoughts these past days, though many terms were unfamiliar, he had vaguely deduced one thing. Song Yunchu seemed to possess the ability to perceive the future. He possessed the strange ability to overhear Song Yunchu's thoughts. If he was an anomaly, then Song Yunchu was a second one, and hers was even more formidable than his. She could even sense the future fates of those connected to her. The original work Song Yunchu mentioned was likely a celestial book recording everyone's destiny. It existed only in her mind, and unless she revealed it, no one else could access its contents. Prince E Juntiani was the youngest brother of the late emperor's generation, his uncle, and merely 3 years his senior. The Phoenix Maiden was Jiang Rumin, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Jinghua. She and Juntiani would overcome numerous obstacles to become husband and wife. As for him, Jun Liluo, he was merely a reckless usurper who would ultimately meet utter defeat. Song Yunchu would also be drawn into this entanglement and meet a miserable end. Song Yunchu, in a bid to avert misfortune, was even considering choosing a virtuous empress for him. No wonder she had recently stopped acting so arrogant and overbearing. Had the Song Yunchu of the original work met a tragic end because of rebellion? Her current restraint was simply a means. Even if Song Yunchu harbored no rebellious intentions now, that didn't mean she would remain loyal forever. He hadn't forgotten how insolent she had once been. Yet the most pressing matter at hand was not dealing with Song Yunchu, but with the Phoenix Maiden Jiang Rumen. He had originally planned to bring the Phoenix Maiden into the palace as a mere ornament, but now he had to reconsider. He found it hard to believe that a sovereign could lose control over a woman, yet since these were Song Yunchu's foretellings, they deserved some credence. This woman who could influence his future could not be allowed to live. Yunchu, let's skip the archery practice. Accompany me on a stroll outside the palace. Jun Liluo said, lightly patting Song Yunchu's shoulder. Song Yunchu turned to look at him. Now, the tyrant emperor must be eager to see the Phoenix Maiden right. After Xin Yu's account, he probably already has some fondness for Jiang Rumen. Should I find a way to prevent him from seeing her? But he's already set on meeting her. Even if not today, he'll do it another day. I probably can't stop their acquaintance, so I might as well find a way to make him detest her. Yes, we leave now. Jun Liluo's lips curled into a faint smile as he turned to change his clothes. Song Yunchu, this time, I'll grant your wish and sever every possibility between me and Jiang Rumen. Your Majesty rarely leaves the palace, so you should enjoy yourself to the fullest. Your humble servant knows a few taverns nearby with excellent dishes. It's almost noon now. Would your Majesty like me to recommend one? Song Yunchu walked alongside Jun Liluo on the streets of the imperial city. Preferring not to draw too much attention, Jun Liluo had only brought Shun Yue, the commander of the imperial guard, as his escort. We do need a place to stop. Yunchu, lead the way. When we meet outsiders, remember to change the form of address. Brother Luo, Song Yunchu replied with a smile. Not far ahead is the Jinwei restaurant. Their signature dishes are a feast for the eyes and palate, and I believe Brother Luo will find something to your liking. The surname Jun was the royal surname of the Tianqi kingdom, so commoners would never bear it. Thus, Jun Liluo used the alias Luo Li when outside the palace. The three of them arrived at the Jinwei restaurant and chose the most spacious private room. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Song Yunchu's gaze drifted out the window toward the Yafeng Pavilion diagonally across the street. The Yafeng Pavilion was one of the most renowned male brothels in the imperial city. 2 days ago, she had happened to pass by the entrance and caught sight of two handsome young men inside holding pipas and smiling at her with a subtle curl of their lips. Though they made no sound, their eyes and brows were full of allure, as if inviting her, come in and play dear guest. The male courtesans of the Yafeng Pavilion were quite impressive in both appearance and expression management. However, for someone accustomed to seeing countless handsome men and beautiful women, those two pale-faced lads were not enough to captivate her. What she truly wanted to see was the most tragic male supporting character in the original novel, the top courtesan Lu Shichen, and what he really looked like. The original novel described him as elegant and refined with a soul-stirring zither melody, selling only his art never. He received guests once every 3 days, each time only one visitor. The so-called reception was merely drinking and chatting, yet even without selling his body, he could drive countless men and women wild with obsession. Song Yunchu's curiosity was irrepressible, and she had long wanted to see him. But she had missed Lu Zichen's previous reception days. Today was again his day to receive guests, and it also happened to be her day off. Yet that damned emperor refused to grant her freedom. Song Yunchu was unaware that her complaints at that moment had been overheard by Jun Liluo, who was sitting across the table. Jun Liluo glanced toward the Yafeng Pavilion, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. That bastard Song Yunchu had already been thinking of visiting a brothel in the imperial study. Now sitting in the tavern, he couldn't keep his eyes off the male brothel across the street. And this scoundrel wasn't just a womanizer. Was he an equal opportunity lover? Otherwise, why would he be so eager to meet the top courtesan of the Yafeng Pavilion? After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the scout Jun Liluo had sent out returned to report, Your Majesty, Miss Jiang is currently at the Xinyi workshop in Qingyan Lane. Jun Liluo asked, how many are with her? She has only 2 maidservants accompanying her closely. Jun Liluo rose and left the private room with Song Yunchu following closely behind, smiling lightly as she asked, does Your Majesty intend to stage a chance encounter with the Phoenix Maiden? I am indeed somewhat curious about her. I must meet her. From the Jinwei restaurant to Qingyan Lane was only a distance of 2 streets. The three soon arrived at the Xinyi workshop, a shop specializing in making clothes for young men and women. The walls were lined with fine silks and satins as far as the eye could see. Your Majesty, the young lady in the light white dress is Miss Jiang. Xin Yu whispered into Jun Liluo's ear, pointing toward a corner of the shop. Jun Liluo and Song Yunchu both looked in that direction. The young woman appeared to be about 17 or 18. Her jet-black cloud-like hair was partly coiled up, with the rest cascading down over her shoulders. Her willow-leaf brows framed dark bright eyes, and her pure white elegant dress wrapped her figure in a graceful, delicate manner. She was chatting with her maidservants, seemingly discussing which clothes were the most beautiful. When she spoke of something amusing, she laughed with radiant joy. Song Yunchu raised an eyebrow slightly. The original novel described Jiang Rumen as having skin fairer than snow, being elegant and radiant with peerless beauty. Seeing her today, she truly is a great beauty. Beside Song Yunchu, Jun Liluo shot him a glance. This lecher, is he smitten? It's not surprising Jiang Rumin is indeed of superior beauty, her appearance and temperament standing out conspicuously among the female customers. But for him, as the son of heaven, a beautiful face was far from enough to move him. In one of the futures Song Yunchu had foreseen, he would compete with his young imperial uncle Jun Tianyi for Jiang Rumin, and lose disastrously. How ridiculous. He was a man destined for great achievements. He would never lose his head over romantic entanglements in this life. Yet even as he trusted his own resolve, he had to eliminate all possibilities. He turned his head and gave Xinyu a meaningful glance. Xinyu nodded and left the Shinny workshop. He had already confirmed that Jiang Rumin was indeed the Phoenix Maiden. He had expected His Majesty to take a liking to her, but he never imagined that His Majesty would order him to eliminate her. And His Majesty had left the palace today precisely to witness the Phoenix Maiden's death in person. Song Yunchu, seeing Xinyu suddenly leave, asked Jun Liluo curiously, "Brother Luo, what is Brother Xin going to do?" He said he was thirsty and went to buy tea across the street. Song Yunchu didn't think much of it. At that moment she was more concerned about what Jun Liluo thought after seeing Jiang Rumin. As she pondered, Jiang Rumin had already walked toward the entrance with her maidservants. The moment she brushed past Song Yunchu caught a faint pleasant fragrance, not of flowers or herbs, but light and delightful. A body with a unique fragrance refreshing the heart, truly worthy of the heroine. Jun Liluo waited until Jiang Rumin and her maids had walked some distance before he stepped forward to follow. "Brother Luo, are we just going to follow her? If you have an interest in the Phoenix Maiden, we could create an opportunity to get acquainted with her. Perhaps I should make Jiang Rumin lose face, lower her standing in the damned emperor's eyes. As long as he doesn't set his sights on her, he'll have a chance to find a proper female supporting character to be his virtuous wife." Jun Liluo, hearing Song Yunchu's inner thoughts, felt a flicker of confusion. Given Song Yunchu's former ruthless and decisive nature, since he had already foreseen that Jiang Rumin would be a future trouble, he should have eliminated her without hesitation. Better to kill the wrong one than to let her go. Why then had Song Yunchu not shown even a hint of murderous intent, only thinking of making her lose face? Such soft-heartedness was unlike Song Yunchu. But Jun Liluo quickly thought of another possibility. Perhaps Song Yunchu had taken a fancy to Jiang Rumin's beauty and developed a tender feeling for her, so he couldn't bear to kill her. If that were the case, it would be truly pathetic. Jun Liluo felt contempt in his heart, but his face remained expressionless, his eyes always fixed on the three figures of Jiang Rumin and her maids ahead. Jiang Rumin had a sweet tooth, especially for sugar figurines and candied hawthorns. As he expected, when she heard the vendor's cry for sugar figurines and smelled the sweet aroma in the air, she couldn't resist walking over to the stall. After exchanging a few words with the vendor smiled and handed her a freshly made sugar figurine. Jun Liluo watched this scene, his eyes cold and dark. That sugar figurine was laced with a deadly poison. As soon as Jiang Rumin took a bite, she would surely die. However, reality often falls short of expectations. Jiang Rumin opened her mouth to eat the sugar figurine, but was stopped by the maidservant beside her, who said, "Miss, have you forgotten the old woman who sold poisonous chestnuts 2 days ago? These roadside stall items should be tested before eating." Upon hearing this, Jiang Rumin instantly recalled the near-poisoning incident from that day, and still shaken took the advice. She retrieved a silver needle from the inner pocket of her sleeve. She had studied medicine since childhood and seldom parted with her silver needle. Unnoticed by her, the stall owner's expression shifted slightly, and his hand slid beneath the stall to grip a curved blade. Not far away, Jun Liluo saw that she hadn't eaten the sugar figurine and found it unsurprising. After all, Jiang Rumin was well-versed in medicine. If poison didn't work, then blades would have to be used. He had originally intended to leave her body intact. Meanwhile, on Jiang Rumin's side, the tip of the silver needle used to test the sugar figurine had turned black. "Poisoned?" The maidservant behind Jiang Rumin exclaimed, looking up at the stall owner only to see him charging at them with a curved blade. At the same time, the neighboring stall owners selling candied hawthorns and sugar cakes also drew weapons from beneath their stalls and advanced toward Jiang Rumin and her two maidservants. "Miss, step back." The two maidservants, one wielding a short sword and the other a long whip, immediately shielded her behind. Jiang Rumin was an excellent physician but lacked martial arts skills. Seeing 5 assassins before her, she grew tense. Song Yunchu had just bought a handful of roasted sunflower seeds from a roadside stall. Turning around, she was surprised to see Jiang Rumin and her maidservants in danger. In the original novel, Jiang Rumin had indeed been assassinated several times, but those encounters usually occurred at night or in secluded places. Assassinating in broad daylight on a busy street. These criminals are far too audacious. With that, Song Yunchu stepped forward. Now possessing supreme martial arts, how could she stand by and watch 3 young women be slaughtered by 5 thugs? Although the female lead was not particularly likable and often muddled, she had never committed evil. When Jun Liluo saw Song Yunchu trying to help, he quickly stopped her, saying, "Yunchu, you want to help them? That's too dangerous." Song Yunchu turned back in surprise. "Brother Luo, the Phoenix Maiden is in peril, yet you forbid me from helping." The female lead is in danger. Shouldn't that tyrant emperor seize the chance to play the hero and rescue the damsel? Perfect opportunity to strike up a conversation. Although I don't want them to get involved, it's too abnormal for the tyrant emperor to just Yunchu. Even if she is the true phoenix, maiden, she's not worth you risking your life. Jun Liluo looked at Song Yunchu earnestly and said, Yunchu, you are like a limb to me. If anything happens to you, I would lose one of my arms. This phoenix maiden, though beautiful, pales in comparison to you. Don't bother with her. Song Yunchu. How can that tyrant emperor say such hypocritical words without batting an eye? If I hadn't read the original novel, I might have almost believed that nonsense. Saying him like a limb. He only treats me as a handy tool. Now that he finds me useful, he shows me kindness. Oh, once he's fully established, hell wish me dead. Song Yunchu silently cursed, but forced a look of gratitude on her face. Just as she was about to respond, she suddenly heard Jiang Rumin's cry of alarm behind her. Song Yunchu quickly turned around and saw the assassin's blade slashing across Jiang Rumin's arm. Blood immediately spilled out, and Jiang Rumin's face turned pale, filled with fear and helplessness. At the same moment, Song Yunchu felt a tremor in her heart, and suddenly found it difficult to breathe. Jun Liluo also released her arm and clutched his chest, swaying unsteadily from discomfort. In a daze, Song Yunchu saw a line of glowing red characters appear in the air. Protagonist dies, all things perish. Song Yunchu was startled. Indeed, Jiang Rumin was the protagonist of this world. The original story revolved around her. If Jiang Rumin died, this world would cease to exist. Most of the time, Jiang Rumin possessed the protagonist's halo, surviving even desperate situations. These 6 words were a reminder that at this moment, she must serve Jiang Rumin's protagonist halo and help her escape. Suddenly a thud sounded beside her. Song Yunchu looked down and saw Jun Liluo had fainted. Was this tyrant emperor suddenly having a seizure? After all, he was a frail and sickly madman. Saving the female lead was the top priority. She had no time to attend to Jun Liluo. Biting her lip hard to force herself alert, she dashed to a nearby stall, grabbed a handful of bamboo skewers, concentrated internal energy at her fingertips, and shot the skewers toward the 2 assassins behind Jiang Rumin. The skewers pierced deep into their thighs and shoulders, causing them excruciating pain and greatly weakening their strength. Taking advantage of this, the 2 maidservants quickly kicked the pair away. What delighted them even more was that the person who had helped them swept in like a wisp of smoke, kicking another assassin away in the blink of an eye, sending him flying onto a roadside barbecue stall, where he rolled and scrambled scorched. The 2 maidservants thought, this person must be a chivalrous hero who helps the needy. Indeed, the world still had many good people. Not only did this hero possess a righteous heart, but his appearance was also as refined as jade. Protect your mistress, Song Yunchu said to them. Leave the thugs to me. With only 2 unharmed assassins left, dealing with them was no challenge. Song Yunchu's appearance naturally startled the assassins. The 2 uninjured ones instinctively stepped back under her gaze. They dared not engage Song Yunchu, and they couldn't defeat her anyway. They had been ordered by Commander Shun to assassinate the eldest Miss Jiang in order from His Majesty. Yet now the Chancellor Song, a trusted aide of the Emperor, was blocking them. Could His Majesty have changed his mind at the last moment? They instinctively looked toward Jun Liluo's position, only to see the Emperor lying unconscious by the roadside, which left them even more bewildered. What had happened to His Majesty? What was Chancellor Song doing? His Majesty was unconscious. He should be by his side attending to him. But instead he abandoned the Emperor and rushed to save the woman the Emperor had ordered killed. This was nothing short of treason and contempt for the sovereign. Song Yunchu was unaware of their thoughts at that moment, but she distinctly sensed that the assassins had withdrawn their assault upon her arrival, as if they dared not approach. She surmised they must fear her given the skill she had just displayed, which was enough to convince them of her formidable prowess. She was about to seize the nearest assassin to interrogate the mastermind behind the attack, when she saw him produce an object from his robes and hurl it to the ground. With a resounding bang, a cloud of grayish-white smoke billowed before her eyes. The smoke instantly obscured Song Yunchu's vision. She warily held her breath and waved her sleeve to disperse it. When the smoke cleared, the assassins had vanished without a trace. Jiang Rumin and her 2 servants were coughing uncontrollably from the smoke. Song Yunchu looked down at them, seeing Jiang Rumin still clutching her wounded arm in shock, blood seeping between her fingers, her lips trembling from what was clearly excruciating pain. Though Jiang Rumin was a physician, her arm was too painful to lift, making it inconvenient to dress and bandage the wound herself. Thank you for your timely assistance, young hero. I shall never forget this great kindness. Having somewhat calmed her nerves, Jiang Rumin was the first to express her gratitude to Song Yunchu. Just as Song Yunchu was about to exchange pleasantries, a furious voice rang out from behind her. Brother Song, how could you leave young Master Luo abandoned by the roadside? Song Yunchu turned around to face Shun Yu's livid countenance. Shun Yu was carrying the unconscious Jun Liluo on his back, his sword-like brows knitted together, his eyes brimming with icy rage. Song Yunchu's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, in her haste to save the female lead, she had completely neglected the unconscious. As the Emperor's so-called right-hand man, abandoning the unconscious Emperor by the roadside was undoubtedly an act of grave disrespect. Do not be angry, Brother Shen. In times of crisis, one must act according to the urgency. These ladies were in mortal peril. I had to save them first. Brother Luo has always been benevolent and magnanimous. I am certain he would not fault me for leaving him. Shin Yu knew he held a lower rank than Song Yunchu and had no authority to reprimand him, so he could only curse Song Yunchu inwardly. Once His Majesty's power was fully consolidated, the first disloyal minister to be dealt with would be Song Yunchu. Brother Luo's sudden collapse. Could it be that his heart condition has flared up again? Let us find a nearby medical clinic for him to rest. These ladies also need their wounds tended so we can escort them along the way. Worried about Jun Liluo's safety, Shun Yu had no choice but to agree. Shortly after, they arrived at the nearest medical clinic and rested in 2 separate rooms. After taking Jun Liluo's pulse, the physician said to Song Yunchu and Shun Yue, "This young master has suffered from a chronic heart condition for many years, which is difficult to cure completely. Today's relapse was likely triggered by some shock. Patients with his condition must avoid extreme joy or sorrow. You must advise him to keep his emotions in check at all times." Hearing this, Shun Yu turned to Song Yunchu and asked, "Brother Song," I stepped away for a moment. "Did anything happen to shock young Master Luo?" Though he asked the question, he had actually stepped away to orchestrate the assassin's movements, and he had been secretly monitoring Jun Liluo's situation the entire time. It seemed Jun Liluo's heart condition was not triggered by any shock. Song Yunchu fell into deep thought. She recalled the moment when Jiang Roman was in danger. She had struggled to breathe and seemed dazed, and it was around that same time that Jun Liluo had collapsed. In her daze, she received a message from this world: if the protagonist dies, all things perish. In the original novel, Jiang Roman endured immense physical and emotional torment, repeatedly targeted by the vicious female supporting character. Yet as the protagonist, her plot armor was formidable. Whether falling off cliffs, drowning, losing her sight, or suffering miscarriages, she always survived. In short, she was an incredibly tenacious cockroach that was nearly impossible to kill. Take the assassination on the street just now, for example. She couldn't simply stand by and watch. If she hadn't intervened, and the female lead had died, the entire world might have ceased to exist. Would she then die in this world as well? Or was there a chance she could return to her original world? She dared not gamble, fearing she would be annihilated along with this world. Brother Song, what are you daydreaming about? Shin Yu's voice pulled Song Yunchu back to reality. She turned and said, Brother Luo. He collapsed so suddenly. I have no idea why. In any case, this illness requires gradual care. I shall prescribe a remedy for this young master. Thank you, physician. The physician left to prepare the medicine. Song Yunchu then explained to Shun Yue, do not misunderstand Lord Shin. I am not neglecting His Majesty. You did not witness how perilous the Phoenix Maiden's situation was. Had I not intervened, she would have been a corpse under the assassin's blades. This Phoenix Maiden is the woman His Majesty favors, and she possesses exceptional medical skills. Perhaps she might have a method to eradicate His Majesty's heart condition. In the original novel, the female lead did indeed take it upon herself to treat the Emperor out of kindness. However, just as the treatment began to show slight improvement, a conflict erupted between the Emperor and the male lead, and the heart condition never fully healed until the Emperor's demise. Shin Yu was skeptical of Song Yunchu's explanation. He sneered inwardly but responded outwardly, of course I would never dare to misunderstand the Prime Minister. Very well. Watch over His Majesty. I shall step out for a moment. With that, Song Yunchu headed outside. She needed to check on Jiang Roman's injuries. Meeting Jiang Roman in this manner wasn't entirely unfavorable. If she couldn't avoid forming a connection with her, she should at least try to leave a favorable impression. What Song Yunchu didn't know was that after she left, Jun Liluo, lying on the bed, opened his eyes, a cold glint surging within them. He had been awake since the moment the physician mentioned fetching medicine, but he had simply kept his eyes closed. No sooner had he awakened than he heard Song Yunchu's inner thoughts revealing that Jiang Roman would treat his illness in the future, but it would only show slight improvement until his death. His illness was incurable, and he didn't harbor hopes of ever having a healthy body. The immediate priority was to eliminate the Phoenix Maiden and then his uncle Jun Tianyi. Your Majesty, you're awake. Shin Yu's face lit up with joy, and he asked with concern, how do you feel now? With Shin Yu's assistance, Jun Liluo slowly sat up. I felt a sudden pang in my chest by the roadside earlier, but I'm fine now. There's no need to worry. Shin Yu felt a sense of relief, but his face darkened again. Your Majesty, this Prime Minister Song is utterly outrageous. He actually abandoned Your Majesty's unconscious form to save the Phoenix Maiden. My men were no match for him and had to retreat. His martial arts are extraordinary. I originally brought him along for protection. After the assassination attempt, I've sensed that many villains in the shadows are plotting against me. Song Yunchu may be disloyal, but his position was granted by me, and for now he won't harm me. I just didn't expect him to be so meddlesome and protective of the Phoenix Maiden. Then, Your Majesty, what is your next move? Jiang Roman is in this clinic too, isn't she? Jun Liluo said coldly. They'll keep Song Yunchu occupied. You go and eliminate Jiang Rumen. Do not fail this time. I am deeply grateful for your rescue today. Seeing your attire, you seem to come from a wealthy family. Gifts of gold or silver would be of little use to you. These 2 jars of black jade ointment are of my own concoction, highly effective for treating external injuries. Please accept them as a token of my gratitude. In the elegant room, Song Yunchu looked at the 2 jars of ointment Jiang Rumen handed over, her eyes brightening. In the original novel, Jiang Rumen indeed liked to repay favors with various medicines she made herself, and this black jade ointment was her mother's secret recipe, far superior to the top-grade wound medicine from the Imperial Hospital. This is really too kind. Song Yunchu feigned modesty. Benefactor, please don't refuse. With such impressive skills, you must be diligent in martial arts practice. Yes. A martial artist inevitably suffers bumps and bruises. Keep this ointment, you might find it useful later. Since you put it that way, I won't stand on ceremony. Song Yunchu accepted the ointment, feeling quite pleased. Kindness was indeed one of Jiang Rumen's traits. Yet self-doubt, love-struck foolishness, and stubbornness were also part of Jiang Rumen's character. Thus Song Yunchu still preferred not to have much interaction with her. Saving Jiang Rumen once and receiving 2 jars of medicine in return, that should settle the debt. May I ask the benefactor's name? My surname is Song. Saving you was merely a simple act. Now that you have given me your thanks, you owe me nothing. I have matters to attend to, so I take my leave. Leaving those words, Song Yunchu turned and walked away. As she stepped out the door, she encountered Shinyu. Shinyu carried a tray holding 3 bowls of pitch-black medicinal broth. Song Yunchu asked, "Brother Shin, what is this?" The 3 young ladies were injured, weren't they? The doctor prepared medicine for them. Young Master Luo has woken up and felt unwell, so he called the doctor back for a consultation. I'm helping to deliver the medicine. Brother Luo is awake. Song Yunchu raised an eyebrow. Did he blame me? Why not go ask him yourself? Best. Seeing Song Yunchu leave, Shinyu carried the medicine to the table and set it down. Jiang Rumen was skilled in medicine and cautious about anything she ingested, so he certainly couldn't poison the medicine. Although Song Yunchu had just saved them, and he appeared to be on her side, they might not be overly wary of him. Still, to be safe, he only added a knockout drug. It couldn't be detected with a silver needle. Once they fell unconscious, he could strike. He was about to urge them to drink the medicine while it was hot, but footsteps from outside the door disrupted his plan. Your Highness, they are indeed here. With a crisp female voice, 2 figures quickly stepped into the room. Shin Yu's expression changed slightly as he looked at the newcomer. The man in front wore a dark brocade robe with sharp brows and starry eyes, his handsome face carrying a hint of cold sternness. He was Prince Jun Liluo. The woman behind him was the second miss of the Jiang family, Jiang Yushi. Their appearance at this critical moment was truly inconvenient. While Shun Yu was troubled on the other side, Song Yunchu was confessing her faults to the veteran Jun Liluo. Your Majesty, I admit my mistake. I am ready to accept any punishment. But please believe in my loyalty. The Phoenix Maiden possesses exceptional medical skills and is the one you favor. How could I stand by and let her die? Song Yunchu's words were sincere, carrying a hint of guilt. The situation was truly urgent. You were unconscious and I don't know how to heal. It seemed better to save the Phoenix Maiden, hoping she might be able to treat you. However, she was also seriously injured. Fortunately, there was a clinic nearby. The doctor said you are not in grave danger, only that your old ailment has relapsed and requires slow recuperation. Otherwise, I would be guilty beyond redemption. Jun Liluo listened to her words, sneering inwardly. This scoundrel Song Yunchu was always adept at sophistry. He still had many uses for her, so there was no need to break with her now. So he spoke gently. Yunchu, I have never doubted your loyalty. Now that I am unharmed and you and the Phoenix Maiden are safe naturally, I will not blame you harshly. Song Yunchu lowered her eyes. Damn, Emperor, you must be tired acting like this every day. Let me play along with you. Even if your Majesty does not punish me, I still feel remorseful in my heart. I swear to you that I will never make such a mistake. I trust you. Jun Liluo gave Song Yunchu a faint smile, then asked, by the way, you have fought with those who tried to assassinate Jiang Rumen. Do you know their origins? Song Yunchu shook her head. Those people came prepared. I wanted to capture 1 or 2 for interrogation, but they were cunning. They released a cloud of smoke to obstruct my vision and escaped. At this stage, the only malicious female supporting character seems to be Jiang Yushi. Those assassins were most likely sent by her. Since she failed this time, she will probably try some underhanded trick later. Jiang Rumen's protagonist aura has always been strong. Jiang Yushi can't kill her at all. In the original novel, most of her troubles were solved by the protagonist team. As long as I, the villain, don't cause her trouble and manage to keep the Emperor away from her, the remaining scum will be no threat to her. If that damn Emperor doesn't compete with Jun Liluo for Jiang Rumen, many of the heartbreaking plotlines later won't happen. Jiang Rumen might have an easier life. He'll persuade him as a thank you for the 2 jars of medicine she gave me. Jun Liluo listened to Song Yunchu's inner thoughts, his gaze darkening. He had casually asked about the assassins to test her reaction. Clearly she didn't suspect him at all, only the false Phoenix Maiden Jiang Yushi. Song Yunchu knew that Jiang Rumen would affect both their fates, yet she chose to keep away rather than eliminate the source of trouble. Could distance truly avoid all calamities? One day in the future Jun Tianyi would defeat him utterly. This only proved that in his bones Jun Tianyi had never possessed absolute obedience and recognition of him as emperor. Both Jiang Rumen and Jun Tianyi were threats to him. As a sovereign he could not afford to lose, nor could he afford to be lean. Anyone who attempts to harm him regardless of friend or kin must die. He wondered how Xin Yu's matter was progressing. Suddenly hearing footsteps outside the door, Jun Liluo and Song Yunchu both looked up only to see Xin Yu returning with a bruised and swollen face, clearly having just been in a fight. Song Yunchu was surprised and was about to ask the reason when she saw a tall figure follow closely behind him into the room. Your servant pays respects to your majesty. Jun Liluo looked at Jun Tianyi, who was now bowing to him, and said warmly, Uncle Prince, no need for formalities. Jun Tianyi's sudden appearance at the clinic meant Xin Yu's assassination attempt had surely been disrupted. Song Yunchu scrutinized Jun Tianyi, narrowing her eyes. That scumbag is not bad-looking, but he's blind and foolish, completely fooled by the malicious female supporting character. Though his intelligence is no match for that damn emperor, he ends up at the peak of success thanks to his protagonist halo. I can't envy that. Jun Liluo remained expressionless, but his resolve to eliminate Jun Tianyi grew stronger. Jun Tianyi rose and clasped his hands to Jun Liluo, saying, Your Majesty, Lord Shun has acted outrageously. I beg you to punish him. Jun Liluo was puzzled. What happened? Your Majesty, there is a betrothal between Rumen and me arranged by our mothers. When I learned she was injured, I came with the second Miss Jiang. The second Miss, unaware of Lord Shun's identity, mistakenly believed there was an improper relationship between Lord Shun and Rumen, so she scolded Rumen. She did not target Lord Shun, but Lord Shun responded with harsh words, and even came to blows with me. Jun Tianyi, reaching this point, cast a cold glare at Xin Yu. Lord Shun, relying on your Majesty's trust, acts tyrannically. If this gets out, it will damage your Majesty's reputation. Song Yunchu faintly detected the scent of medicine in the air and noticed that the hems of both Jun Tianyi and Xin Yu's robes were damp. She recalled that when she left, Xin Yu had brought 3 bowls of medicine into the room. These two were fighting so fiercely that they even knocked over Jiang Rumen's medicine. But that's just Jun Tianyi's nature, scummy and erratic. He wants to have his cake and eat it too, yet he's constantly suspicious of Jiang Rumen having affairs with other men. It's no surprise that Xin Yu delivering medicine would make him a suspect. This scumbag has so much water in his brain that you could raise fish in it. I really want to punch him a few times. Unfortunately, Xin Yu is no match for that scumbag. At this point, it seems only I can defeat him. But he is still the imperial uncle, and even though I am a favorite of the dog emperor, I have no reason to lay a hand on him. Jun Liluo listened to Song Yunchu's curses at Jun Tianyi and couldn't help but find it amusing. Was Song Yunchu's intense dislike of Jun Tianyi a way of standing up for Jiang Rumen? Song Yunchu, you want a chance to make a move against the imperial uncle, do you? I will arrange it for you. Your Majesty, I did not intend to offend Prince Yi. Xin Yu had prepared his words and bowed to Jun Liluo. I simply could not stand the behavior of the second Miss Jiang. A woman's reputation is of utmost importance. As soon as she opened her mouth, she slandered the relationship between me and the eldest Miss Jiang. In my anger, I called her filthy, but that only angered Prince Yi. He deliberately provoked Jun Tianyi into a fight so that he could take the opportunity to overturn the table and spill the 3 bowls of sedative. Prince Yi's arrival was sudden and his plan could not be carried out. But if he had simply taken the medicine away, it would have seemed suspicious. Once they became suspicious and tested the medicine, he would have no way to explain. After much deliberation, provoking Prince Yi into a fight seemed the easiest way to avoid suspicion. And this method indeed worked. The women were busy breaking up the fight and had no time to worry about the medicine. Now Prince Yi would at most suspect that he had feelings for the eldest Miss Jiang, which explained his vehement defense. Yushi is my woman. Even if she is wrong, it is not for Lord Shen to criticize. Jun Tianyi's gaze shot at Xin Yu like, you two need not argue further. Before the emperor, what decorum is there in repeated quarrels? Song Yunchu, unwilling to see Xin Yu at a disadvantage, spoke up at the right moment. Whether Lord Shen should be punished is for his Majesty to decide. Xin Yu was misunderstood, and in a moment of anger spoke without thought, which is forgivable. However, the imperial uncle is still my elder. Xin Yu, it is right that you should be punished for your insubordination. I will fine you 1 year's salary to teach you a lesson. The emperor said, coughing a few times with his fist to his lips. Yes, I accept the punishment. Xin Yu, seeing the emperor cough again, quickly poured a cup of warm water and handed it over. Song Yunchu smiled and remained silent. That dog emperor is quite clever. He punishes his confidant in front of outsiders, ostensibly deducting money but secretly rewarding it back. This way he doesn't let his own people suffer and also silences outsiders. I have to say, though the dog emperor is a dog, he truly treats his own people well. Jun Liluo lowered his head to drink water, his eye twitching almost imperceptibly. That bastard Song Yunchu understood him, while knowing that he wouldn't really deduct Xin Yu's salary. Jun Tianyi of course didn't think that far. The emperor's punishment of Xin Yu was a face-saving gesture for him. Although he felt the punishment was too light, he couldn't complain further. He would find a private opportunity to teach Xinyu a lesson later. By the way, Imperial Uncle, you just said you have a betrothal with the eldest Miss Jiang, yet you also said the second Miss is your woman. Are you planning to marry both daughters of Duke Jin? Jun Liluo asked as if casually. Jun Tianyi said, Your Majesty, several years ago my mother was out on a spring outing and was accidentally bitten by a venomous snake. Fortunately, she met the wife of Duke Jin and his eldest daughter. They saved my mother, who was very grateful, and took a liking to Rumen, so the marriage was arranged. As for the second Miss Yushi, and I, we met by chance, and are deeply in love. Song Yunchu rolled her eyes. What chance meeting? She planned it deliberately, you fool. In the end you were able to defeat the Dog Emperor, and win the beauty, all thanks to your overpowering protagonist halo. Without that you'd be nothing. If the plot didn't require me, the villain, to be taken out, how would a fool like you ever have the chance to kill me? Just wait. As long as I'm here, you'll never master that peerless divine art in this lifetime. Jun Liluo listened to Song Yunka's inner thoughts and formed a plan. At this stage Song Yunchu was unmatched. He had foreseen that Jun Tianyi would later master supreme martial arts and defeat him. So did he also know the specific time and place? If Song Yunchu knew, he would surely seize that opportunity. If he kept a close watch on Song Yunka's movements, he might have a chance to beat him to it. Song Yunchu hated Jun Tianyi so deeply, then he would add fuel to the fire. It would be quite interesting to watch these two. Song Yunchu possessed the ability to foresee the future, allowing him to avoid many disasters in advance. Naturally, this gave him a greater advantage in dealing with Jun Tianyi. So Jun Liluo said leisurely, Imperial Uncle, since you and the second Miss Jiang are deeply in love, you surely do not wish to disappoint her. Although you have a betrothal with the eldest Miss Jiang, there is no affection between you. You are merely constrained by your elder's arrangements and cannot refuse. Since she was favored by your mother, she would be the principal wife. But there can only be one principal wife. The second Miss Jiang is your beloved. Oh, would it not be a grievance to make her a secondary wife? Jun Liluo's lips curled into a smile. If these two sisters marry the same man, it would inevitably harm. How about this? I will help you today. I will bestow the second Miss Jiang upon you as your principal wife. As for Jiang Rumen, since you do not like her, why not grant her to Yunchu? Making Jiang Rumen the wife of the Prime Minister would not be a disgrace to her. As soon as Jun Liluo said this, it was like a thunderbolt, leaving Song Yunchu with eyes wide open. What the hell is wrong with this Dog Emperor? Not only Song Yunchu was astonished, but Jun Tianyi also stood frozen, almost thinking he had misheard. The Emperor actually wanted to cancel his betrothal to Rumen and marry her off to that dog thief Song Yunchu. Song Yunchu snapped back to reality, utterly bewildered. What on earth is that Dog Emperor thinking? Wasn't he the one who had feelings for Jiang Rumen? Now he wants to foist her onto me instead. If that scumbag Jun Tianyi would just admit he's fallen for Jiang Rumen and is reluctant to cancel the engagement, the Dog Emperor probably wouldn't make things too difficult for him. But given this scumbag's stubborn, hypocritical personality, what if he doesn't object? Am I supposed to defy the imperial edict on the spot? Dog Emperor, you really know how to put me in a bind. Listening to Song Yunka's silent cursing, Jun Liluo inexplicably found himself in a good mood. Jun Tianyi, however, furrowed his brow slightly. He bore no prior grudge against Song Yunchu, yet at this moment a wave of displeasure rose in his heart. Throughout the court, everyone knew Song Yunchu was notoriously ruthless and despicable. He had only risen to his current prominent position by helping the emperor ascend the throne. The man acted with reckless abandon, persecuted virtuous ministers, and secretly formed factions, yet the emperor trusted and valued him immensely. Though Rumen had her faults, she was still his betrothed. If she were to end up with Song Yunchu, it would undoubtedly be like falling into a pit of fire. With this in mind, Jun Tianyi raised an objection. Your Majesty, this seems inappropriate. Song Yunchu let out a slight sigh of relief. Right now's not the time to be stubborn. Quickly persuade the Dog Emperor to retract his order. Don't drag me into your melodramatic, angsty romance with Jiang Rumen. What's inappropriate? Before Jun Tianyi could finish, Jun Liluo interrupted nonchalantly. You just said you and Miss Jiang are deeply in love. Her elder sister marrying someone else shouldn't affect you, right? Don't tell me you have feelings for her too. As Jun Tianyi was about to respond, a slender figure suddenly entered the room, capturing everyone's attention. The newcomer wore a light pink, wide-sleeved silk dress with delicate brows, almond-shaped eyes, and a face as lovely as a lotus flower. It was the second miss of the Jiang family, Jiang Yushi. She walked straight to Jun Liluo and knelt before him. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. This is all my fault. My careless words and reckless actions caused the dispute between Lord Shun and the prince. Please do not punish them. Jiang Yushi's appearance made Song Yunka's heart skip a beat. Damn, another lunatic is here. In the early stages, this scumbag truly regarded Jiang Yushi as his one true love. In front of her, he probably won't dare admit to having feelings for Jiang Rumen. Jun Liluo looked at the woman, who was full of self-blame, a trace of mockery flickering in his eyes. This woman had been secretly eavesdropping outside the door for quite a while. She knew perfectly well that the fight between Jun Tianyi and Shun Yu was already settled, yet she barged in now, feigning complete ignorance. She was worried that Jun Tianyi would fulfill his engagement with Jiang Rumen. Now that an opportunity to get rid of Jiang Rumin had finally presented itself, how could she let it slip by? Her appearance was a clear reminder to Jun Tianyi, your beloved is right here, so don't say anything that would break her heart. Sure enough, upon seeing Jiang Yushi, Jun Tianyi's expression softened, and he bent down to help her up. Yushi, I am discussing matters with His Majesty. Why would you barge in at this moment? This is rather discourteous of you. It's fine, Jun Liluo said dismissively. Seeing her so anxious, she must have feared I would reprimand the prince over the fight with Lord Shen. Love can make one reckless. She was only thinking of the prince, so I will not hold it against her. Jun Liluo continued languidly, second Miss Jiang has arrived just in time. You and the prince are deeply in love, yet he cannot make you his principal wife due to his existing engagement. It's truly a pity. Today I will exercise my imperial prerogative and grant you to the prince as his principal consort. What do you think? This? Jiang Yushi struggled to suppress her ecstatic joy, a look of surprise spreading across her face before she spoke with a hint of reluctance. I am deeply grateful for your Majesty's blessing, but how could I possibly usurp my elder sister's position as the prince's wife? Song Yunchu looked at her with downcast eyes. Nice acting, but still a bit off compared to the dog emperor. It's truly strange. In the original story, Jiang Yushi was showered with affection, but her title was always just a concubine. She never got the principal consort position she desired, and she had almost no interaction with the dog emperor. Where did things go wrong? Song Yunchu couldn't help but fall into thought. It seemed that ever since she saved Jiang Rumin, the plot had started to veer off in a strange direction. If Jiang Rumin doesn't marry Jun Tianyi, then subsequent events will inevitably deviate significantly from the original story. Would this be a good thing or a bad thing? This is my blessing to you. You need not feel guilty. As for your sister, I am bestowing her upon Prime Minister Song. He is a man who cherishes beautiful women and will surely treat her well. As he spoke, Jun Liluo glanced at Song Yunchu. Yunchu, are you too overjoyed to remember to thank me for my grace? Thank you, my foot. You're pretty happy throwing this hot potato at me. Song Yunchu even began to suspect that Jun Liluo was deliberately trying to make things difficult for her. But upon reflection, the dog emperor probably couldn't tell that she was intentionally trying to distance herself from Jiang Rumin. After all, she had helped Jiang Rumin fight off assassins. In the emperor's eyes, that must have looked like he was showing favor to a beauty. Now the emperor had issued a marriage decree in front of everyone. If she refused this blessing, it would be equivalent to publicly slapping the emperor's face, making her seem like an ungrateful favorite and openly defying imperial authority. The dog emperor had always been petty. Not wanting to give him another reason to hold a grudge, she smiled and replied, I naturally thank your Majesty for your great kindness. However, is the prince truly willing to part with the eldest Miss Jiang? Song Yunchu turned her head to look at Jun Tianyi. Your Highness, if you are reluctant, this official would never dream of taking her from you. You bastard, why aren't you speaking up? If you don't admit it, you deserve the crematorium plot later on. It wouldn't be too harsh to burn you on the spot. Jun Tianyi met Song Yunchu's gaze and felt that her look was rather hostile. This treacherous scoundrel seemed to hold some inexplicable enmity towards him. With this in mind, Song Yunchu's question about whether he could bear to part with Jiang Rumin was nothing short of a provocation. A wave of gloom settled over Jun Tianyi's heart. Logically, the emperor's decree granting him and Jiang Yushi their union should have filled him with joy, for he had always yearned to bestow upon Yushi the rightful status of a lawful wife. Yet why did he not feel as elated as he should at this very moment of imperial favor? He was at a loss for how to respond to Song Yunchu. As he hesitated, he felt a gentle tightening around his wrist. Looking down, he met Jiang Yushi's watery eyes brimming with hopeful expectation. Indeed, his true love was Yushi. How could he waver over a mere flicker of pity for Rumin? Steeling his resolve, he raised his eyes to Jun Liluo, and clasping his hands in a formal salute, declared, Your servant thanks your Majesty for your boundless grace. Seeing this, Jiang Yushi quickly followed suit and expressed her gratitude. Song Yunchu was incensed, though not entirely surprised. This dog of a scumbag really is stubborn in his foolish pride. He'll definitely regret this later, and might even come looking for trouble with me. Since things have come to this, I have no choice but to agree for now and deal with whatever comes next. The first Miss Jiang is talented and beautiful, virtuous and wise. Your Majesty has bestowed upon me such a wonderful match, and I am deeply grateful for your kindness. Contentment. Huh. You treacherous emperor, with your suspicions and wariness of me arranging this marriage was clearly an act of malice. He'll remember that. Contentment. Huh. You treacherous emperor, with your suspicions and wariness of me arranging this marriage was clearly an act of malice. He'll remember this. Jun Liluo naturally was not concerned about earning Song Yunchu's enmity. Though they held each other in mutual disdain, they currently shared a common enemy and a unified objective: to secure their own positions against any threat of being toppled and to avoid the ruin that befell their counterparts in the original narrative. Therefore, until Jun Tianyi and Jiang Rumin were dealt with, they could not afford to turn on each other. My sister has yet to learn of His Majesty's decree. I shall take my leave to inform her, so she may come quickly to express her gratitude. With a respectful bow to Jun Tianyi, Jiang Yushi withdrew from the room. Song Yunchu could easily guess without even thinking that she was off to gloat. That dog Jun Tianyi could never see his own heart clearly. He might not be entirely pleased with the emperor's arrangement, but he wasn't deeply grieved either. Jiang Rumin, however, was different. Her feelings for him were unwavering, and she would undoubtedly find the emperor's decree difficult to accept. This melodramatic and torturous romance was bound to become even more convoluted thanks to the emperor's meddling. Your Majesty, I must beg your leave for a moment. I shall return shortly. Is Yunchu also eager to share this good news with his lady? Go on then. Song Yunchu cursed inwardly, then turned and left heading towards where Jiang Rumin was staying. In the original story, her entanglement with Jiang Rumin and Jun Tianyi had not begun this early. She had initially believed that as long as she refrained from being a villain to the protagonists and avoided being a treacherous minister despised by the emperor, she could escape the fate of Prime Minister Song from the original tale. Yet now the course of events had veered significantly from the original narrative. In the book, the prominent male supporting characters almost all loved the female lead, and the significant female supporting characters were mostly smitten with the male lead. Even Prime Minister Song, a high-level antagonist, was subjected to a forced reduction in intelligence in the latter part of the original story. To weaken her, the author arranged for her to suffer a chi deviation during cultivation. The emperor's men seized the opportunity to assassinate her. Forced to shed her male guise, she smeared her face with ash to escape her pursuers. During her flight, she chanced upon Jun Tianyi, who failed to recognize her. Taken in by her fabricated tale of woe, he offered her shelter for a few days, believing her to be a pitiful woman who had lost her family. That period coincided with a quarrel between Jun Tianyi and Jiang Rumin. Not only did he deliberately avoid Jiang Rumin, but he also went out of his way to show kindness to the recuperating Prime Minister Song in her guest quarters. The medicine he brought was more effective than anything from the palace. Prime Minister Song planned to leave once her wounds healed, but unexpectedly, during those few days of close proximity, she found herself developing feelings for Jun Tianyi. Having lived her life amidst constant deception and strife, she had rarely experienced such sincere concern. When Song Yunchu had read this part, she was so furious that she left a barrage of scathing reviews. Prime Minister Song was unaware that the medicine was actually made by the female lead, nor did she know that Jun Tianyi's late-night visits were merely a ploy to make the female lead jealous during their argument. Subsequently, Prime Minister Song realized she had fallen for Jun Tianyi and began to target Jiang Rumin at every turn. This romantic subplot was utterly absurd, seemingly existing only to serve the main couple's angsty love story. Furthermore, what was there to admire about that scumbag Jun Tianyi? He wasn't even as intelligent or capable as that mad. Having finished recalling the plot, Song Yunchu realized she had already arrived at Jiang Rumin's doorstep. Jiang Yushi was in the middle of a conversation with Jiang Rumin. Hearing footsteps, she turned around. Upon seeing Song Yunchu, she immediately composed her features into a look of deference. Lord Song has arrived. Jiang Yushi walked over to Song Yunchu and gave a slight bow. I have informed my elder sister of the betrothal. She doesn't seem too pleased about it. Perhaps you could have a word with her. With that, Jiang Yushi withdrew. As she passed Song Yunchu, she turned her head and shot a mocking smile at Jiang Rumin. Witnessing this, Jiang Rumin bit her lip in frustration, but was utterly powerless to retaliate. Song Yunchu seemed to sense something and turned to look at Jiang Yushi, but Jiang Yushi had already swiftly turned her head back and was walking away with an air of indifference. Even though she hadn't seen her expression, Song Yunchu could vaguely guess how smug she was feeling. I pay my respects to Lord Jiang Rumin adjusted her expression and offered Song Yunchu a proper formal bow. I was unaware of your esteemed identity earlier. I hope you can forgive any previous discourtesies. Song Yunchu noticed Jiang Rumin clutching her arm and moved to support her, but Jiang Rumin quickly took 2 steps back, making her desire for distance abundantly clear. Song Yunchu cleared her throat. Miss Jiang, you are injured. Please have a seat. She had nearly forgotten that in her current male guise, Jiang Rumin would naturally observe proper decorum between the sexes. You are a trusted figure by the emperor's side. Could you possibly beseech his majesty to retract his decree? Jiang Rumin looked directly at Song Yunchu, her face etched with pleading. Song Yunchu raised an eyebrow. His majesty announced the betrothal in front of everyone, and Prince, he did not raise a single objection. If I were to voice any dissent now, would that not seem terribly presumptuous of me? Jiang Rumin's face stiffened. Princey, does he truly have no objections at all? None. Song Yunchu said with a straight face. Miss Jiang, take my advice. Your sister and the prince are deeply in love. Why not just step aside and bless their union? Stop interfering. Even though she knew Jiang Rumin's feelings for Prince Yi were strong, Song Yunchu still felt compelled to try and reason with her. But before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Rumin cut her off. It is not I who interferes, but Yushi who is scheming behind the scenes. The prince is not heartless towards me. He simply trusts Yushi too blindly and has been misled about me. Song Yunchu felt an intense urge to roll her eyes, but she had to maintain a composed and solemn expression. My lord, please forgive my impertinence, but I cannot marry you. Jiang Rumin rose once more holding her injured arm and knelt before Song Yunchu. I know you are a favorite of the emperor and countless women would vie for the position of prime minister's wife. But I dare not accept this honor. To me, fame and status have never been important. I only wish to hold on to my bond with the prince. Song Yunchu. Is there any saving this hopeless romantic? She was about to tell Jiang Rumin to rise when she heard footsteps outside the door accompanied by a familiar cool voice. Miss Jiang, are those words meant to defy my decree? Then you had better consider carefully whether you can bear the consequences of such defiance. Jiang Rumin raised her eyes to look outside. The approaching figure clad in a moon-white brocade robe bore a countenance as flawless as jade, utterly devoid of expression, yet a trace of chill emanated from those dark pupils. That glance laden with warning made her feel as if a fishbone were stuck in her throat. Before today, she had never seen His Majesty. She had only heard people mention that this new emperor was young, but somewhat frail. He had not been favored by the late emperor, yet all his brothers had died, leaving no competitors, so he became the sole heir to the throne. He appeared kind-faced, but his gaze was truly sharp. Jiang Rumin came to her senses and hastily performed a curtsy. Your subject pays homage to your majesty. She had originally thought that Prime Minister Song seemed like a reasonable person, and perhaps she could persuade him to call off this marriage. But the emperor's warning just now made her heart tighten again. Jun Liluo walked with light steps passing Jiang Rumin to sit at the table. I had just approached and inadvertently heard that Miss Jiang seems to have some objections to my arrangement. Apart from his rank not being as high as the imperial uncle's Minister Song, seems to be no less than him in other aspects, doesn't he? He is my right-hand man. Is it really an insult to you to be matched with him? Unlike the amiable tone he used with Song Yunchu, Jun Liluo's voice now, though, without fluctuation, was exceptionally icy. Song Yunchu watched from the side, and raised an eyebrow almost imperceptibly. Ha, that dog emperor sure knows how to put on airs and grasp the posture of a superior. Given his attitude at this stage, he probably isn't really interested in Jiang Rumin, otherwise he wouldn't be shoving her onto me. However, the protagonist Jiang Rumin in the original story seems to have a natural constitution for attracting supporting male characters. Even if the current development deviates from the original, once the dog emperor, and she developed too many connections, the dog emperor might still one day go mad because of her. Jun Liluo heard Song Yunchu's thoughts crystal clear, and couldn't help but snort inwardly. He truly didn't think Jiang Rumin had anything special. Her appearance was good, and she had excellent medical skills. According to Shun Yu's intelligence, she was also a person of virtue. As a sovereign, how could he disregard the great rivers and mountains for one person? Matters of love between men and women were utterly insignificant to him. He had tried to kill Jiang Rumin twice, but failed. It was as if this woman was destined not to die. Since that was the case, he might as well bestow Jiang Rumin to Song Yunchu, which would also cut off the fate between him and Jiang Rumin in the original story. After all, as a wise ruler in the eyes of the world, he must never seize a minister's wife. Moreover, he believed that Song Yunchu could defeat Jun Tianyi. Your Majesty overstates it. For Minister Song to be betrothed to your subject, it is naturally Minister Song who suffers a loss. How could your subject be worthy of being the Prime Minister's wife? Jiang Rumin lowered her head, her tone laced with a hint of sigh. Your subject does not wish to incur your Majesty's anger, but your subject's heart already belongs to someone else. This would be somewhat unfair to Minister Song. In the end, you still can't let go of the imperial uncle, Jun Liluo said unhurriedly. The imperial uncle has feelings for your younger sister. I have already granted their union, making your sister the Princess of E. An emperor's word is final. If you insist on following the imperial uncle, you can only become a concubine. Are you willing to be a concubine of the imperial uncle rather than the mistress of the prime minister's mansion? Jiang Rumin bit her lip. Your subject. Miss Jiang certainly would not be so foolish. Song Yunchu quickly interrupted her. Your Majesty's words are golden and will not be easily changed. If Miss Jiang raises any more objections, it would be disrespectful to your Majesty and discourteous to me. In that case, not only would she be punished by your Majesty, but the entire Jiang family would be implicated. Miss Jiang has always been sensible and would never displease your Majesty. As he spoke, Song Yunchu cast a slightly warning glance at Jiang Rumin, who was still kneeling. Jiang Rumin fell silent and did not utter any further objection. Song Yunchu knew she had taken it to heart, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Given Jiang Rumin's personality, if she had a choice, she might indeed settle for the second best and become Jun Tianyi's secondary consort. Throwing a tantrum over a dog scumbag. How pathetic. Now that the dog emperor has bestowed the marriage, even for the sake of my face as prime minister, I cannot let this resentful couple remain entangled. Otherwise outsiders will laugh behind my back, saying I'm wearing a green hat. If the dog scumbag and Jiang Rumin each marry someone else, could all those messy troubles later be avoided? But the dog scumbag clearly seemed a bit reluctant to let go of this girl today. It was Jiang Yushi's appearance that forced him to make a choice. Even if I can persuade Jiang Rumin, the dog scumbag might not give up. Song Yunchu pondered silently, then suddenly changed his train of thought and looked at Jun Liluo. Dog Emperor, you're really insidious. Are you displeased with me and thinking of using the marriage decree to make the dog scumbag jealous of me, so he'll teach me a lesson? On one hand, you want me to serve you diligently, on the other you send people to suppress and deal with me. On the surface you pretend to be on good terms with me. Even a plastic bag isn't as fake as you. It's a pity all your brothers are dead. Otherwise I damn well want to fire you and find a new boss. That would definitely be better than following a piece of bad luck like you. While cursing Jun Liluo, in his heart song Yunchu had to force a smile on his face. Your Majesty, Miss Jiang is still injured. Shouldn't she be allowed to stop kneeling? Jun Liluo also smiled calmly. Yes, Rice. This fellow was indeed clever. He had guessed that he intended to stir up conflict between Jun Tianyi and himself. But this fellow was only half right. What he truly wanted to deal with was Jun Tianyi. As a pawn, Song Yunchu was still very useful. How could he bear to discard him? Although plastic bag and fire you were fresh terms he had never heard from Song Yunchu's angry mood, he could guess that Song Yunchu very much wanted to follow a new master, but unfortunately there was no suitable candidate now. He, Jun Liluo, had no living brothers. If Song Yunchu wanted to be a high-ranking official, he had no choice but to follow him. Even if he was used and disciplined by him, he could only endure it. At most he could curse a few times in his heart to vent his anger. Jun Liluo realized that he had now become accustomed to Song Yunchu calling him Dog Emperor in his heart every day. Your subject. Thanks, Your Majesty, for your grace. After hesitating for a long time, Jiang Rumin finally expressed her gratitude to Jun Liluo, and then slowly stood up. She could not offend His Majesty, nor could she implicate the entire household for her own selfish desires. Even though her heart still held Jun Tianyi for now, she could only thank him for the grace and think of a way later. I have been out for a long while, and should return to the palace. Miss Jiang, rest well. The imperial decree of betrothal will soon be delivered to your residence. Yunchu, let us go. Farewell, Your Majesty. Jiang Rumin watched Jun Liluo and Song Yunchu walk away, then collapsed completely onto the ground, her face full of sorrow. The next day, after the morning court, Song Yunchu, as usual, was summoned by Jun Liluo to the imperial study to share the administrative work. After reading many memorials, none of which were urgent matters, Song Yunchu took a short break and began to think about other things. It's almost mealtime. What will lunch be? The drunken sweet shrimp from the day before yesterday was really good. The Dog Emperor ate a lot of it too. The only advantage of staying with the Dog Emperor is probably that his imperial cuisine is better than the food in my mansion. Jun Liluo glanced at Song Yunchu. This fellow was starting to think about food again. He had never noticed before that this fellow was a food lover. Want to eat drunken sweet shrimp? It seemed he would have to order that lunch would not include shrimp from now on. Just as he was thinking this, he heard the chief eunuch report. Your Majesty, Consort Li has personally brought pastries and is waiting outside. What do you wish? Upon hearing the words Consort Li, Song Yunchu's eyes flickered slightly. Those who bear the title of Li are all top beauties. In the original work, Consort Li was not only beautiful but also skilled in cooking, coming from a prestigious family. Unfortunately, she was a mere pawn having little screen time and was harmed by jealousy towards Jiang Rumin, ultimately succumbing to a poisoned cup from the treacherous emperor. What a true tool. The treacherous emperor seems weak and frail, yet privately, he has been practicing a profound martial art, which requires him to abstain from women in the early stages. Thus he does not favor the concubines, and has only summoned Consort Shu to share his bed since ascending the throne. However, Consort Shu's true identity is that of a secret agent protecting him under the guise of serving him. So, excluding Consort Shu, there are actually only 3 concubines in the emperor's harem. In the original work, they were scarcely mentioned. Consort Da is tranquil and taciturn, Consort Jun is arrogant and willful, while Consort Li seems smarter and more adept at managing affairs. Perhaps she could be cultivated into the emperor's virtuous partner to ensure he finds a confidant before he develops any interest in Jiang Rumin, thus preventing any future madness. A few feet away, Jun Liluo realized what Song Yunchu was thinking, and his gaze darkened. This fellow knows too much, almost as if he is well versed in the identities of everyone in the palace. Fortunately, this fellow is still on his side, otherwise he couldn't be kept around. He expressionlessly instructed the head eunuch, I am busy with state affairs, send Consort Li back first, but let the pastries remain. The head eunuch complied, and retreated to the study, dismissing Consort Li with a few words, bringing the food box to the emperor's desk. Your Majesty, these pastries from Consort Li look exquisite, do try them. Song Yunchu caught the sweet aroma in the air, but maintained her composure, not casting a glance. Jun Liluo casually picked up a piece of pastry, finding it sweet and slightly fragrant with floral and fruity notes that made him want. Indeed, they are delightful. Divide these 2 plates of pastries in half, and take them to Yunchu's table. He still had to act in harmony with Song Yunchu, especially since she was currently helping him handle official documents. If he indulged alone in the delicacies while Song Yunchu watched, he would appear miserly. This humble servant thanks Your Majesty for the bestowal. The treacherous emperor has given me so much, although it is a false kindness, I still share in his fortune and can enjoy a feast. Wow, this is so delicious. Consort Li's culinary skills are truly exceptional. If she were not a consort, perhaps opening a restaurant would make her renowned in the imperial city. Song Yunchu sighed inwardly, maintaining a serious facade on the surface, reluctant to devour the food too quickly, instead taking her time to savor it. Jun Liluo found her contradictory demeanor amusing. Ever since he gained the ability to hear Song Yunchu's thoughts, he found that he no longer disliked her as much as before. After all, this fellow foresaw that neither of them would have a good ending. All the power and wealth would become mere fleeting memories. In this world, nothing is more important than living long. Currently, Song Yunchu seems content with her life. Although she still does not respect him, at least she has not contemplated harming him. His murderous intent towards Song Yunchu gradually faded. Song Yunchu is an excellent chess piece. If she is willing to remain loyal to him in the future, he can tolerate her occasionally cursing him in her heart. As long as she does not voice it, he would consider himself unoffended. After enjoying the pastries, the two continued reviewing the official documents for a long time until the head eunuch reminded, "Your Majesty, it is time for the meal." Jun Liluo replied, "Serve it." Soon the palace servants entered in succession with exquisite dishes, quickly setting up a whole table of food. "Yunchu, you should take a break and come dine with me." "Yes." Song Yunchu rose and sat down opposite the emperor, glancing at the dishes on the table, feeling a bit disappointed not to see the drunken sweet shrimp. He'll have to find time to visit the imperial kitchen to get a few plates of drunken sweet shrimp and give the chef some hush money to keep it. Jun Liluo leisurely picked up food, inwardly scoffing. "Cursing me all day long and still wanting drunken sweet shrimp. How I will instruct the chef that aside from me no one else is allowed this dish." Song Yunchu, unaware of Jun Liluo's thoughts, saw him eating first, and only then did she begin to move her chopsticks. Neither of them realized that this meal was tastier than the usual imperial cuisine. Jun Liluo, typically not greedy for food, couldn't help but asked the head eunuch who prepared today's imperial meal. "The meat dishes are fragrant yet not greasy, and the vegetables are..." Jun Liluo, typically not greedy for food, couldn't help but asked the head eunuch who prepared today's imperial meal. "The meat dishes are fragrant yet not greasy, and the vegetables are refreshing, truly a good cook." Replying, "To your Majesty, this midday imperial meal was not prepared by the imperial chef, but by Consort Li herself." The head eunuch paused and continued. "The consort mentioned that she has recently developed a few new dishes. Knowing your Majesty is busy with state affairs, she did not wish to disturb you much, yet she still wants to do her part. As long as your Majesty enjoys the food, she will be content." Hearing this, Song Yunchu casually remarked, "Consort Li truly cares for your Majesty. I have had the honor today to taste her culinary skills, thanks to your Majesty. Well done, Consort Li, truly deserving of my chosen virtuous partner. If you can take down the treacherous emperor soon, and push Jiang Rumming aside, our future crises will be resolved." Song Yunchu hoped that Jun Liluo would summon Consort Li to praise her a few words, but to her surprise, Jun Liluo casually said, "Consort Li has good intentions, but as a concubine, she need not toil over cooking. Otherwise, what do we need the imperial chefs for? Tell her not to worry about it in the future." Song Yunchu sighed inwardly. The treacherous emperor remains so unromantic. The head eunuch added, "Your Majesty, there is one more thing. Consort Li accidentally cut her hand while cooking. She instructed the servants not to inform your Majesty, but such matters are hard to conceal. What do you think? Should we send her some comfort?" Song Yunchu paused in her motion to pick up food. "The treacherous emperor, that girl injured herself to cook for you. As your consort, you should at least show some concern. A few casual words of praise and comfort can make her happy for a long time." Yet Jun Liluo replied to the head eunuch without changing his expression, "In that case, you may pick out 2 boxes of jewelry from the storeroom to give to her." Song Yunchu, who was not acquainted with Consort Li, realized that he wanted to elevate her not solely because of her culinary skills. To be honest, he had never carefully examined the few consorts in the palace. Their fathers were all high-ranking officials. On the day of selection, he chose them based on their family backgrounds, giving them equal ranks and rewards during festivals. He would not fall for Jiang Rumming like in the original work, but he also could not fulfill Song Yunchu's wishes by promoting Consort Li. Is this fellow's judgment truly reliable? Moreover, being accused of being unromantic as an emperor, why must he be romantic? As long as he can resolve future troubles and alleviate the people's burdens, other matters do not concern him. The women in the harem live in abundance, far better than ordinary people's lives. Why should he comfort them? The southern floods and plagues have not yet subsided, and the names of officials embezzling disaster relief funds have yet to be clarified. He has enough worries to contend with. Song Yunchu is so sympathetic towards women, as if he wishes to care for every woman. Truly a romantic wanderer. He might as well go to his royal uncle and stir up some trouble so that his uncle can quickly seek trouble with this fellow, preventing him from wasting his thoughts on women all day. Littly I remember, there is a beautiful pair of mandarin duck jade pendants among this year's tributes. Go fetch them, one for Yunchu and another for Miss Jiang at the Duke's residence. Also select a few luxurious jewelry pieces for her wedding adornment. Tell Miss Jiang that the jade pendant bestowed by me must be worn at all times." As Song Yunchu picked up a meatball, she couldn't help but tremble her hand. Fortunately, the meatball landed in the bowl, sparing the table from any mess. Jun Liluo's peripheral vision caught Song Yunchu's subtle movements, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. Yunchu, you needn't be so overwhelmed with gratitude. You have served me with unwavering loyalty, and that Mandarin duck jade pendant is a treasure of rare distinction. Had it been anyone else, I would have been loath to part with it. Bestowing it upon you, and Miss Jiang, is my blessing for your union. Song Yunchu was rendered speechless. Grateful? I'd rather not. A blessing? You're just stirring up trouble for me. That scoundrel Jun Tianyi was already loath to part with Jiang Rumen. And now you gift us this pendant demanding we wear it, always making us look like a perfect match, a divine union, aren't you? That bastard will definitely lose his mind when he sees it. You damn emperor. I work overtime after court, I work on my days off, and you don't even grant me leave. Now you're provoking a conflict between me and that scoundrel. I must have been cursed in a past life to end up with a boss like you. If your mind is addled, summon a physician and get yourself treated. Even though Jun Liluo had grown accustomed to Song Yunchu's internal epithets of damn emperor, hearing such harsh curses still stung his pride. What is it? You're allowed to meddle in my romantic affairs, but am not allowed to use you against my uncle. Aren't you supposed to be able to foresee the future? You know the fate of everyone. With that knowledge, you can circumvent many risks. Don't you despise my uncle? You curse him more venomously than you curse me. And it's not like you can't defeat him now. Why fear his provocations? The two stared at each other in silence. Despite her seething frustration, Song Yunchu maintained her composure and forced a smile at the emperor. Your Majesty, I am deeply grateful for your generous gifts. However, this Mandarin duck pendant is exceedingly precious and holds such auspicious meaning. Perhaps your Majesty should keep it for yourself to wear alongside the future empress once she is chosen. At present, Jun Liluo treated his harem with impeccable impartiality. All four consorts held equal rank. Their ambitious families, eager to see their daughters elevated, incited their factions in the court to petition for the swift establishment of an empress. Jun Liluo turned a deaf ear, merely stating that the matter would be discussed only after one of the consorts bore him a prince. Song Yunchu knew this was a blatant falsehood. He didn't even touch women anymore. Not only was it hard for the consorts to conceive a prince, even if they did, a safe delivery was uncertain. Though only 4 women resided in the harem, excluding the spy consort Shu, the remaining 3 were more than capable of scheming against each other. In the original story, the emperor's refusal to name an empress was initially to balance the factions at court, seeing no need to elevate one power above another. But in the later stages, he intended to reserve the position for Jiang Rumen. Beyond his personal feelings, Jiang Rumen's reputation as a phoenix woman promised a good omen for the dynasty. Unfortunately, the emperor breathed his last without ever seeing Jiang Rumen don the empress' ceremonial robes. There's no rush for the empress. I have many state affairs to attend to. With so few in the harem, they just need to manage their own quarters. Yunchu, don't concern yourself with my matters, or worry more about your own marriage. I won't accept any refusal regarding the Mandarin duck pendant I've given you. Seeing no way out, Song Yunchu could only concede. Then I shall gratefully accept your Majesty's kindness. In the afternoon, Song Yunchu left the imperial study, feeling the fresh air outside was a welcome relief. Dealing with that damn emperor always left her with endless curses to mutter. On her way out of the palace, passing by the imperial garden, the young eunuch accompanying her said, "My lord, the flowers in the garden are in full bloom this season. When His Majesty tires of reading memorials, he often comes here to relax, saying the fragrance lifts his spirits. Would you care to admire them as well?" Hearing this, Song Yunchu replied, "Very well." Upon entering the garden, she was greeted by waves of refreshing fragrance. Gazing at the riot of colorful blossoms, she suddenly heard the sound of a woman's tinkling laughter nearby. After the laughter subsided, a faint argument broke out from that direction. She took a few steps towards the source, and from behind a rockery, she overheard a voice as sweet as an oriole spewing acrimonious words. "Dear sister, you've been cooped up in the kitchen all day trying to please His Majesty. I can smell the fumes on you from a mile away. Do you think injuring your hand will win you His Majesty's pity? If you ask me, he's seen through your pretentious theatrics. That's why he didn't bother to console you personally, and just sent a couple of trinkets to shoo you away." Song Yunchu's expression flickered. No one else could be so caustic. It had to be Consort Jun. Her arrogance was well-founded. Her father was a highly decorated first-rank military general. Consort Li, the daughter of the Grand Tutor, despite holding the same rank, couldn't match Consort Jun's family influence and prestige. Thus Consort Jun felt emboldened to mock her without restraint. "His Majesty is busy with state affairs. I'm content that he sent me those 2 boxes of jewelry as a token of his concern. If he truly thought me pretentious, would he deign to eat the meals I prepare and send head stewardly to check on me? Sister Jun, if you find the smell of oil on me so offensive, why did you come so close? I wasn't looking for a chat." Listening to Consort Li's composed retort, Song Yunchu thought to herself, well said. To be the emperor's capable consort, one must never back down in a quarrel. In the pavilion on the other side of the rockery, Consort Jun, annoyed by the rebuttal, snapped, "What are you so smug about? It's just a couple of boxes of jewelry. If you can be summoned to the imperial bedchamber, like Consort Shu, then you'd have something to boast about. Song Yunchu recognized this as a deliberate attempt to sow discord between Consort Li and Consort Shu. Consort Shu, being a spy, had no fear of harem intrigues backed, as she was by the emperor himself. But Consort Li, it was hard to say. She might be swayed, especially since she genuinely loved the emperor in the original story. With this in mind, Song Yunchu stepped out from behind the rockery and said in a low, firm voice, "Consort Jun, I advise you to watch your words." Her sudden appearance startled Consort Jun. During the midday meal, His Majesty personally praised Consort Li's culinary skills. "Consort Jun, instead of wasting your time harassing her, you would be better off cultivating your own conduct. If those words of yours were to reach His Majesty's ears, it would not bode well for you." You. Enraged by the admonishment, Consort Jun's face turned ashen. She pointed her round fan at Song Yunchu, ready to unleash a tirade, but her personal maid hastily tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "My lady, you must not offend Prime Minister Song." Reminded by her maid, Consort Jun managed to calm herself slightly. That was right. This treacherous Song fellow was highly favored by His Majesty, and it would do her no good to offend him. Still, this vile cur was far too presumptuous, daring to rebuke her. She would find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. "Master Song speaks rightly. I misspoke just now. I hope you will forgive me." Having composed herself, Consort Jun shed her earlier arrogance and spoke in a gentle tone. "Consort Li and I merely exchanged a few sharp words. She is kind and magnanimous, and I doubt she bears any grudge. His Majesty is burdened with state affairs, so I would ask Master Song not to trouble him with such trivial matters." She then turned to Consort Li and offered an apology. "Sister Li, I meant no harm by my words. Please do not take offense." Song Yunchu naturally did not believe Consort Jun had truly reformed, but since the other woman had conceded, there was no need to escalate matters. As a court official, she had no business meddling in the inner palace's disputes, so she smiled and replied, "Rest assured, Your Highness. I too sympathize with His Majesty's exhaustion and will not speak of this before him. Then I thank Master Song. I am feeling rather weary and shall return to my chambers to rest." As Consort Jun departed, Song Yunchu also prepared to leave, but Consort Li spoke up beside her. "Master Song, thank you for coming to my defense." Song Yunchu turned to face Consort Li and once again marveled inwardly. Though this woman was but a minor character, her beauty was undoubtedly genuine. Just as the original novel described, Consort Li's countenance was as radiant as peach blossoms in spring. She possessed a pair of autumn water eyes that shimmered with innate allure, yet her bearing was so dignified that she seemed anything but vulgar. "There is no need for thanks, Your Highness," I warned Consort Jun, because she spoke without restraint. "I believe that since His Majesty is already so occupied with affairs of state, he would surely wish for peace and harmony within the harem. If someone deliberately stirs up trouble, it is His Majesty who will suffer the consequences. Master Song's devotion to His Majesty is truly commendable. It is no wonder he places such trust in you." Consort Li paused, then continued, "Master Song, was His Majesty truly satisfied with the midday meal? Which dishes did he favor, and which did he dislike?" "Your Highness, I understand your concern for His Majesty and your desire to do something for him, but I must advise you to remember that His Majesty does not wish for others to pry into his dietary preferences. You may ask me, but do not question the eunuchs and maids around him, lest you displease him." Consort Li was taken aback, then replied, "I was too rash. Thank you for the warning." She had forgotten that the emperor's dining habits differed from ordinary men. He never revealed his tastes to guard against assassination. She had seen Prime Minister Song a few times before, but had never spoken with him. After this exchange, she found him far more approachable than the rumors suggested. His every word and action belied the image of a ruthless, treacherous villain that others described. Though it was also possible that since they had no grievances, he had no reason to show his ruthless side. When dealing with political enemies, he must surely wield an iron fist without mercy. With such thoughts in mind, she now perceived the smile in Song Yunchu's eyes as a hidden blade, unfathomably deep and dangerous. She had best not speak too much with him. Song Yunchu, observing the subtle fear creeping into Consort Li's expression, averted her gaze to avoid making the woman uncomfortable. In the original novel, most of the female supporting characters fell for that scoundrel Jun Tianyi, but Consort Li was a rare one who genuinely cared for the tyrant emperor. Perhaps it was because she didn't even rank among the main supporting cast. Had her role been more significant, she would have been written to fall for Jun Tianyi as well. Consort Li was forced out of the story for harming Jiang Ruomin, and the tyrant emperor, having no feelings for her whatsoever, ordered her death without a moment's hesitation. Such a gentle and virtuous woman truly did not deserve to be corrupted by plot demands and end with a death sentence. A spark of inspiration flashed through Song Yunchu's mind, and she said to Consort Li, "His Majesty has trouble sleeping at night. The medicines prescribed by the imperial physicians are bitter and largely ineffective. Your Highness has considerable expertise in culinary arts. Perhaps you could try preparing some medicinal dishes that aid sleep. As for His Majesty's regular meals, the imperial kitchen has that covered, so you need not worry." At these words, Consort Li brightened with enthusiasm. Medicinal dishes for sleep. I'm not familiar with that, but I have many cookbooks in my palace. I shall return and look through them at once. Thank you for the suggestion, Master Song. I shall remember this kindness. Then I shall take my leave. Song Yunchu smiled faintly and turned to depart, a plan already forming in her mind. Consort Li was skilled in cooking but knew nothing of medicine, so she could never produce a sleep-inducing medicinal dish. Only the female Li Jiangrumin could accomplish such a feat. In the original text, Jiangrumin suffered greatly, and whenever she was physically and emotionally drained, a male supporting character would always come to her aid. She would repay their kindness with warmth, weaving a web of romantic entanglements. In one scene, the tyrant emperor helped her out of a jam, and to express her gratitude, she prepared a sleep-inducing medicinal dish that proved highly effective for him. Though this particular scene was not a pivotal moment for the tyrant's feelings, it did indeed foster a sense of gratitude and appreciation toward Jiangrumin. If she were to transfer Jiangrumin's contribution to Consort Li, perhaps it would yield the results she desired. In the warm afternoon sunlight, Jiangrumin sat at a stone table in the spacious courtyard, gazing at the mandarin duck jade pendant the emperor had sent over. A faint trace of melancholy crept across her brow. This jade pendant came in a pair, one held by her, the other by Prime Minister Song. His Majesty had also instructed them to wear it at all times. Was this not a clear message to everyone that he greatly valued Prime Minister Song and deeply cherished the marriage he had arranged? The more celebrated this engagement became, the harder it would be to dissolve later on. As for the prince, what thoughts were running through his mind at this moment? As Jiangrumin inside, a maidservant came to report, "Miss Master Song has arrived. Please come and greet him." Jiangrumin turned to see Song Yunchu strolling over leisurely and quickly rose to offer her respects. "Greetings, Master Song." No need for formalities. Knowing that Jiangrumin disliked empty pleasantries, Song Yunchu cut straight to the point. "Miss Jiang, I have come today on important business. You are well versed in medicine. Do you know of any effective methods to aid sleep?" His Majesty. Before Song Yunchu could finish her sentence, a servant rushed up breathlessly to Jiangrumin. "Miss Prince, he has arrived. His expression looks rather grim." Song Yunchu's brow twitched. She knew that bastard wouldn't give up so easily. She had barely arrived when that scumbag showed up right behind her. Was he looking for a confrontation? Could the prince have heard that the emperor bestowed a pair of mandarin duck jade pendants, or that Minister Song came to visit and thus rushed over in such haste? Jiangrumin murmured, turning to beseech Song Yunchu once more. "Minister Song, I know you have no feelings for me. We must find a way to dissolve this engagement as soon as possible." Jiangrumin looked at Song Yunchu with an apologetic expression. "A distinguished figure like you should wed a woman of far greater standing. My heart belongs to another, and I know I am unworthy of you. I hope you could persuade His Majesty." Song Yunchu interrupted her. "What makes you think I can persuade His Majesty?" The damned emperor couldn't bear to see her at ease and was deliberately creating trouble for her. If she went to persuade him to revoke the decree, she'd only be mocked by him. "Minister Song, you are His Majesty's right hand. Wait until he is in a good mood and broach the subject tentatively. It might just work. If His Majesty is angered, you can place the blame on me." Jiangrumin bit her lip as if she had made up her mind. "It is my own stubbornness, my inability to let go of my feelings for Prince E. I am willing to bear the emperor's wrath alone." Song Yunchu was at a loss for words. After transmigrating into the prime minister's body, she was determined to change her tragic fate. She had resolved not to entangle herself with the male and female leads, but the damned emperor insisted on playing matchmaker. From now on, she would inevitably have dealings with Jiangrumin. If she couldn't distance herself from this tragic heroine and had to keep her alive, the best course might be to break up the official couple of Jiangrumin and Jun Tianyi. If Jiangrumin could be swayed to her side, would that be more beneficial for her future? According to the core of the original novel, if the male and female leads joined forces against her with their protagonist's plot armor, she, as the villain, was destined for a crushing defeat. Song Yunchu was deep in thought when Jiangrumin's plea sounded again. "To preserve your honor, Minister Song, you can be the one to initiate the annulment. Tell the world that I am willful and spoiled, that I displeased you. I will not refute it. The fault lies entirely with me, not." Song Yunchu frowned slightly. "Do you care so little for your reputation? This world was not kind to women. Once a woman was cast aside and rumors spread, she would surely be ridiculed and trampled upon. It was precisely because the former prime minister lamented the injustice of the world that she had disguised herself as a man to carve a path for herself. Doing things as a man was indeed much more convenient. Compared to my reputation, I would rather follow my own heart." Jiangrumin spoke with earnest sincerity, giving Song Yunchu a headache. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a figure striding over. She turned to look and saw Jun Tianyi, his face cold and stern. She loathed this man. Seeing his grim expression, now she let out a cold snort inwardly and said in a detached tone, "I greet His Royal Highness Prince E. Forgive me for speaking out of turn, Your Highness, but Miss Jiang is no longer connected to you. It is rather improper for you to wander freely into her courtyard." Jun Tiany's gaze towards Song Yunchu grew even colder. I came to retrieve something from Miss Jiang. It has nothing to do with you, Prime Minister Song. His gaze shifted to Jiang Rumen. Miss Jiang, do you remember the wooden figurine I gave you? It holds no meaning for you anymore. Return it to me. Song Yunchu rolled her eyes at his words. The wooden figurine Jun Tiany spoke of was a small, exquisitely carved likeness of Jiang Rumen, made by his own hands from premium Wangwali wood. It was his birthday gift to her, which she cherished as a token of their love. This scumbag demanding it back now was clearly just a fit of pique. If he truly wanted to sever ties, he wouldn't care what happened. Jiang Rumen's face stiffened. That figurine was a birthday gift from you, Prince. It makes no sense to give a birthday gift and then ask for it back. If it were a gift bought from a merchant, I wouldn't ask for it back. But I made it with my own hands, so its meaning is different. Now that we are to marry others, why keep it? It should be destroyed. Hearing his cold words, a trace of bitterness surfaced in Jiang Rumen's eyes. After a moment's silence, she replied, I find the figurine beautiful. I see no harm in keeping it as a memento. You may not see the harm, but Minister Song might take offense. If you wish to build a life with Minister Song, you must discard anything that could cause misunderstanding. Go and burn it as a farewell to the past. Jun Tiany glanced at Song Yunchu as he finished speaking. Song Yunchu thought to herself he was just as insufferable as she had found him in the novel. His pretentious and melodramatic behavior made her want to kick him. When the emperor had decreed the marriage, he had a chance to object, but the appearance of Jiang Yushi had made him accept the arrangement. Now feeling resentful, he came to assert his presence, superficially demanding Jiang Rumen destroy his gift, but in truth wanting to see her declare her loyalty and show her deep affection for him in front of her rival. He never considered that his actions were placing Jiang Rumen in an impossible dilemma. With him being so aggressive, if Jiang Rumen refused to produce the gift, it would seem like she was betraying her current fiancé, appearing unfaithful, and could be seized upon by petty people to accuse her of lacking virtue. But if she brought it out to destroy it, given Jun Tiany's temperament, he would likely fly into a rage on the spot. Unwilling to let Jiang Rumen be embarrassed, Song Yunchu said impassively, It's just an object. Since it's Rumen's, she can do with it as she pleases. Why should I mind if she cherishes a gift from a friend? Jun Tiany hadn't expected such a response. Stunned for a moment, his face turned livid. A friend's gift. Jiang Rumen realized Song Yunchu was saving her from the awkward situation and shot her a grateful look. That look, however, only fueled Jun Tiany's fury. That Song dog was just putting on a show of magnanimity in front of everyone, and this foolish woman was actually moved by it. He had of course demanded she destroy the figurine out of spite. He didn't know what had come over him. The person he cared for most was Jiang Yushi, and he had already accepted the emperor's arrangement. Yet when he heard the emperor had gifted a pair of mandarin duck pendants to Song Yunchu and Jiang Rumen, a wave of indignation surged within him. Especially when his subordinate reported that Song Yunchu had gone to Jiang Rumen's residence, he couldn't sit still any longer. Could it be that he had truly developed feelings for Jiang Rumen? He refused to admit it, but his feet carried him forward against his will. By the time he came to his senses, he was already standing outside the Duke's mansion. He had initially felt a flicker of joy seeing Jiang Rumen reluctant to part with his gift, but Song Yunchu's interference turned that joy into anger. As if oblivious to Jun Tiany's icy glare, Song Yunchu said slowly, If your highness truly wishes to go your separate ways, the best course is to cease all contact with Rumen, not to storm in and demand she destroy the gifts you gave her in the past. Aren't you afraid of making a spectacle of yourself with such petulance? How dare you? Jun Tiany's gaze at Song Yunchu was practically blazing with fury. Song Yunchu, though you are a top-ranking official of the court, I am of the royal bloodline. How dare you speak to me with such insolence? Who gave you the authority? I am merely stating the facts, your highness. Why let anger cloud your judgment? Song Yunchu replied with unruffled composure. You ask who gave me the authority. It was His Majesty, of course. My marriage to Lady Jiang was bestowed by the emperor, so naturally I have the right to defend her. You, your highness, have no connection to her any longer, yet you come to her domain and act with such aggression. As a minister, how could I stand by and do nothing? I have long heard that Prime Minister Song is eloquent and skilled in debate. Today I have finally witnessed it for myself. Jun Tiany let out a cold laugh. I have also heard that you, Lord Song, are highly skilled in martial arts with few peers among your generation. Would you be interested in a sparring match with me today? Song Yunchu's heart cheered at this proposal. At this point in time, this scumbag was no match for her. He wouldn't obtain the lost martial arts manual until later, after Jiang Rumen was disfigured and he fell off a cliff while searching for herbs with his men. Seeing Jun Tiany's confident demeanor, she felt disdain but feigned reluctance. Your highness is of noble birth. How could I dare to raise a hand against you? I give you permission to fight. Jun Tiany replied without hesitation. Your hesitation, is it not a sign of fear to accept the challenge? Seeing through his provocative ploy, Song Yunchu played along. Since your highness holds no grudge, I accept. Shall we find an open space to spar? We wouldn't want to ruin the flowers and trees in Rumen's courtyard. Jun Tiany naturally had no objections to this suggestion. Jiang Rumen hurried forward to mediate. Your Highness and Lord Song are both men of great status. Why resort to violence over a mere argument? Please both of you calm down. I am perfectly calm. It is but a friendly spar to be concluded at first touch. Jun Tianyi was determined to teach Song Yunchu a lesson and would not be swayed by her pleas. Song Yunchu raised an eyebrow slightly and made a gesture of invitation towards Jun Tianyi. Princey, after you. That night a cool breeze blew as the study remained brightly lit. Chief Steward Li took the freshly brewed tea from a young eunuch and presented it to Jun Liluo. Your Majesty, night has fallen. You have been reviewing memorials for far too long. Please take a rest. Do not overwork yourself. Jun Liluo accepted the tea and had just taken a sip when a shadow guard entered to report. Your Majesty, as you predicted, Prime Minister Song and Princey have clashed. It went beyond words. They resorted to blows within the Duke's residence. Prince Yi was defeated and has sustained some internal injuries. A faint smile curved on Jun Liluo's lips. My uncle has always been proud. Had they fought in private it would have been one thing, but in the public eye of the Duke's residence with so many witnesses to his defeat, his pride must be severely wounded, don't you think? Though Song Yunchu held a civil post, his martial arts were exceptionally formidable. Even he had been unable to gauge the full extent of Song Yunchu's power, knowing only that none of the younger military officers could match him. As for the few seasoned generals in the court, they had yet to cross swords with him. Jun Tianyi was far too overconfident. Now with this blow to his ego, he would likely harbor an even deeper grudge against Song Yunchu. Your Majesty speaks the truth. After Prince Yi returned to his residence, the consort dowager dispatched many guards to block the entrance of the Prime Minister's mansion. She claims that Lord Song's blows were too severe, that despite the prior agreement to stop at first touch, he still injured the prince. She demands that Lord Song personally come to apologize, or the guards will not stand down. Jun Liluo let out a low chuckle. The consort dowager has always lived a reclusive and low-key life. To make such a public spectacle now, she is clearly determined to avenge my uncle. Normally seeking trouble after losing a spar would be seen as a poor sport. However, given Song Yunchu's notorious reputation, the Prince Yi's mansion could easily spin the narrative. By emphasizing Song Yunchu's arrogance and claiming he was acting out of jealousy, using the Emperor's favor as a shield to vent his anger under the guise of a friendly match, Song Yunchu would face a torrent of public criticism and condemnation. The consort dowager, known for her devout vegetarianism and occasional charitable acts like opening porridge stalls, had an excellent reputation. In a dispute with Song Yunchu, most would side with her, moved by her display of maternal devotion. The feud between the Prince Yi's mansion and the Prime Minister's residence has escalated to this point. It seems I will have to intervene. Jun Liluo set down his teacup and said leisurely, however, my uncle is my elder. Even though Prime Minister Song is my right hand, the fact that he injured my uncle is indisputable. If I were to openly side with him, it would be difficult to justify. Chief Steward Li ventured cautiously. Does that mean Your Majesty does not intend to get involved, do I? To intervene, I need a proper reason, or else people will accuse me of favoritism. Prime Minister Song has always been astute. Perhaps he can devise a solution himself. I believe he is not the type to sit idly in his mansion waiting for me to come to his rescue. His original intention was to exploit Jiang Rumin, sowing discord between Song Yunchu and Jun Tianyi. As long as these two were at odds, it would be nothing but beneficial to him. Now his goal had been achieved. Jun Tianyi, a man so protective of his pride, having been robbed of his beloved and then beaten and sent back to the prince's mansion by Song Yunchu, was likely seething with murderous intent. With his current abilities, Jun Tianyi could not kill Song Yunchu. Yet in Song Yunchu's prophecy, Jun Tianyi's power would continue to grow, and one day he would master supreme martial arts. Then Song Yunchu's death would be near. Though the bond between him and Song Yunchu was merely superficial, it was still mutually beneficial. Therefore, he could not allow Jun Tianyi to rise above Song Yunchu. He was awaiting an opportunity. The martial arts secret manual that Jun Tianyi would obtain must be seized by him. Only with that secret manual in his hands could he feel at ease. Continue your investigation. Jun Liluo glanced at the shadow guard before the imperial desk. See what moves Prime Minister Song will make. Meanwhile, within the Prime Minister's mansion, Your Excellency, that dark crowd outside is still there. In my opinion, they intend to stand until dawn. You must attend the morning court tomorrow, and the moment the gate opens they will block your path and force you to apologize at the Prince of Yi's mansion. Now rumors unfavorable to you are spreading everywhere. The officials in the court who are at odds with you are seizing the opportunity to submit several harsh memorials against you. Song Yunchu half reclined in a rattan chair, gazing at the sour faces of her subordinates, while leisurely nibbling on melon seeds. After all, Your Excellency has always had a poor reputation. The outside world has long spread rumors that I bully the weak and play the villain. Am I really afraid of a worse reputation? But now they are even saying you hold the royal family in contempt. This accusation is far too heavy. The woman in red on Song Yunchu's left frowned. Although it was the Prince of Yi's mother, consort dowager Yi, who sent people to block the gate if the prince were willing to accept defeat, and strongly urged his mother not to come, wouldn't she have listened? He likely didn't persuade her, letting the consort deal with me. After all, he doesn't need to be involved. Consort Dowager, he can claim it was her own idea, a mother seeking justice for her injured son. The public would have no reason to criticize the prince, and with her excellent reputation, people's opinions will naturally side with her. The moment she agreed to the sparring match, Song Yunchu had already known the outcome. She had also considered Jun Tiany's status and knew the match must be restrained. Yet when the actual fight began, she realized her lack of practical combat experience. One careless move, and she had inflicted internal injuries on him. This body was a supreme martial artist with astonishing speed and strength. Every time she struck, muscle memory allowed her to break through the fight with unstoppable force. This was the most precious resource the original owner had bestowed upon her. But precisely because the martial arts were so profound, a single mistake could easily prove fatal. Thus, she had to control her strength during combat. However, in practice, it proved no easy task. Initially, she used only 70 or 80% of her power. Jun Tiany, on the other hand, showed no mercy, clearly intent on beating her down. After dozens of exchanges, he apparently lost patience and threw a vicious punch aimed at her chest. To avoid accidents with weapons, neither she nor Jun Tiany used blades. They fought barehanded. Since coming to this world, this was the first time she had experienced such a bone-crunching flesh-to-flesh brawl, truly thrilling and exciting. Yet such a fight involved many physical contacts. So when Jun Tiany struck at her chest, she instinctively guarded against the intrusion, pivoted to dodge the attack, and then turned to deliver a kick, sending Jun Tiany flying. Jun Tiany was injured. The Jiang family quickly summoned a physician. The doctor took his pulse and declared his qi and blood in turmoil, internal energy disturbed, etc. In conclusion, he had sustained serious internal injuries requiring several days of rest, preferably bedridden, during which he must not use any martial arts. Sigh. Song Yunchu let out a long sigh. Reality often disappoints. Earlier, when she had taken down the assassins targeting Jiang Rumen on the street, she had no need to bear responsibility, even if she kicked them till they vomited blood, as they were villains. If she had known she would fight Jun Tiany today, she should have practiced her control on those assassins first. Your Excellency, should we seek help from His Majesty? The voice of the maid in red sounded from the left. The guards from the Prince of Yi's mansion outside. Who knows how long they will stay? We cannot afford to attack them again now, or we will lose the moral high ground. Seek help from His Majesty. Song Yunchu raised an eyebrow. Only, and how long has it been since the Prince of Yi was injured? About 2 hours. Indeed, 2 hours. The Prime Minister injured the Prince of Yi to the point of bed rest. Such a huge event. If it hasn't reached His Majesty in 2 hours, do you believe that? Honglian's face showed surprise. You mean His Majesty knows everything, but chooses not to intervene? He doesn't intend to help. Our Emperor is a man of deep schemes, fond of watching tigers fight from the mountain. Song Yunchu said. It's unlikely we can rely on him for help. That damn Emperor was probably quite pleased to see this situation unfold. It was he who had recklessly arranged the marriage, bringing her the trouble of Jun Tiany. She guessed that right now he was either sleeping or eagerly speculating about the aftermath, thoroughly enjoying the drama. Would he come to her rescue? Only if the sun rose in the west. If the people from the Prince of Yi's mansion want to block the gate, let them. At worst, I want to attend the morning court tomorrow. With that, Song Yunchu instructed the white-robed man beside her, Baiju, send a few skilled in lightness techniques to sneak out over the back wall. Take plenty of silver and go to tea houses, taverns, and pleasure quarters, places where people gather. There are plenty of people there willing to spread rumors for money. The Prince of Yi's mansion says I hold the royal family in contempt and deliberately injure others. I have stories to spread too. Baiju nodded gravely. Your Excellency, please give your orders. To avoid being vilified, you must draw attention to an even more outrageous event. That is to suppress rumors with rumor. The Prince of Yi's mansion paints me as an arrogant villain. I will make their prince a heartless scoundrel. The next day, under the blazing sun, the streets of the capital bustled with usual prosperity. The quarrel between the Prince of Yi and Prime Minister Song over a woman had become the hot topic in every tea house and tavern. This Prime Minister Song is truly arrogant to the extreme. We've heard of him bullying officials, but now he even dares to strike the imperial uncle. Has Prime Minister Song's misdeeds ever been few? He has never respected propriety. Previously, His Majesty was deceived by him, allowing him to revel in his arrogance. Now he has stirred up such a huge mess, seriously injuring the Emperor's own uncle. Perhaps His Majesty will impose severe punishment. Severe punishment is what he deserves. While one table debated the Prime Minister's faults, another table told a completely. Everyone says the Prime Minister arrogantly beats people. Where did they hear that? Wasn't it the Prince who was in the wrong this time? My cousin's aunt's neighbor's daughter works as a maid in the Duke's mansion. My cousin has already learned the full truth of the matter. It was the Prince who relentlessly harassed Prime Minister Song's betrothed. Prime Minister Song tried to dissuade him politely, but was provoked, and so the two came to blows. The Prince assumed he would appear formidable, but finding himself outmatched, he still insisted on causing trouble after his defeat. Hardly a display of magnanimity. The speaker, a burly man with a stubbled face, downed half a bowl of wine in one gulp and said indignantly, If someone came bothering my wife, I wouldn't stay calm either. Prime Minister Song's actions were hardly a case of a subordinate defying a superior. This was clearly a refusal to bow to tyranny. Well said. A drinking companion chimed in. Also, Prime Minister Song's betrothed, the eldest Miss Jiang, was originally the future princess consort carefully chosen for Prince Yi by consort dowagery. But Prince Yi ignored his mother's arrangement and took up with the second Miss Jiang instead. Truly an act of filial impiety. The eldest Miss Jiang had such a good temperament, willingly yielding the position of princess consort to her younger sister. She later aligned herself with Prime Minister Song because he saved her life. Isn't it only natural to repay a life-saving grace with one's own hand in marriage? It was Prince Yi who first betrayed her, so of course, she had to choose another husband. But then the prince grew resentful, unable to bear seeing her with Prime Minister Song, and went to their doorstep to stir up trouble. At these words, the people around them all looked astonished. Is that so? So Prince Yi not only abandoned his own betrothed, but also forbade her from marrying anyone else. Is there no justice in this world that allows such tyranny? The eldest Miss Jiang is truly unfortunate. If you ask me, the second Miss Jiang doesn't seem like a decent person either. Otherwise, why would the consort dowager have chosen her sister over her? As the crowd buzzed with heated discussion, a sharp rebuke cut through from a neighboring table. What nonsense are you all spouting? It was Prime Minister Song who injured the prince, so how does that make him the righteous one? Where did you hear such baseless rumors? Why should what we hear be baseless, while what you hear is true? My information came straight from the Duke's residence. The burly stubbled man turned and shot a cold sneer at the shouting man opposite him. You don't believe me? If you have connections in the Duke's residence, go and ask around properly. Did Prince Yi show up uninvited to cause trouble and provoke Prime Minister Song? You call Prime Minister Song a bully, but was Prince Yi himself adhering to propriety? He was clearly abusing his royal status to do whatever he pleased. Exactly. Even as a prince, you can't covet another man's betrothed. If someone coveted your wife, wouldn't you be furious? Inside the Prince Yi's residence, Jun Tianyi lay on his bed, learning from his subordinates of the latest turn in the rumors, his brows knitted tightly together. Public opinion can melt metal, and a repeated rumor becomes truth. The power of gossip was never to be underestimated. Originally, his mother had spread rumors to deal with Song Yunchu, intending to further tarnish his already poor reputation. If everyone came to see him as infamous, the officials might jointly petition against him, and the emperor, under pressure from public opinion, might strip Song Yunchu of his position. But Song Yunchu had played a dirty trick of his own, Yunchu, intending to further tarnish his already poor reputation. Now many voices outside claimed he had broken his engagement, acted heartlessly, and bullied others with his family's power, making Song Yunchu's injury of him seem entirely justified and blameless. This was utterly infuriating. Jiang Yushi sat by the bed, holding a bowl of medicine, her expression stiff. My prince, our marriage was bestowed by his Majesty. How did it become you being faithless and me destroying someone's union? Song Yunchu has always been full of cunning schemes. How else would he have earned the emperor's trust and reliance? I long advised mother not to act rashly, but she still underestimated him. Cough, cough. Jun Tianyi, growing agitated, felt a congestion in his chest that triggered a violent fit of coughing. It had been a long time since he had suffered an injury of this severity. He would remember that kick from Song Yunchu and repay it double in the future. My prince, please don't get worked up. Anger harms the body. Jiang Yushi gently rubbed Jun Tianyi's back, then a tearful look crept onto her face. My prince, upon reflection, I do bear some fault. Truly my sister was betrothed to you first, and it was my appearance that drove you two apart. If others question my virtue, it's understandable. Don't talk nonsense. Seeing Jiang Yushi blame herself, Jun Tianyi quickly refuted her. Our marriage was decreed by His Majesty. It wasn't something you schemed for. What fault could you possibly have? That scoundrel Song Yunchu. If had only come after me, that would be one thing, but daring to drag you into this, as well, is utterly detestable. As he spoke, Jun Tianyi covered her hand with his own. You needn't trouble yourself over ugly rumors. I know who you truly are, and that's all that matters. The worry on Jiang Yushi's face remained. Does my prince truly have no regrets about my sister? If there is reluctance. At her mention of Jiang Rumin, Jun Tianyi's gaze turned cold and dark. Even if I once had regrets, I must let them go now. I've been injured all this time, and she hasn't once come to visit. Clearly I hold little weight in her heart. Besides, she doesn't seem to reject Song Yunchu at all. He had been hurt because of her, yet hadn't even received a word of concern. Truly not worth it. It was his own foolish infatuation that had driven him to storm the Duke's residence for her sake, only to be beaten by Song Yunchu and lose face in the bargain. Song Yunchu's martial skill was indeed as unfathomably formidable as the rumors claimed. That final kick had left him utterly defenseless. He felt a pang of regret, but it also sparked a fighting spirit within him. He would grow stronger so that one day he could rise above that Song scoundrel. Outside the Prime Minister Song's residence, a dense crowd still stood. At the edge of the crowd, a luxurious carriage was parked, its four corners adorned with tasseled jewels that glistened brilliantly under the sunlight. Consort Dowager Prime Minister Song refuses to show himself. Shall we continue this standoff? The tide of rumors has already shifted, and it seems unfavorable to our residents. Inside the carriage, Consort Dowager sat upright, slowly turning a string of sandalwood prayer beads in her right hand. Though her expression remained calm, a chill lurked in her eyes. She had ordered the rumors spread, never expecting Song Yunchu to counter with the same tactic. Though the methods were identical, the prince's residence had clearly suffered greater damage. Song Yunchu already had a notorious reputation, adding the charge of assaulting a royal only invited curses at his arrogance, yet few found it surprising. The prince's residence, by contrast, had always enjoyed a good name. Now that was rumored to be faithless and to have been beaten for harassing the prime minister's betrothed, people were astonished, unable to believe that the seemingly elegant and unmatched prince could stoop to such indecency, and thus the gossip ran rampant. If we retreat now, what do you think people will say? They'll assume we have a guilty conscience. If we were truly blameless, how could rumors? I will wait until Prime Minister Song comes out and have this out with him. The indignation burned within her. Her son had been struck and his reputation tarnished. How could she possibly swallow? As her words faded, a flurry of urgent hoofbeats echoed from beyond the carriage, accompanied by a resounding male voice. By His Majesty's decree, the princely mansion shall not offend Prime Minister Song. Withdraw at once. Consort E's grip on her prayer beads tightened as she hastily drew back the carriage curtain. There atop a towering steed sat Shunyu, a deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, who barked at the Prince mansion retainers. Any who defy this order shall be dealt with at Prime Minister Song's discretion. The retainers snapped back to their senses and quickly dispersed, no longer daring to block the Prime Minister's residence. Consort E could no longer remain seated. Aided by her maidservant, she descended from the carriage and approached Shunyu. Commander Shin, Prime Minister Song wounded Prince who now lies in bed at the mansion. As his mother, am I not entitled to seek an explanation from Prime Minister Song? I did not order anyone to storm the residence. Shunyu dismounted and offered a salute, then replied with a stoic expression, while your highness did not command a forced entry, is bringing such a massive entourage not a form of pressure in itself? His Majesty has asked me to relay a message. He initially believed Prime Minister Song was overbearing and intended to punish him severely, but upon learning that the prince instigated the matter, he was deeply disappointed. His Majesty cannot show partiality merely because the prince is his imperial uncle. Blockading Prime Minister Song's doorstep with the entire mansion's retinue is simply discourteous. Commander Shin, Prince did not instigate anything. Rumors must not be taken at face value. His Majesty has already sent investigators to ascertain the truth. Shunyu cut off Consort E's protestations. The prince entered Miss Jiang's private quarters uninvited and acted improperly toward her in Prime Minister Song's presence. This is fact witnessed by many. If your highness insists on holding Prime Minister Song accountable, that would be a grave injustice. His Majesty respects you as an elder and is loath to reprimand you, but please do not put him in such a difficult position. As Shunyu spoke, the long-sealed gates of the Prime Minister's residence swung open. Song Yunchu emerged clad in a resplendent moon-white brocade robe, advancing with unhurried, graceful steps. In her hand, she held an ebony folding fan, which she waved languidly to stir a gentle breeze. His Majesty is truly discerning. Commander Shin, you have worked hard. Song Yunchu approached Shunyu and offered a greeting, then turned her gaze to Consort E. Your highness has been waiting outside for so long. You must be weary. Would you care to step inside for a cup of tea? There is no need. Consort E's smile was strained, devoid of warmth. Prime Minister Song certainly possesses remarkable cunning. You sit comfortably within your home, yet that does not stop you from clearing your own name. In a single day, you've managed to spread rumors across the streets that paint the princely mansion in a terrible light. That must have cost you a considerable sum of silver. Your highness, I confess, I do not follow. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. The prince entered Miss Jiang's domain as casually as if it were his own courtyard, showing not a shred of propriety. Countless eyes witnessed it. The servants dare not speak, but I as Prime Minister cannot tolerate such behavior. Song Yunchu continued, her tone unhurried. When His Majesty annulled his engagement to Rumen and instead bestowed the second miss upon him as his wife, the prince was consulted and raised no objection. So why does he now seek to entangle himself with Rumen again? Could it be that the prince is secretly dissatisfied with His Majesty's decision, yet dares not voice his true feelings, and thus resorts to feigned compliance? Cease your nonsense. He harbors no dissatisfaction whatsoever with His Majesty's decision. Fearing that Song Yunchu might brand Jun Tianyi as disrespectful to the sovereign consort, he quickly interjected. He genuinely admires the second miss, and is grateful for His Majesty's betrothal. However, he and Rumen have known each other for so long that a proper closure is necessary. What fault is there in seeking a final farewell? Your Highness and Prince share a mother-son bond, so it is natural that you speak on his behalf. Yet His Majesty has already rendered his supreme judgment, rendering our debate moot. His Majesty respects you as an elder and has chosen not to punish your earlier discourtesy. I suggest you ponder whether it is wise to remain at odds with me." Song Yunchu said this with an air of indifference, her gaze sweeping over the mansion's retinue. "If you insist on pressing the matter, then by His Majesty's imperial decree, I am authorized to deal with these obstructing individuals as I see fit." Consort nearly crushed the prayer beads in her hand. Yet she managed to master her composure, and with a stony expression, she uttered a single command to her retinue: "Return to the mansion," before turning and departing without a backward glance. Song Yunchu had invoked the Emperor's decree to quell her, forcing her to retreat for now. But this matter was far from over. Watching the dark mass of people finally withdraw, Song Yunchu turned to Xunyu and said, "His Majesty is wise and has extricated me from this predicament. I shall accompany you to the palace to express my gratitude." When Song Yunchu was granted an audience, Jun Liluo was in the midst of painting a landscape, his brush dancing across the silk. "I, your humble minister, thank your Majesty." Jun Liluo set down his brush and said warmly, "Rise." This matter was indeed the fault of the princely mansion. I had intended to discipline the consort, but given her seniority and the fact that my young uncle did sustain considerable injuries, I have decided to show her leniency this time. Song Yunchu smiled. "Your Majesty is wise. I am deeply grateful that your Majesty has chosen to side with me. I have always been on your side. Have you forgotten what I told you? We are not just sovereign and subject, but also friends. Across the entire court, you alone can be my confidant." Jun Liluo walked over to Song Yunchu and gave her shoulder a light pat. "Though my uncle and I share a blood bond, it cannot compare to the closeness between us. Even though his rank is above yours, I will never allow him to insult you without cause." A flicker of feigned gratitude crossed Song Yunchu's face. "Confidant, my ass. This sly emperor must have thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle, didn't he? Seeing that public opinion had shifted in my favor, he decided to lend a hand and cement my status as his favored minister. This crafty emperor appears the warmest of all, yet his heart is colder than anyone's. Once I've outlived my usefulness and your power is secure, you'll cast me aside like a spent pawn, proclaiming to the world that you always knew I was a traitor and that you endured my presence all along merely to ensnare my co-conspirators. The people won't condemn you. They'll sing your praises for your sacrifice to the realm while I bear the world's scorn. If your brothers hadn't all died off, and that worthless scoundrel weren't so universally despised, I truly wouldn't want to work for you. Your Majesty holds me in such high regard, I shall dedicate myself wholly to serving you." Song Yunchu's words rang with feigned sincerity. As Jun Liluo listened to her heartfelt declaration, while simultaneously hearing her inner thoughts, he found it both amusing and thought-provoking. Though Song Yunchu lacked the ability to read minds, she certainly understood him all too well. When Song Yunchu had helped him ascend the throne, he had elevated her to the rank of first-rank minister. As long as she didn't overstep her bounds, he was willing to turn a blind eye. But later she formed cliques for personal gain, resorted to underhanded schemes to frame her political rivals, and committed numerous misdeeds in private. How could he possibly tolerate such behavior? Yet having listened to Song Yunchu's inner thoughts these past days, he realized she harbored no intentions of rebellion. She simply wished to maintain her current wealth and status, hoping to avoid a disastrous end. If that were truly the case, he would not be one to discard a loyal servant after achieving his goal. Now it was no longer he who feared Song Yunchu, but rather Song Yunchu who remained wary of him. Even with his generous treatment, she would only grumble inwardly. The crafty emperor is putting on his act again. He could hardly tell Song Yunchu that he possessed the ability to read minds, for that would likely shatter their long-standing, stable, mutually beneficial relationship. So he would simply let nature take its course. After all, Song Yunchu would not be aiding others against him for now, and there were still many days ahead. Perhaps he could truly turn this fellow into a loyal minister devoted entirely to him. After taking leave, Song Yunchu did not exit the palace directly, but headed toward the imperial kitchen. She still remembered that sweet drunken shrimp dish she had only tasted once. Ordinary ministers were not allowed into the imperial kitchen, but the dog emperor, to flaunt his favor, had once declared that she could freely enjoy the delicacies prepared by the imperial chefs. Ordinary ministers were not allowed into the imperial kitchen, but the dog emperor, to flaunt his favor, had once declared that she could. Consortly turned at the sound, somewhat surprised. "Minister Song, what brings you here?" Song Yunchu clasped her hands in a respectful bow and replied, "Your Majesty, I came to see Chef Zhang. Are you here to prepare a meal for His Majesty?" Consortly smiled elegantly. His Majesty once said that his meals are for the chefs to handle and consorts need not trouble themselves. But the soups the cooks make are not savory enough, and the noodles lack chewiness. His Majesty clearly dislikes them, so I must give them some guidance. Consortly truly cares for His Majesty. Song Yunchu sighed, inwardly thinking the dog emperor was indeed fortunate. As long as His Majesty is satisfied, not only do the chefs save trouble, but I can also rest easy. After speaking, Consortly turned back to continue conversing with the chef beside her. Song Yunchu found Chef Zhang, who specialized in sweet drunken shrimp. However, upon hearing her request, a look of reluctance appeared on his face. Minister, this dish is missing some ingredients today and cannot be made. How about another day? 2 days ago, Steward Li had specifically instructed that no one except His Majesty was to be served sweet drunken shrimp. Even if Prime Minister Song requested it, an excuse had to be made. Song Yunchu did not think much of it, only feeling a twinge of regret. She replied, "Another day then," and turned to leave. After leaving the imperial kitchen, Song Yunchu looked around to ensure no one was nearby, then concealed herself in the rockery. But about a quarter of an hour later, she heard Consort Li and the palace maids laughing and talking. She took a small stone she had prepared earlier and tossed it at Consort Li's feet. Consort Li nearly stumbled over the stone and instinctively looked in the direction from which it came, spotting Song Yunchu at the entrance of the rockery. "It seems Prime Minister Song has something to say to me. You two stand guard here. If anyone approaches, cough loudly." Consort Li instructed her personal maids before walking towards Song Yunchu. "Minister Song, is there something?" "Consort Li, do you recall that I once mentioned His Majesty's poor sleep and suggested you create some sleep-inducing medicinal cuisine?" Consort Li sighed softly. "I remember, of course. I went back and consulted many recipes, but I have yet to find a method. I have already found a prescription for you. Just follow it." Song Yunchu raised the corners of her lips and pulled a rolled sheet of paper from her sleeve pocket, handing it to Consort Li. "If you are unsure, you can have someone else try it first to ensure it is safe before giving it to His Majesty." Consort Li was stunned for a moment before instinctively taking the prescription. "Minister Song, where did you obtain this?" "You need not ask that, Your Majesty. Whether it is good or not you will know once you have someone test it. It is not that I doubt your intentions, Minister Song. I am simply curious. Why are you helping me? His Majesty is busy with state affairs and rarely visits the harem, so he has no heirs yet. This is a matter of great concern to the court." Song Yunchu said earnestly, "I believe His Majesty lacks a considerate woman by his side, and Consort Li, you are more than capable of fulfilling that role." "Minister Song, I find that hard to grasp. Currently there are only 4 consorts in the harem, and it is well known that Consort Shu is the favored one. Since we entered the palace, aside from Consort Shu, His Majesty has not summoned any other consort to attend him. Is she not the one who is close to him?" At the mention of Consort Shu, Consort Li sighed softly, a hint of helplessness and a trace of resentment in her expression. Song Yunchu naturally understood her feelings and smiled lightly. "Consort Li, do not fret. The reason His Majesty often summons Consort Shu is not out of affection." Consort Li was puzzled. "Then why?" Song Yunchu had no intention of revealing that the Emperor and Consort Shu had a superior subordinate relationship, so she fabricated another explanation. "His Majesty is diligent in governance and often spends hours reviewing memorials without a break. He is not made of iron, so he inevitably suffers from back and shoulder pain. Consort Shu is skilled in massage and can help relax his muscles. That is why he summons her to attend to him. I would hardly call it affection. I must remind you that no woman has yet won His Majesty's favor. Everyone has a chance, and with your culinary skills you have even more opportunities than others." Upon hearing this, Consort Li's expression softened. "Minister Song, is that true? I have been serving His Majesty for a long time. Do you think I would misjudge his preferences? Or do you doubt my words and think I am deceiving you?" "Minister Song, please do not misunderstand. I have no such thoughts." As she spoke, Consort Li tucked the prescription into her sleeve pocket. She could guess Song Yunchu's intentions. Though Song Yunchu's words were all about the Emperor's welfare, Consort Li knew she had ulterior motives. Across the nations, the court and the harem were intricately connected. Officials would send their sisters or daughters into the palace to serve the Emperor. When their family members in the palace gained favor, they too would be promoted. Prime Minister Song was a close confidant of His Majesty, but she had no sisters to send into the palace. To expand her influence in the harem, she needed to forge alliances with consorts for mutual benefit. By choosing to offer the prescription to her among the 4 consorts, Song Yunchu hoped to make her an ally. If Consort Li gained favor as a result, she would not forget to repay Song Yunchu in the future. "Thank you for your kindness, Minister Song. I accept your medicinal cuisine prescription. I will try it upon returning to my palace. Then I shall not disturb you further, Your Majesty. The palace is full of eyes and ears, but please take your leave first." "Very well." Consort Li nodded with a faint smile and left with her personal maids. Song Yunchu also turned and walked. The dog Emperor had an unfortunate childhood, starved of love, and when he could not obtain it, he easily turned into a neurotic. Unless he entered a healthy romantic relationship, he would remain twisted. Therefore, she had to find a female character who was outstanding in all aspects and relatively normal. In truth, Consort Shu was also excellent, extremely skilled and loyal to the Emperor, but she was a spy and a death warrior, trained and brainwashed like an emotionless robot. Such a pairing with the dog Emperor would be too difficult to work. After much deliberation, Song Yunchu decided it had to be Consort Li. The medicated diet recipe she gifted to Consort Li was obtained from Jiang Rumen. After she wounded Prince Yi, Jiang Rumen, heartbroken, refused to engage with her. Fortunately, mindful of the favor she had done by intervening publicly, Jiang Rumen wrote down a remedy for insomnia to repay the debt before having the Duke's household staff escort her out. She was seen off by Jiang Rumin's personal maid, whom she earnestly advised to ensure her mistress' reputation remained untarnished by preventing her from visiting the injured Prince. She also stationed several subordinates outside the Duke's residence to keep a close watch on Jiang Rumin's movements, ensuring her own scheme of countering rumors with rumors would not be disrupted. If Jun Tianyi failed to receive a visit from Jiang Rumin, he might become disheartened and sever his affections entirely, which was precisely what she wanted. Inside the imperial study, Jun Liluo remained wholly absorbed in painting a landscape on a scroll. As the painting neared completion, an attendant announced Her Majesty Consort Shu requests an audience on urgent matters. Jun Liluo replied unhurriedly, "Let her in." Moments later, a figure in a late green palace gown approached the imperial desk and bowed. "What do you wish to report?" "Your Majesty, I happen to notice Prime Minister Song and Consort Li meeting in secret." Jun Liluo paused his brush and looked up. "When did this happen?" Consort Shu responded, "Just now the two were conversing quietly by the rockery. Given Prime Minister Song's formidable martial arts, I dared not approach for fear of detection, so I observed from behind the corner. Consort Li appeared delighted, but Prime Minister Song's expression was hidden behind the rocks. "Do you believe they are engaged in an improper relationship?" Jun Liluo remained expressionless. "Without hearing their conversation, I cannot determine the nature of their association, only that Consort Li seemed very pleased." Jun Liluo pondered briefly, then, as if struck by a thought, a faint, barely perceptible smile touched his eyes. "I see. You may withdraw." Consort Shu was taken aback by his indifference. Even if nothing had transpired between Consort Li and Prime Minister Song, their private, amicable meeting violated protocol. Did the Emperor not feel affronted? Though riddled with doubt, she dared not press further. She curtsied and withdrew. Perhaps the Emperor had his own considerations. Regardless, she would keep a vigilant eye on Consort Li, ensuring the two could not commit any disgraceful act behind the Emperor's back. By the next morning, there are few memorials today. "Yunchu, join me for a game of Go." "Yes." Song Yunchu picked up a stone, finding the game utterly tedious. "This game of Go is truly boring, nowhere near as fun as Do Diju or Mahjong." Jun Liluo caught the novel terms in Song Yunchu's thoughts and grew curious. What are Do Diju and Mahjong? He had never heard of them, but since Song Yunchu had the idea, perhaps he would witness them in the near future. He had just placed a stone when an attendant entered to report, "Your Majesty, Consort Li has prepared a nourishing soup for you. She says it aids digestion and promotes sleep and would be beneficial given your demanding schedule. Would you care to try it?" Song Yunchu's eyes flickered at this. "I only gave Consort Li the recipe yesterday, and she's already presenting it to the Emperor today. She must have confirmed its efficacy. Consort Li, I've credited you with Jiang Rumin's merits and done all I can to help. The rest is up to you. If you become the Emperor's capable consort, you'll have me to thank later." Jun Liluo arched an eyebrow and instructed the attendant bring the soup in. "Your Majesty, Consort Li shows such concern for you. Why not receive her? You're not busy at the moment after all." A game of Go demands focus. With a third person conversing nearby, it would inevitably disrupt our concentration. "I shall see her another day." Song Yunchu remained silent. She wished to help Consort Li win the Emperor's favor, but she could not be too conspicuous. Throughout history, emperors have despised excessive entanglement between the court and the harem. Given the Emperor's suspicious nature, if he ever learned of her connection with Consort Li, he would only suspect her of ulterior motives or scheming to corrupt the inner palace. "Your Majesty, this nourishing soup should be consumed while warm. If it makes you drowsy, it will serve well for an afternoon nap." As chief eunuch, Li set the food container on the table. Jun Liluo said indifferently, "Open it." From Song Yunchu's thoughts, he knew this remedy was highly effective for sleep. Exactly what he needed at present. The recipe had been obtained by Song Yunchu from Jiang Rumin. She could have claimed the credit herself, yet she chose to bestow it upon Consort Li instead. She certainly went to great lengths to bring him and Consort Li together. Jun Liluo took a sip of the soup. Though it carried a medicinal aroma, it was savory and delicious. Song Yunchu asked with feigned curiosity, "Your Majesty, how does it taste?" "Excellent. It is truly rare to find medicinal cuisine prepared so exquisitely." Song Yunchu felt a measure of relief at his words. But Jun Liluo's next remark made no mention of Consort Li, instead addressing her. "Yunchu, it's your turn." Somewhat disappointed, Song Yunchu could only continue placing her stones. Her interest lay nowhere near the game, so her defeat came swiftly. Jun Liluo gazed at his winning position and smiled faintly. "Yunchu, you seem distracted. Is something troubling you?" Just as Song Yunchu was about to make an excuse to leave, an attendant announced, "Your Majesty, the envoy delegation from Beichen Kingdom will arrive at the capital by dusk." Song Yunchu's eyes flickered at the news. The Beichen delegation. That means the devoted second male Li Changwanshi is about to appear. Beichen Kingdom bordered their own, and the envoy's purpose was naturally to forge a marital alliance. The fifth princess was originally intended for the Emperor, but fate intervened. She was rescued by Jun Tianyi and fell in love with him at first sight. To marry Jun Tianyi, the fifth princess schemed to have him see her unclothed. To preserve his sister's honor, Shangwan Qi petitioned the Emperor to arrange a marriage between the fifth princess and Prince Yi. The emperor, disdainful of the prince's tactics, approved the union. After all, marrying her to his uncles still constituted an alliance. Their arrangement, however, temporarily cost Jiang Rumin her position as princess consort. In the original storyline, the fifth princess ultimately failed to become Prince Yi's consort. Spurned in love, she harbored resentment toward Jiang Rumin and repeatedly sought to harm her. Song Yunchu mused that since the plot had already diverged from the original, the fifth prince's target of malice would likely be Jiang Yushi instead. The rivalry between the original heroine and antagonist had transformed into a battle between two villainesses. This was all thanks to the emperor's reckless matchmaking. Jun Liluo, having heard every thought in Song Yunchu's mind, set down his stone and looked up at her. Yunchu, the prince and princess of the neighboring kingdom, are our distinguished guests. You and Shunyu shall go to receive them. Song Yunchu, curious about the two important supporting characters who were about to appear, agreed. Your servant accepts the decree. At dusk, Song Yunchu and Shunyu led a contingent of guards to take up position at a tavern near the imperial city, awaiting the arrival of the envoy delegation from the northern Qin kingdom. Shunyu was the tyrant emperor's true confidant. Though their relationship was not close, they maintained a facade of civility, engaging in idle chatter until a guard alerted them. My lords, the northern Qin envoy delegation has arrived. Hearing this, Song Yunchu quickly turned to look towards the distant street. A large procession slowly came into view, led by several burly warriors clearing the path. Behind them, two ornate carriages sat at the center of the column, their corners adorned with tassels and jewels that swayed gently in the breeze, presenting a magnificent sight. Within these two carriages were the second prince and the fifth princess of the northern Qin kingdom. Song Yunchu and Shunyu, along with their guards, rose and moved to stand outside the city gate before the procession drew near, preparing to welcome the distinguished guests. The envoy delegation halted outside the city gate. Second prince and fifth princess, you have traveled a long and arduous journey. By the emperor's decree, we are here to escort you both to the palace. Song Yunchu was the first to offer greetings. She recalled that in the original novel, this male lead's roguish smile appeared in many scenes, with his every action exuding a flamboyant and unrestrained persona. The roguishly handsome man was a rather trendy archetype in classical romance settings. Before seeing him in person, she found it hard to imagine what this supporting male character would look like, fearing that he might overdo the roguish charm and come across as greasy. And the very next moment, she saw the carriage curtain being lifted. The person seated inside wore a light cyan brocade robe with a handsome, refined face. Beneath a smooth forehead were dark, inky crescent-shaped eyes, and a thin smile curled on lips as delicate as maple leaves, giving him a somewhat mischievous and cynical air. Shangguan Qi's gaze lingered briefly on Song Yunchu and Shunyu before he replied courteously, "Thank you both for..." Snapping back to her senses, Song Yunchu offered a polite smile. "You flatter us, Your Highness." She had to admit Shangguan Qi's roguish and unrestrained temperament was just right. Although the original author's plot was messy and cliched, the character descriptions were done with care. With so many handsome men and beautiful women, it was quite a treat for her eyes. In terms of looks alone, Shangguan Qi was not inferior to Jun Tianyi. But because he bore the label of second male lead, he was destined to fail in matters of the heart. After escorting the envoy delegation into the palace, Song Yunchu finally returned to the prime minister's residence. As soon as he sat down, the maid Honglian served him hot tea. "Master, you must be tired today. Have some tea to moisten your throat." Song Yunchu took the teacup and casually asked, "Any news from Lady Jiang?" "Master, Lady Jiang hasn't visited Prince Yi these past 2 days, but she did send some medicine to his residence." Song Yunchu nodded. "As long as she didn't go in person, that's fine. Otherwise, it would be a slap in my face." It was impossible for Jiang Rumin not to care about Jun Tianyi. It was already quite an effort for her to stay put at home. "Master, this Lady Jiang's heart is entirely with Prince Yi. She's been giving you the cold shoulder ever since you injured him. Her bias is all too obvious. Now that Prince Yi holds a grudge against you, if Lady Jiang truly becomes your wife, she'll likely side with him in the future." Seeing Honglian's indignant expression, Song Yunchu raised an eyebrow. "So what's your suggestion? Either win her over so she truly aligns with you, or stage an accident to make her disappear so she won't hinder me in the future." Song Yunchu finished Honglian's thought. Honglian lowered her gaze. "Yes." Song Yunchu's smile faded, her face turning cold for once. "Honglian, I know you have my best interests at heart, but you must never entertain such thoughts. Not just you. Everyone in this household must remember Jiang Rumin is of great use to me. She must live. Even if she is rude to me, you must not harm her, or you will ruin my plans." "Understood." Honglian quickly acknowledged. Song Yunchu said no more and lowered his head to drink his tea. In the original novel, although Prime Minister Song was ruthless, he treated his subordinates well, which earned him their loyalty. Honglian and Baizhu in particular, who had been orphans without family, regarded Song as their benefactor and faith, vowing to follow him unto death. So as long as she firmly emphasized that they must not harm Jiang Rumin, they would never overstep her orders. "Master, tomorrow is another rest day. You haven't had a proper break in over 10 days. You want me to go to the palace tomorrow, right?" At the mention of the rest day, a slight smile curled at the corner of Song Yunchu's lips. The tyrant emperor for once was being kind, not summoning her to the imperial study to help review memorials. Finally, she had a day of freedom. The next morning, Song Yunchu slept in for the first time since transmigrating into this book. It wasn't until the sun was high that she opened her bleary eyes, stretched, and got up to wash and have breakfast. But she had barely eaten half her breakfast when she received some unpleasant news. Master Prince, he has been resting at home for a few days. Now that his injuries have improved, he's left the residence with his guards and is strolling around the streets. Miss Jiang seems to have heard he's out and has also gone out. What should we do? Song Yunchu suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and said flatly, I've finished eating. He'll go out for a walk as well. Now, for the sake of her dignity as the future Prime Minister's wife, and to solidify the rumor of Prince E harassing the future Madam Prime Minister, she could not allow those two to have too much contact. Miss, I know there are things you don't want to hear, but this servant must still speak. Now that you and Minister Song are betrothed, you should keep your distance from Prince E's estate to avoid rumors that could damage your reputation. Xiao Yao is right, miss. Think about it, the prince always gives you a cold face, not like Minister Song, who is so gentle with you. Enough, stop it, both of you. Listening to the two maidservants chattering on either side of her, Jiang Roman interrupted. I know you are both thinking of my well-being, so don't worry. I just want to know how the prince is recovering. I won't get entangled with him. Miss, you can rest assured on that. The prince must be recovering well to be out and about. As Xiao Yao was speaking, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure ahead and quickly tugged at Jiang Roman's sleeve. Missy, I told you so. The prince's injuries are much better, you need not worry. Jiang Roman followed her gaze and indeed saw Jun Tianyi walking along the street. But when she caught sight of the graceful figure beside him, her eyes dimmed. Jun Tianyi had brought Jiang Yushi with him today. Seeing the two of them chatting and laughing, she felt a tightness in her chest. Under these circumstances, she didn't think it wise to approach lest she seem like a spoilsport intruding on the happy couple. Even as she watched them, Jiang Yushi happened to look up and see her. Jiang Yushi paused for a moment, then a mocking smile curled at the corners of her lips. Jiang Roman, unwilling to stir up trouble, was about to turn and leave when she caught a whiff of a sweet, fragrant aroma. The next moment, a paper bag of sugar-roasted chestnuts was offered to her. These sugar-roasted chestnuts are delicious, Miss Jiang, do try one. Song Yunchu saw at a glance Jiang Roman's gloomy mood and gave a faint smile. I've heard that when one is unhappy, eating something can lift the spirits. Greetings, Minister Song. Jiang Roman did not accept the chestnuts, but gave a distant greeting, taking a step back to create. Although she loved sugar-roasted chestnuts, she hadn't forgotten that Jun Tianyi's injuries were inflicted by Song Yunchu. At that same moment, a few yards away on the street, Jun Tianyi saw Jiang Roman speaking with Song Yunchu, and his gaze immediately darkened. He already had a grudge against Song Yunchu. Seeing Jiang Roman in his company now only fueled his anger. Jiang Roman had likely truly fallen for someone else. Isn't that Sister and Minister Song over there? Jiang Yushi took in Jun Tianyi's expression, her own gaze turning somber. Realizing that Jun Tianyi still harbored feelings for Jiang Roman, she felt a surge of displeasure. But everything was about to fall into place, as she had to cherish her hard-won position as princess and continue to play the part of the understanding and considerate woman before Jun Tianyi. With this in mind, she linked her arm through Jun Tianyi's and said in a soft, soothing voice, My prince, while you were recuperating, sister sent over some medicine. It shows she still cares for you. It's just that she couldn't come in person due to her position as the Prime Minister's betrothed. If you still can't let go of her, why not go and ask her directly to see what she truly thinks, so you won't have any regrets in the future. Her words sounded as if she was thinking of Jun Tianyi's best interests, but in reality, they were a reminder that Jiang Roman's failure to visit him meant she was already assuming the role of the Prime Minister's wife. Sure enough, Jun Tianyi's expression darkened further. Usually when we're together, there's no need to mention her. Whatever she wants, whoever she wants to marry has nothing to do with me. Then, shall we not go and greet sister either? Naturally, there's no need. Jun Tianyi's tone was icy. What is there to greet her about? Song Yunchu first struck me with heavy force, then had people spread rumors to slander our reputations. I remember this score clearly, and I will settle it sooner or later. The fact that I don't take my anger out on Jiang Roman for being so close to Song Yunchu is already an act of tolerance. As he spoke, Jun Tianyi took Jiang Yushi's hand. Let's not talk about these troublesome people. A few days ago, I commissioned a very unique set of jewelry at Wanghua Tower. I'm sure you'll love it. Let me take you to see it. Jiang Yushi was naturally delighted to hear this, and wisely refrained from mentioning Jiang Roman again. As they walked hand in hand, however, Jun Tianyi felt a strange emptiness in his heart. That set of jewelry he had commissioned at Wanghua Tower was originally meant for Jiang Roman. At the end of last month, before Song Yunchu had come between them, he had spent a brief period of joy with Jiang Roman. She had once mentioned in passing that she loved the lotus flower because it rises unstained from the mud, a symbol of purity and elegance. Back then, he must have truly been falling for her. He secretly noted this detail, and after escorting her home, that day he immediately went to the largest jewelry store in the south of the city and paid a high price to commission a set of lotus-themed jewelry. He had guessed she would like it, but now it seemed it would never be used. It was true that the lotus rises unstained from the mud, but how could Jiang Rumin be compared to the lotus? This jewelry set was more suited to Yushi. Besides, Yushi was the one he had always considered his true love. On the other side of the street, Jiang Rumin watched the retreating figures of Jun Tianyi and Jiang Yushi, her heart aching with bitterness. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Miss Jiang, if your feelings are not reciprocated, it's best to let go sooner. Who knows, there might be someone even better waiting for you ahead. As a reader in his past life, Song Yunchu had often wished he could reach through the screen and slap some sense into Jiang Rumin for her submissive behavior. But now that he was actually inside the story, faced with such a pitiful, delicate, and beautiful face, he really couldn't bring himself to do it. Violence was not the solution to anything. It was all the fault of that heartless author. As for Song Yunki's advice, Jiang Rumin did not respond, nor did she dare turn her head to look at him. Minister Song's words sounded so ambiguous, as if he were trying to show her some kindness. Song Yunchu noticed the faint blush creeping up Jiang Rumin's ears and immediately realized his mistake. Right, he was disguised as a man now, and his previous words could easily be misconstrued. So she quickly added another sentence. Miss Jiang, I know you have no feelings for me, and I won't force you. If you are willing, we can just be friends without discussing romance. Jiang Rumin finally turned to look at him. Are you serious, Prime Minister? Of course I am, Song Yunchu said earnestly. However, His Majesty has many worries these days. Our affairs are insignificant compared to matters of state. Please be patient, Miss Jiang. When His Majesty is in a better mood, I will request him to revoke the decree. Jiang Rumin nodded. In that case, I shall trouble you, Lord Song. But you must also agree to one condition. Song Yunchu pretended to be stern. Before our engagement is annulled, you must not interact with Prince E. Otherwise, gossip will arise, damaging not only your reputation, but also my honor. Rest assured, Lord Song. Jiang Rumin replied, a hint of sigh in her voice. He is now deeply in love with my second sister. Why would I go and seek trouble before them? Song Yunchu naturally noticed Jiang Rumin's reluctance to part with Jun Tianyi. She had not expected Jiang Rumin to give up. The ill-fated bond between these two would not be easily broken. Yet she had to try repeatedly, for Jiang Rumin's life was tied to the survival of this world. The fewer setbacks Jiang Rumin faced, the easier it would be for Song Yunchu. As Song Yunchu was contemplating, she heard the chatter of passers-by behind her. This notorious bandit Zhu Tao is no ordinary man. The authorities have been hunting him for so long without success. The bounty has been raised from 3,000 taels to 5,000. Indeed, whoever catches that scoundrel will be set for life. Song Yunchu was startled. The notorious bandit Zhu Tao was a minor cannon fodder mentioned only in a few lines in the original novel. His appearance served to trigger the subsequent plot involving the male and female leads and the fifth princess of the neighboring country Shangguanyun. This man was a fugitive from the court. During his escape, he targeted the fifth princess of Beichen Kingdom, who had sneaked out to play. Although the princess had changed into commoner attire, she could not abandon her lavish spending habits. Zhu Tao, penniless, snatched her bundle and entangled with her guards. In the chaos, the princess accidentally fell from a fourth-floor window, only to be saved by the passing Jun Tianyi. Their ill-fated romance began from there. In old-school angsty novels, most female supporting characters loved the male lead, and turning evil for love was a timeless trope. This shoddy book was no exception. Subsequently, the fifth princess and the female lead Jiang Rumin embarked on a melodramatic conflict over the male lead. Song Yunchu thought to herself that Jun Tianyi had taken the same direction as in the original story. He would pass by the tavern where the fifth princess was, and the scene of saving the princess would likely remain unchanged. The only difference was that the person by his side had changed from Jiang Rumin to Jiang Yushi. If the fifth princess and Jiang Yushi were to fight each other, Jiang Rumin would be free from trouble for now. Seeing Song Yunchu lost in thought, Jiang Rumin said, Lord Song, you must have other matters to attend to. I shall not disturb you further. Farewell. Song Yunchu was about to reply when a question flashed through her mind. No, this is wrong. Although Jun Tianyi's path overlapped with the original story, his physical condition was far from what it used to be. His injuries had not healed. He could only walk normally, unable to fully exert his martial prowess. In such a state, when encountering the fifth princess falling from a height, would he be able to catch her? Would he be in time to save her? In the original story, saving the princess was a mere trifle for him. He could unleash his fastest speed. But now he could not easily use his internal energy, nor would he harm his body for a woman he did not know. If he failed to act in time or refused to act, the princess would crash headfirst, ending up dead or disabled. The fifth princess had become a villain only because of her obsessive love for the male lead. At her introduction, she had committed no evil. If she were to die or be crippled today, it would inevitably affect diplomatic relations between the two countries. Jiang Rumin noticed Song Yunki's furrowed brows and asked with curiosity, Lord Song, what is? Miss Jiang, I do have other matters to attend to. Farewell. With that, Song Yunchu turned and left swiftly. Her steps were quick and her gaze swept across all the shops on the right side of In the original novel The Tavern Where the Fifth Princess Met with Trouble, she could not recall its name, but it was certain that the establishment was large and far more imposing than ordinary eateries. As she walked, Song Yunchu heard a commotion ahead. She looked up and saw some commoners standing by the roadside staring up at a tall building and discussing animatedly. What's happening up there? Sounds like a fight. Yes, it looks quite intense. Hey, these people are really bold, fighting on the windowsill without fear of falling. Before the man could finish, a woman screamed. With the sound, a slender figure in light pink fell from the balcony of the fourth floor of Drunken Fragrance Tavern. The crowd below erupted in cries of horror and pity. That silhouette was clearly a young woman. Falling from such a height, her life was surely in jeopardy. Outside the crowd, Jun Tianyi happened to be passing by with Jiang Yushi. He saw the commotion on the balcony of Drunken Fragrance Tavern. As the pink figure fell, he instinctively wanted to catch her. But when he tried to channel his qi, he felt a blockage in his chest, reminding him that his injuries from Song Yunchu were still unhealed. Using lightness skill to catch someone would only worsen his condition. In the moment of his hesitation, the light pink figure was about to hit the ground. Some timid women on the roadside had already covered their. They could not bear to see the fallen girl's blood splatter. At the critical moment, a dark figure like a wisp of smoke flashed past, steadily catching the pink figure just before she hit the ground. Everything happened in an instant. When the crowd realized the woman was saved, they all sighed in relief and showered the rescuer. This young master has excellent skills. Thanks to his intervention, a tragedy was averted. Song Yunchu could feel the fifth princess in her arms trembling slightly, so she comforted her. Miss, it's all right. Song Yunchu finished speaking and gently set the person down. Shang Guanyun had indeed committed her fair share of misdeeds in the original story, but with her foresight, now she could guide Shang Guanyun away from that crooked path, eliminating those melodramatic catfights. It would be a boon for both Shang Guanyun and Jiang Roman. With this intervention, she had effectively severed the destined connection between Shang Guanyun and Jun Tianyi. After all, in the original tale, none of the female characters entangled with that scoundrel met a good end. Shang Guanyun lowered her head, only relaxing once her feet were firmly planted on solid ground. The sensation of falling from such a height had given her a visceral understanding of the phrase, "a soul scattered to the winds." To be standing so steadily now felt truly like a dream. Paralyzed by fear, her hand still clung tightly to her savior's sleeve. Only when she noticed the fabric was wrinkled did she hastily let go and look up to express her gratitude. "Thank you so." Her words faltered as she finally took in her savior's appearance. She hadn't expected the person before her to be so strikingly handsome. After a fleeting moment of awe, she quickly regained her composure. "Thank you for your help, sir. Since you are so skilled, might I ask another favor of you? There are bandits upstairs. It's because of them that I fell. Please help me capture them, and I will reward you handsomely." Song Yunchu glanced at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion ahead and stepped inside. Since she was here anyway, she might as well deal with the notorious outlaw. Because she had wounded Jun Tianyi, this task, which should have been as naturally, fell to her. Outside the crowd, Jun Tianyi watched Song Yunchu's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing. Wasn't this person just with Rumen? Why were they here now? Could they have followed him all the way here, plotting against him? Meanwhile, as Song Yunchu ascended the stairs, the outlaw was racing down, having successfully shaken off the guards chasing him. Just as he was gloating over his impending escape, a folding fan shot out from ahead. The glint of cold steel within it forced him to instinctively lean back, only steadying himself by grabbing the railing. Seeing his quick reflexes, Song Yunchu let out a cold snort and pressed her attack. Her predecessor had favored short weapons, most adept with a folding fan and a short sword. The dark, ink-washed fan she held depicted a landscape, but hidden within its ribs were blades as thin as cicada wings and incredibly sharp. Realizing he was outmatched, the outlaw swiftly vaulted over the opposite railing, attempting to bypass Song Yunchu and flee downstairs. Song Yunchu had no intention of letting him escape. She hurled her fan, despite his nimble footwork, the blade sliced across his back, leaving a long, bloody gash. The pain slowed the outlaw's movements. Gritting his teeth, he looked ahead, his gaze locking onto Shang Guanyun outside the tavern. This woman seemed important. Taking her hostage might be his only way out. He sprinted towards Shang Guanyun with all his might, but the moment his foot crossed the threshold, he felt a grip on his collar. A hand yanked him backward and slammed him hard onto the ground. The impact left him seeing stars and coughing up blood. His vision blurred, but he heard a lazy voice from above. "Looks like you'll behave now." Outside, Shang Guanyun breathed a sigh of relief as she saw the outlaw subdued. Soon the guards surrounded him. Song Yunchu stated, "This man is a wanted outlaw with a hefty bounty on his head. Hand him over to the authorities and he will receive his due punishment." Hearing this, the guards looked towards Shang Guanyun for direction. This bandit dared to harm their princess, a death sentence. However, since they were on foreign soil, executing him outright might not be appropriate. Shang Guanyun understood this logic. Suppressing her anger, she looked at the immobilized outlaw, then smiled at Song Yunchu. "Let's follow this hero's advice and take the villain to the authorities. My lady, we've been out for quite a while. It's time to head back," a guard reminded, stepping to her side. Shang Guanyun shot him a glance. Don't you dare tell my brother what happened here. If her royal brother found out she had fallen and nearly died, he would only tighten his leash on her, and she'd lose any chance of sneaking out to play again. Meeting her warning gaze, the guard acknowledged her order. Noticing her attention shift to Song Yunchu, he remembered they hadn't properly thanked the hero who saved their princess. He turned and bowed to Song Yunchu. Thank you for your timely assistance, hero. Had you not intervened, our young lady would have been in grave danger. May I ask your name and where you reside? Tomorrow we will certainly bring gifts to express our... It was merely a simple act. No need for gifts, Song Yunchu said leisurely. The hour grows late, and the young lady should indeed heed your guard's advice and return home soon. With that, Song Yunchu turned and walked away. Behind her, Shangwan Yun watched her go, then whispered to the guard beside her, follow him. Find out who he is. At the same moment, from within the dispersing crowd, Jun Tianyi also watched the direction Song Yunchu had taken, lost in thought. Jiang Yushi, standing nearby, caught his unusual mood and asked in a low voice, what is on your highness' mind? Jun Tianyi said in a deep voice, that man surnamed Song is usually base and shameless, yet today he acted out of character by saving a woman he didn't know. And after the rescue he walked away with a composed air of grace. Jiang Yushi pondered for a moment, then picked up the thread. Does your highness suspect that woman's identity is unusual? Prime Minister Song's rescue of her might be motivated by some scheme. As she spoke, Jiang Yushi studied Shangwan Yun from a distance. The woman was exceptionally beautiful, with elegant attire and a noble bearing in her brows and eyes, resembling someone from a prominent high-ranking family. She knew many noble ladies, but she had never seen this one before, which left her unable to guess the woman's identity for the moment. If she were just an ordinary noble lady, she wouldn't have drawn such serious attention from Song Yunchu. Jun Tianyi said, a sudden guess flashing through his mind. The candidate sent by the Northern Qin Kingdom for a marriage alliance with our dynasty is their fifth princess, Shangwan Yun. It is said she is 17 years old, with a strikingly pure and refined beauty. Her appearance and age match that woman who fell from the building. If she truly is the fifth princess, then Song Yunchu's attention to her would make perfect sense. A treacherous minister, not even a member of the legitimate royal family, daring to harbor delusions about a neighboring kingdom's princess. Absolutely ridiculous. To verify his suspicion, Jun Tianyi turned to his attendant and ordered, go and investigate the identity of the woman who fell. Follow her from a distance and make sure they don't notice you. Shangwan Yun returned to the palace before sunset. She immediately went to bathe and change her clothes. Seeing her maid tidying up the garments she had taken off, she quickly reminded her, there's a banknote in my sleeve pocket. Don't get it wet. I need to return it to someone later. The maid was taken aback, then retrieved the banknote from the sleeve. The guards accompanied you, princess, and yet you forgot to bring silver. You even had to borrow from others. Shangwan Yun remained silent. She had no intention of telling the maid that the banknote was the reward money offered by the authorities for capturing the bandit, lest the girls start asking endless questions and later run off to report everything to her royal brother. The criminal who caused her fall was a wanted fugitive with a high bounty on his head. From her guards, she also learned the identity of the handsome man who saved her. He was Prime Minister Song, a favored official of the emperor, and one of the ministers assigned to welcome her into the imperial city. But at the time, exhausted from the long journey, she could barely keep her eyes open, and all interactions with the officials were handled by her brother. Otherwise, she would have recognized Song Yunchu long ago. After Song Yunchu subdued the criminal, her guards escorted him to the authorities, and the bounty for his capture naturally fell into the guards' hands. As a princess, she would not simply accept such a windfall. That Lord Song was not only young and accomplished, but also the type to do good deeds without seeking recognition. She needed to return the reward personally to show her gratitude. As for her own gift of thanks, she would have to think carefully about that. While Shangwan Yun pondered what gift to choose for her benefactor in the imperial study, Jun Liluo received the Minister of Justice, who had been interrogating the notorious bandit. Your Majesty, Zhu Tao, the bandit who has committed numerous crimes lately, has been captured. After interrogation, this criminal confessed that a mysterious figure had hired him to assassinate the neighboring kingdom's princess. Fortunately, he ultimately failed, and the princess is safe. I tried to extract the identity of the mysterious figure from him, but his injuries were too severe. He vomited blood and died before I could get the full story. The Minister of Justice paused at this point, a look of hesitation on his face. Jun Liluo, seeing his reluctance, spoke coldly, say what you have to say. Why the hesitation? The safety of the neighboring princess is crucial to the alliance between our two nations. If you dare to deceive me in the slightest, you know full well the consequences. I would not dare to deceive your Majesty. The minister said fearfully, but this matter involves Prime Minister Song, so even though I harbor suspicions, I dared not speak directly. Jun Liluo's interest was piqued upon hearing this. Judging by the minister's tone, whatever he said next would likely be detrimental to Song Yunchu. He could now hear all of Song Yunchu's inner thoughts. If Song Yunchu truly harbored any base intentions, they would be utterly exposed before him. What does this have to do with Prime Minister Song? Let's hear it. Jun Liluo stared intently at the man below, not missing a single flicker of expression. Your Majesty, after the criminal died, I sent men to the tavern where the princess was in danger to inquire about the incident. Some citizens recognized that it was Lord Song who saved the princess from her fall, and who severely injured the criminal. Your Majesty, consider this: the wanted posters for this bandit are plastered all over the streets. How could Lord Song fail to recognize him when he saw him? This bandit was implicated in several cases. Lord Song should have kept him alive for trial. But the man died shortly after being brought to the authorities before many questions could be asked. The physician said his internal organs were completely shattered, which shows how ruthless Lord Song's attack was. This inevitably raises my suspicions. The minister's initial restraint gradually gave way to a bolder tone, as if he had mustered his courage, his voice growing more assertive. How dare you? Jun Liluo's voice was low and icy. Just because the criminal suffered fatal wounds, you would accuse the prime minister of silencing him. What proof do you have that he did it intentionally? Your Majesty, please calm down. I know Your Majesty holds great trust in Lord Song, and I would not presume to jump to conclusions. However, I do have several solid reasons that suggest Lord Song is indeed suspicious. The next morning, the civil and military officials, as usual, waited in the great hall for the emperor to hold court, only to receive the news that the emperor was unwell and had ordered them to withdraw. Song Yunchu thought to herself, could that dog emperor be having another heart attack? To demonstrate her loyalty to the monarch, she approached the chief eunuch and asked with a worried expression, what is the emperor's current condition? May I, the prime minister, go to visit His Majesty? His Majesty did give orders not to be disturbed, but if it is you, Lord Song, who wishes to visit His Majesty, is willing to see you. Please follow me, your servant. Song Yunchu followed Chief Steward Li to the emperor's bedchamber. Crossing the threshold, she saw Jun Liluo reclining in a rattan chair, his eyes closed, perhaps asleep. His handsome features bore a touch of sickly pallor, making him appear languid and fragile. Song Yunchu's eyebrows twitched almost imperceptibly. No wonder many romance novels like to write about sickly, beautiful men, though some characters even have the beautiful, strong, and tragic setting. This kind of handsome, yet frail and pitiable appearance indeed evokes sympathy, carrying an indescribable sense of fragility. Yes, that's it. A sense of fragility, like a delicate porcelain doll that would fall with a push and shatter with a touch. Although that dog emperor has a poor character, I have to admit that in his vulnerable moments, with his eyes closed and silent, he truly evokes pity. Jun Liluo, who had heard all of Song Yunchu's inner thoughts, said nothing. He was not asleep, merely resting with his eyes closed. He truly hadn't expected that Song Yunchu would harbor such ridiculous and laughable ideas. Fragility, porcelain doll, evoke pity. Jun Liluo sneered at these words. He suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze shooting towards Song Yunchu like a cold sword. He was the son of heaven. Why would he need others' pity? What he demanded was everyone's obedience and reverence. Song Yunchu met Jun Liluo's eyes, encountering the chill in his gaze, and found it utterly baffling. This dog emperor suddenly opened his eyes and looked at her with a cold stare, as if she had committed some offense. Although she had long known that he was not simple-minded, he rarely displayed such a fierce demeanor. This sudden burst of authority completely dispelled the fragile sense of pity he had just evoked. Indeed, illness and weakness were only a facade. The core of that dog emperor remained a sinister villain. She should pity anyone but her detestable top-ranking superior. Your humble subject pays respects to Your Majesty. Hearing that Your Majesty's dragon body is unwell, I am deeply worried. How does Your Majesty feel now? Jun Liluo, seeing that Song Yunchu was influenced by his aura and had changed those ridiculous thoughts, felt quite satisfied. His gaze softened a bit. He ordered someone to offer Song Yunchu a seat, and said leisurely, my old ailment flared up this morning, causing discomfort in my heart. It is much better now. Yunchu need not worry. You have come at the right time. There are some questions I need answers to from you. Song Yunchu looked puzzled. Please speak, Your Majesty. You saved a woman who fell from a building on the street yesterday evening, and also subdued the perpetrator who harmed her, the bandit Zhu Tao, correct? Yes, that is true. Do you know the identity of that woman? And do you— Jun Liluo stared intently at Song Yunchu's face. And do you know that you struck too hard, causing the bandit Zhu Tao to die from his injuries? The chief minister of the Court of Judicial Review had intended to interrogate him, but now he has no chance. Last night, he came to accuse you, claiming you were suspected of intentionally killing the prisoner. The bandit is dead, eh? Song Yunchu was stunned and frowned. Your Majesty, your humble subject did not need to use full force against that thief. I only struck him enough to incapacitate him. He could not have died from my blows. I knew well that he was a criminal with a high bounty from the government. Why would I directly take his life? If, as the chief minister said, the thief died from severe injuries, then there is only one possibility. After he left my sight, someone else struck him heavily. She hadn't expected the bandit to die. In the original novel, this character was merely a cannon fodder to drive the plot, appearing only to facilitate the meeting of Jun Tianyi and Shangwan Yun, after which he had no further role. For such a minor character, even when the author padded the story, they didn't bother to include him and never mentioned his death. Song Yunchu was quite certain that she had not struck that hard. The murderer of the bandit was either one of the bandit's enemies or one of her own enemies. The dog emperor said it was the chief minister who made the accusation. That fellow had little presence in the original novel, and when she read it, she didn't care about such a minor character. She only remembered that this person ultimately sided with the male lead's camp. Thinking of this, Song Yunka's train of thought suddenly became clear. Yes, when Shang Wanyun fell from the building, Jun Tianyi was also present watching. Even if the chief minister was not yet one of Jun Tianyi's people at this point in the timeline, his relationship with Jun Tianyi should be friendly. After all, both of them disliked her. One regarded her as a political enemy, the other as a romantic rival. It was not impossible for them to join forces against her. Coming back to her senses, Song Yunchu asked Jun Liluo, "Your Majesty must believe your humble subject, right? Otherwise you wouldn't have asked so directly. Indeed, if I had believed the chief minister, I would have ordered a secret investigation into you. I chose to talk with you face to face because I am confident that I can hear the truth from you." Upon hearing this, Song Yunchu quickly responded, "I thank your Majesty for your trust," while inwardly grumbling. That tyrant still loves his pleasantries. He will likely still send someone to investigate in secret. Asking me directly now is probably his way of gauging my reaction. Even if I show no guilt, he may not set aside his suspicions. "Yunchu, you have yet to answer my first question," Jun Liluo added. "Do you know the identity of the woman who fell from the tower? Your subject is not acquainted with her." Song Yunchu paused, then said, "Judging by her distinguished appearance, she should be a noble lady of some prominent family." When the envoy delegation entered the imperial city, Shang Wanyun had not shown herself. Calling her a stranger was not entirely a lie, as Song Yunchu had only seen her face after rescuing her. She had saved the woman purely out of goodwill. Jun Tianyi and the Chief Justice of the Court of Judicial Review had conspired to dispose of the bandit, likely scheming to frame her, making the tyrant believe she had orchestrated her first encounter with the neighboring princess, hired the bandit herself, and silenced him once he had served his purpose as her savior. Given the tyrant's suspicious and cautious nature, even without concrete evidence, this would breed further discord with her. After all, the Bachin kingdom's intention in sending the princess was for her to become the emperor's woman. Even if the tyrant held no affection for the princess, he would never tolerate a subject's covetousness, as it would be an affront to his authority. Jun Tianyi's scheme of sowing discord was truly despicable. She is no ordinary noble lady. Jun Liluo looked at Song Yunchu with a faint smile. She is the fifth princess of the Bachin kingdom here to forge a marriage alliance with our dynasty. Yunchu saving her is a great merit. Had she come to any harm, it would have jeopardized the alliance between our two nations. She is a foreign princess. Song Yunchu feigned surprise, then showed a look of realization. No wonder she carried such an extraordinary air. She must be of royal blood. When I went to receive the envoy delegation, I only met the second prince. The princess did not appear due to fatigue from the journey. Hence, even if she stood before me, I would not have recognized her. Jun Liluo had been observing Song Yunka's expression all along, and now he was genuinely amused. This fellow always praised his own acting skills, yet his own were not bad either. The way he pretended not to recognize the foreign princess was quite natural. Fortunately, he possessed the ability to hear Song Yunka's thoughts. As long as they were face to face, Song Yunchu could not hide a single secret. This saved them from many misunderstandings, at least ensuring that the bond between ruler and subject could not be easily undermined by outsiders. It was just that Song Yunka's tendency to be chivalrous towards the fairer sex seemed increasingly pronounced. With his ability to foresee the future, he was always pitying one woman or trying to save another. From Jiang Roman to Consort Li and now to the fifth princess, all were remarkably beautiful. It was clear that Song Yunchu not only cherished women, but was also quite partial to appearances. "I believe that your rescue of the princess was merely a coincidence," Jun Liluo stated. "The Bachin kingdom prospers because of their abundance of fine horses. Their steeds possess remarkable endurance, making them top-tier war horses. However, in terms of national strength, our territory is more vast, and our military superior. Thus their request is not excessive. They hope I will grant the princess the position of noble consort. What do you think, Yunchu?" Jun Liluo's question was casual, but it truly put Song Yunchu in a difficult spot. According to the original work's setting, if Shang Wanyun hadn't fallen for Jun Tianyi, she would have been the tyrant's consort. But that tyrant is ruthless and heartless, the best at breaking women's hearts. In the original story, he only treated Jiang Roman well, but now he doesn't even like her, spending his days on state affairs and neglecting the harem. Even if Shang Wanyun became the noble consort, it would only add another woman to live a life of solitude in the palace. Moreover, both Consort Li and Shang Wanyun are villains in the latter half of the original story, harming others and themselves due to unrequited love. Placing these two in the same domain to clash would inevitably lead to mutual destruction. Add the tyrant to the mix, and the love-hate entanglements of these three mad individuals become impossible to untangle. If Shang Wanyun doesn't become the emperor's consort, she could choose to be a prince's consort. But all of the tyrant's brothers are dead, and the remaining princes are of his uncle's generation. Apart from that bastard Jun Tianyi, is there any prince with a vacant consort position? Jun Liluo listened to Song Yunka's thoughts, finding it both amusing and baffling. He had only asked casually, but Song Yunchu was already pondering it so seriously. Nevertheless, Song Yunka's considerations were not without merit. If Shangguan Yun and consort Li were truly as contentious as he had predicted, prone to extreme behavior, then he must not give them the chance to clash for the sake of peace within the palace. Regarding your Majesty's marriage, your subject is not in a position to comment. Song Yunchu thought for a moment, then said, if your Majesty favors the princess, you may marry her. If not, your Majesty could select a prince to form a marriage alliance with her. The Beichen kingdom is not as powerful as our Tianqi. I believe they would be willing to make concessions for the sake of the alliance. Even as a prince's consort, the princess would not be slighted. Naturally, she could not voice her true thoughts. As a minister, she had to answer as flawlessly as possible, saying what the tyrant. Yunchu, your words are wise, Jun Liluo agreed. I indeed do not need to kowtow to the Beichen kingdom's wishes, and I find little connection with this princess. I shall deliberate further on how best to settle her. Song Yunchu smiled without speaking, but felt a subtle sense of unease. Today's conversation had gone surprisingly smoothly. Despite the factors that could have been used against her, the tyrant had not given her any trouble at all. At times, she hadn't even voiced her thoughts, yet the tyrant seemed to be on the same page as her. Had she and the tyrant recently developed some sort of unspoken understanding? It no longer felt like a pair of ruler and subject harboring mutual suspicions. Jun Liluo took a sip of tea from the cup beside him, using the motion to conceal the faint smile at the corner of his lips. Perhaps there would be even more moments of understanding in the future. After leaving the Emperor's bedchamber, Song Yunchu headed straight towards the palace exit. Unbeknownst to her, as she passed by the imperial garden, two figures emerged from behind the rockery she had just walked past. Princess, didn't you say you wanted to return the banknote to Lord Song? We can call out to him now. I did intend to give it to him, but here in the palace walls have ears. If anyone were to see me exchanging words and silver with Lord Song, rumors would spread like wildfire. Shangguan Yun watched Song Yunka's retreating figure, pondering for a moment before saying, it must be done outside the palace then. He'll wear a veil to conceal my identity, so I won't have to worry about being recognized or followed. Her maidservant's eyes widened in disbelief. You wish to leave the palace again? The second prince just scolded you for that. Speaking of which, I'm still furious. I warned the guards repeatedly not to tell my brother about my peril outside the palace, yet they still went and blabbed. Your Highness, you can hardly blame them. They wouldn't dare withhold such a grave matter from him. Enough. He'll ask my brother to accompany me out of the palace. As long as I'm under his watchful eye, I'll feel at ease. By the time Song Yunchu returned to the Prime Minister's residence, it was nearly noon. After her midday meal, as she was about to take a short rest, a servant came to report, my lord, a man and a woman in opulent attire stand at the gate. They claim to be from the palace, wishing to repay the 5,000 taels of silver you lent them, and to express their gratitude for saving a life. Song Yunchu immediately knew it was Shangguan Yun coming to express her gratitude in person. She instructed, escort them. Led by the servants, the siblings Shangguan Yun and her brother entered the residence. From several zhang away, Shangguan Yun saw Song Yunchu seated in the main hall. Like their first meeting yesterday, she was a vision of elegance, as exquisite as a painting. Noticing the servant was a distance ahead, Shangguan Yun tugged at her brother's sleeve and whispered, brother, look at Prime Minister Song's bearing and appearance. He outshines even the emperor himself. Shangguan Chi's eye twitched slightly at her words. He immediately cautioned her in a low voice, hold your tongue. I'm only telling you in private, not anyone else. Shangguan Yun pouted. He did save my life after all. Can't I even offer him a compliment? But you mustn't compare him to the sovereign. Besides, I find the emperor's appearance quite distinguished as well. Remember, we are on foreign soil. You must be cautious in all your words and deeds. Shangguan Yun pouted, but said, the emperor of Tianqi was indeed handsome, but she judged people by more than just their appearance. That emperor was frail and sickly, lacking any vitality. He probably could barely lift a bucket of water. Compared to the agile and capable Song Yunchu, he seemed rather weak and bookish. One could only say that the emperor had been incredibly fortunate. Had all his brothers not perished, a man of such frailty could never have come to rule over such a powerful nation. If her brother had been blessed with such fortune, she wouldn't be the one chosen for a distant political marriage. Thinking of spending the rest of her days in this foreign land far from her family, Shangguan Yun couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Sensing his sister's melancholy, Shangguan Chi gently consoled her. I know you're unhappy, but the imperial decree is binding. You must look forward. Remember, we are here to thank Prime Minister Song. You must carry yourself with the grace and dignity of a princess. Don't give anyone cause for ridicule. Shangguan Yun softly hummed in acknowledgement, swiftly composing herself before stepping gracefully and composedly over the threshold into the main hall. The moment they crossed the threshold, Song Yunchu rose and offered a cupped fist salute. I greet Prince Qi and the princess. Lord Song, please, there's no need for such formality. Shangguan Chi stepped forward to gently stay her hands. We came today specifically to thank you. You saved Ian's life, and we are deeply indebted to you. If there is ever anything you need, Lord Song, do not hesitate to ask. If it is within my power, I will not refuse. You are too kind, Your Highness. Song Yunchu invited them to be seated, and said with a smile, "When I greeted your delegation at the city gates that day, the princess did not make an appearance, so I failed to recognize her yesterday. It wasn't until this morning that His Majesty informed me that the woman I had saved was in fact the princess. I bear some responsibility for yesterday's events," Shang Wanyun interjected. "I went out without bringing enough guards, and carelessly displayed my wealth, which is what caught the thieves' attention. I had intended to keep the matter quiet, but it seems it has already reached your emperor's ears." It was the Chief Justice of the Court of Judicial Review who informed His Majesty. "The man who attacked you was a wanted criminal." Upon his capture, the Chief Justice personally interrogated him. But before he could extract any information, the man died from his injuries. The Chief Justice mistakenly believed I had silenced the criminal to obstruct his investigation, so he lodged a complaint against me with His Majesty. Song Yunchu sighed lightly. It was truly an unforeseen calamity. "What?" Shang Wanyun's brows furrowed slightly. "You saved my life, Lord Song, which is a great service to your court. How dare the Chief Justice slander you without any evidence? I saw clearly yesterday. That man was still breathing when he was taken to the authorities. He didn't seem to be on the verge of death. I can have my guards who escorted him testify on your behalf." Song Yunchu gently shook her head. "I heard the man suffered severe internal injuries, damaging his vital organs. Such injuries are not visible externally. So even if your guards testified, the Chief Justice would counter that they are not physicians and couldn't judge the severity of his internal wounds, and that a fatally injured person can indeed breathe normally until the very end." "From what you're saying, Lord Song," Shang Wanqi interjected, "this Chief Justice is determined to pin the blame on you. What does he believe your motive to be?" "He suspects I might be connected to the case involving that criminal." Song Yunchu raised an eyebrow slightly. "He even believes I hired the thieves to harm the princess and then silenced them to cover my tracks. He thinks I did all this to ingratiate myself with you two and expand my own power." "Preposterous." Shang Wanyun's face turned cold. "That's utter nonsense. It was because I flaunted my wealth that I was targeted. I could tell the thieves were after money, not my life. I am relieved to hear you say that, Princess. Please believe me when I say that my only intention in saving you was out of goodwill with no ulterior motives." Song Yunchu paused, then added, "However, one must be cautious against potential harm. Since you two are not familiar with me, it's natural to harbor some suspicion. You could also send your own people to discreetly investigate the Chief Justice. Perhaps then you'll see clearly which of us has malicious intentions." She had faith in the skills of the royal secret guards. If the siblings genuinely investigated the Chief Justice's activities, they were bound to uncover something. If the Chief Justice had indeed been in contact with Jun Tianyi during this period, then in the eyes of the princess, Jun Tianyi would be revealed as a despicable scoundrel who slandered her own savior. Jun Tianyi had already squandered his first impression with Shang Wanyun, and with a few more unfavorable marks against him, she wouldn't believe for a moment that Shang Wanyun could ever fancy him. Recalling the fates of the female supporting characters in the original novel, some dead, some driven mad, and even the female lead Jiang Roman battered and bruised. At the root of it all, they placed far too much weight on love. Each of them was a hopeless romantic driven to madness by their affections, harming both others and themselves. Reading about it in the novel had left her utterly exasperated. They could have easily secured far better endings. "I naturally trust Lord Song's words." Shang Wanyun's voice echoed in her ears, and the next moment Song Yunchu saw her produce a banknote from inside her sleeve. The reward for capturing the notorious bandit was 5,000 taels. "My guards collected it yesterday after escorting him to the authorities. Since you, Lord Song, subdued the criminal while my men contributed little, it wouldn't be fair to claim credit where it's not due. Please accept this 5,000 taels." As she spoke, Shang Wanyun placed the banknote on the tea table to Song Yunchu's left. Her words were entirely reasonable, and Song Yunchu, not one for false modesty, responded with a hearty laugh. "The princess is most sensible. In that case, I shall not decline." "Indeed you shouldn't." Shang Wanyun smiled gracefully. "My brother and I have just arrived in your esteemed country, and we find your capital's streets bustling and lively. Would love to explore, but we're unfamiliar with the roads and don't know where the best eateries and attractions are. Lord Song, if you have the time, could you perhaps show us?" Before she could finish, Shang Wanqi interrupted with a subtle cough. "Ion, don't make such unreasonable requests. Lord Song is a vital pillar of the Emperor's court and surely has many matters to attend to. How could he possibly have spare time to accompany us on a leisurely stroll?" Shang Wanyun turned with a hint of displeasure, only to meet her brother's slightly warning gaze. Song Yunchu naturally discerned Shang Wanqi's intentions. Though she was the savior of his sister, this male lead was a shrewd one, not easily trusting outsiders. Moreover, he was prudent. Having just arrived in a neighboring country, getting too close to a powerful minister could breed rumors and prove disadvantageous to him. "Your Highness speaks wisely. I indeed cannot spare the time for leisure. However, I can have my attendant prepare a guide for you both, listing all the delightful eateries and attractions in the capital with their locations clearly marked. That way your Highnesses can enjoy yourselves to the fullest." With that, Song Yunchu cast a glance at Baizhu, who stood nearby. Baizhu promptly responded, "Leave it to me, my lord." I know these streets like the back of my hand. Rest assured. Hearing this, Shang Wanqi was quite satisfied, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Then I thank Lord Song for his trouble. Though subtle, his smile carried an innate, unrestrained charm. Song Yunchu replied, Your Highness need not be so courteous, while inwardly noting that this man's enigmatic allure was truly impossible to contain. Still, he was far more agreeable to look at than that wretched male lead Jun Tianyi. His speech and bearing were refined, unlike Jun Tianyi, who always wore a frosty, deadpan expression, as if perpetually collecting a debt. She was all for the second male lead taking the spotlight. Baizhu quickly sketched a simple, easy Toriad map and handed it to Shang Wanyun. Your Highness, this map marks the specialty foods along several nearby streets, as well as jewelry shops and rouge stores favored by noble ladies. Please take a look. Shang Wanyun accepted the map and left the Prime Minister's residence with Shang Wanqi. Once outside the gates, Shang Wanqi glanced at his sister. What's the matter? Are you upset that I didn't let Lord Song be our guide? Not at all. Shang Wanyun quickly retorted. Don't talk nonsense. Your face is written all over with displeasure. Do you think I can't see it? Shang Wanqi's tone carried a hint of resignation. I and we were born of the same mother and grew up together. Do you think I can't guess what's on your mind? A young lady of Ian's age is most susceptible to admiring handsome, talented, and accomplished young men. Song Yunchu was not only handsome, but had also rescued her from her darkest moment of fear. It was only natural she'd develop feelings of fondness. But she bore the mission of a political marriage. Her destiny was to become an imperial consort. It's true that the emperor doesn't match the prime minister's vigor. But don't forget, everything the prime minister has was granted by the emperor. If you don't quickly dispel those feelings for him, it will bode ill for both of you. Knowing there's no future in it, why dwell on it further? Moreover, the prime minister is already betrothed. Brother, where has your mind wandered? I merely feel a bit of gratitude toward him. I don't think about it as much as you imagine. Shang Wanyun shot her brother a glare. I know full well what my duty is. You needn't remind me repeatedly. In the time that followed, the siblings visited several places according to Baizhu's map until dark clouds gathered overhead. Realizing rain was imminent, they decided to take shelter in a tea stall up ahead. But as they passed a narrow alley, Shang Wanqi's keen ears caught the sound of a scuffle. He halted and turned to look into the alley. Their 5 knife-wielding bandits were pursuing 3 young women, one ornately dressed, the other 2 appearing to be maidservants. The maids were fighting the bandits with all their might, buying time for their mistress to escape. Jiang Rumen hadn't expected thugs to strike before nightfall. Knowing she was no martial artist and would only be a burden, she resolved that the fastest way to help her maids was to get away quickly. But she ran too hastily, and the ground was slick with accumulated rainwater. Just as she was about to dash out of the alley, her feet slipped, and she pitched forward. Bracing for a hard fall, she instinctively squeezed her eyes shut. Yet instead of hitting the ground, she heard the rustle of sleeves in the air, and the next moment, she landed in a firm embrace. The anticipated pain never came. Jiang Rumen opened her eyes and found herself face-to-face with a fair-skinned, strikingly handsome man. Shang Wanqi gazed at the woman in his arms. Seeing her clear eyes tinged with a hint of panic like a startled fawn, he curved his lips into a gentle smile and spoke soothingly. Miss, there's no need to fear. I was merely passing by and am not with those ruffians. With that, he helped Jiang Rumen steady herself before turning his gaze back to the alley. In a flash, he darted forward. Jiang Rumen watched as he effortlessly kicked a bandit aside, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had encountered such a kind-hearted passerby. Today had been a fright, but all was well. Hey, it's about to rain. Let's not stand around here. Let's head to that tea stall up ahead to take cover, or we'll get soaked. A woman's voice suddenly sounded from behind, prompting Jiang Rumen to turn around. The one who saved you is my brother. He's highly skilled in martial arts. Look how effortlessly he handles those ruffians. Taking them down is no trouble at all for him. As Shang Wanyun spoke, a few drops of rain began to fall. She tugged at Jiang Rumen's arm, pulling her toward the awning. Stop standing there gawking. You wouldn't be of any help anyway. Miss, please wait a moment. Jiang Rumen called out to Shang Wanyun, gently pulling her arm free. Thank you for your kindness, miss. Although I know no martial arts, I am well versed in medicine. If they happen to get injured, I can tend to them immediately. I must stay here to feel at ease. Those good for nothings. They couldn't possibly harm my brother. Shang Wanyun chuckled. With their meager skills, they'll all be on the ground in no time. Fine, if you want to stand here, go ahead. Seeing the drizzle turning into heavier raindrops, Shang Wanyun decided not to argue further with Jiang Rumen. She turned and hurried toward the tea shed. The rain intensified, yet Jiang Rumen stood straight at the entrance of the alley until she saw the last bandit fall. Only then did she feel completely at ease. The young lady was right, those bandits were indeed no match for her brother. Inside the alley, Shang Wanqi was brushing dust from his sleeves. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a slender figure running towards him. He turned and met Jiang Rumen's grateful gaze. Thank you for your timely rescue, young master. I am in your debt. It was merely a trivial act. Shang Wanqi smiled, his gaze drifting past Jiang Rumen as he instinctively searched for Shang Wanyun. Are you looking for your sister, young master? Don't worry, she's just taking shelter from the rain at the nearby tea shed. That girl. She truly doesn't worry about me at all. It's not that she doesn't worry, but that she has absolute faith in you. She said those thugs couldn't possibly harm you. Shang Wanqi felt a wave of comfort. Seeing Jiang Rumin's hair completely soaked, he asked, "Why didn't you go and take shelter with her?" "This trouble started because of me. You were resolving a danger for me, how could I just walk away? Besides, I am a physician. Blades are merciless, and if either of you were hurt, I could be of assistance." Shang Wanqi looked into her clear eyes, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Truly the heart of a healer. "I'm relieved that you're both unharmed." As she spoke, Jiang Rumin crouched down and asked the bandit on the ground who was spitting blood, "We don't know each other, do we? Who sent you to kill me?" The bandit struggled to speak. I don't know." "You don't know?" Jiang Rumin frowned. "You came to kill me, surely you were paid. How could you not know who your employer is?" For those with stubborn tongues, direct questioning is useless. Special measures are required. As he spoke, Shang Wanqi raised his boot and stepped on the wrist of a nearby bandit. "If you don't answer honestly, I'll crush the bones in both your hands." He applied pressure slowly with his foot. The man under his boot, veins bulging on his forehead from pain, begged for mercy. "Spare me, young hero. We truly don't know. All we know is that the employer was a woman. She wore a veil, so we couldn't see her face clearly. We were just getting paid to do a job. Why would we dig into the employer's identity? Everything I've said is the truth." "Oh." Shang Wanqi didn't ease the pressure, in fact he increased it. "Now did she have any distinguishing features? Think carefully. It hurts." She. Her clothes looked very expensive, her voice was young, and her build was similar to this young lattice. Probably a noble lady. "I've told you everything I can remember." Hearing this, Jiang Rumin had a suspicion. Seeing the bandit's face flushed with pain, she spoke up. "He's probably not lying. Young master, you can release him. They're too injured to flee anyway. Once the rain stops, I'll have them sent to the authorities." Shang Wanqi removed his foot. "This rain doesn't seem like it will stop anytime soon. Why don't you come with us to the tea shed to take shelter? Otherwise your makeup will run." Jiang Rumin thought for a moment and agreed. All right. She could also take this opportunity to learn more about her savior's identity, so she could repay this kindness in the future. What? Inside the Prime Minister's residence, Yunchu frowned upon hearing the guard's report about Jiang Rumin's encounter in the alley. "Didn't I tell you and Song Qi to keep an eye on her? Why didn't you intervene when she was in danger? Who saved her? Please calm down, my lord. We were watching her, but half an hour ago Song Qi was suddenly struck with severe abdominal pain and fainted. I had to take him to a physician. In that brief moment, Miss Jiang was attacked. Fortunately, she escaped unharmed. She was saved by a young man in blue with remarkable agility. They then took shelter from the rain at a nearby tea shed, and Miss Jiang gave him 2 bottles of medicine as thanks. Song Lu knelt on one knee, head bowed. "This is my failure. Please punish me alone." Song Yunki's expression softened slightly. Song Qi suddenly fainted. "What did the physician say?" "He said it was a mild poisoning from eating incompatible foods. He's out of danger now. He usually loves sweets and has been eating juju paste cakes for the past couple of days. Coincidentally, our lunch included a wild mushroom soup. The physician said eating those 2 together in excess can cause abdominal pain and fainting." Song Yunchu rubbed her brow. "Tell him to avoid wild mushrooms in the future. If you don't understand the dietary taboos, you might end up with food poisoning again. Since he's let him rest for a few days. Have Song Wu take over his duties." "Thank you for your understanding, my lord. I will heed your advice." "You said the one who saved Miss Jiang is a young man in blue." A guess flashed through Song Yunki's mind, and she quickly pressed for more details. "What did he look like? How old?" In the original novel, Jiang Rumin's encounters with assassins were so numerous that she had specifically complained about them. From what she remembered, there were attacks at Prince Yi's mansion, a restaurant, the Imperial Garden, a narrow alley, and on a night street. There was even an assassin disguised as a gardener who snuck into Jiang Rumin's own backyard. However, in the original story, with its strong sense of fate, whenever Jiang Rumin was in danger, the male lead, or a supporting male character, would always appear in time to rescue her from danger. This fragile yet resilient protagonist of a tragedy seemed destined to be perpetually trapped in a cycle of being harmed and being rescued. He was tall, handsome, around 25 years old. The pendant at his waist seemed to be made of fine mutton fat jade, suggesting he comes from a wealthy family. Hearing her subordinate's description, Song Yunchu raised an eyebrow. It was indeed Shang Wanqi. Interesting. The time of their first meeting had come a bit earlier than it did in the original novel. How did Miss Jiang handle those assassins? Did she manage to extract the mastermind behind them from their mouths? Even though she knew the answer, to avoid making her prophet identity too obvious and arousing suspicion, she had to feign ignorance in front of her subordinates. Song Lu interjected. Miss Jiang ordered the maids to bind them and send them to the yamen. I secretly interrogated 2 of them. They said the employer was a young veiled woman, slender and build about the same height as Miss Jiang. They did not know her identity. A young woman. The one who has deep grievances with Miss Jiang that I can think of for now is her half-sister Jiang Yushi. The original author set Jiang Yuxi as a born villainous wicked since childhood, wanting to compete with Jiang Rumen in everything regarding Jiang Rumen as her lifelong enemy. Jiang Yuxi's character was rotten to such an extent that as an outsider, she could not possibly mend the relationship between the two sisters. Since she had chosen to protect Jiang Rumen from the beginning, she could not afford to be merciful toward Jiang Yuxi. But for now Jiang Yuxi was always with Jun Tianyi, so making a move against her was no easy task. She would have to wait until Jiang Yuxi left the protection of the Yi Manor. After all, the lives of her subordinates were also lives. It would be good to let them exert less effort. Send 2 more people to keep an eye on Jiang Yuxi's movements. Song Yunchu instructed, if she goes out with the Yi Manor's guards, do not alert them. Once you catch her alone, seize her immediately. Be sure to act prudently. Yes. A heavy rain fell for 2 full hours, only easing by dusk. In the quiet courtyard, the sound of shattering porcelain echoed. What a bunch of incompetents. 5 people couldn't even take down a Jiang Rumen. Jiang Yuxi, upon learning that her hired men had failed again, hurled her teacup to the ground in fury. Are those 2 maids around Jiang Rumen that formidable? Calm down, miss. It should have succeeded, but an accident occurred. The maid beside her sighed. The eldest miss 2 maids are decent in martial arts, but they couldn't have fought off 5 people. The weather changed, and there were few pedestrians on the street. But the eldest miss was lucky. Someone passing by the alley saved her. That person was quite skilled, stronger than both maids combined, which is why our men failed. This wretch always has such luck. Last time it was the Prime Minister who saved her, and now some meddlesome fool appears out of nowhere. Why does fate always favor her, letting her survive again and again? Jiang Yuxi was so angry she could barely choose her words. When will this wretch completely disappear from my life? With her around, I have no peace. Don't let anger ruin your health, miss. Since it's already failed, calm down and wait for the maid stroked Jiang Yuxi's back to soothe her. Hasn't His Majesty already granted you and the prince marriage? And he also betrothed her to Lord Song. There's no possibility between her and the prince anymore. Why do you care so much about her life or death, eh? What do you know, you foolish girl? Do you really think the prince has completely let her go? Jiang Yuxi sneered. When the prince is with me, he often looks absent-minded. He says he doesn't care about Jiang Rumen anymore, but he still keeps her portrait in his study. Tell me, if he truly didn't care, what use would that portrait be? He should have erased every trace of Jiang Rumen. In her view, Jun Tianyi's reluctance to destroy anything related to Jiang Rumen meant he still cared. Her mother once said that men remember what they can't have, and they often say one thing while meaning another. So she firmly refused to believe Jun Tianyi's claim that he would forget Jiang Rumen. Rather than waiting for Jun Tianyi to give up, it was better for her to act quickly and make Jiang Rumen vanish from this world. Then no matter how much Jun Tianyi thought about her, time would make him forget. Jiang Yuxi composed herself and asked the maid, who saved Jiang Rumen? Have you found out? The maid shook her head. I only know it was a handsome young man accompanied by his sister. After the eldest miss was rescued, they took shelter from the rain in a tea stall and only left when servants brought umbrellas. I asked the stall owner, who said the siblings didn't look like locals. Perhaps they were children of wealthy merchants from elsewhere. On the man's waist hung a piece of cloud-patterned mutton fat jade about this size. The maid gestured with her hands to indicate the size of the jade pendant. Jiang Yuxi rolled her eyes. With such scant information, she couldn't guess which family they belonged to. If she ever found out who that meddlesome fool was, she would have someone burn down that family's house to vent her hatred. Having been ambushed twice in a short period, Jiang Rumen would surely tighten her guard. Now that she was the Prime Minister's fiancée, the Prime Minister would protect her to some extent. If he added more guards, it would be even harder to make a move. Jiang Yuxi was fretting when a servant came to announce, "Second Miss, the prince has arrived." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuxi quickly ordered the maid to clean up the broken porcelain shards, tidied her hair and sleeves to ensure her appearance was neat, and then went to open the door. In the distance, Jun Tianyi's figure was approaching slowly. Jiang Yuxi hurried forward to greet him. Your Highness, at this hour you must not have had dinner yet, right? Let's go inside and have a cup of hot tea to moisten your throat. Jun Tianyi arrived in a foul mood. He had thought seeing his beloved would ease it, but now looking at Jiang Yuxi's gentle smiling face, his irritation did not diminish in the slightest. Yuxi, I'm in a bad mood. I wanted to talk to you. I am always willing to listen to your heart, Your Highness. The two entered the room and sat down. Jiang Yuxi asked with concern, What troubles you, Your Highness? It's that scoundrel surnamed Song again. I find his rescue of the neighboring kingdom's princess suspicious, and the Chief Justice of the Court of Judicial Review shares my view. Mentioning Song Yunchu, Jun Tianyi's gaze turned cold. Song Yunchu and I have no small grudge. If I voice my suspicions before His Majesty, he might think I'm using the opportunity to settle personal scores. The Chief Justice considered this and advised me not to appear. He has no enmity with Song Yunchu, so it would be more appropriate for him to speak to His Majesty. I thought that after his reminder His Majesty would treat Song Yunchu with caution, but he still trusts that scoundrel as before. How can this not anger me? Jun Tianyi clenched his fist in fury. The neighboring kingdom's royal siblings did not suspect Song Yunchu in the slightest. The Chief Justice of the Court of Judicial Review had intended to pay them a visit, but found them gone, learning from an envoy that they had left the palace after noon, seemingly heading to the Prime Minister's residence to express their gratitude in person. That envoy was also full of praise for Song Yunchu, his tone brimming with thankfulness. Jun Tianyi recalled the scene when Song Yunchu had saved the neighboring kingdom's princess. His appearance had been far too calm. Just moments before, Song Yunchu had been chatting and laughing with Jiang Rumin on the street. How could he in the blink of an eye abandon Jiang Rumin and appear at the very spot where the princess had fallen from the tower? Jun Tianyi had initially wanted to question Jiang Rumin about Song Yunchu's demeanor when they parted and why he had headed toward the direction of the prince's fall. Yet after much deliberation, he abandoned the idea. For one, he had resolved to completely sever ties with Jiang Rumin. If they were to speak face to face again, he feared the feelings he had painstakingly suppressed would surge forth once more. Reluctant as he was to admit it, he could not deceive his own heart. She could effortlessly stir his joys and sorrows. For another, Jiang Rumin and Song Yunchu were now betrothed. Though little affection existed between them, the formal bond bound them together. Jiang Rumin would naturally look out for Song Yunchu's interests, and she had no reason to do anything that might harm them. So, how could he expect Jiang Rumin to help him against Song Yunchu? He was not that confident. The princess and Prince Qi both left the palace in person to visit Prime Minister Song. Jiang Yushi snapped back to reality from Jun Tianyi's words, furrowing her brows. If they truly harbored no suspicion toward Prime Minister Song, could they become his close allies? At that moment, a suspicion began to form in her mind. Recalling what her maidservant had reported earlier, that the one who saved Jiang Rumin was a handsome young man accompanying her younger sister with the tea house owner, noting the pair seemed like outsiders yet appeared wealthy. Didn't these traits match the two envoys from the neighboring kingdom? They had left the palace after noon to visit Prime Minister Song, and Jiang Rumin was ambushed and rescued in the afternoon. If the siblings happened to pass by the site of the assassination while departing the Prime Minister's residence, the timing would align perfectly. Jiang Yushi couldn't help but fume with frustration. She had planned to teach that meddlesome savior a lesson if given the chance, but now that she suspected he might be the neighboring kingdom's prince, how could she possibly retaliate? She had no desire to provoke those she could not afford to offend. Jiang Rumin's luck was simply too good. Every time she faced danger, a benefactor appeared. The enmity between Song Yunchu and me is beyond reconciliation. If he continues to expand his connections and influence, he will soon regard this prince with even less respect. Jun Tianyi's fingers traced the rim of his teacup, a chill creeping into his eyes. Jiang Yushi observed his expression, and a sudden idea struck her. If the prince could eliminate Prime Minister Song, that thorn in his side, wouldn't it be akin to stripping Jiang Rumin of her greatest pillar of support? Without Song Yunchu's protection, dealing with Jiang Rumin would certainly become much easier. In the span of that brief conversation, a scheme to sow discord between Song Yunchu and the neighboring envoys had taken shape in her mind, yet she could not reveal it directly to Jun Tianyi. The reason Jun Tianyi favored her was her gentleness and thoughtfulness. If he discovered she was capable of such cunning machinations, even if he succeeded against the Prime Minister, he would not deem her clever. Rather, he would see her as less pure than he had imagined. To avoid his scrutiny while executing her plan, she would have to let someone else convey it to him. 2 days passed in the blink. My lord, tomorrow is the Lantern Festival. Do you have any plans? Your subordinate will make the arrangements. Song Yunchu, lounging in a rattan chair in the courtyard with a plate of fruit, lazily replied to Baizu's inquiry from beside her. Since I'm finally free from court, I intend to sleep until I naturally wake. But my lord, you can't possibly sleep the entire day, can you? Oversleeping will leave you dizzy. At the very least, you must rise by noon for a meal. Is there truly nothing you wish to do from afternoon to evening? Tomorrow night the streets will be bustling with lanterns everywhere. Will you visit the auction house, or take a boat ride on the lake? Song Yunchu fell into contemplation, her gaze lowered. She had not forgotten that the original owner of this body adored lively occasions. To stay cooped up at home during such a vibrant festival as the Lantern Festival would indeed seem out of character. Her subordinates might even suspect she had undergone a drastic change in temperament. Baizu's question about her plans was rooted in the original owner's disposition. Ensuring the Prime Minister enjoyed a delightful day of rest was well within his duties. The Lantern Festival, as its name suggests, centered on the lanterns as the main attraction. Once night fell, colorful paper lanterns would adorn the eaves and trees from one end of the street to the other. People would write their wishes on the inner side of the lantern paper, and after the lanterns had burned through the night, they would set them ablaze, completing a ritual of prayer that ascended to the heavens. This custom occurred but once a year, and she could follow the local tradition, emulating everyone else's sense of ceremony. If she was to play, she needed a companion, and Jiang Rumin as her betrothed was the most fitting choice. If she did not invite Jiang Rumin, that deranged scoundrel Jun Tianyi might well be unable to resist seeking her out. After all, on such a ceremonious day, a single misstep could become the moment the hero and heroine reunite. She had to snuff out any possibility of the flames rekindling. So she turned to Baizhu and said, Tomorrow morning deliver a letter to the Jiang residence inviting the eldest Miss Jiang out for me. On the day of the Lantern Festival the sun blazed brilliantly, and the bustling streets of the imperial capital teemed with the clamor of the crowd. Miss, it's so lively outside today. Shall we, as in years past, first visit the temple fair, and then go to the Buddhist temple to offer prayers? Jiang Rumin, hearing her maidservant Yingkun's question, paused her hand as she perused a medical text before replying. I've joined the festivities every year, this year I'll skip it. I've been working on a new medicinal ointment lately, and I want to finish it as soon as possible. Miss, can't the ointment wait a day? Wouldn't it be a shame to stay indoors on such a lively day? When I went out to shop this morning, I saw countless food stalls lined up from one end of the street to the other, and at night there will be a lantern parade. Won't you go take a look? Jiang Rumin remained silent. The recent events had left her in no mood for revelry. Last year's Lantern Festival, she had wandered through many places and sampled many delicacies. She remembered drawing a fortune slip at the temple, an auspicious one. The fortune teller had told her, "Young lady, your fate is extraordinary. The remainder of your life will be turbulent and ever-changing, yet in the end you shall surmount all hardships and find a blissful marriage." As for drawing the fortune slip, she had merely done so out of curiosity, placing little faith in such notions of fate. Now a year had passed, and her experiences had indeed been turbulent. Twice she had nearly lost her life, and had it not been for the timely rescue of benefactors, she would likely be nothing more than a wandering ghost by now. As for the blissful marriage the fortune teller had spoken of, where was it? She had once believed she and Jun Tianyi were destined for each other, yet now they each bore separate betrothals. Despite her reluctance, she could not defy the imperial will or bring disgrace upon her family. If all hope was lost with Jun Tianyi, then who could her destined partner be? Surely it couldn't be the man she was betrothed to Grand Secretary Song. That seemed impossible. There was no affection between them. They were merely bound by a contractual marriage, forced into more frequent interactions against their will. As she was lost in thought, footsteps echoed from outside the room. Eldest Miss Grand Secretary Song has sent an invitation. Chun went to open the door, took the invitation, and returned to Jiang Rumin's side. Jiang Rumin opened it, and saw that Song Yunchu was inviting her out for a boat ride on the lake. Miss, it seems you have no choice but to go now. Please take my advice, and go out to clear your mind and lift your spirits. Jiang Rumin let out a sigh. Do you all think I should be with Grand Secretary Song? Your feelings are not for us to decide. We merely observe that Grand Secretary Song seems to treat you quite well. What harm is there in getting to know him better? After all, your betrothal to him was decreed by His Majesty. Refusing him would not reflect well on you. Besides, hasn't he already promised not to force you into anything? Very well, he did give me his word. Jiang Rumin set down the invitation, turned, and opened the drawer beside the table, retrieving a vial of soul-confounding powder. Though Grand Secretary Song seemed easy to get along with, one must always be wary. Since he claimed he wouldn't discuss romance, he had to adhere to propriety. Should he overstep his bounds, this powder would come in handy. The azure sky gradually darkened, yet the number of pedestrians on the long street only increased. Song Yunchu had booked the largest pleasure boat on Luoxiao Lake in the southern part of the city. However, when she arrived with Jiang Rumin, the boat's owner informed her that someone had boarded her vessel before her. Song Yunka's face immediately darkened. Who dared to board my boat without my permission? And you didn't even stop them. Please calm down, Your Excellency. I tried to stop them at once, but they were impossible to hold back. Their guards looked utterly ferocious. I told them it was your boat, but they insisted their master was your friend and that you wouldn't be angry. They said you could board and see for yourself once you arrived. Song Yunchu narrowed her eyes. A friend of hers. Most of the top-ranking officials at court had poor relations with her, and those lower-ranking sycophants wouldn't dare to seize her territory. Someone who could take her space without revealing their identity was most likely her despicable superior, that dog Emperor Jun Liluo. With this thought, Song Yunchu turned and strode towards the large pleasure boat. Through the sheer curtains, she saw a figure seated upright within. Upon boarding, she saw it was indeed Jun Liluo. He wore a robe of moon-white brocade, today his hair bound with a simple silver crown, and his complexion was far healthier than a few days prior. Seeing her appear, he offered a faint casual smile. Yunchu, you have excellent taste. This boat is the largest and finest on the lake. Though it's first come first served, given the bond between us, I'm sure you wouldn't mind sharing a bit of space with me, would you? Song Yunchu rolled her eyes internally, though her voice remained politely accommodating. Your Majesty, you flatter me. If this boat pleases you, it is the owner's fortune and mine as well. Since you rarely leave the palace, you should enjoy yourself to the fullest. I will simply go and book another boat for myself. Song Yunchu made to leave, but Jun Liluo called her back. Wait, this boat is spacious enough. Come sit with me and keep me company. No need to book another. I found the idea of coming out alone rather dull anyway. My guards are as stiff as wooden statues, I can't converse with them at all. When it comes to sharing a drink and lively conversation, I truly can't think of anyone else but you, Yunchu. I am deeply honored by Your Majesty's regard. However, Song Yunka's expression turned troubled. Your Majesty, I did not come alone today. I brought Miss Jiang with me. You dog Emperor fine take my spot, but must you also demand my company? On such a festive day you leave the palace without bringing a consort. Aren't they more attentive than I am? They're cooped up in the palace all day bored stiff, and you don't think to bring them out for some air. It's rare to find an emperor as oblivious to romance as you. I still have to watch that scumbag and Jiang Yushi's boat capsize later. I don't have time to wait on you here. Jun Liluo had initially just wanted Song Yuncu's company to relieve his boredom, but he hadn't expected to glean such valuable information from her thoughts. Jun Tianyi and Jiang Yushi were going to have their boat capsize. What a fortunate coincidence. His outing today wasn't a whim. His shadow guards had reported that Jun Tianyi had booked a large boat to go boating with Jiang Yushi. Pleasure boats constantly drifted on Luoxiao Lake, but two were the most exquisite, their curtains embroidered with phoenix-piercing peony and flying in love. Jun Tianyi's boat was the latter, while Song Yuncu's was the former. He had learned from Song Yuncu's thoughts that Jun Tianyi would become his greatest threat, and he had been seeking an opportunity to eliminate that danger. He had used Jiang Rumen to sow discord between the two and even instigated a fight. Now with Jun Tianyi's internal injuries unhealed and the lake being deep, it was the perfect time to strike. If danger struck on solid ground, Jun Tianyi could still escape under the cover of his guards, but if peril befell them on the water, fleeing would be far more difficult. He did not know what scheme Song Yunchu had devised, but he was certain that Song Yunchu could not bear to see Jun Tianyi prosper. He and Song Yunchu had not discussed with each other beforehand a plan to strike at Jun Tianyi, yet both had dispatched their men today. Truly a tacit understanding. So Yunchu has brought a fair lady along. Jun Liluo smiled at Song Yunchu. Then I truly cannot keep you here. Before Jun Liluo's words had even faded, Jiang Rumen's figure appeared behind Song Yunchu. Of course your Majesty's matters take precedence. Your Majesty, burdened with a myriad of state affairs, rarely finds leisure to venture out. As your Majesty's trusted aide, Minister Song ought to remain and accompany your Majesty. As for the lake excursion, Jiang Rumen had not been keen on it from the start. She instinctively wanted to avoid getting too close to Song Yunchu, but since the invitation had arrived, it was difficult to refuse. Now that an opportunity presented itself to push Song Yunchu toward the emperor, she naturally spoke up quickly. Your Majesty need not concern yourself with me. I have 2 maidservants to keep me company, so solitude is no worry. Song Yunchu knew the moment Jiang Rumen opened her mouth that she was trying to slip away, but she could not let Jiang Rumen escape so easily. She wanted this girl to stay and watch a good show together. Jun Tianyi's painted pleasure boat was nearby. Ever since Jiang Rumen had been ambushed in the alley, she had ordered people to keep watch on Jiang Yushi. The lake excursion was Jiang Yushi's idea, and the grand double-deck pleasure boat was also personally selected by Jiang Yushi in advance. Jun Tianyi, always generous, had even had the boat meticulously decorated to create a sense of ceremony. Similar displays of ceremony he had prepared for Jiang Rumen several times later in the original story, moving that foolish girl to tears. She simply did not understand the truth that belated affection is cheaper than grass. Miss Jiang, on a day like today, no matter where you go, it will be bustling with countless eyes and ears. I am truly uneasy. It would be best if you do not leave my sight. When Song Yunchu said this, Jiang Rumen was momentarily stunned. Indeed, she had only been attacked in the alley a few days ago. Although she suspected it was Jiang Yushi's doing, without witnesses or evidence, she could not hold Jiang Yushi accountable. If Jiang Yushi continued to send people to harm her, staying by Prime Minister Song's side was indeed the best choice. How about this? Your Majesty rarely has such a relaxed moment. Both of you stay and accompany your Majesty for amusement. With your superb skill and zither, pick a few of your best pieces to play. The Prime Minister and I will play chess while listening to your music, a unique pleasure. Song Yunchu then turned to ask Jun Liluo, what does your Majesty think? Jun Liluo raised an eyebrow lightly. For him it was best that Song Yunchu stayed to accompany him. He could take the opportunity to gauge this man's thoughts. Soon attendants brought out a chessboard. The two sat facing each other, each holding their pieces, while Jiang Rumen sat a few feet away, raising her hands to gently pluck the zither strings. The zither melody flowed from beneath her fair fingertips like a carefree mountain spring. Listening, Song Yunchu could not help but sigh inwardly. No wonder she was the heroine. She had all the refined skills maxed out. This music was truly soothing to the soul. Jun Liluo also quite agreed with Song Yuncu's assessment, but in his view no sound was more intriguing than the thoughts in Song Yuncu. Listening to Song Yuncu's inner voice was now his greatest entertainment. Meanwhile, on the other pleasure boat, Jun Tianyi was originally savoring delicacies with Jiang Yushi when he suddenly heard a familiar tune he had not heard in a long time, causing his hand to pause mid-motion. Such a melodious zither sounds, such a familiar melody. He had only heard it from one person. Jiang Yushi noticed his odd behavior and asked, puzzled, Your Highness, what is the matter? Jun Tianyi snapped out of it and placed a pastry into Jiang Yushi's bowl. It's nothing. Come try this pastry. He tried his best to ignore the zither sound, but the music persisted like a feather brushing against his heart. The continuous sound meant that the distance between him and Jiang Rumen was not far. Was she also on a nearby pleasure boat? Had she come out alone with her two close maids, or was she like him accompanied by someone else? Seeing Jun Tianyi lost in thought again, Zhang Yuxi gritted her teeth in secret. Just a moment ago he had been chatting and laughing with her, and now he was suddenly distracted. He seemed to be thinking of Zhang Rumen again. Come to think of it, he had seemed off ever since he heard the zither. She and Zhang Rumen did not get along, but she knew Zhang Rumen was skilled at the zither. Listening closely, the melody was indeed familiar. Such a graceful, carefree tune, just like what Zhang Rumen would play. Though anger burned in her heart, Zhang Yuxi had to suppress it. She picked up a piece of crispy meat for Jun Tianyi. Just as she was about to urge him to eat more, a sudden cry came from outside the cabin. What's going on? How is the boat leaking? It was fine just a moment ago. Stop shouting and plug it up quickly. Zhang Yuxi was already in a bad mood, and the commotion outside made her lose her appetite. She put down her chopsticks and she saw two guards squatting at the bow using cloth-wrapped wooden blocks to plug a hole in the deck. There was already some water inside the boat. Zhang Yuxi was startled. How could this happen? Didn't you check the boat beforehand? Miss, the boat was fine at first, but just now it's suddenly. Before the guard could finish, another voice shouted from elsewhere. Come quick, help. The deck is leaking here. Inside the cabin, Jun Tianyi heard the successive cries and snapped out of his reverie from the zither. He quickly got up and went out to see what was happening. The pleasure boat was already visibly tilting. He was about to speak when a loud crash sounded beneath his feet. The entire pleasure boat tipped straight toward the water as if lifted by a tremendous force. Zhang Yuxi screamed in terror. Up. She was completely caught off guard. How could the boat, which had been smoothly drifting on the lake, suddenly capsize as if struck by a giant wave, leaving no time to react? A few yards away, Song Yunchu heard the commotion and the corners of her lips lifted slightly. She had selected 10 of the best swimmers from the mansion's secret guards and ordered them to dive beneath Jun Tianyi's pleasure boat. First, they chiseled holes at the edge of the bow, causing panic among the crew as they rushed to repair the damage, unbalancing the boat. Then the swimmers seized the moment and simultaneously channeled their energy to strike the other side, violently capsizing the already tilted vessel. After the boat capsized, the sailors' task was complete. After all, Jun Tianyi had brought his own men, and if the two sides were to engage in a drawn-out struggle in the water, it would inevitably lead to considerable casualties. As long as her people retreated quickly enough, Jun Tianyi's men would certainly not pursue recklessly. Their primary task was to protect the prince and the future princess. Zhang Yuxi, unable to swim, would surely be in a pitiful state after falling into the water. Letting Zhang Rumen witness such a scene might alleviate the frustration she had endured from Zhang Yuxi over the past few days. There seems to be some commotion outside. Jun Liluo placed a piece on the chessboard and turned to instruct his guard, "Go and see what's happening." The guard went out to look and returned to report, "Your Majesty, it's a pleasure boat that has capsized. Everyone on board has fallen into the water. The lake is calm today. How could a boat capsize?" Jun Liluo raised his eyelids slightly. "Bring our boat closer. Take 2 men who are good swimmers and go over to help. Rescue those who have fallen into the water first." The guard left the cabin again, but quickly returned in a flurry. "Your Majesty." This humble servant caught a glimpse of Prince. "There are people lying in ambush near that pleasure boat, seemingly targeting him. If we bring our boat closer, we might get caught up in it. Please reconsider, Your Majesty." Zhang Rumen's hands, which were plucking the zither, stiffened upon hearing this. So it was Jun Tianyi's boat that had capsized. If such a large vessel could be overturned, the assassins must be numerous. She was immediately frantic with worry, wanting to ask Jun Liluo to go to their aid, yet she knew not what reason she could give. The Emperor, as the Son of Heaven, could not afford any mishap. He was under no obligation to put himself in danger to save an imperial uncle. As she was fretting over this, she heard Jun Liluo instruct his guard, "The imperial uncle and I are after all family. Seeing him in peril, I cannot stand idly by. Bring our boat over. We have plenty of men here. Why should we fear those assassins? Besides, isn't Prime Minister Song here? His martial arts are profound. He will surely protect me." Song Yunchu took over the conversation. "Your Majesty speaks truly. As long as I am here, I will protect you with my life. During this period, the tyrant Emperor and Jun Tianyi haven't yet clashed. It's reasonable for him to offer aid, and it's a chance to build his benevolent image. Luckily, I had instructed those sailors from the start, capsize the boat and retreat immediately, absolutely no lingering to fight. Otherwise, once the tyrant's men joined the fray, escape would have been difficult." Jun Liluo found Song Yunka's plan somewhat baffling. In Song Yunka's prophecies, Jun Tianyi was not only a threat to him, but also an enemy of Song Yunka's. Today's lake outing was a prime opportunity for a fatal strike. Given Song Yunka's usual temperament, he should have spared no expense to eliminate Jun Tianyi. Yet Song Yunka's sole instruction to his men was merely to capsize Jun Tianyi's boat. It seemed this man was concerned about avoiding casualties among his own men. This newfound mercy was increasingly unlike the ruthless and merciless Song Yunchu he had first known. The sovereign and his minister harbored their own thoughts. Meanwhile, seeing that Jun Liluo was willing to lend a hand, Zhang Rumen's anxiety eased somewhat. As their boat moved, the commotion outside grew clearer. The sovereign and his minister harbored their own thoughts. Meanwhile, seeing that Jun Liluo was willing to lend a hand, Jiang Rumin's anxiety eased somewhat. As their boat moved, the commotion outside grew clearer. Song Yunchu rose and walked out of the cabin to the bow, where she saw Jun Tianyi and his attendants thrashing in the water, one hand clinging to the overturned boat, the other pulling at other fallen passengers. Jiang Yushi, held by Jun Tianyi, had her black hair in disarray, her hairpins and ornaments wobbling precariously, looking utterly ridiculous. Her eyes still held a look of shock, and she clung tightly to Jun Tianyi's arm, clearly terrified. A faint smile touched Song Yunchu's lips. Catching sight of Jiang Rumin out of the corner of her eye as she approached, she said leisurely, "See, this is what they call retribution. Your precious second sister is always full of mischief. A good drink of lake water might just wash away some of that blackness in her heart." Jiang Rumin looked at Jiang Yushi's bedraggled state, but felt no real satisfaction. All her attention was fixed on the hand Jun Tianyi had clamped around Jiang Yushi. Though she had told herself countless times that her fate with Jun Tianyi was overseeing him so intimate with Jiang Yushi, still sent a pang of unbearable sorrow through her heart. Song Yunchu saw the dejection in her eyes and wished she could grab her ears and shout into them, "There are plenty of fish in the sea. Find a better man." Perhaps this was the common ailment of the female lead in an angsty ancient romance. The male lead could torture her 1,000 times, yet her heart and eyes were still full of that wretched man. She didn't even glance at the sorry state of her sister Jiang Yushi, who had schemed against her days before. Up! A sharp female scream suddenly pierced the air ahead. Song Yunchu instinctively turned her head and saw a wave of bright red blood spreading across the water's surface. What's going on? She had clearly ordered her own men to capsize the boat and flee immediately, not to stay and fight. The blood in the lake meant there were casualties beneath the water. As their boat drew closer, Song Yunchu finally got a clear view of the scene near the other vessel. Several gray-clad figures were under the water, moving with the agility of fish, engaged in a fierce struggle with the guards around Jun Tianyi. Jun Tianyi's men were clearly losing, with many bearing wounds that stained the surrounding water crimson. Song Yunchu narrowed her eyes. The sailors she had dispatched were all dressed in matching black. These gray-clad men were another faction. How interesting. It seemed she wasn't the only one with designs on Jun Tianyi today. She had only intended to teach Jun Tianyi and Jiang Yushi a lesson, not to cause a mutually destructive conflict. But these gray-clad men showed no mercy, as if they were intent on taking Jun Tianyi's life. "My prince, what should we do?" Jiang Yushi, who had never witnessed such a scene, was pale with fright, her lips trembling slightly. Amidst her panic, she noticed a boat approaching theirs. Turning her head, she saw Song Yunchu and Jun Liluo, who had just emerged from the cabin. "My prince, look. It's His Majesty. His Majesty is here. Are we saved?" For a moment, she was worried, seeing Song Yunchu and Jiang Rumin. She knew with absolute certainty those two wouldn't save her or the prince. But seeing Jun Liluo behind them brought her immense relief. With the emperor present, even Jiang Rumin wouldn't dare to retaliate openly. "Uncle, do not fear." Jun Liluo called out loudly to Jun Tianyi, then turned to instruct his personal attendant. "Go down and bring the imperial uncle and second Miss Jiang up first." The attendant looked up, meeting Jun Liluo's gaze, and saw the cold, biting chill in the emperor's eyes. He acknowledged yes. He dove into the water with another man and swam towards Jun Tianyi. The gray-clad men surrounding Prince Yi were in fact the assassins sent by His Majesty. Prince Yi's attention was currently focused on them. His approach under the guise of rescue was to catch the prince off guard and kill him. The emperor's explicit order was to rescue. Therefore, Prince Yi would not be overly wary of the emperor's men. He swam swiftly, but suddenly heard splashing sounds behind him. Sensing danger, he turned to look, and his face changed instantly. A group of masked men had emerged from beneath the very boat, carrying His Majesty and Prime Minister Song. This unexpected turn of events caught him off guard. He was forced to turn and swim back. The emperor's safety was paramount. The one he failed to kill today could be dealt with another day. "Your Majesty, beware." Song Yunchu had already swung open her folding fan the moment the assassins appeared, shielding Jun Liluo and Jiang Rumin behind her. Her martial arts skills were proving useful again in this critical moment. "Your Majesty." Miss Jiang stepped back. "Go into the—" As Song Yunchu spoke, she kicked the nearest assassin back into the lake and turned to command the guards beside her. "Go and guard His Majesty. Do not leave his side." In the span of a single sentence, 3 masked assassins pressed forward, raising their weapons high against her. She swiftly retreated, causing their strikes to cleave nothing but air. She noted the weapons in their hands, short, thin, curved blades that gleamed with a cold light as they swung, a testament to their deadly sharpness. The shape of these weapons suggested they might be the remnants of the Rong kingdom mentioned in the original tale. The Rong kingdom had been destroyed 3 years prior by the late Emperor of Tianqi. Their royal bloodline was sparse, either executed or having taken their own lives, making any restoration impossible. However, 2 Rong generals had managed to escape with the remnants of their army. Their only means of vengeance against Tianqi was to strike at its current sovereign. "You are from Rong, aren't you?" Song Yunchu said in a low voice. Escaping was no easy feat. Why not find a peaceful place to live instead of making a futile sacrifice? Silence, one masked man barked. A sycophantic cur like you could never understand our loyalty to our sovereign. Hearing the words sycophantic cur, Song Yunkus, I twitched involuntarily. It was one thing for the people of Tianchi to hurl such insults, but even foreigners called her that. Her reputation as a treacherous minister was indeed resounding. Enough talk with this cur. Today we'll take both her head and the tyrant emperors. Song Yunchu watched as their assault grew fiercer and sighed inwardly. Their sovereign was gone, their entire royal family had fallen. They had no one left to serve, and with such meager numbers what waves could they possibly hope to make? Choosing a quiet life would have been their best option. Assassinating the emperor offered no reward if they succeeded, and only death if they failed. Because she had clashed with Jun Tianyi far too early, the plot she was now experiencing had naturally deviated from the original story. There was no lake outing in the original narrative. She had come specifically to deal with Jun Tianyi and Jiang Yuxi. As for why the tyrant emperor was here, it wasn't hard to guess. He had always been suspicious of her, and it was only logical for him to have spies watching the prime minister's residence. On a day like this, wanting to leave the palace for the festival, but having nowhere else to go, he could only come to join her. At the same moment, Jun Liluo was encircled by a phalanx of guards within the cabin, a cold light churning in his eyes. Remnants of Rome were they? These people had hidden themselves well. This was the first time he had seen them surface. With two groups of assassins on the lake targeting different victims, he and Jun Tianyi should have each handled their own. If he faced danger, he could hardly go to Jun Tianyi's aid. However, the assassins attacking Jun Tianyi were his own men. If they detected he was in peril, they might well fall into disarray. The priority was to swiftly eliminate these Rome remnants. 2 guards are enough by my side, he ordered his surrounding guards. The rest of you go assist Prime Minister Song in eradicating the assassins. He was not truly frail, an old ailment plagued him, and he preferred to avoid using force. But if it ever came to a fight, these assassins would hardly be able to harm him. Meanwhile, Jiang Roman, having recovered from her shock, was the first to react. She retrieved a small bottle from her sleeve pocket and poured out several pills. Your Majesty, I carry a bottle of soul-confusing incense. It might prove useful. Once inhaled, it quickly saps the strength from one's limbs. These pills are the antidote. If we take them beforehand, we won't be affected. Jun Liluo regarded the pills offered to him, picked one up, and swallowed it. The guards beside him were taken aback. Your Majesty, this? His Majesty was usually extremely cautious, especially outside the palace. This Miss Jiang was not one of their own. Why would he so readily consume her medicine? The next moment, he heard Jun Liluo give the order, you take them as well. From Song Yunchu, he had learned that Jiang Roman was naive and rarely, if ever, actively sought to harm others. Moreover, she had no reason whatsoever to side with the people of Rome. Following Jun Liluo's command, the 2 guards also consumed the pills. Taking advantage of the chaos as Song Yunchu and the others clashed with the assassins, Jiang Roman quietly slipped over to the tea table and lit the soul-confusing incense. The incense had originally been prepared as a precaution against Song Yunchu, but she never expected it would be put to use against the assassins. Soon a faint hazy mist began to rise from the burner. Jun Liluo quickly detected an unusual fragrance in the air. He surmised it was the soul-confusing incense taking effect. Thanks to the antidote he had taken beforehand, he felt no adverse effects. The others who had not had the chance to take the antidote gradually found their strength waning in the midst of battle. Song Yunchu was of course among them. Song Yunchu could clearly feel her physical strength draining away, a lingering scent teasing her nostrils. Initially baffled, she realized the assassins across from her were also slowing down and deduced that everyone had been affected by the knockout drug. Captain, it seems we've all been drugged, one masked man growled through clenched teeth. These Central Plains folk are truly treacherous. No matter. Look, their movements are slowing as well. That Song dog is clearly affected too. Let's chop him down. Song Yunchu. She hadn't even offended these people. She could only blame the author for writing her predecessor as too villainous. Her infamy was so widespread that even foreigners held a grudge against her. She instinctively turned her gaze toward Jiang Roman, who raised her hand, revealing a few pills resting in her palm. Song Yunchu understood her intention. She dodged the curved blades swinging toward her, attempting to move toward the side of the cabin. However, several masked men pursued her relentlessly, as if they would not rest until she was dead. With blades flying everywhere, she certainly couldn't expect Jiang Roman, a delicate young woman, to come to her. In the center of the cabin, Jun Liluo noticed Song Yunchu being targeted. He took the pills from Jiang Roman and handed them to his guard. Their drug has taken effect. Take the antidote to our people. Give it to Yunchu first. The guard cupped his hands and rushed towards Song Yunchu. Just as he was a few steps away, a nearby masked man pulled an object from his robes and hurled it to the ground. With a loud bang, a thick cloud of white smoke immediately enveloped the pleasure boat. Song Yunchu coughed, choked by the smoke. Damn it, this smoke bomb had to go off at the worst possible moment, right when someone was about to hand her the antidote. In the original story, the smoke bomb was a tool specifically for escape. Once detonated, it produced a white smoke so thick that one couldn't tell friend from foe beyond a few feet, severely obstructing vision. Jiang Rumin's use of the soul-confusing incense was a good deed, but with the smoke bomb appearing alongside it, their side no longer held the advantage. She could sense many people moving around her, but she couldn't distinguish between ally and enemy. Only when two people were extremely close could she see clearly. And what angered her even more was yet to come. "The Song dog is at the upper right of the bow," someone shouted. "He smells of sandalwood." Song Yunchu gritted her teeth, shifting her feet to swiftly change direction. She adored incense, finding the scent of woods and fruit utterly refreshing. Her daily attire was always smoked with sandalwood, yet she never expected one of the Rome Kingdom assassins to possess such a keen nose, tracking her position by following the fragrance. The strength in her limbs had largely ebbed away, and the assassins were in the same state. But they had the advantage of numbers. If they all focused on her alone, she doubted she could cope. How could this happen? Will Lord Song be in danger? Jiang Rumin's face turned pale. Her initial thought had been that with everyone weakened, the Emperor's side could still conserve some strength among a few individuals, enough to subdue the assassins. But the assassins had held back a trick, unleashing this dense, choking smoke. Each one seemed to embrace death, expending their last ounce of strength solely to kill Song Yunchu. "Your Majesty, the smoke is too thick. Charging in, we can't tell friend from foe." The guard holding the antidote retreated along the original path back to the Emperor's side. "They know we few still have strength and guess they couldn't touch you today. So they changed their minds on the spot, aiming to kill Lord Song and strip your Majesty of a capable arm. For them, it's certainly not a loss." Jun Liluo pressed his lips together in silence. After a moment of thought, he took another pill from the guard. Relying on his subordinates to rescue Song Yunchu was out of the question. Among the assassins was one who could identify Song Yunchu's location by scent. As for him, he could pinpoint her position by listening to her inner thoughts. Right now, for instance, he was certain she had moved to the left side of the bow. He needed to get the antidote to her quickly. But he had barely taken a step when a person beside him blocked his path. "Your Majesty, silence." Jun Liluo's voice was low and icy. "Make no sound. I have my reasons." The assassin's attention was fixed on Song Yunchu. Even if he melted into the smoke, they wouldn't notice him. And it was unlikely they'd imagine the Son of Heaven himself would personally go to her rescue. Song Yunchu's prophecy was tied to his future fate. He couldn't let her die. He moved cautiously through the haze, closing. He caught the sound of her inner grievances. "It's not the assassin's skill I fear, but their reckless disregard for their own lives. The shore isn't far from here. The knockout incense takes time to take full effect. If they'd jumped ship earlier, they could have escaped before completely losing strength. Why must they stubbornly fight me to the death here? This incense is such a nuisance. If only Jiang Rumin hadn't used it, I'd at least have the strength to kick every one of them." Jun Liluo traced the source of the voice, drawing steadily nearer to Song Yunchu. The smoke had thinned somewhat from its peak. He vaguely discerned several curved blades slashing towards Song Yunchu. Slowed by the incense, the assassin's movements were sluggish. Song Yunchu's dodge was equally unswift as she twisted her body to barely evade one blow, but she lost her balance, and with nothing to steady herself, she toppled from the edge of the bow into the water. Jun Liluo's gaze sharpened. Without a second thought, he leaped in after her. Song Yunchu's limbs were useless. She swallowed a mouthful of water as she felt the icy lake flooding her nose and mouth instantly. She tried to swim, but couldn't move, feeling like a dead fish, utterly drained of strength. Clearly, no matter how high one's martial arts, they are no match for knockout drugs. "Jiang Rumin, oh Jiang Rumin, if only you hadn't lit that incense. It attacks indiscriminately." Song Yunchu felt a surge of anger, but mostly helplessness. She had believed that with her knowledge of the original story's plot, she could change the fates of many. For instance, she wouldn't have to die, the tyrant emperor wouldn't be usurped, and Jiang Rumin could be spared those inhuman tortures. But plans could never keep up with changes. If she drowned in this lake today, it would be a more humiliating death than in the original story, where she'd at least lived a year or two longer. As she was wallowing in these grim thoughts, she suddenly felt a tight grip on her waist. Someone had caught hold of her, hoisting her up toward the surface, instantly relieving her struggle for breath. "Yunchu." A familiar voice reached her ears, followed by a hand wiping the water from her face. Song Yunchu opened her eyes, staring at the person before her in astonishment. "Your Majesty." The tyrant emperor had actually jumped into the water to save her himself. Those assassins were originally after the emperor. It was only out of desperation that they'd changed their target. He would have been perfectly safe just staying put, yet had charged through the smoke and dived into the lake to fish her out. Was he really that loyal to his subordinates? Even more astonishing was that had located her so quickly in that smoke. If had been even 2 feet further away, he wouldn't have been able to tell if the person in the water was friend or foe. Jun Liluo paid no mind to her thoughts. He produced Jiang Rumin's pill from inside his sleeve. Though damp, it hadn't dissolved. He pressed it to Song Yunchu's lips, urging, "Take this quickly, it will counter the incense." Song Yunchu hastily swallowed the pill. "This minister thanks your Majesty for the rescue. I am guilty to have made you take such a risk." If any harm had befallen your noble person, this minister's death would be insufficient penance. Song Yunchu spoke with heartfelt sincerity. The tyrant always weighs the pros and cons. After all, I'm his most capable worker. Keeping me alive serves his interests better. Him diving in to save me personally might be to show how much he values me, to make me feel grateful and even more devoted. Whatever the reason, he's the one who got me out of danger this time. I need to show overwhelming gratitude to match his display of cherishing talent. Though I must say the tyrant looks a bit more agreeable than before. First time seeing him soaked like this, it's quite a pleasing sight with a charm of its own. Jun Liluo. Her earlier thoughts were tolerable, but the last ones made him want to toss her right back out. Look at the situation, floating in this freezing lake. And she's still having such frivolous notions. This woman was truly obsessed with appearances. It would be one thing if she only appreciated beautiful women, but she seemed to derive equal delight from secretly admiring handsome men. So, was she genuinely attracted to both sexes? With this realization, Jun Liluo quickly withdrew his hand, no longer supporting Song Yunchu. Though Song Yunchu had taken the antidote, her strength hadn't returned. Seeing Jun Liluo release her, she hastily grabbed on. The tyrant had been worried for her safety moments ago. Why had his attitude changed so suddenly, his face tightening, as if she thought her thanks had been quite eloquent. Jun Liluo felt his arm tighten, glancing down at Song Yunchu's hand. Song Yunchu said, "Your Majesty, the antidote isn't instantaneous. This minister must lean on you for a moment." Jun Liluo looked up at Song Yunchu, noticing the weariness in her eyes, and chose not to press further, allowing her to hold on to. Though he held some disdain for the dark thoughts lingering in Song Yunchu's mind, she was still loyal to him at the moment, so he felt obliged to show a measure of consideration. By now the thick smoke shrouding the pleasure boat had largely dissipated. The assassins had assumed that forcing Song Yunchu into the water would drown her, never anticipating that the emperor himself would dive in to save her. Realizing their strength had been sapped by the incense, they knew jumping into the water meant certain death. Despite this, some gritted their teeth and plunged into the lake for a desperate last stand. Jun Liluo merely sneered coldly, making no move to engage. Instead, he swam further away with Song Yunchu, then turned back to watch with a cold gaze as the assassins struggled helplessly in the water, their limbs failing until they drowned. Song Yunchu looked up at the elegant curve of his jaw, catching the faint contemptuous smile at the corner of his lips, as if he reveled in witnessing his enemy's final desperate moments. In that instant, the bloodthirsty indifference of a sovereign was laid bare. "Your Majesty, the assassin's strength is spent. We can return to the boat now." As she spoke, Song Yunchu felt strength gradually returning to her limbs. Jun Liluo gave a faint of acknowledgement and swam slowly back toward the boat with her. Jun Liluo's two guards had also jumped into the lake and were swimming toward them. "Your Majesty, are you unharmed? The water is freezing. You should return quickly." "It's nothing. Help Yunchu," Jun Liluo said, pushing her toward the two men. Flanked by them, Song Yunchu conserved her energy. As they neared the bow, she saw the deck stained with blood. Most of it belonged to the assassins. She and Jun Liluo boarded quickly. The guards who had been affected by the incense had taken antidotes, their strength restored, and subdued the remaining assassins with ease. "Your Majesty, there were 13 assassins in total. 6 are dead. How shall we deal with the rest?" Jun Liluo replied casually, "Execute them all and dump the bodies in the mass grave." Hearing this, Song Yunchu couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, won't you interrogate them?" Given their reckless disregard for their own lives, they are no different from death warriors. Even under torture, they would never reveal the hiding places of other remnants of the Rome kingdom. So why waste the effort? At his command, the guards drew their swords in unison, blades pressed against the assassins' necks. Out of the corner of her eye, Song Yunchu noticed Jiang Rumen step back, startled by the sudden display of force. Without a second thought, she hurried toward Jiang Rumen. Sharp blades slashed across the throats of the defeated, blood spurting forth in unison. At that very moment, Song Yunchu covered Jiang Rumen's eyes and turned her away. "Don't look." Even she found the scene hard to witness. Someone as innocent as Jiang Rumen would likely be haunted by nightmares. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Sensing Jiang Rumen's tense frame, Song Yunchu sighed inwardly. Though she had fought fiercely against the assassins, she didn't deem them purely wicked. They were also pitiable. To Tianqi, they were remnants of a fallen nation, but to the vanquished Rome kingdom, they were loyal souls who refused to live in shame. Having lost their land and sovereign, they chose vengeance over submission, charging into battle with reckless abandon, knowing full well they were outmatched, yet facing death without flinching. Though she had inherited everything from Prime Minister Song as a modern person, she couldn't witness the deaths of so many without feeling a pang of compassion. How fortunate it was to live in the modern era. Yet she found no way back, and if she could never return, she would have to adapt to this. What Song Yunchu didn't realize was that every one of her inner reflections was overheard by Jun Liluo. He stared at her straight back, a flicker of astonishment surfacing in his eyes. What did she mean by having inherited everything from Prime Minister Song, yet still preferring the modern era? And what was a modern person? Wasn't she the genuine Song Yunchu? No, that couldn't be right. Though her temperament had shifted, her physique appearance and exceptional martial skills all proved she was indeed. But if she was Song Yunchu, how could she explain those peculiar thoughts? Master Song is truly gallant and tender, the guards remarked, having noticed her shielding Jiang Rumin's eyes, and teased her with a laugh. Miss Jiang is after all a delicate lady unaccustomed to such scenes, so her fear is natural. Still, her quick thinking to use the incense in a crisis shows remarkable composure and intelligence. The guard who spoke clutched his chest. That lead assassin was skilled. His blade cut deep into my flesh. But being older, the incense hit him faster, slowing his movements far more than mine. I broke free easily and slashed his throat. Indeed, though we all inhaled the incense, several of the assassins were older, so it took effect on them more quickly. Some of our brothers are seriously wounded, but none have fallen. Jun Liluo, listening to the guard's chatter, glanced towards Song Yunchu and Jiang Rumin. You should thank not only Miss Jiang, but also Yunchu. The assassins exhausted much of their strength on her, which made things easier for you. Your Majesty speaks truly. Master Song has endured much today. Song Yunchu composed herself and turned around. Protecting your Majesty is my duty, though I dare not claim any credit. Her gaze rested on Jun Liluo, but from the corner of her eye she could still glimpse the gruesome fate of the assassins. She strove to keep her expression impassive. Your Majesty, the stench of blood on this boat is overwhelming, and Miss Jiang cannot bear it. I request permission to escort her home first. Very well, Jun Liluo agreed. You have both rendered meritorious service today and shall be rewarded. I will bestow your honors upon returning to the palace. Jiang Rumin, still facing away, felt no joy at these words, only a hint of melancholy. With so many lives lost, even a reward couldn't lift her spirits. Moreover, the emperor's favor was a grace that demanded she turn kneel and express gratitude, which would inevitably mean confronting the blood-soaked corpses strewn across the deck. Noticing her stiffen as she began to turn, Song Yunchu guessed her dilemma and gently gripped her shoulders, turning her back around. Everyone knows you're afraid, so there's no need to turn and give thanks. His Majesty is merciful and won't fault you for the omission. Then, I thank your Majesty for the reward and beg your forgiveness for my cowardice. It's of no consequence, Jun Liluo replied with indifference. Once the boat docks, Yunchu will escort you back. Hearing this, Jiang Rumin felt as if a great weight had been lifted. Thank you for your understanding, your Majesty. The boat soon came to a stop at the shore. Jiang Rumin, keeping her eyes tightly shut the entire time, was led off the vessel by Song Yunchu without daring to glance at the ground. Away from the scene of carnage, Jiang Rumin could finally breathe freely again. Master Song, though His Majesty credits me with merit, I must still apologize. It was my lighting of the incense that drained your strength and left you vulnerable to being forced into the water by the assassins. There's no need to apologize for that. Song Yunchu said, they are right. It is your merit that no one died today. Under the premise that everyone was affected by the bewitching incense, the fact that His Majesty's side still has a few people with full strength gives them the upper hand. She had indeed blamed Jiang Rumin when she fell into the water, but after calming down and thinking carefully, she could understand Jiang Rumin's actions. Holding the bewitching incense and the antidote, giving the antidote to the Emperor first, was from the perspective of the Emperor and his. Only she was unlucky. She was the most skilled in martial arts, but was forced to fall victim along with others. Moreover, because the original owner had a terrible reputation, the assassins, unable to kill Jun Liluo, went all out to kill her. With her drawing more fire, Jun Liluo's side naturally became easier. Fortunately, the dog emperor had a conscience and personally went into the water to save her. She only choked on a few mouthfuls of lake water and suffered no serious injury. By the way, Song Yunchu suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Jiang Rumin what happened to Princey later. After the assassins from the Rome Kingdom appeared, she had no time to pay attention to Jun Tiany's situation, but she knew that Jiang Rumin would definitely keep an eye on it. Looking at Jiang Rumin's expression, which showed no signs of fear, it was likely that Jun Tiany had also escaped danger. Sure enough, Jiang Rumin replied. The assassins on the prince's side were easier to handle. The prince suffered some flesh wounds, but also dealt with several assassins. The rest probably got scared and retreated quickly, unlike the ones on our side, who seemed utterly fearless. At this point she sighed deeply. I saw 2 of them with white hair. At such an age they should be at home enjoying the care of their children. Their country is gone, why do they still insist on revenge knowing that the odds are slim? Perhaps their children are also gone, or they are elders from the military. These people are not weak in martial arts. Old men who can still act at their age must have fought for half their lives. It is said that when the Rome Kingdom fell, some soldiers managed to escape. These survivors might continue to plot actions in the future. How pitiful, Jiang Rumin murmured. They originally had a beautiful homeland, but because their land was not prosperous enough, it was trampled. Tianqi is a powerful nation, why must it push them to this point? It is merely the survival of the fittest. The strong prey on the weak. The Rome Kingdom fell because it was weak, and the weak are not favored in this world. Therefore, even if you pity those people, you cannot blame the late emperor and His Majesty. Song Yunchu's face darkened, and her tone turned cold. If someone with ulterior motives heard what you just said, you might be accused of disrespecting the late emperor. I know you have a kind heart, but you should be cautious in your words and deeds. Hearing Song Yunka's stern warning, Jiang Roman realized that her words were indeed inappropriate, and quickly replied, "Yes, thank you for the advice, Minister Song." Shortly after the carriage stopped outside the Duke's mansion, Jiang Roman got off and did not forget to thank Song Yunchu. "Thank you for your trouble, Minister Song." Song Yunchu watched her enter the house, then let down the curtain and told the driver to drive to the city center. Although the lake outing was ruined, she was still interested in seeing the night lantern parade. The Junwei restaurant at the city center was the tallest building on this street. On the lantern festival, many guests gathered upstairs. The fourth floor offered the best view. Looking down from the window at the lantern parade presented a magnificent nightscape. She had sent Baiju the day before to reserve a private room on the fourth floor. When she pushed the door open, the fruits and snacks on the table were already prepared. Just as she was about to enter, she was stopped by a waiter. "Minister Song, the distinguished guest in room 3 invites you." "Who is the distinguished guest in room 3? Song Yunchu looked to the right side of the corridor. Room 3 was only 2 doors away from hers. "You'll know when you go over. Fine wine and dishes are already prepared there." Song Yunchu raised an eyebrow slightly and walked toward that room. As she approached, someone inside opened the door for her. She looked up and saw Jun Liluo sitting by the window, smiling faintly at her. "I originally thought Yunchu was accompanying a beauty, but I didn't expect you to appear here. They say the 4th floor of this restaurant has the best view. It would be too lonely for us to each stay in our own room. Better to gather and chat." Song Yunchu did not believe Jun Liluo's appearance here was a coincidence. She instinctively felt that he had learned her schedule and chosen this restaurant. Although she was reluctant to be with Jun Liluo, she did not forget the proper etiquette. "Your humble servant greets." "There's no need to be so formal outside the palace." Jun Liluo interrupted her. "I have said many times that I regard you as a close friend. As long as it's not a formal occasion, you don't need to stand on ceremony in private. Sit down." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Song Yunchu smiled and sat down, sneering inwardly. He talks as if he means it. If I really don't stand on ceremony and never bow to him from now on, I'd like to see if he holds a grudge. During the lake outing, you intruded on my territory, and now for the lantern viewing you want to join me. You say it's too lonely to each stay in a room, but you have so many attendants with you. Lonely my foot. No employee on vacation wants to be with their boss. I just want to enjoy myself. Why is it so hard?" Was Song Yunchu so unwilling to be with him? He thought he had treated Song Yunchu well. Not only had he given him high official positions and generous rewards, but he also rarely put on airs in front of him, an honor no other minister enjoyed. Moreover, when he went into the water to save Song Yunchu had inwardly praised his handsome appearance, yet now he was already finding him annoying. People said the emperor's heart was hard to fathom, but he felt Song Yunka's thoughts were even more unpredictable. "Yunchu, have you ever tried the signature dishes of this restaurant?" Jun Liluo still smiled gently. "The flavors are quite good. Try them. And this plum wine, mellow and crisp, should suit." He always stayed with Song Yunchu simply to solve the mystery in his heart. After coming down from the pleasure boat, he had been pondering Song Yunka's words. Inherited everything from Prime Minister Song, a modern soul. A bizarre guess arose in his mind. He could confirm that the body sitting opposite him was still Song Yunka's body, but perhaps Song Yunka's original consciousness was gone. The current Song Yunchu was possessed by another person. Although this guess sounded absurd, combined with Song Yunka's inner thoughts, it seemed plausible. Ever since he could hear Song Yunka's inner thoughts, he felt that many things in this world were difficult to explain with common sense. He still remembered that day at the palace banquet, when he suddenly heard the murmurs in Song Yunka's heart, praising the wine and dishes one moment, then complaining about the singer's voice and humming a different tune herself the next. Though he found it baffling at the time, he never doubted Song Yunka's identity. Even when Song Yunchu occasionally blurted out strange ideas, he would simply think that he hadn't known Song Yunchu well enough before. But after these days of interaction, he could now compare the differences between the Song Yunchu of then and now. The Song Yunchu he had known should have been ruthless and devoid of compassion. He had once sent people to investigate in secret, and learned that Song Yunchu favored cruel torture. Sometimes during late-night interrogations, the prisoners' harrowing screams could be faintly heard through the walls. Among those tortured to death by Song Yunchu were those who had been drained of blood, others branded with dozens of irons, and some with limbs severed and bones crushed. Those who kept a complete corpse were the minority. Yet the person before him now lacked that inner ferocity and bloodlust. When witnessing the execution of the remnants of the Rome kingdom, this person even harbored a sense of pity. Compared to the old Song Yunchu, this one had more humanity. "I have never tasted the dishes of this restaurant. The table Your Majesty has ordered looks full of color, aroma, and flavor, quite appetizing indeed." Song Yunchu glanced over the dishes on the table. Braised pork ribs, lotus-wrapped roast duck, pagoda meat, and many other unrecognizable dishes, 12 in total. The 2 plates in the center appeared to be spicy diced chicken and spicy stir-fried rice cakes. Jun Liluo said, "You expended much energy fighting the assassins today. Don't stand on ceremony. Eat more. The signature dishes before him encompassed sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy flavors, some of which were Song Yunchu's favorites. He was curious to see how the person opposite would react. He watched as Song Yunchu picked up the chopsticks, skimmed over the 2 dishes in the center of the table, and finally, with deliberate slowness, picked up a piece of braised pork rib into the bowl. She savored the savory rib, thinking how nice it would be to dip it in chili powder. Those spicy stir-fried rice cakes and spicy diced chicken looked so delicious. Too bad the original body can't handle spicy food. Chili is so tasty. Spicy diced chicken mixed with rice gets better with every bite. The original novel just had to give Prime Minister Song a auspicious trait. What a hardship for me. The Emperor is suspicious and cautious. I can't change my eating habits in front of him, or he might grow wary. Jun Liluo lowered his head and drank his wine in silence, a conclusion already forming in his mind. In the inner thoughts he had heard before, Song Yunchu had also mentioned the word original body. He hadn't understood it then, but now he realized it referred to the original Song Yunchu. A new master had taken over this body, and the original Song Yunchu had vanished. How long then would this new master remain in this body? If possible, he hoped this new Song Yunchu would stay forever. Compared to the original scheming minister, this newcomer harbored no thoughts of betrayal. This one merely lacked refinement and constantly cursed him in her heart. What was there not to accept about that? This person had inherited everything from Song Yunchu, the peerless martial arts skills and the memory of handling memorials, effectively giving him a new assistant. Yunchu, Jun Liluo suddenly spoke up. The group that tried to assassinate me today, though they offended me, their loyalty and spine are rather admirable. Was it too cruel of me to have their bodies thrown into a mass grave? Would it have been more appropriate to imprison them or to bury them properly after execution? He truly wanted to know how this compassionate Song Yunchu viewed him. Song Yunchu hadn't expected such a question and was momentarily taken aback before replying. Your Majesty is the Son of Heaven. However you choose to deal with them is justified. Though they possessed an unbending spirit, they were ultimately foreign enemies. Your Majesty must establish authority and cannot afford to be lenient. What does it matter if their bodies are cast into a mass grave? Your servant sees no impropriety in it. You lunatic, you've already killed them all. Why play the merciful act now? If you truly admired their spirit, you wouldn't have so decisively ordered your attendants to slit their throats and dump the bodies. Suddenly engaging in self-reflection now. Are you trying to show that despite all the killing you still have compassion? I have no objection to your executing the assassins. You have your position to uphold. But can we drop the act? Admitting you're cold-blooded isn't such a big deal. Song Yunchu grumbled inwardly, but showed no sign of it on her face. Jun Liluo, seeing her say one thing while thinking another, felt slightly gratified. Not bad. This one understood him quite well, knowing he couldn't possibly have any sympathy for those people and could even consider things from his perspective. Though she cursed him, it was only for his hypocrisy. She answered his question flawlessly, truly material for high office. The art of being an official lay in discerning the emperor's intent. Once discerned, one couldn't state it too plainly. One had to ensure one's words wouldn't offend the emperor. If one couldn't even speak properly, then one wasn't cut out for the political arena. Yunchu speaks sense, he said slowly. After all, they were foreign enemies. I had to deal with them harshly enough to serve as a deterrent. Perhaps this newcomer didn't possess the same ruthless methods as the real Song Yunchu, but this person knew how to play the role of the former Song Yunchu. Even if not perfectly alike, the performance was successful so far. No one else had suspected this person's identity. If not for his ability to hear inner thoughts, he probably wouldn't have noticed that Song Yunchu had been replaced. The signature dishes here are quite good, aren't they? Jun Liluo offered a faint smile to the person across from him, then picked up a piece of the spicy diced chicken from the center of the table. This spicy diced chicken comes highly recommended by the restaurant staff. The flavor is excellent. Unfortunately, Yunchu, you can't handle spice. No such luck for you. As soon as Jun Liluo said this, he heard the sound of Song Yunchu grinding her teeth. If you think it's good, just eat it yourself. Why announce it? One of these days when I go out alone, I'll find a spicy restaurant and have a feast. The spicier the better. Jun Liluo suppressed his laughter and continued eating the spicy stir-fried rice cakes beside the spicy diced chicken. Seeing Song Yunchu craving the spice, yet forcing herself not to eat it, he inexplicably felt a sense of delight. Song Yunchu had often scolded him in her heart, but since those were her unspoken thoughts, he could hardly hold them against her. Still, it displeased him, and so. At times he wished to make things difficult for her in return for that would only be fair. Your servant has never been able to stomach spicy food, Song Yunchu said with a straight face, telling an outright lie before picking up another slice of lotus root and a piece of tofu. The original host had preferred bland flavors, and if she wanted to convincingly play the part, she had to stay in character. Boom, boom. The sound of fireworks exploding rang out beyond the window, accompanied by the crackling of firecrackers along the main street. A signal that the lantern parade was about to begin. Song Yunchu leaned out of the window and looked down the street. In a single glance, she spotted two familiar faces across. The siblings Shangguanqi and Shangguanyun were both dressed in plain-colored garments today, nothing ostentatious, yet their striking features and graceful bearing made them stand out in the crowd. They were hurrying toward the restaurant, no doubt having reserved a private room in advance to watch the lanterns. Jun Liluo followed her gaze and spotted the pair as well. He raised an eyebrow. Speaking of the neighboring princess, something has crossed my mind. Do you recall what I told you before? That I have no intention of taking her into my harem and plan to choose one of the princes to form a marriage alliance with her instead. I remember, Song Yunchu said, turning back to face the emperor. Has your majesty found a suitable candidate? Even as she asked, she already had a suspicion in her heart. A princess marrying a prince could only be as a legitimate wife. Jun Tianyi was already betrothed, and she had gathered information on the other uncles of the imperial family. Most of them already had wives and concubines with children aplenty. All except the 8th prince, the Prince of Gong. Last year the Princess of Gong had passed away from illness. The prince had not remarried since, and he had only one daughter. Word had it that the Prince of Gong was a devoted man. In over a decade of marriage he had never taken a concubine and had no vices to speak of. At first glance he might seem like a decent match. Yet the prince was 35 years old this year, while Shangguanyun was merely 17. Sure enough, Jun Liluo's answer matched her guess exactly. My 8th uncle, the Prince of Gong, is the most suitable candidate. He is steady in temperament and exceptionally gifted in literary pursuits. Even his household is tranquil. The princess will not suffer any grievance marrying him. With no concubines in his residence, it will spare her a great deal of trouble. She will live far more comfortably than other princesses. I believe they are well suited. Song Yunchu lowered her eyes, chewing on a slice of lotus root, while silently fuming. Well suited, my foot. A 17-year-old girl married off to a middle-aged widower with a child. How could she possibly be happy about that? For an ordinary woman, marrying such a husband might mean a life of comfort and indulgence. But Shangguanyun is a princess raised in luxury and treated like gold and jade. Being forced to become a stepmother to a 9-year-old girl, she'd be outraged. If Shangguanyun had the choice, wouldn't she rather pick a young and promising general? Unfortunately, the original agreement between the two nations was a royal marriage. If Shangguanyun cannot escape her fate as a bride of the imperial family, it seems she'll have to marry the Prince of Gong. With her personality, who knows what trouble she might stir up later. Across from her, Jun Liluo listened to her inner thoughts and found them baffling. What was wrong with a 17-year-old marrying a 35-year-old? In his father's harem, there were plenty of women more than 20 years younger than the late emperor. When members of the royal family took wives and concubines, age was rarely a concern for the women. Even among common folk, a marriage between an older man and a younger woman was hardly uncommon. Marrying far from home for a political alliance was a duty many princesses could not escape, especially when the marriage was with a nation more powerful than their own. Compromise was inevitable. Of course, his own 2 imperial sisters were the exception. As soon as they came of age, their father had arranged their marriages to distinguished young men at court. They now lived contentedly in their husbands' homes. The prosperous empire built by generations of Tianqi ancestors gave his people the confidence to stand tall. Beichen could not compare to Tianqi, and in the end they would have to accept his arrangement. Since your majesty has already made the decision, it is simply a matter of discussing it with the envoys from Beichen, Song Yunchu. She might be able to change the tragic fates of the characters, but she could not dictate the course of their lives. Even as a prophet, there was only so much she could do. Her superior, the Dog Emperor, was the one who truly held the power of decision. Fireworks continued to bloom outside the window, and not far down the street a scattering of twinkling lights appeared in brilliant hues, the head of the lantern procession. For the rest of the time, neither she nor Jun Liluo spoke another word, instead focusing their attention on watching the parade of lanterns along the street. The Lantern Festival of Tianqi was nearly identical to the lantern-watching celebrations of the modern world. It gave her a certain sense of familiarity. If she could never return to her original world, at least she could witness similar customs here. After a long while, the lengthy procession of lanterns gradually moved on. Song Yunchu withdrew her gaze and turned to Jun Liluo. Your Majesty, it is getting late. You should return to the palace. Your servant will take her leave now. Jun Liluo gave a faint response. Go ahead. As Song Yunchu's figure disappeared from the private room, a thought stirred in his mind. Song Yunchu seemed rather dissatisfied with her current situation. She was already seated in the position of prime minister, yet she still yearned to return to where she came from. He did not know what kind of world Song Yunchu had lived in before, but he could sense that she deeply missed her previous life. Could it be that before possessing the prime minister, she had also lived a life of luxury and privilege? Meanwhile, after leaving the restaurant, Song Yunchu had initially planned to return to her residence when her attention was caught by a burst of commotion. Ladies and gentlemen, don't pass by without taking a look. 5 copper coins for 1 ring. So many beautiful lanterns. Whatever you manage to loop, it's yours. Song Yunchu paused mid-step and followed the sound to its source. At the far end of the street ahead, a makeshift stall had been set up, displaying an array of colorful lanterns in various shapes that drew the eye. The vendor's spirited call soon gathered a large crowd of passers-by. The very first lantern Song Yunchu laid eyes on was the one hanging highest, a round rabbit-shaped lantern with such lifelike eyes that it seemed almost alive. Many in the surrounding crowd had also taken a liking to that lantern. That jade rabbit lantern is truly beautiful, but it's hung way too high. And it's so far away. The only spot a ring could catch is its ears. It'd take dozens of rings to have any chance of landing it. Exactly. Isn't this just a scheme to make people spend more money? Might as well just name a price and sell it outright. Though there was no shortage of complaints, there were still those willing to pay for rings. Song Yunchu watched several disappointed customers walk away empty-handed, and a small smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Ring-tossing games like this were also common in the 21st century. Another game concept lifted straight from reality. She stepped forward and said to the vendor, "I'll buy one ring. Just one." The vendor looked her up and down, noticing the fine silk of her robes, and smiled. "Young master, one ring is hardly enough to win anything. Most people buy several, buy 5 rings, and even if you only land one you break even. How about a few more?" "I'm afraid if I buy more you'd end up taking a loss," Song Yunchu said with unruffled ease. "If I only buy one you lose a little." Perhaps because her tone carried a hint of arrogance, the lantern vendor chuckled and said, "Young master, this game is all about luck and skill. If you're capable of winning several you may take them all. On such a fine day, I'm not here to make a fortune, just to let everyone enjoy themselves." Seeing the calculated smile on the vendor's face, Song Yunchu raised an eyebrow. "Very well, give me 10 rings then. Not here to make money." How could he say such a hypocritical thing with a straight face? The vendor quickly handed 10 rings to Song Yunchu. The moment she took them, she understood why he dared to say, "If you can win 7. The rings felt extremely smooth, and the lanterns hanging high above seemed deliberately designed with precarious hooks, rabbit ears, butterfly antennae, peony leaves. All made small and rounded, some even tilted, so even if a ring landed it would likely slide off. The rule was that a ring must hang securely on the lantern to count as a win. If 1 out of 5 rings was a win, it was considered not a loss. Under the vendor's design, many customers spent money and left empty-handed, far exceeding the lantern's actual value. A true swindler. "Young master, please." The lantern vendor stepped back a few paces and pointed to the spot he had just occupied. "Please stand within this square I've drawn. You cannot lean forward. If you step out, even a successful throw won't count." Song Yunchu stepped into the square as instructed and looked up at the rabbit lantern she desired. She tossed the ring almost casually into the air, and it landed firmly on the rabbit's ear. The vendor's smile faltered, but the surrounding customers erupted in cheers. "Amazing. Hit it on the first try. That rabbit lantern is the prettiest. 1 ring, and he got it. What a steal. Looks like he's a master. Or maybe just lucky. Let's see more." Song Yunchu threw the second ring, catching the butterfly lantern's antennae beside the rabbit. The third ring landed on the fish. The fourth ring snagged the monkey lantern's tail. When her fifth ring captured a flower lantern, the vendor could no longer contain his anxiety. He stepped forward and asked, "Did you tamper with the rings? These rings were all given by you, and everyone's eyes are on us. What could I have done?" Song Yunchu found it amusing. "If you think I cheated, check them yourself." The vendor snatched the rings from her hand and rubbed them carefully, but found no trace of adhesive. Watching his flustered state, Song Yunchu said calmly, "You said earlier that I could take whatever I win, and that you're not here to make money but to let guests enjoy themselves. Have you finished checking? If so, give me back the rings to continue." She had already learned to utilize Song Xiang's muscle memory. For a master, hitting the target every time was basic. Ring tossing was even easier than archery. She didn't rely on luck like most customers, her skill alone was the key. Apart from accuracy, force was crucial. She had to ensure the ring wouldn't wobble when it landed, so the strength had to be just right. If the force was off, the ring might sway and fall. All right. The 5 you've won are yours. As for the remaining 5 rings, you don't need to throw them. He'll refund your money." The vendor's smile had vanished, and he no longer wanted Song Yunchu to continue. "How can that be?" Song Yunchu narrowed her eyes. "At first I only wanted 1 ring, but you insisted I buy more. I bought more to be polite, and now you can't afford to lose. When you're in business, you need to keep your word. Are you allowed to make money while customers can't benefit?" The vendor's face turned out. Many customers had already left disappointed, earning him a good sum. He had thought his game was brilliant, but he never expected to run into a formidable opponent. This person neither relied on luck nor cheated. She used pure skill, mastering the angle and force of each throw. If only he hadn't urged her to buy more rings, he wouldn't be in this awkward position. As Song Yunchu and the vendor stood at an impasse, the surrounding customers began to murmur. "The young master is right. You've already made plenty. What's the harm in letting him win a few lanterns? Plenty of people couldn't win a single lantern with dozens of rings. Now that a skilled player appears, you refuse to do business. Where's the logic in that?" "Exactly. He won by skill, not by cheating. Why can't he continue? Your game was designed to rely on luck. You set the rules. You have to accept both wins and losses. You can't be a sore loser. Public opinion is formidable." The lantern vendor bit his lip and finally decided to concede. He took a deep breath and said to Song Yunchu, "Forgive me, young master. I underestimated you. This is just a small business, and facing a master like you, I truly can't afford the loss. Young master, how about this? Forget the money for the rings. You can take the ones you've already won. Please show mercy and let me out. Seeing his repentant attitude, Song Yunchu decided not to press further. She crossed her arms and said, I won't throw the remaining rings, and you don't need to refund the money. I just want to ask, do you truly believe the rules you set are fair? Unbeknownst to Song Yunchu, two pairs of eyes in the crowd were intently watching her every move. The lantern vendor, hearing her words, averted his gaze guiltily. He had indeed been cunning. Before setting up the stall, he had his family test if the lucky ones could win a lantern with 7 or 8 rings, while the unlucky might fail even with dozens. He wasn't worried about lucky customers, since most people needed many tries. But encountering someone who hit every time was... Have you considered that people might initially come out of curiosity, but if you send most of them away disappointed, you'll go out of business in a few days? Customers aren't fools. If they spend a lot of money and gain no joy, will they come back? The lantern vendor was stunned. His business had only been open for 3 days with decent daily profits, but indeed there were no customers buy rings because they like your lanterns. How can you not give them a little taste of sweetness? If someone buys 30 or 50 rings and wins nothing, they might even resent you. You know how hard it is to win. If you want a long-term business, you should set a guaranteed minimum. Song Yunchu said with a straight face. For instance, if a customer is unlucky enough to miss every time, you should give one to them as a consolation. This way, when you release new lanterns, they'll come back. If they truly like your work, they'll be willing to return for the guaranteed prize and patronize your business again. Your craftsmanship is excellent, so don't let your reputation suffer. The lantern stall owner was silent for a moment, then looked up at Song Yunchu and said, You speak wisely, sir. I want to build a lasting business. So if a customer fails to ring a prize after 20 throws, he'll let them pick one they like. This stall has been up for 3 days now, and those who met this condition in the past 2 days can also come back to claim a lantern. That's the right approach. Song Yunchu smiled. Also consider this: what if someone hires a customer like me to take advantage of you? If they buy 100 rings at once, your business would be ruined. You need to add a rule: limit the number of rings each person can buy per day. Since you have the guaranteed prize rule, customers won't have any reason to object to your purchase limit. That's a great idea. The lantern stall owner agreed. Neither I nor the customers should be able to take endless advantage of each other. Thank you for the advice, sir. I've truly learned something. You'll go get the lantern you won just now. With that, the owner cheerfully turned around to fetch the lantern. Song Yunchu only wanted the rabbit lantern she had her eye on from the start, so she gave the other 4 lanterns to some children in the crowd. The children, having received the lanterns for free, were grinning from ear to ear. Thank you, big brother. Big brother, you're not only handsome, but also so kind. You're bound to be successful in the future. Song Yunchu chuckled softly. I'll take your kind words. Successful. She was already a first-rank official, a favored minister of the emperor. There was no room for further promotion. She would be content as long as she could keep her position. I've long heard of Song Gongzi's wisdom, and today I see the rumors are indeed true. A crisp female voice suddenly sounded from behind, making Song Yunchu turn around. Shangwan Yun and Shangwan Qi were also nearby. She had been so focused on her conversation with the lantern stall owner that she hadn't noticed them. Amidst the bustling crowd, Shangwan Yun addressed her as Song Gongzi rather than Song Darren, which was prudent. Song Yunchu smiled politely at the siblings. Have senior brother Shangwan and Miss Shangwan been standing here watching the commotion all along? We happened to be passing by, and this place was too conspicuously lively, so we came over to see. As she spoke, Shangwan Yun looked at the rabbit lantern in Song Yunka's hand. Song Gongzi, this lantern is truly beautiful. I liked it the moment I saw it. I was going to ask my brother to win it for me, but you got to it first. Seeing the sparkle in Shangwan Yun's eyes as she looked at the lantern, Song Yunchu guessed she genuinely liked it. In the early part of the original story, Shangwan Yun was quite straightforward and didn't hide her desires. She might even directly ask to buy the lantern. Sure enough, Shangwan Yun spoke bluntly. Song Gongzi, I have an impertinent request. Would you be willing to sell this lantern? Yuner, don't be rude. Shangwan Qi spoke up from the side. Song Gongzi won 5 lanterns, but kept only this one. It's clear he likes it, or perhaps he intends to give it to someone special. A gentleman doesn't take what another cherishes. There are plenty of other lanterns up there. Pick another one. Hearing this, Shangwan Yun pouted, but didn't insist on having the lantern. Yuner, there's a crane lantern up there. Let me win that one for you. Shangwan Yun glanced at the crane lantern her brother mentioned, looking unenthusiastic. I don't like that one. It's too big. Seeing her dejected expression, Song Yunchu remembered what the emperor had said at the restaurant about betrothing her to Prince Gong, who was a generation older, to become the stepmother of the young princess. It was easy to imagine her future wouldn't be easy. Her remaining time of freedom was short. If this lantern could bring her a moment of joy, why not give it to her? It's just a lantern. Since Miss Shangwan likes it, I'll give it to you. Seeing Song Yunchu offer the lantern, a hint of joy appeared on Shangwan Yun's face. Shangwan Qi said from the side, Brother Song, name your price. Song Yunchu shook her head. No need. It's not a valuable item. Senior brother Shangwan is a guest from afar. If I were to haggle over such a small thing, I'd be far too petty. In that case, thank you, Brother Song. Shangguan Yun happily took the rabbit lantern and also remembered to thank Song Yunchu. It's getting late. I should be heading back to my residence. I'll take my leave now. Take care, Brother Song. After Song Yunchu left, Shangguan Yun watched her go for a while until her brother called her. Let's head back too. The siblings boarded the carriage back to the palace. Shangguan Yun stroked the rabbit lantern in her hands and said to Shangguan Shi, Brother, this Song Darren has a perfectly good personality. Those who say he's ruthless are just spreading rumors out of jealousy for his talent and position. Don't just look at the surface. Shangguan Shi said in a deep voice. We have no conflict of interest with him. Given our status, he knows befriending us won't do him any harm. How many times have you even met him? And you dare to say he has a good personality? Setting aside how he treats us, he's not harsh on ordinary people either. Shangguan Yun retorted. Didn't we just see that that lantern stall owner couldn't handle the game and broke his own rules? Song Darren was clearly displeased, but he didn't throw his weight around. Instead, he taught him how to run his business better. The new rule considers both the owner and the customers. Isn't that what you always talk about? Caring for the people's livelihood? Shangguan Qi smiled and shook his head. It's just a bit of favor from a superior to an inferior. As a powerful minister, he wouldn't stoop to bickering with a nobody. Offering a bit of business advice is harmless. I think you've heard too many rumors and are just maliciously speculating about him in your spare time. Shangguan Yun rolled her eyes at Shangguan Qi. When he's kind to us, you say it's not sincere. When he's lenient with the common folk, you say he's patronizing ants. Anyway, once you suspect someone, everything they do looks wrong to you. I'm just analyzing things seriously. Why do you always take an outsider's side? It's not that I'm speculating maliciously about him, but the intelligence I've received about him does prove he's not a good person. The things he's actually done are marks he can't erase. Don't think he's a good man just because he saved you once and gave you a lantern. Shangguan Shi also rarely put on a stern face with his sister. Remember your mission. No matter how you view Song Yunchu, you must stay away from him from now on. Morning sunlight filtered through layers of blossoms and leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the windowsill of the imperial study. As was his custom, Jun Liluo summoned Song Yunchu to the study after the morning court to assist with memorials. Song Yunchu opened a memorial with practiced ease, her peripheral vision catching Chief Steward Li entering from outside the study carrying a food container. Your Majesty, Consort Li has sent nourishing supplements for you again. Hearing this, Song Yunchu remarked casually to Jun Liluo. Your subject observes that your Majesty appears quite spirited these past few days. You must have been sleeping well at night. Consort Li's calming decoction proves most effective indeed. Her decoction is indeed effective. After drinking it, I no longer suffer from sleeplessness. Jun Liluo said, then instructed Chief Steward Li. Inform Consort Li that she may continue sending the calming decoction, but there is no need for her to trouble herself with other supplements. The Imperial Kitchen will handle those. No sooner had he finished speaking than he heard Song Yunchu silently mocking him. This heartless man. Consort Li has shown you care for so long. Even a stone heart would have warmed by now. You never even invite her for tea or conversation. Being your consort must be lonely beyond death. I wonder how this obliviousness to romance can ever be cured. But then again, even though the damn emperor cannot touch women now due to his cultivation restrictions, he will eventually need heirs for the royal family. As a sovereign, he must produce offspring. Perhaps by then Consort Li will be his top choice. If that's the case, there's no need to rush. Let Consort Li occasionally earn favor in the emperor's eyes. Once goodwill accumulates, everything will naturally fall into place, and I won't need to worry anymore. Jun Liluo glanced at Song Yunchu, snorting coldly in his heart. He knew that Song Yunchu had always been intent on matchmaking him with Consort Li. That fellow had taken the prescription from Jiang Rumen and given it to Consort Li, letting her claim all the credit alone without a single mention of Jiang Rumen. All this scheming was simply to find him a virtuous helpmate and sever the bond between him and Jiang Rumen. In Song Yunchu's prophecy, he would lose control because of Jiang Rumen, a notion he still found utterly incomprehensible. In his eyes, Jiang Rumen was nothing special. He had once harbored murderous intent toward her and had only spared her life to intensify the conflict between Song Yunchu and Jun Tianyi. But now he was already convinced that Song Yunchu was no longer the person he once knew, but rather his new ally. He recalled how Song Yunchu had shown considerable tenderness toward Jiang Rumen on the pleasure boat, unable even to bear letting her see the assassin's corpses on the ground. Quite possibly a sign of genuine affection. That being the case, he would spare Jiang Rumen's life for now as a gesture to accommodate Song Yunchu's chivalrous compassion. This too would alter the course of the prophecy and avert certain tragedies. For he was utterly certain that he could never commit the act of forcibly taking a subject's wife. Your Majesty, Prince Qi requests an audience outside. The eunuch's announcement snapped Jun Liluo back to attention. He looked up and replied, let him in. Before long, Shangguan Qi stepped into the imperial study and saluted Jun Liluo with clasped hands. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Prince Qi, no need for such formality. Please have a seat. Shangguan Qi took his seat and said, I have come to inquire on behalf of the envoy delegation. We have been in your esteemed country for several days now. When does your majesty intend to confer the title upon a Yun? The marriage alliance had long been settled between the two nations. Their northern Shin kingdom hoped the princess would receive the rank of noble consort, yet here in Tianqi the emperor had delayed the conferral for days without acting. They could not help but speculate as to the reason. Shang Wanqi could faintly sense that Jun Liluo seemed indifferent toward Shang Wanyun. Prince Qi, you have arrived at an opportune moment. I had indeed intended to discuss this very matter with you today. Jun Liluo spoke slowly. A marriage alliance between our nations serves to strengthen our ties. The princess, being of royal blood, naturally possesses exceptional beauty and talent. However, her temperament lacks steadiness. She is far too vivacious and would not be suited for the confines of the imperial harem. Thus, after deliberation with Prime Minister Song, I have decided that the princess shall wed my 8th imperial uncle as his principal consort. What say you, Prince Qi? Shang Wanqi was taken aback. Consort of Prince Gong. Indeed. I have no brothers left of my generation, but fortunately among my imperial uncles there is one whose principal consort position remains vacant. If Prince Qi has no objections, I can arrange a meeting between you and my 8th imperial uncle without delay. My uncle is a man of good temper and would surely accommodate the prince's spirited nature. Moreover, his household currently has no other concubines. Should the princess wed him, she would be spared the troubles of vying for favor. The harem is crowded with people and rife with disputes. Do consider this carefully, Prince Qi. Shang Wanqi sank into contemplation. So the reason the Tianqi emperor was indifferent toward a Yun was his displeasure with her excessive vivacity. It made sense thinking back. On the very second day after the envoy delegation's arrival, a Yun had secretly slipped out of the palace to play, and with her careless conduct, she had revealed her wealth, drawing the attention of thieves and nearly losing her life. News of this reaching the court would inevitably invite criticism of her recklessness. A reckless temperament invites trouble. If incidents were to occur in the future, punishing her too lightly would fail to convince the public, while punishing her too severely would damage the dignity of a friendly nation. Hence, after careful consideration, the emperor had decided not to take her into the harem. Making her a princess consort would bring far fewer restrictions and worries than life within the palace walls. Regarding your majesty's proposal, I must return to consult with the other envoys. I shall immediately write to your sovereign, informing him of my considerations. After Shang Wanqi left the imperial study, he dispatched someone to gather information about Prince Gong. When he returned to the palace where the envoy delegation was housed, he saw Shang Wanyun playing kick shuttlecock with her maidservants, her face radiant with joyful laughter. He thought to himself that if a Yun were to spend her entire life confined within the imperial harem of this foreign land, such a bright smile would likely never grace her face again. Not becoming a member of the emperor's harem, but rather the consort of Prince Gong might well be the better choice for her. Brother, where have you been? You were nowhere to be found this morning. Shang Wanyun spotted Shang Wanqi in the distance and smiled at him. Would you like to come play kick shuttlecock with me? Shang Wanqi did not refuse. He walked over and played with her for a while, and when he saw a thin sheen of sweat on her forehead, he told her to sit down and rest. I just went to see His Majesty, Shang Wanqi began, but was interrupted by Shang Wanyun. His Majesty seems quite busy. The marriage alliance is hardly urgent within a day or two. Brother, can you not bear to see me at leisure? She secretly hoped the emperor would delay further due to his heavy administrative duties, granting her a few more days of freedom. There you go, speaking willfully again. You may not be anxious, but have you considered that if His Majesty keeps ignoring us, it effectively means he does not value us? I went to see him to gauge his attitude. Shang Wanqi paused, then stated bluntly, after deliberation between His Majesty and Prime Minister Song, you need not enter the palace as a consort. His Majesty wishes for you to become the consort of Prince Gong, who is His Majesty's 8th imperial uncle. The rank of a prince consort may not be as high as that of a noble consort, but the prince's residence is far less stifling than the palace with fewer restrictions. You will have much more freedom. His Majesty's 8th imperial uncle. Shang Wanyun recovered from her shock and asked instinctively, how old is he? 35. What? Shang Wanyun nearly leaped from her chair. This is the result of His Majesty and Prime Minister Song's joint deliberation. Her face darkened, her watery eyes filled with indignation. A Yun, although he is considerably older than you, his appearance and talents are by no means lacking. I don't want to hear any of this. Shang Wanyun raised her hands to cover her ears and stormed off toward her own chambers. Shang Wanqi sighed but did not chase after her. It was only natural that a Yun could not accept this all at once. He would let her calm down on her own. Near noon, Oisong, Yunchu finished processing the memorials on her desk. Jun Liluo kept her for the midday meal before she finally departed the imperial study. As she passed by a rockery, a pebble suddenly landed at her feet. She looked toward the direction it came from and caught a glimpse of a pale pink corner of a garment hidden behind the rocks. She raised an eyebrow almost imperceptibly and walked over. Your Highness the Princess, what urgent matter have you summoned me? Master Song. Shang Wanyun looked at the man before her, her voice tinged with a hint of reproach. Why did you discuss with His Majesty to push me to Prince Gong? Song Yunchu hastily explained upon hearing this. Princess, this is not my intention, but His Majesty's will. Who can refute His Majesty's decision? Moreover, His Majesty's considerations are not without reason. Didn't Prince Chi tell you the reason behind it? Shang Guanyun's face remained tense. Her royal brother wanted to explain to her, but she wouldn't listen at that time. Even if the Emperor of Tianxi Kingdom looked down on her and wanted to marry her off to someone else, why did it have to be Prince Gong? Prince Gong was old enough, but he also had a 9-year-old daughter in his residence. A young maiden in the flower of her youth like her was to become a stepmother to a 9-year-old girl. Just because Tianxi Kingdom was slightly stronger than Beichen Kingdom, did she have to suffer such humiliation? She was unwilling, filled with pent-up anger. But now her feet stood on foreign soil. She could not openly vent her fury. All she could think of was to find a trustworthy person to pour out her heart to. In truth, she understood that even though Song Yunchu was a favored minister by the emperor's side, he could not defy the emperor's will. It was unreasonable for her to take out her anger on him, but she was so stifled that she feared she would suffocate if she didn't speak. Princess, I know you are displeased, but I must speak an honest truth you may not like. Given your temperament, being a princess consort would be far easier than being an imperial consort. In terms of power and appearance, His Majesty does indeed surpass Prince Gong, but the living environment of the imperial harem is far worse than that of Prince Gong's mansion. Song Yunchu paused, then said, when you were in your home country, your mother and brother protected you, and you could be carefree. But now, married far away in a foreign land, bereft of your family's shelter, you must face the struggles of the harem alone. Are you willing to live such a life? Moreover, His Majesty is heartless, his mind set on state affairs, paying little heed to those in the harem. They are profoundly lonely, yet dare not complain. So you think it is because I lost the position of imperial consort that I am so enraged? Shang Guanyun said crossly, I am not so obsessed with that position. I am merely resentful. Why should I, a proper princess, marry a prince much older than me and become a stepmother to that 9-year-old little princess? If His Majesty still had brothers alive, the princess would naturally not suffer such humiliation. Song Yunchu comforted, but this matter. It's not that His Majesty won't let you choose, but there is no choice left. There are no suitable unmarried adult men in the imperial family. The other imperial uncles have even more wives and children. Only Prince Gong is relatively suitable. She deliberately refrained from mentioning Jun Tianyi. Strictly speaking, Jun Tianyi was only engaged, not yet married. If Shang Guanyun, as in the original story, had taken a liking to Jun Tianyi, it would have been very possible for her to strive to become the Princess of Yi. Fortunately, the plotline of their meeting had been altered, and Shang Guanyun still did not know that despicable scoundrel. That scoundrel was practically the romantic tribulation of all supporting female characters. Even if Shang Guanyun were to live with Prince Gong as a makeshift couple, it would be far better than pestering that scoundrel. Just as Song Yunchu was thinking this, she heard Shang Guanyun say, is Prince Gong the only suitable candidate? I don't. Shang Guanyun fixed her gaze on the person before her. Master Song just said that His Majesty is heartless. And you? Are you heartless or affectionate? Song Yunchu was stunned by the question. She suddenly realized that Shang Guanyun's gaze at her was somewhat off. It seemed. A flicker of unusual emotion stirred within. I can choose not to be the Emperor's imperial consort, nor Prince Gong's princess. Shang Guanyun expressed without any subtlety. Master Song saved my life. What harm is there in me offering myself to you? You are highly esteemed by His Majesty. His trust in you must far exceed that in these imperial uncles, right? Though they are his relatives, they may not be loyal. Why doesn't he consider marrying me to the one he trusts most? Princess marriage alliance is no child's play. Song Yunchu came back to her senses from shock, both amused and exasperated. I am not a member of the imperial family. When the two kingdoms formed an alliance, it was already agreed that the marriage would be between royalty. Moreover, His Majesty has already bestowed a marriage upon me. Is the marriage His Majesty bestowed upon you to your satisfaction? Shang Guanyun interrupted. If you are not satisfied, let's scheme together and help each other reject the marriages arranged by His Majesty. Song Yunchu. This princess was indeed just as described in the original story, reckless and naive. To be precise, reckless and naive in the early stage, but despicable and ruthless in the later stage, all stemming from love unrequited. She had thought that by directly altering the plot of Jun Tianyi and the princess first meeting, everything would develop in a... But now it seemed that although Shang Guanyun's storyline had been altered, her character remained unchanged. Just as the original story designed, she had fallen in love with her own savior. Song Yunchu also realized something even more fatal. After all the twists and turns, Shang Guanyun and Jiang Rumen were still love rivals. She had tried every means to keep them away from that scoundrel, but the result was that she was forced to be tied to Jiang Rumen, and Shang Guanyun had developed feelings for her, because she saved her. Thus Shang Guanyun would inevitably, as in the original story, hate Jiang Rumen, envy Jiang Rumen, and eventually resolve to harm Jiang Rumen. Song Yunchu couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness, as if dominated by the fate of the original story. What Shang Guanyun liked was the savior who rescued her in times of peril. That person was heroic and handsome, instantly etched into her heart. That person could be Jun Tianyi, or it could be Song Yunchu. She, a fake man, could not possibly respond to the emotional needs of a young girl. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yun was still trying to persuade her master Song. If you stay with me, you will not lose out. Princess, forgive me, but I cannot embark on this adventure with you. After careful deliberation, Song Yunchu offered a measured reply. My betrothal is a decree from His Majesty, a grace I as a subject must receive with gratitude. I cannot betray the Emperor's trust. Your trials, Princess, are not mine to meddle in. Life is filled with disappointments, and you too must learn to be sensible. Shangguan Yun was taken aback by such a resolute refusal, momentarily at a loss for words. She had acted on a whim, summoning the courage to confess her heart to Song Yunchu without considering how she might respond to rejection. Since childhood, she had enjoyed a life of smooth sailing, rarely facing setbacks. She had once believed she could live a joyful existence, never imagining her father would send her to a friendly nation for a political marriage. She had already resigned herself to becoming the emperor's consort when Song Yunchu appeared, unsettling her heart. Subsequently, her betrothed was changed to Prince Gong, who was many years her senior. Her emotions rose and fell, and she felt like a chess piece manipulated at will. Life is filled with disappointments, but your disappointments and mine are worlds apart. You men, even if you marry a woman you don't love, can take more concubines to console yourselves. But what about me, eh? As a princess, I have no say in anything. Her father, her brothers, and the sovereign of this Tianqi kingdom could casually discuss whom she should marry with no regard for her wishes. It was as if she were merely a tool to bridge the two nations. She wanted to resist, but alone she was powerless. She needed someone to help her, and so she chose Song Yunchu, who had left her with the most favorable impression. She had assumed that with her talents, beauty, and lineage, Song Yunchu might be tempted. But in the end, she had been too presumptuous. Song Yunchu probably thought she was being unreasonable now. Princess, since birth you have been nurtured by the royal house of Beichen. Now Beichen demands a return for all those years of luxury and comfort. Outsiders have no right to interfere. Song Yunchu looked at her, stating a cruel truth. None of us can choose our birth. People of different classes have their own troubles. The poor fret over food and clothing, the powerful over power and profit. Royal princesses are bound by the shackles of marriage alliances. If one cannot change her fate through her own strength, she must bow to the will of heaven. Shangguan Yun was left speechless. Indeed, as the princess says, your marriage is not to your liking, but I truly have no authority to interfere in such a significant matter as an alliance between two nations. My position may seem glorious, but it is fraught with peril. I am a man who pursues interests, not one who values affection as you do. We are not suited for each other. I thank you for your regard, but I fear I must disappoint you. Shangguan Yun opened her mouth, but no complete sentence escaped her lips. She realized she could never outargue. This man, seasoned in the ways of officialdom, could spout platitudes, endlessly, leaving her without a single counterpoint. Princess, return to your quarters and think things over. With that, Song Yunchu turned and left the rockery. She had exhausted almost every argument she could think of, hoping that Shangguan Yun might heed her words. Regardless, she was determined not to let Shangguan Yun and Zhang Rumen tread the same path as in the original story. 2 days later, at the morning court, Jun Liluo publicly announced the marriage between the neighboring kingdom's princess and Prince Gong. To celebrate the union of the two nations, Jun Liluo ordered a night banquet to be held in the imperial garden with all members of the envoy delegation and the nobles and ministers in attendance. As night fell, the palace was aglow with brilliant lights. The lotus pond in the imperial garden shimmered under the countless lanterns, while maids and eunuchs bustled along the shore carrying trays and pouring wine as they wove between the seats. A Yun, with so many people at tonight's banquet, don't make a sour face for all to see. Shangguan Shi whispered to his sister, who was seated beside him. Even if you're in a foul mood, you must maintain proper decorum. Don't let the foreigners laugh and think that the princess of Beichen knows no etiquette. Shangguan Yun replied emotionlessly, don't worry, brother. They'll respond politely to whoever speaks to me. Just as she finished speaking, she heard a voice in the distance call out, His Highness Prince Gong. Instinctively, she followed the sound. Several officials were gathered around a tall figure, offering the usual flattery. Prince Gong, congratulations. This Beichen princess is talented and beautiful, a perfect match for your highness. Shangguan Yun overheard their words and suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. It was only when the officials dispersed that she finally got a clear look at the man they had been surrounding. Indeed, he was rather ordinary. Prince Gong was not old, but certainly not young either. As the emperor's own uncle, his looks were passable, but far from striking. Those sycophantic officials had the nerve to claim he was a match for her. This man had neither great achievements nor an appealing. She averted her gaze and instinctively looked toward a seat on the opposite side. She had spotted Song Yunchu as soon as she had taken her place. Today he wore a cyan brocade robe with a jade crown binding his hair. His striking features were conspicuous no matter where he sat. He was like a radiant pearl, elegant and majestic. Compared to him, Prince Gong could only be described as a common mortal. The thought that the prince had a 9-year-old daughter at home only added to her irritation. Even though Song Yunchu's advice 2 days ago held some truth, she still felt a heavy weight in her chest. By the way, she had heard that Song Yunchu's fiancée, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Jinghua, would be attending the banquet with her father today. She was curious to see what kind of woman could be deemed worthy of Song Yunchu. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed someone approaching. Turning, she saw her maid whom she had sent to gather information. The maid came to her side, and while pouring wine whispered, "Princess, the Duke of Jinghua and his 2 daughters are heading this way." Understood. Shang Guanyun raised her glass to her lips and took a delicate sip. This wine has a floral and fruity fragrance. It's quite sweet on the palate. Shang Guanqi's voice came from her right. "Yun, you have a low tolerance for alcohol. Drink sparingly." Shang Guanyun said nothing, silently complaining her brother was always so nagging. She was a grown woman, did he have to remind? But how much longer would she get to hear such nagging? Her brother, though not always busy, would not linger in Tianqi forever. She, however, was destined to stay here for good. As she wallowed in melancholy, her maid gently tugged at her sleeve. "Princess, they're here. The one in light blue is the eldest." Shang Guanyun immediately lifted her gaze, looking toward the direction where the ministers were taking their seats. A middle-aged man in black robes strode past with measured steps, and some ministers greeted him along the way. "Duke, today's banquet has your favorite pear blossom wine. It's been a while since we've seen your 2 young ladies. Last time we met, they hadn't grown tall yet. In just a few years, they've become elegant and refined with extraordinary bearing." In response to his colleague's compliments, Duke Jin smiled and replied, "You flatter me." He led his 2 daughters to their seats. As soon as Jiang Rumen sat down, she scanned the surroundings, searching for Jun Tianyi. During the Lantern Festival, he had fallen into the water and was ambushed, sustaining some minor injuries. She wondered how he was recovering now. What she didn't expect was that as her gaze swept across the room, she spotted a vaguely familiar face. The lady in pink seated to the right front and the man beside her. Weren't they the siblings who had rescued her when she was ambushed in the alley a few days ago? Why were they here at the palace banquet? She suddenly realized she had been deceived. She remembered asking where they lived, intending to visit with gifts to thank them properly. The lady had said they were wealthy merchants from out of town, new to the capital for business, and lived far away, so there was no need for her to travel all that way. She could tell they were cautious, so she didn't insist on visiting, but she wasn't comfortable owing a debt. As they parted, she gave them 2 bottles of medicine for external injuries. Seeing them here tonight, it was clear they weren't merchants at all. They were children of noble families. "Father, do you know who that young lady in the pink dress across from us is?" Jiang Rumen turned to ask her father. Duke Jin glanced forward and replied, "That is the princess of Beichen Kingdom, the future princess consort of Prince Gong." "Why do you ask?" "Nothing much. I happened to meet her on the street a few days ago, and seeing her here tonight, I was just curious." So that was the Beichen princess, and the one at the neighboring table must be Prince Qi. No wonder they had deceived her that day. Given their identities, they couldn't easily reveal themselves outside the palace. Shang Guanyun was equally astonished. She never imagined that the woman she had saved that day was actually the eldest Miss Jiang, betrothed to Song Yunchu. At the time, she had treated the other as a mere passerby, and since she didn't want to reveal her own and her brother's identities, she hadn't bothered to ask about the others. Bored in the palace these past 2 days, she had sent someone to inquire about Song Yunchu's fiancé. She learned that Jiang Rumen was first betrothed to Prince Yi, but the prince seemed to prefer the second Miss Jiang, causing discord between the sisters. Eventually, the emperor arranged for the second miss to marry Prince Yi, and Jiang Rumen was betrothed to Song Yunchu. It was said that Jiang Rumen still had lingering feelings for Prince Yi, unable to let go, which led to a physical altercation between Chancellor Song and Prince Yi, leaving the prince injured. Since then, the 2 had been at odds. Shang Guanyun couldn't help but feel a measure of contempt for Jiang Rumen. How could such an indecisive woman be worthy of being Chancellor Song's wife? It was said that the emperor held Chancellor Song in the highest regard. How could he have arranged such an unreliable marriage for him? "It's her," murmured Shang Guanqi beside her. Shang Guanyun turned to him and said, "Brother, you didn't expect it, either did you? The woman you saved by chance is the future wife of the Chancellor. This Miss Jiang is quite remarkable. She was almost Prince Yi's princess, and even though that didn't work out, she ended up with Chancellor Song. What fortune she has." It was a fortune that even she, a princess, couldn't help but envy. Shang Guanqi caught the sharpness in his sister's tone and immediately warned, "Yun, walls have ears. Don't speak recklessly." Shang Guanyun snorted coldly and said no more. Shang Guanqi observed her expression and sighed inwardly. He knew that the emotion his sister displayed could be called jealousy. If she had only a slight fondness for Chancellor Song at first, from the moment she saw Prince Gong, her admiration for the Chancellor only. Young women often favor handsome, spirited men. Prince Gong was older and reserved, lacking the vigor of Chancellor Song. In comparison, the Chancellor seemed even more admirable. "Yun, I've had someone bring your favorite date blossom pastry from outside the palace. It should arrive soon. Cheer up, don't keep such a..." While Shang Guanqi comforted his sister, Jiang Rumen, having failed to find Jun Tianyi, felt a pang of disappointment. Suddenly, a palace maid approached her seat and set down a fruit platter. Between the maid's fair hand and the platter was a slip of paper. Jiang Rumen immediately looked up at the maid, who only smiled faintly before turning and walking away. Without changing her expression, Jiang Roman lifted the wine pot to pour herself a cup, then used it as a screen beside the fruit platter, slipping out the paper underneath. She unfolded it and read, "Meet me at the southeast corner of the Imperial Garden under the great banyan tree." It was indeed Jun Tiany's handwriting. She hesitated. She and Jun Tiany had had no contact for a long time. Why would he invite her to meet now? What did he want to say? If he intended to sever their past ties completely, there was no need for a meeting. If he wanted to reconcile, there were still Jiang Yushi and Chancellor Song between them. Should she go? After a moment's consideration, she thought it might be best to have a clear conversation with Jun Tiany. So she deliberately spilled some wine on her sleeve, told Duke Jean she needed to wash the wine off, and rose to leave the banquet. Her movements did not escape Song Yunchu's notice. From the moment Jiang Roman sat down, Song Yunchu had been observing the atmosphere between Shang Wanyun and Jiang Roman. Jiang Roman showed little reaction, while Shang Wanyun, as expected, wore a look of disdain toward her. Why was Jiang Roman leaving now? It was normal to step out during a banquet to relieve oneself, or get some air, but the troubled look on her face made Song Yunchu suspect there was another reason. That's right, Jun Tiany hadn't appeared yet. Could it be? After leaving the banquet, Jiang Roman followed the note's instructions and headed toward the great banyan tree in the southeast. The further she went, the quieter the air became. This place was already a good distance from the banquet, and at this hour few people passed by. Indeed, a good spot for a private conversation. She saw the great banyan tree by the rockery, but no sign of Jun Tiany. Approaching the tree, she glanced at the rockery and called out, "Your Highness, are you in there?" Only the silent wind answered her. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Just as she was about to call out again, she heard a sound of something cutting through the air behind her. She instinctively turned and saw a cold silver flash hurtling toward her face. She was startled, her legs turning to jelly as she nearly stumbled. By the time she regained her senses, it was already too late to die. Just as the assassin's sword was about to fall, a black whip cut through the air in a flash of lightning, deflecting the enemy's blade before Jiang Roman's eyes. The assassin's hand went numb, and he whirled around in fury, only to meet Bai Zhu's icy gaze. "Miss Jiang, leave this man to me. Return to the Prime Minister at once." Even as he spoke, Bai Zhu had already closed in on the masked assassin. When the Prime Minister saw Miss Jiang leave the banquet, he grew uneasy, fearing she might run into trouble, so he had ordered Bai Zhu to follow her discreetly. He was not to reveal himself unless something went wrong. And indeed, trouble had found her, a testament to the Prime Minister's foresight. Realizing she had been lured into a trap, Jiang Roman, not daring to linger and cause more trouble, turned and fled. The note the palace maid had given her bore what was unmistakably Jun Tiany's handwriting. Yet when she arrived at the designated spot, it wasn't Jun Tiany who awaited her, but a mysterious figure intent on taking her life. Jun Tiany couldn't possibly want her dead. Even if he no longer loved her, he wouldn't cast aside all past feelings. So, could someone have forged his handwriting? Jiang Roman ran without cease, desperate to find Song Yunchu, so he could go to Bai Zhu's aid. Behind her, Bai Zhu was indeed facing difficulties. As the chief of the Prime Minister's shadow guards, Bai Zhu was confident in his martial prowess. He had thought dealing with this assassin would be a simple task, but once engaged in combat, he realized he had underestimated his opponent. The assassin, seemingly reluctant to prolong the fight, dodged Bai Zhu's whip and made a beeline for Jiang Roman's retreating figure. Bai Zhu's eyes sharpened, and he gave chase without delay. Hearing the commotion behind her, Jiang Roman glanced back, and her heart leaped into her throat. The assassin's speed rivaled Bai Zhu's. He had broken away from the fight to pursue her, relentlessly determined to see her dead. "Halt!" Bai Zhu bellowed at the assassin ahead. "Run any further, and you'll approach the banquet grounds teeming with guards. Once they spot you, there will be no escape. You're clearly agile. Retreat now while you still can." If possible, he would have liked to capture the assassin, but the man was clearly his equal. With their fight at a stalemate, if the assassin insisted on killing Jiang Roman, Bai Zhu might not be able to stop him. He could only try to persuade the man to withdraw, hoping to ensure Jiang Roman's safety. The assassin didn't reply, merely scoffing in disdain. Did the fool behind him take him for an idiot? He knew the palace grounds well. The banquet site was still a considerable distance away. As long as he could kill Jiang Roman before being discovered by the guards, he could still make a clean getaway. After all, he was a man of the palace. After retreating, he could find a hiding spot and change out of this disguise. Seeing that his words had no effect, Bai Zhu gritted his teeth and hurled his whip at the man. The whip, released from his hand, lashed out with formidable force toward the assassin's back. Sensing the danger, the assassin barely sidestepped the whip, only managing to tear his clothes. Bai Zhu gnashed his teeth in frustration. Seeing that Jiang Roman was now within closer reach, the assassin raised his sword, aimed the point at her back, and hurled it with deadly force. Bai Zhu's eyes widened in horror. From his distance, there was no way he could intercept the blade in time. At that critical moment, a phantom-like figure flashed beside Jiang Roman, sweeping her aside in a swift dodge, causing the lethal sword to strike nothing but air. The sword clattered onto the ground some distance away. Bai Zhu let out a sigh of relief. The Prime Minister had arrived just in time. Even after finding her footing, Jiang Roman's heart still pounded with lingering fear. She looked up at Song Yunchu, who had steadied her, and whispered, "Lord Song. He'll explain later." Song Yunchu pulled her behind him, facing off against the assassin. The assassin was nearly furious enough to spit blood. Twice he had been a hair's breadth away from success. Every time he was about to strike, some meddler intervened. Was it his terrible luck, or was this girl simply too fortunate to dare commit assassination within the palace? "You have some nerve." Song Yunchu's voice was as cold as jade. "I'm curious, what lavish reward did the second Miss Jiang offer you to make you value money over your own life?" The assassin's pupils contracted. Instead of answering, he spun around and unleashed a palm strike at the approaching Baizhu. He knew he was no match for Prime Minister Song, and with two opponents against him, he stood no chance in a straight fight. His only option was to take Baizhu hostage. If the Prime Minister valued his subordinate's life, he would have no choice but to let him go. Song Yunchu perceived his intention instantly. "Baizhu, beware." Even as the warning left his lips, he was already darting forward. Baizhu had discarded his whip and was now unarmed. Fortunately, the assassin was also barehanded. Baizhu reacted swiftly, dodging the first strike, but as he moved to counter, the assassin raised his hand and flung a handful of powder into his face. It was a last resort survival tool, and now was the time to use it. The powder flying at him caught Baizhu off guard, and he inhaled a little of it. His eyes stung, blurring his vision, forcing him to rely on his acute hearing to track the assassin's approach. As the assassin closed in, a short dagger slid from his sleeve. Just as it was about to pierce Baizhu's shoulder, a fierce gust of palm wind struck from behind, sending the assassin flying just as he was about to succeed. Pain exploded in his back, and a coppery taste of blood surged in his throat. As he fell, he gritted his teeth and viciously stabbed the dagger backward at his attacker. Song Yunchu thought he had subdued the man, but didn't anticipate such a desperate counterattack despite the injury. He dodged hastily, but couldn't avoid it entirely. The razor-sharp blade grazed his shoulder, slicing a bloody gash across his right shoulder, causing him to suck in a sharp breath of pain. Damn it, that hurt like hell. Having been transmigrated here for so long, this was the first time he experienced the feeling of being wounded. "Master Song." Jiang Rumin's startled cry sounded from behind him. Baizhu struggled to open his eyes, but his vision was blurred. He couldn't make out Song Yunchu's condition, yet he caught the metallic scent of blood in the air, and his expression shifted in alarm. "Master, are you injured?" "It's nothing, just a scratch, not serious." Song Yunchu inwardly groaned in agony, but couldn't afford to grimace or wince on the surface. Forcing a calm demeanor, he said, "This villain has already been subdued by me. There's no need for you to worry." "I have failed you, master." Baizhu knelt on one knee. "If it weren't for saving me, you wouldn't have been hurt." All right, get up." Song Yunchu intended to help him up, but his shoulder throbbed with such intense pain that he couldn't be bothered to bend down. Noticing that Baizhu's eyes were bloodshot and unfocused, he asked, "Your eyes, are they all right?" "Just now the assassin threw a handful of powder into my face. It stings a bit, and I can't see clearly now. I am truly incompetent." Baizhu continued to blame himself. "You did your best. There's always someone more skilled. It's not your fault that you encountered an assassin whose martial arts surpassed." In truth, it was her own momentary lapse of vigilance. She had thought that knocking the assassin down was the end of it, and had let her guard down for a split second. Fortunately, her muscle memory allowed her to react defensively the instant she sensed danger. Otherwise, that dagger wouldn't have just grazed her shoulder, but would have plunged straight into her flesh. In truth, it was her own momentary lapse of vigilance. She had thought that knocking the assassin down was the end of it, and had let her guard down for a split second. Fortunately, her muscle memory allowed her to react defensively. "If Master Song wishes to punish someone, then punish me. Enough, this is no time to be vying for blame." Quickly check Baizhu's eyes to see if there's any serious damage. Jiang Rumin crouched down to take Baizhu's pulse, then carefully lifted his eyelids to examine them. Fortunately, there are no signs of poisoning. This powder seems to only irritate the pupils, causing temporary blindness. It's used to obstruct an enemy in an emergency to ensure one's own escape. As she spoke, she took a pill from the medicine bottle she carried and gave it to Baizhu to swallow to temporarily alleviate the pain. "Master Song, I believe I can treat Baizhu's eyes, but I only have limited medicinal herbs on me. I'm afraid we'll need to borrow the facilities of the Imperial Medical Bureau. Your shoulder wound also needs to be cleaned and bandaged promptly." "That shouldn't be a problem," Song Yunchu said. His eyes can't afford any delay. "Let's head to the Imperial Medical Bureau right now. No need to waste time going back to the banquet." Jiang Rumin was taken aback. "You don't plan to report this to His Majesty?" "Of course he'll report it, but we can't alarm the people at the banquet. If too many people know, how would you explain your reason for leaving the banquet midway?" Jiang Rumin lowered her head in shame. "I will have someone inform His Majesty privately. Tonight's banquet is to celebrate the marital alliance between our two nations. We can't let the incident with the assassin dampen everyone's spirits. So even if His Majesty knows, he won't make a fuss about it. As for the assassin, he's already incapacitated. They'll have the guards come to take him away in a bit." As he spoke, Song Yunchu asked Baizhu, "Can you walk on your own?" His shoulder was aching terribly, and he couldn't support anyone. Moreover, there was the propriety to consider between Jiang Rumin and Baizhu as an unmarried man and woman. I can manage, master. Bai Zhu said. I will follow the sound of your footsteps. All right, then let's go. The three of them circumvented the banquet hall and made their way towards the Imperial Medical Bureau. Along the way, they encountered a patrolling guard whom Song Yunchu instructed to report the assassin incident to the emperor and to have the assassin dragged away. When the three arrived at the Imperial Medical Bureau, they startled an imperial physician who was sorting through herbs. Master Song, what happened to your injury? Song Yunchu saw no need to explain himself to him and simply said, Do you have any vacant rooms? Arrange 2 for us. My subordinate's eyes require immediate treatment. Please assist Miss Jiang, Physician Liu. Physician Liu hastily agreed. He initially wanted to call someone to tend to Song Yunchu's wound, but Song Yunchu declined entering a room himself and closing the door. His right arm was immobile, forcing him to rely on his left hand to apply the medicine. What a hassle. But he had to make do. After all, she was a woman disguised as a man and the wound was on her shoulder. Treating it would require removing her upper garments, something absolutely impossible to entrust to an imperial physician. Just as she was about to take off her outer robe, she heard the sound of multiple footsteps approaching outside the room. The next moment, there was a knock on the door. Master Song, how severe is your injury? His Majesty has come to see you. Song Yunchu's lips twitched slightly. Why had Jun Liluo arrived so quickly? But then again, it made sense. She was injured. Bai Zhu's eyes were affected. Their pace had been slow, while the guard's report to the emperor would have been swift. Had Jun Liluo actually left the banquet immediately upon learning of her injury to come and visit her, he was certainly putting on a convincing show of deep bond between ruler and minister. At that very moment, standing outside the door, Jun Liluo seemed to sense Song Yunchu's silent grumbling through the wooden panel and narrowed his eyes. He had rushed over out of genuine concern, wanting to see how serious Song Yunchu's injury was, yet Song Yunchu thought he was merely putting on an act. Truly ungrateful. He had indeed harbored many reservations and suspicions towards the former Song Yunchu, but towards the current one he wished to cultivate him into a true trusted confidant. I am honored by your Majesty's concern. Your humble servant's injury is merely a scratch, nothing serious. Please forgive me for not being able to come out to receive you. Hearing Song Yunchu's reply from inside the room, Jun Liluo stepped forward and said, Physician Liu mentioned that you refused to let anyone else tend to your wound. Why is that? Your injury is on your right shoulder. Can you really manage it yourself? Your humble servant can manage. Song Yunchu replied, Please, your Majesty, go and take a seat. Once I have tended to myself, I will come and report to you. You damned emperor, just go away and stop making trouble for me. Why did you have to rush over so fast? If you had come a bit later, I would have been done by now. And that Physician Liu talks too much. What's it to him if I don't want them to bandage me? He even had to report it to the emperor. Outside the door, Jun Liluo felt a flicker of annoyance, but was mostly baffled. Regardless of whether his visit was sincere, he was the sovereign personally coming to inquire after a minister's health. The man should have been grateful, yet instead, he was inwardly complaining about him being meddlesome. How exactly was he causing trouble for Song Yunchu? Physician Liu's offer to bandage his wound was not wrong in any way, so why was this fellow displeased? This man was simply inexplicable. Could it be that he had some hidden ailment he was afraid of others discovering? Song Yunchu's inner thoughts had never mentioned having any hidden ailment, but if he was in good health, why would he be so averse to contact with imperial physicians? Jun Liluo's curiosity deepened. Without seeing your wound with my own eyes, I cannot rest easy. Jun Liluo said in a deep voice. Open the door and let me see. Song Yunchu. Damned emperor, starting his act of pretending to be a caring sovereign again. I've already said it's just a scratch, and you still insist on me opening the door for you to look. What's gotten into you? Yunchu, did you not hear me? Open the door. Jun Liluo spoke again, his tone brooking no refusal. Song Yunchu had no choice but to mutter another curse at the meddlesome emperor, then straightened her clothes and went to open. Your humble servant greets. She raised her hands to bow, but the movement tugged at the wound on her shoulder, causing her to gasp. Fortunately, Jun Liluo reached out to support her. Since you're injured, no need for formalities. Come inside and sit down. He had been somewhat irritated, displeased that Song Yunchu always cursed him, but upon seeing the blood-soaked wound on her shoulder, his first thought was that it needed immediate treatment. The blood had clotted with the fabric, and dressing the wound would inevitably cause more pain. The longer they delayed, the worse it would be. Seeing Song Yunchu's pale complexion, he turned to the guard and ordered, Summon Physician Liu at once. Song Yunchu quickly interjected, Your Majesty, your humble servant has a cleanliness obsession and cannot bear close contact with others. Upon hearing this, Jun Liluo's eyes flickered with suspicion. Song Yunchu's excuse sounded fabricated. Then who has been treating your injuries since you were a child? Jun Liluo countered, You are a martial artist, bumps and bruises are inevitable. Some places are difficult to treat yourself, like now. You can't lift your right arm. How can you bandage yourself with one hand? When I was young, my grandfather took care of me. After he passed away, I grew up and rarely suffered injuries like today's. I suppose it was my carelessness. I didn't expect the assassin to strike back after falling. The original character's setting was that her parents were deceased, but she grew up with a learned grandfather and a martial arts master. After her grandfather and master passed away, she truly had no family left. It was precisely because she had no relatives that she had almost no weaknesses, which greatly troubled her political enemies. Your Majesty, I am deeply grateful for your personal visit. However, I cannot rid myself of this finicky habit anytime soon. Besides, Physician Liu reeks of medicinal herbs. Song Yunchu frowned as if greatly disgusted by Physician Liu, then continued, How about this, Your Majesty? Could you kindly have your guard summon Roman? After all, she will be my family in the future. If she treats my wound, I won't resist. Song Yunchu had made her point quite clear, and Jun Liluo had nothing more to say. He turned and ordered the guard to summon Jiang Roman was quickly brought in. Seeing that Song Yunchu's wound was still unbandaged, she exclaimed in surprise, Lord Song, why haven't you treated this wound yet? I was waiting for you, Song Yunchu said, forcing a weak smile. The imperial physicians have rough hands, they're certainly not as gentle and delicate as you. Jiang Roman. An injured person actually had the leisure to be picky about doctors. Besides, such words were too easily misunderstood. Others would only think that Lord Song was using the injury as an excuse to get close to her. Song Yunchu also felt some. Heavens knows she had no intention of saying such cheesy words, but she had no other choice. Let them think she was flirtatious, at least they wouldn't suspect anything else. Your Majesty, it's late. Please go back and rest. You have the morning court tomorrow. Damn Emperor, just leave already please. Anyway, you've played your part enough. Everyone knows you're benevolent and care for your officials. Stop standing around here. Very well, I'll go back to rest. Since you're injured, Yunchu, you don't need to attend the morning court for the next 2 days. Your condition can't handle the bumpy ride. Stay here in the Imperial Hospital. If anything feels wrong, you can call for help promptly. Upon hearing this, Song Yunchu breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your Majesty's grace. Jun Liluo said no more and turned to leave. With him present, Song Yunchu seemed uneasy. Although he was very curious about why Song Yunchu was so awkward, he didn't want to. Never mind. There was no rush to uncover Song Yunchu's secrets. Maybe one day Song Yunchu would reveal them herself in her thoughts. Seeing that all the irrelevant people had left, Song Yunchu said to Jiang Roman, I only said those words to deal with His Majesty. Please don't misunderstand. Close the door, I need to explain the reason. Jiang Roman closed the door and turned back to the medicine box. Let me apply the medicine and bandage you first. The clothes are stuck to the wound, that's going to hurt a bit. I won't take off my top. Just cut away the fabric around my shoulder with scissors until you can bandage it. Song Yunchu paused, then said, I refused Physician Liu's help because I don't trust him as an outsider. You are well versed in pharmacology, you should know that physicians not only save lives, but also know how to harm. I have many enemies and must be cautious. I am unwilling to gamble on whether others are truly kind except for my own people. Many court officials have planted informants in the palace, especially in the Imperial Hospital. They don't dare to make any moves against His Majesty, because if anything happens to him, they would face execution of their entire clan. But if I were to have an accident here, at most they would pay with their own lives. There are not a few who would risk their lives to harm me, but I believe you won't harm me. After all, I have shown you kindness, haven't I? Song Yunchu fabricated a reason on the spot, trying to maintain her persona of being suspicious and cautious. In truth, the Imperial Hospital was not a place just anyone could infiltrate. Even if there were informants, they weren't intended to target her. They were almost all arranged by ministers to keep tabs on the harem, for instance, which concubine was pregnant and whether it would affect their own daughter's status. Of course, in this world, the harem was virtually non-existent. The damn Emperor's mind was not on such matters. Jiang Roman didn't understand the intricacies of the court. Seeing Song Yunchu speak so seriously, she readily believed. She thought that Lord Song refused to take off her top, probably out of consideration for gender boundaries, afraid of making her feel embarrassed, and thus came up with the idea of cutting away part of the clothing. How is Baiju? Song Yunchu didn't forget to inquire about her subordinate. His eyes are fine. I just applied acupuncture and medicine. If he gets a good sleep, he should be able to see clearly by tomorrow. That's good. In the following moments, Jiang Roman cut away all the fabric around Song Yunchu's wound. Some parts were stuck to the flesh, and she tried to be as careful as possible while separating them, but it was inevitable that the wound would be tugged. During this time, Song Yunchu's forehead was covered in cold sweat from the pain, but she remained silent. Lord Song, bear with it a little longer. This black jade ointment is very effective, you won't feel as much pain after a while. Jiang Roman admired Song Yunchu's fortitude inwardly. The wound was gaping, yet she didn't cry out in pain. Truly courageous and fearless. In reality, Song Yunchu was screaming in pain inside, but she didn't want to ruin her image. The original character was a very tenacious villain who didn't easily show vulnerability. If she started screaming while getting treated, it would likely arouse suspicion. After all, walls have ears. Jiang Roman applied the medicine and then began to carefully bandage Song Yunchu. She knew that the wounded needed quiet, so she didn't chat with Song Yunchu while treating the wound. But in her heart she marveled. Lord Song, though a man, was remarkably well maintained. This fair arm, thanks to years of martial arts practice, had smooth and beautiful lines. It was just a bit slender, not as robust as most men. Of course she would never voice such thoughts. Regardless of whether strong or thin Song Yunchu's prowess was evident, and even the most burly of men could not provide the same sense of security as Song Yunchu. Song Yunchu was her benefactor. If it weren't for her heart already belonging to Jun Tianyi, she might have been moved by. Finally finished with the bandaging, Song Yunchu turned to Jiang Rumin and said, "Thank you, Miss Jiang." "No need to mention it," Jiang Rumin replied, lowering her head. "Counting tonight's rescue, Lord Song has saved me twice already. But I'm a bit confused. Did you not send Bai Zhu to follow me in secret? Why did you come personally later?" Song Yunchu replied, "When you left the table, I glanced at the prince's seats and noticed that Prince Yi was absent. I speculated that he might have sent someone to convey a message to you prompting you to seek him out. However, not long after he appeared at the banquet, and you had yet to return. I suspected something had gone awry on your end, so I came to check on you myself." "I see now." Jiang Rumin pondered briefly, then took out a note from her sleeve and handed it to Song Yunchu. "This note was secretly given to me by a palace maid. It indeed bears the prince's handwriting. I know that given my current status I shouldn't meet the prince, but I can't bring myself to sever ties with the past. I still wish to hear what he has to say." Song Yunchu took the note and glanced at it, asking Jiang Rumin, "How is your second sister's calligraphy?" If one masters calligraphy to a certain extent, one can accurately replicate the handwriting of others. She is also well versed in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. As for whether she has the ability to imitate others' handwriting, I truly do not know. Jiang Rumin sighed. She had originally thought that Jun Tianyi wanted to mend their past grievances, but now it seemed she had been overthinking it. "What is it about Prince Yi that makes you unable to forget?" Song Yunchu's tone turned slightly cold. "Do you realize that all your actions are merely self-inflicted suffering? If you remain oblivious, you will only burden yourself and others." Although the author tormented the female lead Jiang Rumin, the supporting male characters from the second to the fourth were all devoted solely to the female lead, remaining indifferent to other women in both body and heart. The most normal supporting male character in the original story was undoubtedly Shang Wanqi, and now that he had appeared, it was safe to assume he would take a liking to Jiang Rumin. She recalled the original story's conclusion and felt a pang in her heart. Jun Tianyi cherished Jiang Yushi, but they never engaged in a substantive relationship. The author must have understood that preserving one's purity was essential for Jun Tianyi to ultimately gain the female lead's forgiveness. The so-called painful love was ultimately borne solely by Jiang Rumin, who suffered all the physical and psychological anguish, while Jun Tianyi merely uttered the light-hearted phrase "Minmin, I have never touched," Jiang Yushi allowing Jiang Rumin to forget her past wounds and achieving a happy ending with him. "What nonsense. Today I have troubled Lord Song. I will do my best to make amends in the future." Jiang Rumin felt guilty as she spoke, tidying up the refuse on the table. "Please remember not to let your wound touch water. For the next few days your meals should be light, avoiding alcohol and spicy food. I will come again to bandage you tomorrow night, so I won't disturb your rest." After Jiang Rumin left, Song Yunchu also leaned back slowly. She had not forgotten that the first time she saw Jiang Rumin being attacked, she received a warning from this world: if the protagonist died, all would perish. She was destined to care for Jiang Rumin's survival. Now that Jiang Rumin felt guilt and gratitude towards her, her plan to draw Jiang Rumin into her camp had progressed further. While reading the original story, she often scolded Jiang Rumin for being foolish, but aside from her romantic entanglements, Jiang Rumin was indeed a kind-hearted girl. Looking back, the tormenting of the female lead in the original story was truly appalling. Since arriving in this world, it felt as if she was battling against the original author. Without affecting her own interests, she aimed to prevent some discomforting cliches and rewrite the fates of certain individuals, feeling a sense of accomplishment in her heart. The next morning, when Song Yunchu awoke, it was already close to noon. She had gone to bed late last night, and during the first half of the night, she often felt a dull pain from her wound, but it seemed much better in the latter half, indicating that Jiang Rumin's black jade ointment was indeed effective. She got up to open the door, and upon raising her eyes, saw Bai Zhu sitting under a tree ahead. "You're awake, my lord. I've prepared some porridge for you, and kept it warm. They'll bring it to you now." Song Yunchu stepped out smiling. "Is your eye no longer an issue? Miss Jiang's medical skills are superb. I felt no discomfort upon waking this morning." "That's good." Song Yunchu followed medical advice and ate a bowl of plain porridge before heading to the imperial study, accompanied by Bai Zhu. Although the emperor excused her from morning court, he didn't say she was exempt from assisting with the review of memorials, so she still had to pay her respects. When she arrived at the imperial study, Jun Liluo was already bent over a document. "Yunchu has arrived. No need for excessive courtesy. Sit down." "Thank you, your majesty." Song Yunchu sat at a small table. She opened a memorial and frowned upon seeing it. That troublesome Minister of Justice was at it again, accusing someone of misconduct, claiming the son of the Minister of Rights was flaunting himself in public with extremely poor manners. She had already sorted out the relationships within the court. The Minister of Rights was neutral and disliked factional disputes, always treating her amiably. His young son was indeed unruly, but he merely idled like an ordinary young scion. To say he had poor manners was indeed an exaggeration. It was likely that he had offended the Minister of Justice over something. This person always sought to report others for faults he perceived. Last time he blamed her for the death of a robber, and even though the emperor ultimately chose to believe her, she had not forgotten this grudge. She had not forgotten that this person had ultimately become friendly with Jun Tianyi. With such a love for reporting, did he think himself brave and sincere? She would eventually find an opportunity to deal with this person. As Song Yunchu intended to rebut his claims, she inadvertently moved her right arm, causing her wound to throb painfully. Ouch! If the wound remained still it was fine, but once she moved it began to ache again. Jun Liluo noticed her pale expression and said that wound was sustained last night. It must be quite difficult for you to write now, right? Then there's no need to write. Just pick out the memorials you consider useless and set them aside. Song Yunchu acknowledged and tossed aside the memorial from the Minister of Justice. Such trivial memorials for personal vendettas were undoubtedly a waste of her time with the emperor. Jun Liluo watched her actions with amusement. This new Song Yunchu, while trying to act like the previous one, couldn't help but reveal her lively side at times. Unlike the previous version who was weighed down by thoughts, this one was much more entertaining. Following the emperor's orders, Song Yunchu picked out the memorials she deemed unnecessary, engrossed in her browsing, when she suddenly noticed someone approaching and a food box appeared on her table. Chief Steward Li opened the food box and a fragrant aroma of soup wafted through the air. Lord Song, this is the red date and black-bone chicken soup that the emperor instructed the imperial kitchen to prepare for you. Song Yunchu gazed at the bowl of chicken soup before her, momentarily stunned, then turned to Jun Liluo and expressed her gratitude, saying, "I am deeply honored by your Majesty's kind concern." "Drink it while it's hot," Jun Liluo said. "This soup replenishes vital energy and blood, greatly beneficial for the injured." Song Yunchu acknowledged with a soft yes and picked up the spoon. "This soup smells truly fragrant. The tyrant emperor actually has a rare moment of conscience. At least my diligent work for him every day isn't entirely in vain." Listening to her inner thoughts, Jun Liluo gave a cold snort. This Song Yunchu. If she already recognizes his kindness, why does she still secretly refer to him as the tyrant emperor in her heart? He wondered when she might drop that word tyrant. To be honest, since his ascension to the throne, everyone had treated him with either flattery or reverence, never daring to breach decorum. He relished the honor of being elevated above all, yet he also felt that if everyone around him were like that, life would be rather dull. Thus, being able to hear Song Yunchu's true thoughts was quite a source of amusement for him. It was just that she sometimes cursed him too harshly, which left him feeling somewhat displeased. Song Yunchu's right arm was difficult to move, so she could only use her left hand to drink the soup. During this, a thought suddenly struck her, and she asked the emperor, "By the way, your Majesty, do you know the identity of the assassin from last night?" The moment his mask was pulled off last night, someone recognized him. You might find it hard to believe, but he was a captain of the Imperial Guard named Qin Shi. Due to his outstanding prowess, many knew of him. When Qin Yu saw him last night, his eyes nearly bulged out. Song Yunchu was indeed somewhat surprised to hear this, but then found it reasonable. A member of the Imperial Guard. No wonder he was so familiar with the palace's layout, and could choose such a remote spot to lure Jiang Roman. He must have been certain that the patrols wouldn't pass by at that time, or had already passed. That man's strength is indeed exceptional. Even Bai Zhu could only barely fight him to a draw. With time and experience, rising to higher ranks would have been no challenge for him. For such a promising man to risk everything to assassinate the daughter of a duke, it truly baffles the mind. I found it quite unbelievable as well, so I ordered him to be subjected to severe interrogation. Jun Liluo paused here, casting a somewhat enigmatic smile at Song Yunchu. Can you guess what reason he gave? Sensing a hint of mockery in the emperor's tone, Song Yunchu ventured a guess. "Does it have something to do with me?" Indeed. His exact words were, he couldn't stand the smug arrogance of Prime Minister Song, whom he deeply despised and abhorred. Yet knowing his own strength was no match for the Prime Minister, he chose to kill the Prime Minister's betrothed instead, hoping to cause him grief and find some solace for his own heart. Song Yunchu. This guy must be insane. Who makes up a reason like that? I don't even know this person. I have all the original owner's memories, and I can recall all the important characters. This guy is probably some minor character who flashed by in the original novel. I can't even remember his name. He must have crawled out of some obscure corner. Your Majesty, his reason is far too far-fetched. Song Yunchu maintained a steady tone as she spoke. I have never heard of this man, nor do I recall having any grievances with him. His nonsensical claims must be a fabrication to conceal the truth. She had initially suspected that the man had been hired by Jiang Yushi to kill Jiang Roman, but now she had to abandon that theory. The assassin was a captain with a 5th-rank official title. There was no reason for him to gamble away his future for mere greed. Even if he truly needed money, Jiang Yushi wasn't even a princess consort yet, so she wouldn't have enough funds to satisfy a 5th-rank official's appetite. So, it was highly likely that Jiang Yushi had some leverage over him. A man bought with money was easier to interrogate, but one whose weakness was being exploited would be far more difficult to extract the truth from. I also find his excuse to be a hasty fabric. As I hold you in such high regard, you have endured much criticism. It has been hard. Jun Liluo sighed deeply at this point. Yunchu, because I hold you in such high regard, you have endured much criticism. It has been hard on you. The world is often consumed by greed and jealousy clouding their judgment. They accuse you of currying favor, but I know full well that your loyalty to your sovereign has never wavered. Song Yunka's face displayed a look of deep emotion upon hearing these words. With your Majesty's trust and regard, I fear no amount of criticism. The tyrant emperor speaks more smoothly than he sings. You're clearly enjoying the show. When others call me a treacherous villain, you probably agree with them deep down, don't you? You treat me well on the surface, but that's only because you haven't found a more suitable pawn than me yet. Since ancient times, emperors who master the art of power have always had dark hearts. They use treacherous ministers to do their dirty work, then dispose of them once the deed is done, executing them as villains. In the end, the world only speaks of the emperor's glory, never knowing that the emperor sees everything clearly like a mirror. I can only say, being an emperor is truly too comfortable. Jun Liluo heard every one of her thoughts and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. Do emperors truly have dark hearts? Well, that wasn't entirely wrong. The reason he sat on the dragon throne today was because he had conspired with the former Song Yunchu to eliminate his own brothers. Royal kinship was thin. Even brothers born of the same mother could fight, let alone half-brothers. They were nothing more than rivals in the end. When a nation prospers, the people only sing praises of the emperor's wisdom. As for the emperor's selfish motives and dark sides, those were not for them to discuss, nor did they fall within the scope of their contemplation. However, Song Yunchu was still thinking too ill of him. She always feared that one day he would discard her like a spent arrow. Perhaps he had harbored such thoughts toward the former Song Yunchu, but toward the current her his actions were not born of false affection. Yet this woman always interpreted his goodwill as him playing a part in the harmonious relationship between sovereign and subject. Could she not think of him in a slightly better light for once? Being able to know all of Song Yunka's inner thoughts, yet unable to argue with her face to face. That was indeed a pity. Yunchu, your injuries haven't healed yet, so I won't burden you with too much work. Once you've gone through the memorials on your desk, you may return. Song Yunchu replied yes. At least the tyrant emperor wasn't heartless enough to make her work overtime while she was injured. She quickly sorted through the memorials and left the imperial study. What she hadn't expected was that shortly after she returned to the Imperial Medical Bureau and sat down, two graceful figures appeared outside the door. Shangguan Yun, accompanied by her personal maid, strode in without the slightest hesitation. I heard that Lord Song was injured, so I came to check on you. I've brought the royal secret medicine of our Beichen kingdom, the Ju Yuan pill, which will help you recover more quickly. As she spoke, she extended the box in her hand toward Song Yunchu. If the injury is not too severe, taking just one pill will quickly restore your vitality and spirit. You'll understand its benefits once you've tried it. This medicine cannot be purchased outside, so do not casually give it to others. Your Highness' kindness is deeply appreciated, but my injuries are not serious. There is no need to waste such precious medicine. Ever since Song Yunchu learned of Shangguan Yun's intentions, she had resolved to keep her distance from this princess. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Even though Shangguan Yun had come specifically to care for her, she could only respond with cold indifference. It is not appropriate for you to be here, Your Highness. Please return as soon as possible. Oh, am I not allowed to be in the Imperial Academy of Medicine? I feel a bit dizzy, so it's not unreasonable for me to seek a physician's consultation, is it? I'm also here to visit my savior. Besides, it's not just you and me in this room. My maid is here as well. Who would dare to gossip? Seeing that Song Yunchu refused to accept her medicine, Shangguan Yun gritted her teeth and withdrew her hand. Were you injured while saving Miss Jiang? I was injured while saving my trusted subordinate. Song Yunchu replied without changing her expression. Assassins appeared near the Imperial Garden and Rumen happened to pass by. She caught a glimpse of the assassin and instinctively cried out, which is why the assassin tried to kill her. Fortunately, my trusted subordinate Bai Zhu was with her and fought the assassin. The two of them inadvertently exposed the assassin, which was a good thing. If the assassin had not been discovered early, it could have caused greater chaos. So it seems Miss Jiang was not calm enough. If she had pretended to be composed and quietly informed your subordinate, you could have directly summoned people to surround that area. Then the assassin would have had no escape and could only surrender, and you, Minister Song, would not have had to intervene. Shangguan Yun's words left Song Yunchu somewhat speechless. Indeed, this princess could always find fault with anyone she didn't. Someone as impulsive as herself was actually criticizing Jiang Rumen for being insufficiently calm. Song Yunchu deliberated briefly and decided not to contradict Shangguan Yun, lest she inadvertently incur resentment toward Jiang Rumen. Rumen is indeed not calm enough, nor is she clever. If she were even slightly shrewd and cunning, she would not have been so bullied by her stepmother and younger sister at home. She lost her birth mother, and her father dotes on her younger sister. Her life has already been filled with too many disappointments. If I do not show her some tolerance, she would be truly pitiable. Shangguan Yun was stunned upon hearing this. The intelligence she had gathered only mentioned that Jiang Rumen had lost her mother without further details. Only now did she realize how low Jiang Rumen's status was in her own household. Someone so useless would hardly be capable of playing both sides, would she? It seemed rumors could not be fully trusted. Enough, Minister Song. Consider what I said earlier as unspoken. I won't disturb your rest, but you must accept this elixir. Consider it a gift of gratitude for saving me before. After speaking, Shang Guanyun placed the medicine box on the table and turned to leave before Song Yunchu could say another word, as if afraid Song Yunchu would return the medicine. Song Yunchu gazed at the medicine box on the table and fell into thought. In the original story, when Shang Guanyun repeatedly pestered Jun Tianyi, he would often belittle her in front of others, calling her a venomous woman, accusing her of immoral conduct, and claiming she could never compare to Jiang Rumen. How proud was Shang Guanyun! Faced with constant disparagement and accusations, she would not reform, but only accumulate more resentment in her heart, ultimately venting all that hatred onto her rival. Praising one while belittling another was Jun Tianyi's habitual way of speaking. She had just tried a different approach, not praising Jiang Rumen in front of Shang Guanyun, but only emphasizing Jiang Rumen's pitiable state, and Shang Guanyun had clearly held back. Perhaps in Shang Guanyun's current mindset, she disdained to bully a weak woman. That was fine. As the sun set in the west, the bustling long street gradually grew sparse with figures. Inside a private room on the second floor of Zuixiang Jadali Temple, Minister Zhang Shukai and Jun Tianyi sat, facing each other across a dining table. This Chun Shi never seemed like a reckless man. How could he have attempted to assassinate the eldest Miss Jiang? With this disturbance, he has ruined his own future and may even lose his life. When she is with Song Yunchu, she can never live a peaceful life. Jun Tianyi's tone was icy. Do you truly believe, Chun Shi's reason, Your Highness, that he wanted to kill the Prime Minister's fiancée out of sheer hatred for Song Yunchu? I suspect there is something more to it, but Chun Shi refuses to confess further. Regardless of whether this matter is related to Song Yunchu, I will hold him accountable. Our enmity is already irreconcilable. One more grudge makes no difference. As they were speaking, someone knocked on the door. Your Highness, I have something to report. Come in and speak. The attendant outside the private room pushed the door open and approached Jun Tianyi. Your Highness, shortly after the Prime Minister returned from the Imperial study to the Imperial Academy of Medicine, the Princess of Beichen Kingdom came to visit him. After she left, our man followed her for a distance and overheard her mentioning the Beichen Royal Secret Medicine Jiyuan pill. That pill is extremely precious, yet the princess actually gave a box to the Prime Minister. Jun Tianyi's eyes glimmered with a sardonic smile upon hearing this. It seems this princess has truly taken a fancy to Song Yunchu. At the banquet last night, he had heard Jiang Yushi mention that the prince's face was full of displeasure when she saw Prince Gong, but when she turned to look at Song Yunchu, she couldn't tear her eyes away. Fortunately, Prince Qi reminded her, and she restrained herself. What a foolish woman, deceived by appearances. Zhang Shukai took a sip of wine and said, though Song Yunchu is despicable and shameless, he is indeed handsome, and he saved the prince's life. Prince Gong, despite his talent and good reputation, is older, which displeases the princess. It shows how superficial this princess is. Shallow-minded indeed, but still worth exploiting. Jun Tianyi paused, then said, if we can use this princess to frame Song Yunchu with the charges of debauchery in the palace and sabotaging the marriage alliance between the two kingdoms, then he would never be able to recover. Zhang Shukai interjected. If it comes to that, even if the emperor highly values him, he cannot avoid punishing him, otherwise he cannot silence the public and will have no excuse to give the Beichen kingdom. The plan is there, but don't celebrate too early. Song Yunchu is extremely cautious about anything he ingests and is very wary of outsiders. Drugging him will not be easy. Hearing Jun Tianyi's words, Zhang Shukai was momentarily troubled. Your Highness, perhaps it is not that difficult. The attendant behind Jun Tianyi spoke up. The Prime Minister's medicine changes and decoctions are all personally handled by the eldest Miss Jiang. The Prime Minister seems to trust her quite a bit now. Miss Jiang probably wouldn't be willing to help us, would she? Zhang Shukai shook his head. Even if the eldest Miss Jiang still harbors lingering feelings for you, Lord Song did save her from the assassins. She will remember that debt of gratitude. Our plans against Lord Song must never reach Miss Jiang's ears. Jun Tianyi pondered for a moment, then said, indeed, Rumen must not know. I never intended for her to be entangled in these grudges and disputes. However, she doesn't necessarily need to be aware of what we do. As long as we can keep it from her, we can still succeed. The attendant's words had just reminded him of something. It was Jiang Rumen who changed Song Yunchu's dressings and decocted his medicine. Clearly, through their time together, Song Yunchu no longer regarded Jiang Rumen as an outsider. For a man as suspicious as Song Yunchu to bestow his trust upon someone was exceedingly rare. At this thought, rage churned within Jun Tianyi's heart. Even if a rift had formed between him and Jiang Rumen, he would never allow Song Yunchu to take her away. The afternoon breeze was so gentle it could barely stir the clouds in the sky. The kitchen of the Imperial Medical Institute was filled with the fragrant aroma of herbs. Jiang Rumen sat on a low stool, watching the pot simmering over the stove. Judging the time was right, she rose and poured out the decoction. Minmin, a voice she hadn't heard in a long time, suddenly sounded from behind her. causing Jiang Rumin's body to stiffen slightly. Had she misheard? The next moment the sound of footsteps grew closer. She turned and saw Jun Tianyi with his attendant. I heard you were attacked last night. You must have been quite frightened, weren't you? As he spoke, Jun Tianyi slowly walked closer to Jiang Rumin. His concern for her was genuine. He realized it had been quite some time since they had last spoken at close quarters. Today, as he carefully observed her, he noticed she seemed thinner than before. How have you become so gaunt? Hearing Jun Tianyi's solicitous words, Jiang Rumin snapped back to her senses and replied flatly, Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. If you have nothing else, please don't linger here. It wouldn't look good if someone saw us meeting privately. In the past, such concern from Jun Tianyi would have filled her with joy, but now his sudden appearance seemed ill-timed. Even if she had no feelings for Lord Song, she was bound to him by an imperial edict of betrothal. Moreover, Lord Song had been injured saving her. If she were seen speaking so closely with Prince Yi, it would not only tarnish her reputation, but also embarrass Lord Song. I made sure no one was around when I came in. Don't worry. Even if someone happened to pass by and see us, a few pieces of silver would be enough to seal their lips. We haven't seen each other for so many days. Don't you want to talk to me? Jun Tianyi stared intently at Jiang Rumin's face, as if trying to read all her emotions. You weren't this cold to me before. Has Song Yunchu taken root in your heart? No, Jiang Rumin quickly retorted. My relationship with Lord Song has always been above reproach. But he saved my life, and I have a duty to care for him. Hearing this, Jun Tianyi felt somewhat reassured. As long as he's not in your heart. He paused, then continued. I've made up my mind. I will petition His Majesty to annul your betrothal. I cannot bear to see you wed another. Jiang Rumin was stunned by his declaration. Jun Tianyi stepped forward and pulled her into his embrace. Mimin, let's stop this feud, all right? These days without you I've been utterly distracted. As Jiang Rumin's gaze momentarily left the stove, the attendant at Jun Tianyi's side quietly raised his right hand and flicked a tiny pill into the bowl of medicine she had just poured. No. What stands between us isn't just Lord Song. Jiang Rumin broke free from Jun Tianyi's embrace and took 2 steps back to put some distance between them. It would be fine if Lord Song and I could annul our engagement, but what about my younger sister? What do you intend to do about her? If you truly cared for me, you wouldn't expect me to share a husband with someone who has tormented me since childhood. That is something I cannot accept. Jiang Rumin's words made Jun Tianyi frown slightly. Has Yushi truly bullied you? Perhaps the Duchess has been harsh on you, but Yushi never intended to be your enemy. If you want to even believe my words, then there is nothing more to say between us. Jiang Rumin's anger flared as she recalled the 2 assassination attempts she had endured. Though she had no definitive proof that Jiang Yushi was behind them, she knew in her heart that she had no other conflicts with anyone. She couldn't think of anyone else who hated her so much as to wish her dead. Setting aside the assassinations, Jiang Yushi had never been kind to her. The memories of being bullied by Jiang Yushi and her mother were deeply etched into her mind, not easily erased. Jun Tianyi remained unconvinced, and she was both furious and helpless. Your Highness, you've stayed long enough. To avoid being discovered, please take your leave. I need to deliver this medicine to Lord Song. With that, Jiang Rumin picked up the bowl of medicine from the stove and quickly left the kitchen. Jun Tianyi was left staring at her retreating figure, his expression dark. The Rumin of now seemed to possess a sharper edge than before. In the past, her heart and mind were filled with him, but now she had learned to walk away and leave him behind. Truly, one takes on the color of one's company. It wasn't until his attendant reminded him, Your Highness, we should leave quickly, that Jun Tianyi averted his gaze and departed the kitchen with his man. He hadn't wanted to use Jiang Rumin, but now he had no choice but to use her hand against Song Yunchu. Once Song Yunchu committed a grave offense, he would lose not only his official position, but his very life. Only then would the imperial betrothal between Song Yunchu and Rumin be naturally dissolved. Lord Song, you mentioned earlier that the medicine was too bitter to stomach, so I've brought you some candied fruit. After you finish the medicine, eating these will help take away the bitterness. Inside the elegant room, Jiang Rumin took a paper bag from her sleeve pocket. These are candied plums made by Yingshun herself. You can rest assured and enjoy them. Song Yunchu noticed the steam rising from the medicine bowl and decided to let it cool a little before drinking. Noticing a trace of melancholy on Jiang Rumin's brow, he casually asked, Miss Jiang, by the look on your face, it seems something is weighing on your mind. Jiang Rumin looked up at Song Yunchu, opening her mouth as if to speak, but in the end she remained silent. Miss Jiang, please speak freely. I rarely have such leisure, perhaps I might be able to solve your dilemma. Recalling her conversation with Jun Tianyi in the kitchen, Jiang Rumin smiled bitterly and shook her head. This matter, I'm afraid, even you couldn't resolve. Song Yunchu said nonchalantly, It seems it has something to do with Princey again. Seeing the flicker of surprise on Jiang Rumin's face, he added expressionlessly, Was that hard to guess? Isn't he the source of all your troubles? Jiang Rumin was left speechless. You've never worried about anything other than matters of the heart. In truth, you simply have too much idle time on your hands. If you truly have nothing to do, why not open a medical clinic? It would pass the time and also allow you to treat more people suffering from difficult and complex illnesses. Perhaps because Song Yunk's words were somewhat blunt, Jiang Rumin lowered her head in embarrassment. I know how to cure illnesses, but I am not skilled in management. Hire a few people who understand business and are good with numbers. It would be best if the medical clinic can earn a substantial profit, but if we happen to lose money, it's no great loss. At worst, the Prime Minister will help you weather the storm. If you feel uneasy about it, you can share some of the profits with me once you start earning, or give me some good medicine in return. Jiang Rumin thought it over seriously for a moment, then accepted Song Yunk's proposal. What Lord Song says is reasonable. I should go and do something more meaningful. That's the spirit. Now can you tell me the reason for your sudden worry? As Song Yunchu spoke, she picked up the bowl of medicine from it. To be honest with you, Lord Song, the prince came to see me just now. He said. He wants to ask His Majesty to annul the betrothal between you and me. I asked him what would happen to my second sister, but he didn't answer directly, only saying that I had misunderstood her. Song Yunchu rolled her eyes heavenward. That despicable scoundrel was still far from seeing Jiang Yushi's true colors. She asked Jiang Rumin again, where did you meet the prince? In broad daylight, isn't he afraid of being seen and sparking gossip? Jiang Rumin said, in the Imperial Medical Academy's kitchen. Fortunately, no one was around at the time, so I don't think we were seen. The kitchen. Song Yunchu immediately became alert and put down the medicine bowl. Miss Jiang, I'd like to trouble you to examine this bowl of medicine. Are you worried that the prince might have poisoned it while I wasn't paying attention? Jiang Rumin didn't think Jun Tianyi was that despicable, but to put Song Yunk's mind at ease, she still took out a silver needle to test the medicine. After a moment, she pulled out the needle and breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Song, this medicine is not poisoned. You're overthinking it. Even if the prince truly wanted to harm you, he wouldn't put poison in the medicine I decocted, right? If you were poisoned, I would be the prime suspect. Poisoning is indeed too blatant. I was just wondering if they might have done something. Song Yunchu paused, then said, he's been cold to you for so long, and suddenly he comes to reconcile. There must be a reason. Besides, why would he come looking for you in the Imperial Medical Academy's kitchen in broad daylight? If he truly wanted to talk with you, he would have chosen a quiet, secluded place at night, where it would be more convenient to speak. Jun Tianyi's character was domineering, arrogant, and self-righteous, always holding himself above others in matters of love. Only when provoked would he realize Jiang Rumin's importance. If she were truly wounded by an assassin, or if she were to marry someone else tomorrow, only then would he awaken and think to himself, so I still love her. If he suddenly appeared to seek reconciliation with Jiang Rumin, without any reason, one couldn't help but suspect what schemes that despicable man was plotting. Perhaps he simply felt pity for me after the fright I had last night. His concern for me didn't seem fake. Jiang Rumin was a bit helpless against Song Yunk's suspicions. If you're really uneasy, Lord Song, I'll test the medicine for you. That way, if there's something wrong with the medicine, we'll both suffer together. That won't be necessary, Song Yunchu said. I'd like to trouble you to decoct a new batch. So you still suspect the prince of using me? As she spoke, Jiang Rumin picked up the bowl of medicine and took a sip directly in front of Song Yunchu. Song Yunchu wanted to stop her, but as she raised her hand, her shoulder ached, and she couldn't hold her back. Jiang Rumin put down the bowl. See, you can rest assured now, right? The corner of Song Yunk's eye twitched slightly. You really do trust him a great deal. I just wanted to prove to you, Lord Song, that you can also make mistakes in judgment. While caution is good, you shouldn't always think the worst of people. As Jiang Rumin left the room carrying the empty medicine bowl, a hidden observer immediately departed and reported everything he had witnessed to Jun Tianyi. What? Rumin also took a sip. Jun Tianyi's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing his subordinate's report. The spy replied, it's absolutely true, Your Highness. The door wasn't closed and I saw it with my own eyes. Prime Minister Song has keen hearing, so I didn't dare get too close. I could only watch from a distance. At first, Prime Minister Song seemed hesitant and didn't intend to drink the medicine, but after Miss Jiang took a sip, he finally let go of his suspicions. That treacherous dog is indeed extremely suspicious. A pang of guilt surged through him regarding Jiang Rumin's act of testing the medicine. Rumin trusted him so much, firmly believing that he was honorable and would never tamper with the medicine. In truth, he hadn't wanted to use her, but he had no other choice. Once he dealt with Song Yunchu, he would surely bring Rumin back. Your Highness, there's no need to worry. The Spring Breeze Guide potion won't take effect if taken alone. It requires its unique incense to activate. As long as Miss Jiang doesn't go near Prime Minister Song's place within the next hour, she'll be fine. Jun Tianyi gave a faint in acknowledgement. To prevent any unexpected complications, have someone keep an eye on her and make sure she doesn't wander off. Yes, rest assured, Your Highness. Arrange things with the princess as well immediately. The so-called Spring Breeze Guide was an extremely potent love-inducing drug, but unlike ordinary ones that take effect upon consumption, it required another specially made aromatic incense to trigger the drug's effects within the body. One dose of the drug, one dose of the incense lure administered separately to two different people. The one who took the drug would develop an intense desire for the one who carried the incense, leading them to commit improper acts. The princess of the Northern Qin Kingdom had a habit of perfuming her clothes with incense. He had bribed one of the princess maidservants at a high price to secretly add the Spring Breeze Guide's incense lure into the princess incense supply. Now, every garment in the princess wardrobe carried the scent of the lure. That woman held great admiration for Song Yunchu, so luring her to Song Yunka's side would be as easy as turning one's hand. Prince Gong has sent an invitation asking you to go boating on the lake tomorrow. Tell him, Emil. Shangguan Yun languidly leaned against the stone table beneath the pear-blossom tree, idly toying with the rabbit lantern Song Yunchu had given her on the night of the Lantern Festival. If he had even half of Song Yunka's looks and bearing, I might consider it. But look at him, plain and unremarkable with all the stuffiness of a pedantic scholar. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yun's personal maidservant coughed lightly. Princess, someone's coming. Please watch your words. Shangguan Yun looked up and saw a young eunuch approaching her. Greetings, Your Highness. I have been sent to deliver a message from Lord Song. He said that the spirit convergence pill you gifted him was extremely effective, and he wishes to pay a high price for its formula. His wound has worsened and is causing him great pain. The box you gave him is probably not enough. Is it that serious? Shangguan Yun's delicate brows furrowed as she rose from her chair. How is he now? Haven't I already said that one pill at a time is enough for him? Taking more won't do any good. Lord Song is probably in so much pain that he isn't thinking straight. As for the formula, the spirit convergence pill is a secret medicine of our Northern Chun royal family. I haven't even seen the formula myself. However, I can give him another box. As she spoke, Shangguan Yun turned to instruct her maidservant. Go fetch another box quickly. We'll go to the Imperial Medical Academy to see Lord Song. Princess, please slow down. Mind your step. On the way to the Imperial Medical Bureau, Shangguan Yun's maid, seeing her mistress walking briskly, offered a word of caution. Yet no sooner had she spoken than something seemed to strike her foot sharply. Her leg went numb, and she cried out in pain as she fell to the ground. Shangguan Yun halted, turning to look at her. You silly girl, you warned me not to fall, yet you've managed to tumble yourself. It hurts so much. The maid on the ground whimpered, lifting her head with a grimace. Shangguan Yun was startled to see blood seeping from a gash on her forehead and knelt down to help her up. How did you manage to injure yourself like this? Fortunately, the Imperial Medical Bureau is just ahead. Let's get a physician to treat you right away, lest it leave a scar. Princess, I didn't fall on my own. Something struck my foot, causing this numbing pain. What could it be? There's no one around here. Shangguan Yun glanced around, seeing only eunuchs and maidservants in the distance with no one nearby. I think you've just imagined it from the fall. After reaching the Imperial Medical Bureau, Shangguan Yun grabbed a physician who was drying herbs to bandage her maid and casually inquired about Song Yunka's condition. Miss Jiang has been looking after Lord Song's injuries. He mentioned having a phobia of uncleanliness, so we dared not disturb him. Has his condition worsened? Hearing this, Shangguan Yun silently criticized Jiang Rumin's caregiving skills. How could someone with such renowned medical expertise allow a wound to fester? Song Yunchu was also stubborn for insisting on Jiang Rumin's care. Enough, I shall visit Lord Song myself. Shangguan Yun instructed the physician to tend to her maid's wounds, then went alone to find Song Yunchu with the Jiyuan pill. To her surprise, when she found him, Song Yunchu was sitting calmly at a table reading a book, showing no signs of a deteriorated injury whatsoever. Puzzled, she approached and asked, Lord Song, your injury hasn't worsened? Song Yunchu looked equally confused. Princess, I don't understand your question. Although the assassin's dagger cut deep, it wasn't too severe. I've been following the physician's orders diligently. Why would it? Shangguan Yun's eyes widened. Then why did you send a eunuch to tell me you needed the Jiyuan pill? Song Yunchu narrowed his eyes, a flicker of thought passing through them. What did this eunuch look like? What exactly did he say? And where did he go after delivering the message? As Shangguan Yun was about to respond, Song Yunchu suddenly reached for his head, appearing dizzy. What's wrong? Are you feeling lightheaded? Let me fetch a physician for you. She turned to leave, but Song Yunchu suddenly grabbed her wrist. Startled, Shangguan Yun turned back to see Song Yunchu stand up and lean close to her ear. The gesture was so unexpected that she froze, forgetting to pull away. A moment later, she heard his question. Do you have a habit of using incense? What kind of fragrance is it? She found the question baffling, yet his proximity made her nervous and secretly thrilled. However, his next words were chillingly detached. From this day forth, remember, princess, trust no one easily. Your naivety will make you a pawn in others' games. Not far away, a pair of eyes watched the exchange between Song Yunchu and Shangguan Yun. The moment Song Yunchu closed the door, the observer turned and fled. With the effects of the spring breeze incense taking hold, the show was about to begin. The water bandits in Shouyang County are wreaking havoc on the people. I've sent 2 waves of troops to suppress them, yet they remain. Is there not a single capable commander among the newly promoted generals? In the Imperial study, Jun Liluo read the memorial with a sneer, then slammed it onto the desk. The attendants, seeing his dark expression, held their breath in fearful silence. Finally, someone broke the stillness. Your Majesty, Prince E requests an audience outside. Let him in. As Jun Tianyi entered, Jun Liluo immediately noticed a box carried by the attendant behind him. Your subject pays respects to your Majesty. Rise, uncle. What's in that box behind you? It is a gift I wish to present to your majesty. Chief Steward Li stepped forward, took the box, and brought it before Jun Liluo. Jun Liluo opened it to find a pillow, but an unusual one. Its surface was of fine silk inlaid with 12 pieces of— Your Majesty, the jade on this pillow is flame water jade. It stays warm in winter and cool in summer, making it quite rare. I happened upon this piece of jade and had craftsmen cut it evenly to sew onto the pillow. The inner filling is soft, so it conforms to the curve of the head and neck without being uncomfortable. Given the cold season, Your Majesty will find it keeps you warm at night. Jun Liluo placed his hand on the pillow's surface and indeed felt warmth. This jade was a rarity, and Jun Tianyi had willingly given it up, even crafting it into such a pillow. Such thoughtful consideration for the emperor. How many would see the ambition lurking beneath? Uncle's gift is excellent. I like it very much. Jun Liluo turned to Jun Tianyi with a smile. You've put great thought. I'm glad Your Majesty is pleased. I noticed you seemed troubled when I came in. May I ask what weighs on your mind? It's those water bandits in Xiuyang County. They are utterly detestable. As he spoke, Jun Liluo had Chief Steward Li pass the memorial he had thrown to Jun Tianyi. According to Song Yunka's prophecy, Jun Tianyi and Jiang Rumin, these two lone stars of misfortune, were notoriously difficult to kill. He was somewhat skeptical, so a few days ago during the Lantern Festival, he sent skilled assassins to ambush Jun Tianyi while he was boating on the lake. The attempt failed, which was regrettable, but not entirely unexpected. If this man's fate was truly so resilient, and his time hadn't come, then he would continue playing the part of a harmonious uncle-nephew relationship. He recalled that in Song Yunka's prophecy, this man was lucky, blessed with a bowtie's favor and a gift from heaven, a martial arts manual capable of defeating Song Yunchu himself. He wondered when that item would appear. Your Majesty, calm yourself. The new generals may simply lack experience. Those you sent out must have real skill, they just fell to the enemy's cunning. Jun Tianyi volunteered. I have experience suppressing bandits. If Your Majesty trusts in my abilities, I am willing to share this burden. Jun Liluo looked at him. I naturally trust you, uncle. But how is the internal injury you sustained? If you haven't fully recovered, you need not push yourself. Jun Tianyi was about to respond when hurried footsteps sounded behind him. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. A eunuch rushed in breathless. A palace cleaner at the Imperial Medical Bureau reported seeing the Princess of Beichen enter Lord Song's recovery room. The two seemed to embrace, and Lord Song closed the door. We don't know what's happening inside now. He was too frightened to make a fuss, and came directly to report. Jun Liluo's expression shifted at the news. Song Yunchu and Shang Wanyun embracing behind closed doors. If this got out, the consequences would be disastrous. Is this true? Jun Tianyi furrowed his brows and glanced at the eunuch. Prime Minister Song doesn't seem like the kind of man who would lack such discretion. I did not witness it myself, Your Majesty, but the panicked look on the palace attendant's face suggests he would not dare to speak falsely. If what he says is true, then this matter is quite serious. Jun Tianyi turned his gaze to Jun Liluo. Your Majesty, the Princess of the Northern Shin Kingdom is destined to be the 8th Prince's future consort. Prime Minister Song is your right hand. If the two of them were to be embroiled in a scandal, it would tarnish the dignity of both nations and bring great shame upon the 8th Prince. We have not yet seen the truth with our own eyes. There is no need for hasty conclusions. Jun Liluo said, striding swiftly out of the imperial study. Jun Tianyi followed closely at his heels. On the way to the Imperial Medical Bureau, Jun Liluo's heart was far from calm. He firmly believed in his heart that Song Yunchu would never harbor any intentions toward Shang Wanyun. What Song Yunchu sought was to preserve his current wealth, fame, and fortune. After all, it was no easy feat to sit in the position of a first-rank official. He would not covet anyone, least of all the princess sent for a political marriage by the Northern Shin Kingdom. To do so would be to court his own ruin. This incident today was clearly a scheme to frame Song Yunchu as disloyal and treacherous. But even if he trusted Song Yunchu, if the man had truly fallen into the trap, saving him would be a difficult task. Given the stakes of national honor, even if Song Yunchu could eventually prove his innocence, such an indecent affair would ruin his future prospects and invite public scorn. Song Yunchu had made too many enemies. Only with his downfall could others rise. Thus, many high-ranking officials would be more than pleased to see him meet his demise. The group soon arrived at the Imperial Medical Bureau, spotting from afar that the door to Song Yunka's quarters was tightly shut. In the courtyard before his room, many imperial physicians and palace attendants had gathered. Song Yunchu had made too many enemies. Only with his downfall could others rise. Thus, many high-ranking officials would be more than pleased to see. This could very well cost him his head. Quiet, the Emperor is here. The crowd had all been staring at the closed door, none daring to approach, let alone push it open. There was no need for them to push it anyway. Once the Emperor arrived, he would order the door to be broken down, and then everything would be revealed. Seeing the crowd of onlookers already in the courtyard, the coldness in Jun Liluo's brow deepened. This move was indeed insidious to the extreme. He had already prepared so many spectators before his arrival. If he were to dismiss them, it would seem as though he were trying to shield Song Yunchu. If he were being honest, he truly wished to protect Song Yunchu, even if the man had committed a misdeed. This newcomer who possessed the Prime Minister's body was someone he wished to cultivate. And precisely because he was a newcomer, he could forgive his mistakes. After all, heaven wouldn't grant him a perfect, utterly loyal confidant, who could also foresee the future. But could he possibly kill all these onlookers? Your Majesty, I know this is difficult for you, but some matters must be faced. Jun Tianyi interjected from the side. If the Prime Minister has truly betrayed your trust and regard, he is unworthy of serving you any longer. Jun Liluo, ignoring Jun Tianyi's words, slowly walked towards the tightly shut door. He could in fact deduce that today's incident was most likely orchestrated by Jun Tianyi. Jun Tianyi's appearance at the imperial study was too perfectly timed. They had only been talking for a moment when a palace attendant reported Song Yuncu's scandal, giving Jun Tianyi the perfect excuse to follow along and witness the scene. Through the closed door, Jun Liluo could hear faint low laughter from within. He took a few steps closer, and what he heard made the corners of his eyes twitch. Here, yes, right here. Hey, you're quite skilled, girl. Jun Liluo. Song Yunchu, you fool. Having come this far, he had no choice but to push the door open. Jun Liluo took a deep breath and with a look of frustrated disappointment, shoved the door open. What met his eyes was not the romantic scene he had envisioned. The person with Song Yunchu was not Shangwan Yun, but Jiang Rumin, with whom he could legitimately be alone. The two sat facing each other across a small table. Upon the chessboard, black and white stones were interwoven, with Jiang Rumin's white stones subtly losing ground. The two of them were actually playing a serious game of chess. Song Yuncu's earlier words upon first hearing were quite suggestive, but upon closer reflection, he was teaching Jiang Rumin how to turn the game around. Jun Liluo had witnessed Song Yuncu's chess skills many times before. The man's strategic acumen on the board was remarkably mature, making Jiang Rumin's impending defeat quite normal. This man, if he's teaching chess, then just teach chess. Why does he have to laugh so roguishly? Your Majesty. Song Yunchu turned his head to look at the people outside the door. Why didn't you have someone announce your arrival? I would have come out to welcome you. As he spoke, Song Yunchu rose and walked towards Jun Liluo. As he drew near, he saw the large crowd behind the emperor. Your Majesty, have you brought so many people to inquire about my injuries? Song Yuncu's gaze shifted, landing on Jun Tianyi. Even the Prince of Yi has come to visit me, setting aside past grievances. I am truly astonished. You bastard, I knew this malicious scheme was your doing. You've got a tumor on your neck filled entirely with base and vile thoughts. With your pea-sized brain, you think you can harm me. If you have a grudge against me, fine. But what did Shangwan Yun ever do to you? She is a princess of a nation. To destroy her reputation for the sake of your petty revenge. Are women other than the Jiang sisters not even human in your eyes? And you dare to call me a scoundrel? You are the one who is truly despicable and utterly vile. People are ranked in classes. You may have an exalted family background, you idiot, but your character is of the lowest order. If I don't kick you off the position of the male lead, you'll write my name backwards. Jun Tianyi stared at the scene inside the room, his lips pressed tightly together, his face stiff with shock. The person with Song Yunchu. How could it be Rumin? He had explicitly ordered his men to keep a close watch on Rumin and not let her wander off. How was it that the meeting between Song Yunchu and Shangwan Yun had not triggered the effects of the spring breeze charm? The door had been closed the entire time, so how had Shangwan Yun managed to leave? Jun Liluo gazed at Song Yuncu's unruffled demeanor, a faint curve lifting the corner of his lips. Truly, Song Yunchu had not disappointed him. I was discussing affairs with the imperial uncle in the study when suddenly someone reported that the princess of Beichen Kingdom had entered your room, after which you closed the door, a man and a woman alone together. The moment Jun Liluo's words fell, Song Yunchu widened his eyes. Your Majesty received such news. This is too absurd. This person is surely trying to frame me as disloyal and unjust. I beg your Majesty to investigate thoroughly. Your Majesty, it was I who was alone with Lord Song the entire time. Lord Song's chess skills are exquisite. Knowing I could not match him, I asked for his guidance. I closed the door only to block out the noise outside so that we could focus more on the game. For some reason, in the mouths of others, it became a tryst between Lord Song and the princess. Utterly inconceivable. Jiang Rumin's tone carried a hint of indignation. If there truly were something between the princess and Lord Song, how could I, as the future mistress of the Chancellor's mansion, stand by and do nothing? I see clearly that there is nothing between them. Jun Liluo nodded and said to Song Yunchu, Yunchu, rest assured I will handle. Having said this, he turned around and swept his gaze over the crowd, his tone icy. Who was it that delivered the message just now? At the same time, Jiang Rumin looked at Jun Tianyi, and Jun Tianyi was also looking in her direction. As their eyes met, Jun Tianyi read the anger and disappointment in her gaze. His heart sank, and he instinctively averted his gaze, not daring to meet Jiang Rumin's eyes. Song Yunchu had not fallen for the trap. He had most likely detected something wrong with the drug. The spy had personally witnessed Song Yunchu drinking the drug, and the incense on the prince's clothes was also not faulty. A person under the influence of the drug could never be completely unresponsive to someone under the influence of the incense lure. If Song Yunchu had truly drunk the drug, yet remained sober, there was only one possibility. He had induced vomiting immediately after drinking. Rumin was skilled in medicine, but she could have prepared an emetic for Song Yunchu, allowing him to purge everything. Thus Song Yunchu deliberately acted intimate with the princess and then closed the door, only to put on a show for his people, making them believe he had fallen for the trap unaware. How cunning. This scoundrel had even convinced Rumin to help. The look in Rumin's eyes just now. Was it resentment at being? He had originally not wanted her to be involved in these grudges, so he had kept it from her. He thought that as long as she knew nothing it would not affect their relationship. He also genuinely wanted Jiang Rumin to return to his side, but now she was clearly helping Song Yunchu. Was she trying to provoke and retaliate against him on purpose? Did she not know that staying by that scoundrel Song's side would only bring endless calamity? Under Jun Liluo's cold interrogation, a young eunuch in the crowd fell to his knees with a thud. Your Majesty, this servant truly saw the princess of Baichen Kingdom enter Lord Song's room. How would this servant dare deceive your Majesty? In this imperial hospital, I am certainly not the only one who saw the princess appear. The princess did appear, but she only came to deliver a medicinal pill to express her gratitude. Song Yunchu continued without changing his expression. She left after delivering it. After all, I saved the princess' life. Her offering medicine was merely an act of gratitude. In your eyes it became a secret affair between us. Why are you so determined to slander the reputation of the princess and myself? This servant clearly saw you close the door with my own eyes. The young eunuch was truly caught off guard by the change of persons in the room. He had clearly seen the chancellor embracing the princess, and when closing the door he had appeared utterly infatuated. How could nothing have happened? To ensure the success of slandering the chancellor, he had deliberately informed several nearby palace attendants about the chancellor and the princess being alone together, instructing them to keep watch on that door in the courtyard. In this way, even if the princess clear-headed ran out, the chancellor, being under the influence of the drug, could not possibly retain much composure. The scene that would likely unfold was the princess fleeing with her clothes disheveled, and the chancellor wildly chasing after her in a frenzy with everyone in the courtyard as witnesses. If the princess liked the chancellor enough, she might not have run in a moment of impulse. They would have consummated their relationship, and then have the emperor come to catch them red-handed. No matter which scenario occurred, Song Yunchu would be the guilty party. But the one scenario he had not anticipated was the third. Song Yunchu was completely sober, and the princess had vanished. Even now you still slander me. Do you truly have no regard for his majesty? Song Yunchu let out a cold laugh, sweeping his gaze over the nearby eunuchs and maids. I see you all look unfamiliar. You didn't come with his majesty, did you? Did you listen to some slander and wait outside the door early, expecting to see me make a fool of myself? Speak. Besides this eunuch, who else can testify that the princess and I were in the same room? Under Song Yunchu's sharp gaze, several people trembled and knelt. Lord Song, don't misunderstand. This servant did not see what happened before the door was closed. It was Xiaofuzi who told this servant that Lord Song and the princess were alone together and asked me to call a few people to watch in the courtyard while he went to report to his majesty. Yes, it was all Xiaofuzi's words. He slandered Lord Song. He spoke as if it were true and even invoked his majesty, telling us to keep an eye on Lord Song for his majesty. That's why we were outside watching this door. Song Yunchu was very satisfied with their answers. He said unhurriedly, so your eyes never left this door, right? Regardless of whether these people were merely watching the excitement or had informants of Jun Tianyi among them at this moment, they could only shift all the blame onto the messenger Xiaofuzi. Since Shang Wanyan was not present, Jun Tianyi could do nothing. These palace attendants who were watching the commotion were probably afraid that she would settle scores with them later. To protect themselves, they had to unconditionally speak in her favor. Lord Song is right. We have been watching this door all along, and no one has entered or left. It is evident that the person who was alone with Lord Song was Miss Jiang from beginning to end. Lord Song was with his own betrothed, yet he was slandered by Xiaofuzi. This person is truly despicable. Facing the crowd's angry accusations, Xiaofuzi's face had turned pale. Song Yunchu slowly walked up to him. Xiaofuzi, I will give you a chance to confess. If you tell his majesty who instigated you to slander me, I may ask his majesty to show you leniency. Xiaofuzi bit his lip, a struggle appearing in his eyes. If you were coerced or tempted, you might as well speak out. Song Yunchu softened his tone. You have falsely accused me, which is no small crime. Think it over carefully. If you want to live, you must spill everything you know. Before so many people, I promise you that I will not retaliate against you afterwards. A few feet away, Jun Tianyi's expression remained composed, but beneath his sleeve his fist clenched quietly. No one ordered me around. I simply cannot stand you, you villain. Xiaofuzi seemed to have made up his mind, biting his lip before lifting his head to glare at Song Yunchu with fury. Minister Jiang devoted himself to the people and rendered great service to the state, yet you slandered him for embezzling disaster relief funds, causing him to suffer exile and perish on the road. The one who deserves to die is you. You hold the highest rank as first minister. What more could you want? But you had to frame a virtuous official. You villain, you should be struck by lightning. Song Yunchu. The eunuch named Xiaofuzi spoke of Minister Jiang, an official who once served in the Ministry of Revenue. In Prime Minister Song's memory, she had not directly caused his downfall, but she was certainly not entirely innocent of it. As First Minister Song held the highest rank, and many matters were beneath her personal involvement. Some of her subordinate officials would take the initiative to eliminate her enemies to curry favor with her. Indeed, Prime Minister Song had never liked Minister Jiang. The one who ultimately drove Minister Jiang to his death was the Minister of Works, a subordinate of Song's faction, and the two had personal grudges as well. So, the blame still fell on her. Factional strife was never simple. It was not a personal feud between individuals, but a conflict between one faction and another. If she were her current self, she would never frame a loyal official. But the original owner had indeed committed many such acts of slander against political opponents. Now those people directed their hatred at her, and she had no choice but to bear it. Xiao Fuzi was not only Jun Tiany's man, perhaps he had once been close to Minister Jiang, or he was merely using Minister Jiang as an excuse. In any case, he had no intention of betraying Jun Tiany. Villain, kill me if you will. I have nothing more to say to you. Xiao Fuzi's face flushed red, his gaze no longer wavering, but filled with a resolve to face death. Do you think I fear death? My only regret is that I cannot drag you villain to hell with me, so you can apologize to Minister Jiang in the underworld. As he spoke, he suddenly leaped from the ground to strike Song Yunchu. But the guards would not allow it. The moment he stepped forward, one guard kicked him to the ground and drew his sword, pointing it at him. Presumptuous slave, do not dare to act recklessly. Xiao Fuzi stared at the sharp blade, gritted his teeth, and pressed his neck against it, slashing hard. His sudden self-sacrifice caught everyone off guard. Before they could stop him, blood gushed from his neck, and in a few moments he breathed his last. Seeing this, Jun Tiany loosened the fist. Jun Tiany had Xiao Fuzi had once received a favor from Minister Jiang. Jun Tiany had inadvertently witnessed Xiao Fuzi burning paper money in a secluded corner of the palace, weeping and praying that Minister Jiang would be reborn into a better life, and swearing to curse Song Yunchu every day of his life. At that moment, Jun Tiany had thought that this young eunuch who harbored such deep hatred for Song Yunchu might prove useful. Burning paper money for a disgraced official in the palace was a grave crime. When Jun Tiany approached, Xiao Fuzi's face turned pale with terror. Instead of punishing him, Jun Tiany spoke with him about the good deeds Minister Jiang had done. Learning that Xiao Fuzi was the lowest-ranking cleaning eunuch in the palace, Jun Tiany gave him some silver to ease his hardship. Xiao Fuzi was deeply grateful and willingly served him, which led to today's scheme. When Song Yunchu had interrogated Xiao Fuzi earlier, Jun Tiany's emotions had been tense as well. Life and death hung in the balance, and Xiao Fuzi might have revealed the truth. But fortunately, in the end, Xiao Fuzi did not betray him. Jun Liluo waved his hand, ordering the guards to remove Xiao Fuzi's body. Then he turned to Song Yunchu and said, Yunchu, since Xiao Fuzi has committed suicide in fear of punishment, this matter is settled. Return to your room and rest well. I will send some fine tonics to you. Jun Tiany's servant was indeed reliable. If the servant had implicated Jun Tiany to save his own life, he would have had grounds to arrest Jun Tiany for trial. However, it was not surprising that the servant chose to confess and die. Anyone daring enough to help Jun Tiany slander a high-ranking minister must have courage. Thus, Jun Liluo did not feel frustrated that Jun Tiany escaped unscathed. At least today, he witnessed Song Yunchu's capability. Song Yunchu's counter-strategy must have caught Jun Tiany off guard too. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I will take good care of myself, and once recovered, I will continue to serve you. As Song Yunchu bowed to express gratitude, she cast a sidelong glance at Jun Tiany. Damn it, he certainly had luck on. Jun Tiany really should kowtow to Xiao Fuzi. By confessing and committing suicide on the spot, he left no room for interrogation. If Xiao Fuzi had valued his life even slightly, that scumbag would have been exposed today. How there will be other days. Next time we clash. Although today I couldn't throw that scumbag into prison, at least the two foolish girls who were infatuated with him in the original story got to see his vile face. That's not a loss. Hidden behind the rockery in the courtyard, Baizhu and Shangwan Yun peered through the gaps between stones, watching everything unfold. Is that man out of his mind? Why didn't he implicate Princey? He died like that. Doesn't he fear bringing trouble to his family outside the palace? Keep your voice down, princess. Baizhu whispered in reminder, then added, palace servants who dare to commit suicide out of fear often have no ties. This young eunuch was likely alone, so he dared to take the risk. Shangwan Yun gritted her teeth in fury. When Song Yunchu had closed the door, she told Shangwan Yun that she had been lured there by Prince Yi's scheme. Princess, believe me, the moment I close this door, someone outside will immediately report our affair to the Emperor. What affair? I came to visit you. Why are you closing the door? That will only cause unnecessary misunderstanding. That's exactly what I want, to draw the snake out of its hole. Let me ask you, princess, why did you come alone to see me? If you had brought a maid, it would have avoided suspicion. I did bring a maid, but she fell on the way and hit her head, bleeding. She's still getting bandaged. I was worried about your wound worsening, so I rushed over to give you medicine. Exactly. They deliberately injured your maid to separate you, then exploited your concern for me to lure you here alone. Earlier they had drugged me, so now they must think we are secretly meeting behind closed doors. After that song, Yunchu took a set of eunuch robes from the wardrobe and handed them to her. Please bear with me, princess. Put on these eunuch robes. Baiju is waiting outside the window. He knows the palace layout well and will take you to a good spot to watch the show without being seen by others. As long as no one gets close, they won't recognize you. Following Song Yunkus' instructions, she disguised herself as a eunuch, put on a hat, and jumped out of the window by the bed. Baiju was waiting outside to receive her, leading her through secluded paths he knew well until they finally reached this rockery. Just as Song Yunchu had predicted, the courtyard gathered a crowd of onlookers, including the emperor and Prince Yi. This Prince Yi was truly shameless, despicable, and disgusting. To scheme against me like this, I will never let him off. When Song Yunchu returned to the room and sat down, Jiang Roman was staring blankly at the ground, looking utterly distracted. I truly thought he wanted to reconcile with me. I never imagined he was merely using me as a tool to achieve his own ends. Jiang Roman gave a bitter smile. Master Song, you are right. I am indeed a foolish and muddled person. Setting aside your tendency to be ensnared by matters of the heart, you are not entirely unintelligent. Song Yunchu paused, then said, you only need to remember one thing: those who truly care for you will not exploit you. Even if he begged you to help him against me, it would be better than deceiving you as he is now. At least the former would be honest. Jiang Roman lowered her gaze and remained silent. Had she not experienced today's events, she would never have realized Jun Tiany's cunning. She had even confidently assured Song Yunchu that Jun Tiany was not that kind of person. Wanting to prove Song Yunchu was merely overthinking, she prepared an emetic for him, as he requested. As she left, she met Baiju, who had come to fetch her. Baiju told her that her quarters had been under surveillance, but the hidden spy had been driven off, allowing her to leave safely. Jun Tiany had placed her under watch to ensure she wouldn't interfere with his plans. After Song Yunchu took the emetic, he vomited up nearly all the medicine he had consumed. To convince her that her medicine had indeed been tampered with by Jun Tiany, he obtained a piece of cloth from Princess Baichen. When she smelled the fragrance on the cloth, she felt dizzy and overwhelmed by a strange, unsettling heat. Fortunately, she managed to stay lucid, and following Song Yunkus' advice, also took an emetic, gradually recovering. The drug Jun Tiany had administered to Song Yunchu was so potent that even a single sip could ensnare her. Song Yunchu had consumed an entire bowl. Had he not vomited promptly, it was unimaginable what might have transpired. She asked Song Yunchu how he could be so certain Jun was so potent that even a single Song Yunkus' reply was, to be honest, I wasn't sure the medicine was tainted. It's just that Prince Yi and I detest each other. His mere presence feels like bad luck, so I'm naturally suspicious. Skipping a dose wouldn't harm me anyway, so vomiting was no loss. But the moment I came close to the princess, I knew the medicine was compromised. Even after purging, the residual effects still left me slightly feverish. As the old saying goes, one can never be too cautious against treachery. One can never be too cautious against treachery. Before this, she had always thought that saying applied only to outsiders. She never expected that someone she held dear in her heart could betray her trust. Jiang Roman suddenly felt lost. To frame the prime minister for disloyalty and treason, Jun Tiany had not only used her, but he also didn't care that his scheme would ruin the reputation of Princess Baichen. The princess bore him no grudge. Why did he have to drag her into this? In his eyes, anyone unrelated to him was merely a sacrifice. Had his plan unfolded as he envisioned, Master Song would likely have been executed, and the princess would have found it hard to face the world. Was this the same Jun Tiany she once knew? The Jun Tiany she remembered was somewhat cold, but occasionally gentle and thoughtful. He was a man of justice, filial to his mother, and he had donated his salary to set up porridge stations in disaster-stricken areas to aid the victims. Had he done all those things merely to court fame and reputation rather than from his true heart? Jiang Roman felt her thoughts tangling into a chaotic mess. Seeing her sinking back into melancholy, Song Yunchu decided to give her something to do. He cleared his throat and said, Miss Jiang, I feel quite unwell after all that vomiting. Is there any nourishing medicinal dish you could prepare for me? Jiang Roman snapped back to the present and replied, Yes, I'll prepare it right away. Please rest. After all, Song Yunchu had been injured while saving her, so she had to attend to his every dietary need during this time. After Jiang Roman left, Baiju returned. My lord, the princess has returned to her own residence. As you instructed, I hid the princess behind the rockery. She witnessed everything in the courtyard and was furious. She said she would never forgive Prince Yi. A trace of admiration flickered in Baiju's eyes. My lord has now earned the prince's trust, and she will side with us in the future. She despises Prince Yi so much that her imperial brother will surely avenge her. Prince Yi's days ahead will not be easy. It was only today that he learned a single drug could be designed to react only when ingested by two different people. Thanks to his lord's foresight, they had escaped such a vicious trap. Song Yunchu lowered his head to tidy the chess pieces and said leisurely, If Prince Qi can avenge his sister, that would be. She had shown Shangwan Yun the spectacle for two reasons. First, to make her understand the dangers of the human heart, and that she should never trust outsiders blindly. After this incident, Shangguan Yun's vigilance should be significantly heightened. Second, she genuinely wanted to provoke a conflict between Jun Tianyi and Shangguan Shi. The male lead and the second male lead were destined to clash. They were at odds in the original story. Now she was simply using Jun Tianyi's own scheme to bring their conflict to a head earlier. The next morning, while Song Yunchu was having breakfast, Baizhu relayed another piece of news. River pirates were rampant in Xiuyang County. The court had sent 2 expeditions, but neither could subdue them. Prince Yi volunteered for the mission, and the emperor dispatched him to suppress the bandits. He departed early this morning. TSK. Sent off to fight bandits. That task will take at least half a month. She had planned to find a chance for revenge once her wounds healed, but now she would have to wait until he returned. Despite his despicable nature, the original story described him as brave and skilled in battle, so he was indeed exceptionally capable in suppressing bandits. After all, he was the male lead endowed with certain requisite abilities. Perhaps she should be grateful that the author hadn't made Jun Tianyi's martial prowess overwhelmingly powerful from the start, otherwise she, as the original story's chief villain, wouldn't stand a chance against him. But then again, she could only suppress Jun Tianyi in the early stages, giving him a few setbacks. Later on, he would inevitably surpass her. That's why the martial arts manual capable of altering Jun Tianyi's fate was so crucial. The original story only mentioned that Jun Tianyi obtained the manual after falling off a cliff. However, the damn author never specified which cliff or the exact location below. Searching for it on her own would be utterly hopeless. This was the male lead's opportunity, and it had to be triggered by the male lead himself. With this in mind, Song Yunchu quickly instructed Baizhu. He left this morning, so we should still be able to catch up with him. Send 2 of our fastest men to trail him from a distance. They must not take any action. If he encounters danger, they are not to intervene. Instead, they should immediately send word back to me. In the original novel, the martial arts manual appeared at the moment Jiang Rumin's face was disfigured. Jiang Rumin's disfigurement was caused by a poisonous flower used by Shangguan Yun. At that time, Jun Tianyi and Jiang Rumin were deeply in love. Shangguan Yun, infatuated with Jun Tianyi but constantly rebuffed, was consumed by jealousy. She bought the poisonous flower from a Western region merchant, causing large black patches to spread across Jiang Rumin's face, leaving her perpetually self-conscious and despondent. Later, Jiang Rumin found a remedy in a medical book and went to the mountains with her maid to gather herbs. Jiang Yushi sent assassins after her. When Jiang Rumin was cornered at a cliff's edge, Jun Tianyi arrived just in time, and they fell off the cliff together. A river at the bottom carried them into a stone cave, where Jun Tianyi discovered the manual left by a master. This was indeed a very common trope of a protagonist's halo. But now the plot had diverged significantly from the original. For instance, Shangguan Yun now felt nothing but disgust towards Jun Tianyi and showed no sign of turning malicious. The disfigurement incident would likely never happen, and the butterfly effect might prevent the manual from appearing at its original time. It might even disappear entirely, which would be a tremendous stroke of luck for her. But this was just her speculation. The damn author favored Jun Tianyi outrageously, so she had to worry that he might still get his lucky break. Regardless, having someone keep a distant watch on him couldn't hurt. In the afternoon, as Song Yunchu was drinking her nourishing soup, Baizhu brought her an unexpected piece of news. My lady, Prince Yi was ambushed on the road. He lost some men. Though the assassins were all dealt with, the prince himself was wounded with 2 slashes on his arm. General Zhao, who was traveling with him, ordered him to be sent back to the capital. What? Song Yunchu raised an eyebrow. Ambushed not even half a day out of the city. I wonder who's behind this. How many assassins were there? At least 20, all with considerable skill. Could it be the Beichin kingdom? Hard to say. Song Yunchu pondered for a moment. Prince Qi seemed steady and prudent. He wouldn't strike so hastily. It takes nearly 2 days to reach Xiuyang County. Wouldn't it be better to attack when he's weary from the journey, or after he's exhausted from subduing the river pirates? The chances of success would be much higher. She believed Shangguan Shi wasn't so impatient. Baizhu nodded. True. Prince Yi is still full of energy, and traveling with General Zhao makes a mid-journey attack quite disadvantageous. As they were talking, Song Yunchu caught a glimpse of 2 figures outside the door. Turning her head, she saw it was Shangguan Yun and her maid disguised as young eunuchs. Princess, have you become addicted to dressing as a eunuch? Song Yunchu found it amusing. Don't think this outfit lets you wander freely around the palace. From a distance, people might not notice, but anyone who gets close will see right through you. I know, but I had no other choice. Shangguan Yun approached Song Yunchu and whispered, I visited you yesterday. If I came again today in my own clothes, who knows what people outside would say. So I didn't dare wear them. Now there's a dire emergency, and you absolutely must help me think of a solution. Seeing her face full of worry, Song Yunchu asked, puzzled, What's the matter? I sent the secret guard stationed outside the palace to assassinate Prince Yi. I didn't expect him to be so formidable. He only got wounded. It's such a waste of my guards. Over a dozen were killed, and 5 managed to escape. They said Prince Yi's side captured 2 alive, and are sending them to the Ministry of Justice for interrogation. What do I do? Will they give me away? Shang Yun's words made Song Yunka's forehead throb violently. So it was you, eh? Did you discuss such a major matter with your brother? I told him about Prince E scheming against us. He was furious. I asked him to get revenge for me, but he said we should plan carefully. This morning I heard Prince E left the city. It's much easier to strike outside the city than within the capital, isn't it? I wanted to discuss it with my brother, but he had left the palace on some business and I couldn't find him. So you took matters into your own hands. Song Yunka's face rarely turned so stern. Do you truly believe you're smarter than your brother, or do you think Jun Tianyi is a useless fool who can be dealt with so easily? Do you think his mansion's guards are a bunch of pushovers? Not to mention, he has his own men. He was traveling with General Zhao. Regardless of their relationship, would General Zhao stand by and watch? You only thought about venting your anger, completely disregarding the lives of your own men. Now you're panicking. Why didn't you consider the consequences before you acted? I did it to get revenge for both of us. Chastised by Song Yunchu, Shang Yun felt both annoyed and wronged, tears welling up in her eyes. It wasn't just for myself. He's your enemy too. If he lives, hell come after you again. I just wanted to remove a thorn in your side. Your intentions are good, princess, but your abilities are insufficient to carry them out. Song Yunchu said coldly. Your brother is waiting for the right moment, but you rushed in head first. Now 2 of your men are captured alive. Do you realize that once they confess, this becomes more than just a personal grudge between you and Prince E? A Bachan princess assassinating a Tianchi prince. What will people say when this gets out? Have you considered whether the friendship between our 2 nations can remain unshakable? I didn't think they'd be captured alive. Shang Yun crouched down in defeat. Our secret guards have a rule: if a mission fails, they must take their own lives and never be captured. If they die, their families are well compensated. But these 2, they have no families. When it comes to life and death, people can be cowardly. Instead of blaming them for fearing death, blame your own naivety. Shang Yun hung her head in regret. Go back first and act as if nothing has happened. Song Yunchu said. When your brother returns, tell him the whole story. If Shang Yun's mistake were ever exposed, it would inevitably implicate Shang Wanqi. She needed allies to deal with that bastard Jun Tianyi, and Shang Wanqi was her initial choice. If she could resolve this, Shang Wanqi would owe her a significant favor. So you're willing to help me, eh? Shang Yun's tense heart eased a little, but she was still worried. Do you have connections at the ministry? That's not for you to worry about, princess. You should head back now. After Shang Yun left, Baizhu spoke up. My lady, we have no connections at the Ministry of Justice. The minister is a stubborn mule with a strange temper. He doesn't easily take sides. No matter how strange his temper is, with the emperor's permission, I'm not afraid of not getting into the ministry's prison. Come, let's go to the... My lord, the enmity between you and Prince E has never been a secret. If you go to the emperor now and request to interrogate the assassins in the Ministry of Justice's prison, His Majesty is likely to grow suspicious. On the way to the imperial study, Baizhu spoke with concern. If Prince E learns of this, he will also think you have ulterior motives. Then he will have another excuse to rally other ministers to impeach you. Is this grudge between us even worth mentioning? Even if I don't interfere, do you think he wouldn't suspect me anyway? Song Yunchu said leisurely. I have long been the person Prince E detests the most. He has probably cursed my entire ancestry in his heart. As for whether His Majesty will be suspicious, the emperor has always been pleased to see me and Prince E at odds. The accursed emperor had recklessly paired her with Jiang Rumen precisely to make her and Jun Tianyi confront and The emperor didn't trust her, but he trusted Jun Tianyi even less. You need not worry about me. Our emperor is the most suspicious and ruthless of men. He could eliminate his own brother. How much kinship could he possibly feel for his uncle? Prince E has a good reputation with merits in suppressing bandits and assisting the late emperor in quelling rebellions. He is the most outstanding among the imperial uncles. The emperor treats him with courtesy on the surface, but in his heart he cannot help but be wary. As for me, no matter how the world curses me, at least to the emperor, I am not that great a threat. Even if I did attempt to assassinate Prince E, so what? As long as the emperor has use for me, he won't be willing to dispose of me. At most, he would find another person to counterbalance me. She was currently the emperor's most capable subordinate. If she hadn't been injured these past 2 days and resting in the Imperial Medical Institute, she would typically be working overtime in the imperial study at this hour after court. She had gauged the emperor's intentions precisely, which was why she dared to clean up this mess for Shang Yun. This was a chance to win over her brother. Based on her understanding of Shang Wanqi in the original novel, once he owed a favor, he would definitely repay it. He was a man of principle. If one day she truly couldn't continue working under the emperor, she could consider fleeing to the Bachan kingdom and securing a high official position there. With Shang Wanqi as a connection, why worry about a bright future? When Song Yunchu arrived at the imperial study, Jun Liluo was not reviewing memorials as usual, but was painting. Song Yunchu stepped forward to look. It was a river scene. Lush trees lined both banks and painted boats drifted on the lake. Jun Liluo's brush was currently tracing the tiny figures on one of the boats. In the past, she didn't understand art, but after becoming Prime Minister Song, she had learned to appreciate it. Painting was one of Jun Liluo's hobbies, and he was skilled at it. His paintings always reflected his mood. When he was happy, he painted lively, peaceful scenes. When unhappy, he painted a lone plum blossom in the wind or a withered vine on a cliff. Images that evoked a sense of desolation at first glance. Tisk, I knew the emperor didn't care about Prince's fate. The painting he's working on clearly shows he's in a good mood. If he had even a shred of concern for his uncle, he wouldn't be in such a leisurely state. Jun Liluo paused his brush and looked up at Song Yunchu. Are your injuries better? Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. After resting these past 2 days, I am much improved. Song Yunchu glanced at the pile of unprocessed memorials on the table. Does Your Majesty still have so many memorials to review today? I got tired of reading them and wanted to take a break to paint. Jun Liluo sighed softly as he spoke. In the 2 days you were away, my eyes have been busier than ever. I was hoping you would recover quickly so you could continue to share my burdens. This humble minister is here today precisely to share your burdens. Song Yunchu said respectfully. Your Majesty has bestowed so many fine tonics. How could I accept them without contributing in return? My right hand can now hold a brush again. Perhaps Your Majesty would allow me to help with some of these. Jun Liluo raised an eyebrow slightly. Very well. Well, the sun must be rising from the west today. Although Song Yunchu never voiced complaints, Jun Liluo had heard plenty of his inner grumblings. He knew Song Yunchu detested reviewing memorials. Every day he would silently curse one minister for being troublesome and another for being foolish, often dismissing their writings as a pile of rubbish. Indeed, many memorials were tedious, but some ministers insisted on reporting every trivial detail. Writing memorials was part of their duties, and as long as they were diligent in their posts, he couldn't very well fault them for the dullness or verbosity of their content. Many times he thought that if he weren't present in the imperial study, Song Yunchu might have torn up all those memorials. When Song Yunchu was injured this time, he had played the benevolent ruler and given him a few days off. He assumed the man would be overjoyed, but today he had come forward of his own accord to share the workload. Could it be that he truly felt grateful for his concern? Just as this thought crossed Jun Liluo's mind, Song Yunchu spoke. Your Majesty, regarding the river bandits in Shouyang County, who do you plan to dispatch to handle the matter? Jun Liluo understood Song Yunchu's intention almost immediately. Indeed, he had thought too highly of the man's enthusiasm. This man wasn't here to help with governance at all. He had clearly come to probe his stance on the assassination attempt on Jun Tianyi. He had already dispatched Jun Tianyi and a military general to Shouyang County this morning. Even if Song Yunchu had been recuperating at the Imperial Medical Institute, without stepping out, how could he not have heard a whisper of it? Now, feigning ignorance and asking in a roundabout way, he would inevitably circle back to the assassins. From this, it was clear that the one behind the attack on Jun Tianyi must be from Song Yunchu's faction. But it wouldn't be Song Yunchu himself. He was not so reckless. I dispatched the Imperial Uncle and Zhao Hui to Shouyang County early this morning. How is it that you Yunchu were unaware? This humble minister has been confined to the room where I was recuperating, so my information is somewhat outdated. Song Yunchu said without changing his expression. Prince, he has experience in suppressing bandits, and General Zhao is also brave and steady. With the two of them working together, there should be no problem. There is already a problem. Jun Liluo sighed lightly. I don't know who the Imperial Uncle has offended. Not even an hour after leaving the capital, he was attacked by a group of masked assassins. I heard they were skilled fighters and came with ferocious intent. Although the Imperial Uncle is valiant, he was unfortunately wounded. Such a thing happened. These assassins are truly audacious. Were any of them taken alive? Song Yunchu asked, knowing the answer full well. She had planned it out in her mind, deliberately playing dumb to see how Jun Liluo would react. If he didn't expose her, it would indicate he was willing to let this slide. Sure enough, Jun Liluo's expression remained calm as he said, 2 were captured alive, but they are also severely injured. The Ministry of Justice feared they might not survive, so they dared not use harsh torture. They only applied non-lethal methods. So far they haven't revealed anything showing they are quite stubborn. If they are stubborn, I have an idea. Song Yunchu smoothly took over the conversation. I have a trusted subordinate skilled in interrogation, and he can ensure the prisoners won't die during the process. His methods are not cruel, but they are absolutely torturous enough. Why not let Your Majesty let him try? Jun Liluo's face showed a hint of disapproval. Yunchu, it's not that I don't trust you, but the enmity between you and the Imperial Uncle is well known. If you meddle in this affair, what do you think the Imperial Uncle will think? If your man goes too far and kills the assassins, how will you handle the aftermath? If Your Majesty trusts my abilities enough, I can guarantee that both assassins will remain alive. Song Yunchu said with utmost seriousness, Your Majesty, I understand the gravity of the situation. If they die at my hands, the outside world will surely claim that I dispatched assassins to murder Prince Yi and then silenced witnesses in the Ministry of Justice prison. Therefore, I implore Your Majesty to rest assured. Interrogation is not a task I am unfamiliar with. I will certainly not cause any trouble for you. Jun Liluo listened, his gaze dropping as if in contemplation. The The fact that Song Yunchu was willing to brave public criticism and personally set foot in the Ministry of Justice prison indicated that the mastermind behind those assassins was someone of considerable importance to him. Yet how could there be such a fool within Song Yunchu's faction? The assassination attempt had failed, and they had even left a survivor. Clearly the selection of operatives had been sorely lacking in rigor. This matter you need not involve yourself any further. After deliberation, Jun Liluo rejected Song Yunchu's proposal. Even if you Yunchu care not for the public criticism, I must still consider your reputation. Your wounds have not yet healed. The most important thing is for you to recuperate. Leave the rest to me. Song Yunchu had gone to such lengths solely to protect the mastermind. Having understood his intentions, Jun Liluo decided that bending the rules this once would not be out of the question. At the same time, he could seize this opportunity to deal with someone else. Unaware of Jun Liluo's thoughts, Song Yunchu merely assumed he was having another bout of suspicion. Yet the implicit concern in his words did not seem feigned. Though she had always believed their relationship to be a mere plastic bond between ruler and minister, their recent interactions had occasionally given her the illusion that the Dog Emperor actually cared for her. But a man as paranoid as the Dog Emperor had the most unfathomable thoughts. She would rather believe he was pretending to be kind than accept that he truly valued her as much as he appeared to. Jun Liluo listened to her inner thoughts, a faint twitch at the corner of his brow. This fellow truly had no appreciation for goodwill. Since your Majesty has spoken, I shall not interfere. Song Yunchu forced a smile at Jun Liluo. Your Majesty has considered my interests so thoughtfully, oh, I will keep this in mind. Since the Emperor had openly rejected her, she could not insist on going to the prison. She would have to think of another way later. She lowered her head to read the day's memorials, while Jun Liluo cast a sidelong glance at her, snorting inwardly. He had considered Song Yunchu's reputation shielding him from public criticism and had told him to go back and recuperate. All of this came from the heart. Yet Song Yunchu was still muttering about a plastic ruler-minister bond. He knew that plastic was not a good thing. It was said to be thin and brittle, breaking at the slightest pull, used to describe the most fragile of relationships. If he were to tell Song Yunchu now that in the long days ahead they might develop a bond as solid as rock, she probably would not believe. But he could not tell Song Yunchu. I can hear every thought in your mind, and I know you have never harbored treacherous intention. Once he revealed this secret, Song Yunchu would likely avoid him like a viper, and from then on find him even more annoying than she. After all, no one would want another person in this world to be able to see through all their thoughts. If such a person existed, the only options were to eliminate them or keep a distance. He did not want to become enemies with Song Yunchu. Time reveals a person's heart. Song Yunchu would eventually understand that he truly valued her. Your Highness, regarding today's assassination attempt, could it be related to Prime Minister Song? Inside the Prince Yi's residence, Jun Tianyi listened to the speculation of the Chief of the Court of Judicial Review, Zhang Shucai, and said in a deep voice, I have indeed had the deepest grievances with him recently. However, given that dog thief Song's character, he would not be so rash. The men I brought with General Zhao were not few, and he knows my martial prowess well. Unless he personally participated in the assassination, such a small number of people attempting to kill me, how could it be easy? But besides him, with whom else do you have a conflict? Jun Tianyi lowered his eyes and thought. Apart from Song Yunchu, the pair of siblings from the Beichen Kingdom must also hold a grudge against him. Shang Guanyun was surely aware of the Spring Breeze incident. Having suffered such a scheme, how could she not tell her brother? Could it be that they were the ones who sent the assassins? But there was no solid evidence yet. The two assassins were still locked in the Ministry of Justice prison, a place ordinary people could not enter without the Emperor's permission. Just as he was thinking, he heard Zhang Shucai say, Your Highness, my wife has a relative who works as a guard in the Ministry of Justice prison. Perhaps we could have him gather information. Jun Tianyi immediately looked up upon hearing this. Excellent. Find a way to contact him. Tell him that if he is willing to work for me, I will not treat him unfairly. Zhang Shucai nodded, and then rose. Your Highness, please rest well. I shall take my leave. After leaving the Prince Yi's residence, Zhang Shucai boarded his carriage to return home. However, to his surprise, when he arrived at his mansion, the gate was wide open and the doorman was missing. Perplexed, he walked into the courtyard only to be startled by the sight before him. A few zhang away, a group of men dressed in Imperial Guard uniforms stood erect, their dark mass exuding an air of deadly menace. The leader was none other than the Deputy Commander Xinyu. All the servants in the mansion knelt on the ground, trembling in silence. While Zhang Shucai was astonished, a foreboding feeling rose in his heart. Any matter that required Xunyu's personal involvement was certainly no trivial affair. Judging by the formation, it seemed they had come to make an arrest. Seeing Zhang Shucai appear, Xunyu's face twisted into a cold smile. Oh, Minister Zhang has finally returned. I nearly thought you had fled to avoid punishment. Deputy Commander, what do you mean by that? I do not recall committing any offense recently. Xinyu said coldly. Half an hour ago, the two assassins in the Ministry of Justice prison confessed. It was you, Minister Zhang, who hired them to assassinate Prince Yi. I am acting on the Emperor's orders to take you into custody. Come with us. As soon as he finished speaking, two Imperial Guards came up behind Zhang Shucai and seized him. Zhang Shucai's face changed drastically. I hired assassins to kill Prince E. Preposterous. I have never hired anyone to commit murder. They are framing me. Whether it is a frame-up or not you will find out once you enter the Ministry of Justice prison. What? In the small room east of the Imperial Medical Academy, Song Yunchu looked startled upon hearing Baiju's report that the Chief Justice of the Court of Judicial Review had been arrested. I find it hard to believe as well, but it's absolutely true. Deputy Commander Shin personally made the arrest. Baiju paused, then voiced his speculation. Could this be a scheme devised by the Northern Qin Kingdom? Previously, the thief who caused the prince's fall died unexpectedly, and the Chief Justice pinned the blame on you. The princess and her allies already knew of your discord with him. This man also has private ties with Prince E. Now using the assassin incident to frame him and throw him into prison conveniently strips Prince E of an ally. This tactic of diverting the trouble is killing two birds with one stone. Song Yunchu disagreed with Baiju's speculation. No matter how clever Prince Qi is, he is still a foreigner. Extending his influence into the Ministry of Justice's prison is impossible in such a short time. Moreover, the Minister of Justice is famously impartial. Those two assassins are crucial prisoners, and no outsider could get close to them. How could Prince Qi and he have any connection? You make a valid point. Regardless, the Northern Qin Kingdom is in the clear. It's just a pity this wasn't your doing, or they would owe you another significant favor. Song Yunchu lowered her gaze and thought. The relationships at court were complex and intertwined. It was common for officials to form cliques, yet there were always a few who stood apart, uninvolved in factions, and unyielding to power. The Minister of Justice was one such person. He sided with no one, showed no favoritism, and was loyal only to the crown. Getting him to bend the rules would be harder than taking his life. Could it be? A vague suspicion began to form in Song Yunchu's mind. Although the Chief Justice is detestable, he does have some connections. Now that he's suddenly burdened with this crime, there will surely be those at tomorrow's morning court who speak up for him. Song Yunchu toyed with the teacup in her hand, saying nonchalantly, since he's already got this black pot on his back, let him carry. That scumbag's man must never be given a chance to recover. The next morning at court, civil and military officials gathered in the Grand Hall. Before the Emperor arrived, some were already whispering about the Chief Justice's arrest. In his 5 years of service, Lord Zhang has been diligent. His only hobbies are writing poetry and painting. How could such a cultured man commission an assassination? Lord Zhang has no known grudges with Prince E. Right. The notion of him hiring men to assassinate the prince simply doesn't add up. Furthermore, Lord Zhang doesn't seem that foolish. Surely he knows that both Prince E and General Zhao are exceptionally skilled in combat. Sending a bunch of petty thugs against the Imperial Army is sheer overestimation of one's abilities. Lord Zhang wouldn't have overlooked that. As this group discussed the Chief Justice's grievances, another voice chimed in sarcastically, listen to yourselves talking, as if you know Lord Zhang and Prince E so intimately. Would they tell you about their personal grudges? Who openly speaks of the person they hate? The group turned at the sound, their faces darkening with displeasure as they watched the newcomer had thick eyebrows and bright eyes, and his features were decent enough at first glance, but the malicious smile on his lips was irritating to behold. Gong Mingyuan, the Minister of Works, and Prime Minister Song's lackey denigrating the Chief Justice was hardly surprising. Some people appear to be refined scholars aloof from worldly affairs, but harbor filthy secrets unknown to others. Just how close are you gentlemen to Lord Zhang to be so certain of his innocence? Gong Mingyuan showed no sign of feeling unwelcome, speaking leisurely. I think heaven has eyes, and he's finally gotten his due. Now I can say without reservation that I've always thought Zhang Shukai was no good, shifty-eyed and rat-faced like a weasel that's become a spirit. Minister Gongyu, this is most unseemly. The matter hasn't been investigated yet, and you dare speak this way. If Lord Zhang turns out to be falsely accused, how will you face your own words and deeds today when he is released? Well, let's talk about it when he gets out. Gong Mingyuan chuckled. Released? In your dreams. Once Prime Minister Song has put someone in the Ministry of Justice's prison, they're never coming out. Oh, quite the lively gathering here. Suddenly, a clear, gentle voice sounded from behind the crowd. Gong Mingyuan turned to see Song Yunchu approaching. Prime Minister Song is here. Gong Mingyuan hurried forward to greet him. How is your injury? I heard you were hurt, and His Majesty granted you 2 days off court. I was quite concerned. Much better, Song Yunchu replied with a smile. Minister Gong, you are most thoughtful. With a beauty by your side every day, Prime Minister Song, it would be hard not to recover. A flat, indifferent voice came from the right. Indeed, Prime Minister Song is quite fortunate. You have your future wife tending to your wounds day and night, and a neighboring kingdom's princess gifting you fine medicine. If you still don't recover, wouldn't you be wasting the lady's kindness? Minister Su speaks truly. The streets are abuzz with talk that Prime Minister Song is a charming rake, always attracting attention. Even the neighboring princess constantly thinks of you, and nearly got into trouble over sending you medicine. In the end, Prime Minister Song, you really should be more discerning. Don't take offense at my bluntness, Prime Minister Song. Coveting another's beloved and ruining a marriage is not the act of a gentleman. One must uphold virtue in all matters, or else how can you be worthy of the official robes you wear? Song Yunchu swept a cold gaze over the three speakers. My betrothal to Miss Jiang was decreed by His Majesty himself. How does that become me stealing someone's love in your mouths? The neighboring princess gifted me medicine merely out of gratitude for saving her life, yet you use that to accuse me of being a flirt. So tell me, is it I who am morally corrupt, or are you whose minds are filled with filth? These pedantic civil officials relying on their status as veterans of 2 reigns, or the patronage of left Prime Minister Liu, you constantly found fault with her. Was this all they could think of to attack her with? Or did they truly believe she had stolen that scumbag's beloved, and was now seducing the future princess of Prince Gong? The rumor of her affair with Shangwan Yun, though proven to be a fabrication, was still being clung to by those with ulterior motives. Any new whisper of it would surely provoke Prince Gong's displeasure, adding another enemy to her list. Utterly despicable. These civil officials had read all those Confucian classics for nothing. To smear their political opponents, they didn't hesitate to drag another woman's reputation into the mud. They knew full well how harsh this world was on women, yet they cared not a whit, as if ruining anyone's name was acceptable as long as it put Prime Minister Song at a disadvantage. As the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. Whether it's us who are filthy-minded, or you who are devoid of virtue, Prime Minister Song, you know it in your own heart. I know it perfectly well in my heart. Song Yunchu looked at their self-righteous faces and chuckled. I thought you gentlemen were merely envious of my youth and success, but it seems even my looks and bearing are enough to provoke your ire. If you have any grievances against me, feel free to submit a formal complaint directly. There's no need to drag innocent young ladies into it. That said, I do often hear people praising my elegant and distinguished appearance, unlike you gentlemen, who are either wrinkled with age, or simply rather unfortunate to look at. Song Yunchu said leisurely. You're past your prime to catch a lattice eye anyway. Judging by your current faces, you must have been quite homely in your youth too, hardly the type to attract young girls, right? No wonder your words are so full of sour grapes. At her words, the faces of the men opposite turned ashen. Prime Minister Song Yu. Is there anything wrong with what I said? Just a few light truths, and you're already flustered. Your tolerance is rather lacking. Forgive my bluntness, Lord Wang, but you were already quite unsightly to begin with. When you furrow your brow, you look like the wrinkled, dried-up bark of an old roadside tree. One glance is enough to ruin one's appetite. Since your face is already so unfortunate, you should at least be a bit more virtuous in your dealings. It might make up for your looks somewhat, so you don't seem entirely worthless. Song Yunchu's gaze shifted to another man. I haven't looked closely at you in months, Lord Ding. You are getting darker and darker, quite conspicuous in a crowd. Do you sunbathe in mud every day? Or is it that you have so much malice in your gut it's stained your entire complexion? You what? Has no one told you besides me that you're black as a lump of coal? You don't even deserve to talk back to me. And Lord Sun stopped glaring. Your eyes are small enough as it is. When you widen them, you look like a vengeful ghost. You should try to conceal your overly small pupils and excessive whites. Combined with your flat nose and protruding lips, your ugliness is truly remarkable. While an official needn't be handsome, you should at least avoid being an eyesore to everyone. The saying, ugly people make more trouble, is perfectly exemplified by you three. Gongming Yuan, standing nearby, could no longer hold back his laughter. Prime Minister Song's tongue was getting sharper and sharper, and so fast that no one could get a word in edgewise. Verbal sparring among civil officials was common, and he was already known for his sharp tongue. But compared to Prime Minister Song, he felt his own skills were lacking. These fellows, relying on their years of service at court, thought far too highly of themselves. They deserved the scolding. As for the men opposite, they were so enraged by Song Yunchu's tirade that their faces were red and their necks swollen. Just as they were about to retort, a loud announcement echoed from the front. His Majesty arrives. Everyone quickly returned to their positions and fell silent. Jun Liluo ascended the throne and sat down, sweeping his gaze across the assembled officials. Noticing the colorful expressions on the faces of the men standing near Song Yunchu, he felt a flicker of amusement. He had seen them arguing as he approached. Song Yunchu had been scolding 3 men at once without so much as a change in expression, while the 3 of them were fuming with rage, clearly at a loss for words. He wondered what sore spot she had touched. He was well aware of how skilled Song Yunchu was at verbal sparring. As Chief Stewardly announced, if there are no further matters, court is dismissed. Someone stepped forward to speak on behalf of the Chief Justice. Your Majesty, the case of Chief Justice Zhang allegedly plotting to assassinate Prince E is highly suspicious. I believe he may have been framed. In the cold, gloomy prison cell of the Ministry of Justice, Zhang Shucai, the minister of the Dali Temple, clad in prison garb, leaned against the corner strewn with straw. The air was thick with the stench of decay and dampness. He was accustomed to the smell of the prison, yet he had never imagined that one day he would be the one incarcerated within these walls. Hearing footsteps, he slowly raised his head and recognized the Minister of Justice approaching. He immediately rose and rushed to the iron bars. Minister Xian, I have been framed. Where are those 2 assassins? I demand to confront them face to face. There is no need, the Minister of Justice replied with a cold countenance. As a fellow official, I have come to see you off. Zhang Shukai's eyes widened. What do you mean? Have you already convicted me without a trial? It was then that he noticed the jailer behind the Minister of Justice holding a tray upon which rested a white silk sash and a porcelain vial. Minister Zhang, choose your own path. It would be more dignified. I admit no guilt. On what grounds do you demand my suicide? Are you not renowned for your impartiality? We have no personal grievances. Why are you? This is His Majesty's will, the Minister of Justice interrupted. The Emperor desires your death, and no one can save you. Your close ties with Princey. Do you think His Majesty is unaware? Zhang Shukai's hands gripping the iron bars bulged with veins as his lips trembled. Among all the court officials, am I the only one who befriends the powerful? Prince E has no treacherous intentions. I merely share common interests with him. Then how do you explain your earlier slander of Prime Minister Song under the pretense of the thief's death? His Majesty never believed your story. He only spared you due to lack of evidence. Had you repented earlier and severed ties with Prince E, you might have avoided this fatal fate. Hearing the Minister of Justice speak so lightly, Zhang Shukai erupted in fury. That dog Song, a corrupt official devoid of virtue. Are you not aware of his countless misdeeds in private? He is a shameless scoundrel who undermines the court's discipline. Even if I did frame him, so what? Whether he is virtuous or not is none of my concern. I only know he serves His Majesty's needs, and His Majesty wishes to keep him. As subjects, we must follow the Emperor's will. If we let our personal emotions dictate every matter, we fail to fulfill our duty. Minister Zhang, after years in office, you still fail to grasp this simple truth. The Minister of Justice's tone remained unruffled. You now have two choices: write a confession and take your own life, or persist in your denial and face my eventual conviction. Consider carefully, Minister Zhang. His Majesty intends only your life, not your family's. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall, Jun Liluo listened as officials below pleaded for Zhang Shukai's clemency. Your Majesty, the Minister of the Dali Temple has served for 5 years without any fault. I believe he is a man of integrity. I implore you to allow Minister Xian of Justice to interrogate him thoroughly without resorting to torture. I second this motion. That is mistaken, interjected Gong Mingyuan from behind Song Yunchu. Prince E is His Majesty's royal uncle. Since Zhang Shukai is a suspect, torture is warranted. Why should an official be exempt from punishment? If we are too lenient and he stubbornly refuses to confess, how can we deliver justice for Prince E? Minister Gong, are you not aware that torture often leads to false confessions? If Minister Zhang, unable to bear the pain, confesses falsely, wouldn't the court have wronged an innocent man? If he truly committed the assassination, there must be clues to uncover. Jun Liluo listened to the debate, a trace of vexation appearing on his face. He then turned to Song Yunchu. Minister Song, what is your view? Song Yunchu, seeing that Jun Liluo had called upon her, maintained her persona as the original character. Composed, she replied, Your Majesty, I believe Minister Gong's reasoning is sound. Torture must be employed. Everyone knew Gong Mingyuan was her lackey. He almost always spoke in alignment with the original master's thoughts. If she disagreed with him, it would be publicly slapping her own follower. She had to maintain her usual demeanor before her subordinates, many of whom were arrogant and bullying. She could gradually correct them later. This Gong Mingyuan was excessively reckless, bickering with everyone, heedless of consequences. She would have to rein him in. Still, he was loyal to her, and some of his faults could be amended. As for whether Zhang Shukai would be tortured, the Emperor likely had already made up his mind. Asking her was merely a formality. That man was personally arrested by Shen Yu. He would probably never leave the prison of the Ministry of Justice alive. Then let it be as Minister Song suggests. From the Dragon Throne, Jun Liluo announced his decision. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Among the officials, some still pleaded for the Minister of the Dali Temple, either due to past friendship or out of opposition to Song Yunchu and Gong Mingyuan habitually contradicting them. Just then a guard rushed in with urgent news from outside the hall. Your Majesty, report from the Ministry of Justice, the criminal Zhang Shukai has written a confession and taken his own life out of guilt. The announcement stunned the assembly. Song Yunchu, however, was not surprised. That dog Emperor must have extracted from the assassins that the true mastermind was that foolish princess. To him, the Shangwan siblings' hatred for Jun Tianyi was no loss. He wanted to preserve the dignity of the Beichen kingdom, so he used Zhang Shukai as a scapegoat to take the prince's crime. Forcing Zhang Shukai to confess and die cleared the Beichen kingdom of blame, while also eliminating Prince Yi's ally. Exactly the sort of thing that dog Emperor would do. No wonder he didn't let me go to the prison. He had already decided Zhang Shukai was disloyal and seized the chance to remove him. I never expected that the dog scumbag's ally would meet his end so early. It's his own fault. He had to kill that thief and pin it on me. The dog Emperor, being so suspicious, must have had him watched, and his friendship with Prince Yi was exposed. Jun Liluo, hearing Song Yunchu's inner thoughts, sighed to himself. Truly no one understood him better than Song Yunchu. Those two assassins were indeed not qualified as death warriors. Interrogation revealed they had no families to worry about, unlike other shadows who could face death calmly in exchange for generous compensation for their kin. Learning that their instigator was Shangwan Yun, he was not surprised. That princess was clearly naive. No wonder she had caused such a mess. To preserve the alliance between the two countries, he had to bury the matter, trusting that Shang Wanqi would discipline his reckless sister. In the grand hall, the officials snapped back to reality from the news of Zhang Shukai's death. Those who had pleaded for him found it unbelievable. How could this be? It was really Minister Zhang. I can't imagine. Did Minister Zhang truly bear a grudge against Prince Yi? Song Yunchu turned to look at the man on the dragon throne. Jun Liluo also appeared astonished, as if sharing the shock of the officials over the guard's report. That dog, Emperor, your acting skills are getting better and better. What? The Chief Justice of the Court of Judicial Review has confessed and taken his own life. In the Huayang Hall where the Beichen delegation was staying, Shang Wanyun's face lit up with joy upon hearing the news brought back by the guard. I knew it. Minister Song is reliable. The heavy weight that had been pressing on her heart finally lifted. Her knees had long gone numb from kneeling, and she tried to rise only to be sharply rebuked by Shang Wanqi beside her. Don't you dare get up. Stay on your knees. Shang Wanyun slumped her shoulders. Royal brother Minister Song has already lectured me. I truly know I was wrong. You've made me kneel for an hour now. Can I please get up and talk? Making you kneel is getting off lightly. Shang Wanqi was rarely so unyielding, his tone icy. Because I pitted you for marrying so far away, I always indulged your foolishness. I deeply regret it now. Had I known you would cause such a disaster, I would have confined you to your quarters long ago. You suffered grievances at Prince Yi's residence, and I told you I would seek justice for you. But you were so impatient that you sent assassins, and then had the audacity to beg Prime Minister Song to clean up your mess. If he hadn't found a scapegoat for you this time, do you have any idea how severe the consequences would have been? Shang Wanyun, used to seeing her brother so stern, bowed her head, and dared not speak. Yun, by now you should know your own limits. You act without regard for consequences. It was right of His Majesty not to keep you in the harem. You should go to Prince Gong's mansion. He is approachable and the most suitable match for you. No matter how much you like Song Yunchu, you can never be together. His life is too complicated, you cannot be a part of it, nor can you enter his heart. Shang Wanyun bit her lip, her eyes gradually welling up with tears. Yes. She and Song Yunchu could never be. After the morning court session, Song Yunchu returned to the Imperial Medical Bureau. She had to take her medicine twice daily, morning and evening. The morning dose was taken after the Chen hour, 79 a.m. At this time, Zhang Rumen should have just finished decocting it. Ever since she had said she didn't trust the Imperial Medical Bureau staff, Zhang Rumen had personally supervised the decoction of every dose. After the incident with Jun Tiany's poison, Zhang Rumen seemed even more cautious, not allowing anyone to come within a few feet of her while preparing the medicine. That girl's vigilance has indeed improved a lot. My Lord Prince Qi has come to visit you. Baizu's announcement sounded from outside. Song Yunchu looked up to see Shang Wanqi and rose to greet him. Please come in and sit, Your Highness. Baizu served some tea. Shang Wanqi walked over and sat down, speaking gently. Regarding the assassin incident, Yun was at fault. As her elder brother, I failed to keep her in check. That is my negligence as well. I thought it would be difficult to resolve, but you handled it swiftly, Minister Song. Counting the time you saved Yun before my sister, and I now owe you 2 favors. The moment Song Yunchu saw Shang Wanqi, she guessed he had come to express his gratitude. After all, when Shang Wanyun had come to beg for her help, she had agreed. Now that the matter was resolved, the siblings wouldn't possibly guess that the Emperor had orchestrated everything. They would only think she had immense influence even over the Ministry of Justice. The Emperor's cunning nature preferred to remain hidden from outsiders. He liked to play the role of a benevolent ruler. In this matter, she and the Emperor were on the same side. They both wanted to preserve the dignity of the Beichen kingdom and ensure the alliance between their nations remained unshaken. So, the favor from Jun Liluo had to be acknowledged by her. If someone else had handled it, it would have been awkward for her to claim the credit. Your Highness, you need not be so polite. Song Yunchu said leisurely. The Chief Justice and I have never seen eye to eye. I've wanted to deal with him for a long time. Since your kingdom and mine are allies, I naturally wouldn't want anything to jeopardize our alliance. Suppressing this mistake for the princess not only helps you all, but also prevents His Majesty from worrying. Shang Wanqi nodded. Minister Song, your dedication to alleviating the sovereign's concerns marks you as one destined for greatness. I dislike being indebted. If there is ever anything I can assist you with, please do not hesitate to ask. Song Yunchu smiled faintly. I haven't thought of anything yet. When I do, I will be sure to come and ask you, Your Highness. With her high official rank, substantial salary, and many subordinates, she could remain in Tianqi as long as she didn't fall out with the damned emperor. Shang Wanqi's favor was a potential safety net. It shouldn't be used lightly. As they were speaking, footsteps sounded outside, accompanied by the scent of medicinal herbs. Song Yunchu turned to see Zhang Rumen entering with a bowl of medicine. Seeing Shang Wanqi, Zhang Rumen offered a respectful salute. Greetings, Your Highness. Miss Zhang, no need for formalities. Minister Song, I've said my piece. I won't disturb your rest any longer. I take my leave. Your Highness goes safely. Song Yunchu watched Zhang Rumen and the departing Shang Wanqi, musing inwardly. The female lead and the second male, Li, don't seem familiar with each other at all right now. I wonder when any sparks will fly. Ever since the Jun Tianyi poisoning incident, she hadn't heard Jiang Rumen mention Prince Yi even once. This was a good sign. Miss Jiang, my injuries should be of no concern now. After this dose, you don't need to decoct any more medicine, nor do you need to stay at the Imperial Medical Bureau. It's truly dull here. You should go home. Remember to consider the suggestion I offered you. Setting up a medical clinic would make your life much more fulfilling. I've already decided to act on your suggestion, Minister Song. Jiang Rumen set down the medicine and reminded her, don't forget to apply the black jade ointment I left you every morning and evening. I know. Oh, Miss Jiang, I have something for you. As she spoke, Song Yunchu retrieved a ring from an inner pocket of her sleeve and handed it to Jiang Rumen. You have no martial arts skills, and carrying a knife might be unsafe. I had someone craft a hidden weapon for you. This ring conceals silver needles. Worn normally, no one would notice. If you encounter danger, simply push the hidden clasp on the ring to release the needles. You appear delicate and fragile, so others rarely let their guard down around you. So, catching them off guard with a surprise attack is quite likely to succeed. As she spoke, Song Yunchu demonstrated how it worked. You're skilled at making medicines. You can apply sedatives or poisons to the needle tips. Keep this safe. Hopefully you'll never have to use it. Jiang Rumen stared at the proffered ring, momentarily stunned, then raised her eyes to meet Song Yunchu's gaze. Those eyes were bright as stars, clear and lucid. They all called him a treacherous villain, but recalling the incidents since she had met him, he was clearly different from what others said. Words like cold-blooded, cruel, murderous, and scheming against the loyal didn't seem to apply to him at all. He was merely a bit unrestrained and wild at times. She always brought him trouble, yet at their parting he was still concerned for her safety. Jiang Rumen felt a stir in her heart, and slowly reached out to accept the ring. After Jiang Rumen left, Song Yunchu drank her medicine and rested briefly before heading toward the imperial study as usual. Along the way, someone called out to her. Minister Song. Song Yunchu turned to see Gong Mingyuan approaching. Minister, there is a matter upon which I seek your counsel. Speak. Gong Mingyuan glanced around, ensuring no one was near, then lowered his voice. I have a cousin who is not diligent in his studies, but he possesses certain talents. My aunt hopes he can succeed, yet relying on his own abilities alone proves difficult. So you come to plead with me, the Prime Minister, to arrange a respectable position for him. Song Yunchu's tone was neither warm nor cold. What benefit can he bring me? The man was not diligent in his studies, meaning he was poorly educated. Yet he wished to enter officialdom despite his lack of learning, so naturally, he could only rely on connections. Gong Mingyuan served in the Ministry of Works and had no authority over appointments in other departments. With no vacant posts in the ministry and unwilling to replace capable men with his incompetent relative, he had no choice but to seek her help, the leading figure, to place the man elsewhere. For Gong Mingyuan to dare make such a request, his cousin must be capable of generating some value. Minister, my cousin is the eldest son of the Chu family. His father is the largest silk merchant in the eastern part of the city. Song Yunchu's brow subtly shifted. The Chu family was a wealthy merchant clan that had risen in prominence over the past 2 years. Previously unknown, they now ranked among the top 3 richest families in the imperial capital. Several garments in her wardrobe were made from Chu family silk. Gong Mingyuan was hinting that accepting the eldest son of the Chu family as a new subordinate would be akin to acquiring a mobile treasury. Her salary was generous, but in these times no one ever had too much money. If the Chu family could not secure a path through her, they would simply seek connections elsewhere. If he has the time, bring him to see me. Song Yunchu smiled at Gong Mingyuan. I must ascertain his character, whether he is obedient and trustworthy. Gong Mingyuan replied joyfully, yes, I shall have him pose as my attendant tomorrow and bring him for your inspection. That night the moonlight was bright and clear. A lithe black figure vaulted over the high wall south of the Duke's mansion and navigated with familiarity to a small window. The window was not yet closed, and someone was moving about inside. He gently pushed it open and found himself face to face with the room's occupant. Minmin. Jiang Rumen had been about to close the window and sleep when Jun Tianyi's face suddenly appeared outside. Startled, she exclaimed, "Why are you here? I know you are angry, so I came despite my injuries to explain." As he spoke, Jun Tianyi climbed through the window into the room. Jiang Rumen snapped back to her senses and tried to order him out, but he was already standing steadily before her. "Your Highness, I did not permit you to enter my chambers." Jiang Rumen frowned slightly. "Your Highness was attacked and should be recuperating. Why come looking for me? Are you not the fine?" Jun Tianyi stepped forward. "The physicians by my side are not as gentle and meticulous as you. The journey here has aggravated my wound. How about you rebandage it for me?" Jiang Rumen looked at the playful smile in his eyes and felt a growing sense of unease. She once thought his enigmatic smile was handsome, but now that feeling was gone, replaced by something akin to fury. After using her against Song Yunchu, how could he still have the audacity to smile? Did he feel no guilt at all? And coming to her in the middle of the night instead of recuperating, was it just to flirt with her? Or did he believe she would surely still care for him and forgive his past actions? "I no longer have any ties with you, Your Highness." She spoke with rare coldness. nor is it my duty to treat your injuries. If you have only come to say such meaningless words, please, why have you become so unreasonable? Jun Tiany's face darkened. Are you still angry that I used you to drug Song Yunchu? You know full well there is enmity between him and me. Why do you always side with him? Do you truly regard me as a despicable person over such a matter? Compared to Song Yunchu, I consider myself far more honorable. He can scheme against his political rivals, so why can't I target him? He is hardly a man of noble character. Regardless, the bond between us should not be affected by this. Besides, I initially did not want to involve you. Yet you still now you think I'm being unreasonable. You all say Minister Song is a villain, that any means to frame him is justified. So you even scheme to drag the princess of Baichen Kingdom into it. Jiang Rumin retorted sharply, have you ever considered how the princess would face the world if your scheme succeeded? Sacrificing another woman to fulfill your plans. How truly noble of you. You. Jun Tiany frowned and said coldly, wherever there is struggle, there must be sacrifice. This is your womanly sentimentality. In the factional strife across nations, often it is not one person who is sacrificed, but a group. There are things you simply cannot understand. Your Highness is right, I do not understand. How could a mere woman like me comprehend the minds of those who achieve great things? I only see with my own eyes, and I only believe what I see. Jiang Rumin laughed bitterly. I never understood why I was so madly infatuated with you. Now I know. In the past, I only saw your outward appearance. I saw you as brave and resourceful, using your stipend to benefit the people. I regarded you as a gentleman. Even when you were aloof, I blamed myself for not being good enough for you. Now I have finally seen the man beneath the surface. You are arrogant, despicable, and shameless, yet you believe everything you do is right. Ask yourself, were you truly targeting Prime Minister Song to rid the people of a scourge? What real harm has he done to the people? I see none. I only know that I have brought him countless troubles, yet he still willingly helps me out of difficulty time and again. As for what you have done, it is purely for personal gain, yet you speak of it with such righteousness. Your words and deeds are the true mark of petty men. You chase fame and reputation, you are hypocritical and false. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap cut off Jiang Rumin's unfinished words. Jiang Rumin staggered and fell against the table, gripping its edge to steady herself. Her fingers clenched the edge of the table, her knuckles trembling. A surge of indescribable heartbreak and fury welled within. The person behind her, whom she had once been so infatuated with, was truly this despicable. She looked at the ring on her right index finger, recalling the words Song Yunchu had once spoken to her. There are plenty of fish in the sea, Miss Jiang. If the affection you give is not reciprocated, try to let it go. Perhaps there is someone better waiting for you. Have you never considered spending your life with someone willing to warm your heart? Just remember this, those who truly love you will never. Indeed, if someone truly cared for her, how could they bear to hurt her again and again? She turned to face the man behind her, her gaze icy. Jun Tiany, this is the second time you have raised your hand against me. Jun Tiany's lowered hand was trembling slightly. The first time he had struck her was when he mistakenly believed she had harmed Jiang Yushi. He had apologized afterward and promised it would never happen again. But her words just now had pierced his heart, and in a moment of impulse he had hurt her once more. Mimin, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Does it hurt? Jun Tiany had never seen such a cold look in Jiang Rumin's eyes, and he was rarely flustered. Mimin, I didn't want this. You shouldn't have said those things to hurt me. Don't be angry. Hit me until you feel better. Don't look at me like that, Minmin. He stepped forward, reaching out to caress her cheek in comfort. Seeing him approach, Jiang Rumin turned the ring on her right index finger, released a silver needle, and lashed out at him. The razor-sharp needle tip traced a thin line of blood across Jun Tiany's jaw. As he winced in pain, Jiang Rumin retreated a few steps, putting distance between them. He would not touch her again. Jiang Rumin's strike caught Jun Tiany completely off guard. He never imagined she would attack him, let alone that a delicate woman with no knowledge of martial arts would conceal a hidden weapon on her person. Yet the stinging pain at his jaw was all too real, and he instinctively clutched the wounded spot. Jiang Rumin had already turned and fled toward the door. Minmin. Jun Tiany called after her, trying to give chase, but before he could take more than a few steps, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. The hidden weapon Jiang Rumin had used must have been coated with a sleeping agent or something similar. He staggered, forcing his consciousness to remain intact as he reached the doorway, but he lacked the strength to cross the threshold. All he could do was watch helplessly as Jiang Rumin vanished from his sight. Rage and panic churned within him. He yearned to seize her, but in the end the vertigo proved insurmountable, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Jiang Rumin ran all the way to the quarters of her two maidservants. Ingchun and Xiaoyao, seeing her gasping for breath, quickly supported her and helped her sit down. Young miss, what has happened? Prince E forced his way into my room, and I drugged him unconscious, Jiang Rumin said, gripping her maidservant's hands. Ingchu and Xiaoyao, we can no longer remain in this residence. We must move out. I refuse to be harassed by him any longer. Ingchun and Xiaoyao nearly believed their ears were playing tricks on them. Their young miss was now avoiding Prince E, as if he were a venomous snake or scorpion. He is betrothed to Jiang Yushi, and father will always side with him. There are few in this household who would help me. He enters my chambers whenever he pleases without a shred of restraint. Jiang Rumen bit her lip as if steeling her resolve. Let us follow Lord Song's advice and open the medical clinic. Then we will no longer need to depend on the Duke's household for support. This place had long ceased to feel like home to her. The morning sunlight filtered through the layered branches and leaves, casting a scattered mosaic of dappled shadows upon the ground. Along the long, quiet corridor, Gong Mingyuan led his cousin disguised as an attendant to meet Song Yunchu. Cousin, I've heard that Lord Song is not to be trifled with. Does he treat his subordinates harshly? Lord Song is indeed formidable to outsiders, but as long as you conduct yourself well under his command and meet his expectations, he will not be harsh with you. Gong Mingyuan cautioned his cousin. Remember, this Lord Song favors those who are astute. You may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but your family's wealth is substantial. If you wish to serve Lord Song, you must proactively present your strengths to him and convince him that you are of use. Understood? I understand. Anything that can be accomplished with money, I can handle. I'm certain I can save Lord Song a considerable sum of silver over the course of the year. Would that suffice? Absolutely not. Gong Mingyuan's face turned stern. When you meet Lord Song for the first time, you must speak with tact. Don't appear dull-witted, or you'll be thrown out before you know it. Have you memorized the words I gave you earlier? Yes, cousin. Rest assured, as long as I can secure any official position, I will never forget your great kindness. Just don't cause any trouble. We're almost there now. Be sharp. As they spoke, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky, prompting Gong Mingyuan to urge his cousin to quicken their pace. They had left without umbrellas today and had deliberately brought few servants to avoid drawing attention to their visit. Now they had nothing to shield themselves from the rain. Fortunately, the rain remained light, and the two arrived before Song Yunchu without appearing too disheveled. Lord Song, this is the cousin I mentioned to you yesterday. Song Yunchu appraised the young man Gong Mingyuan had brought. In his early 20s, with regular features and fair skin, even in the guise of a servant, he could not conceal the aura of a pampered young master. Perhaps due to his handsome appearance, he didn't seem like a complete fool. Song Yunchu asked calmly, "What is your name? What are your notable?" Chu Yuni stared at the person before him, stunned into silence for a long moment, until Gong Mingyuan tugged at his sleeve. Lord Song is addressing you. Answer him. Chu Yuni snapped back to his senses and hastily bowed. Your humble subject, Chu Yuni, pays respects to Lord Song. I was momentarily lost in thought just now. Please forgive my rudeness. Song Yunchu raised an eyebrow slightly. Chu Yuni, emerging from the mud, unsullied by the filth. This fellow's parents certainly had a way with names. Rise. You said you were lost in thought upon seeing me. What was the reason? Because your humble subject has never before beheld such heavenly grace as yours, and was moved from the depths of my heart. Chu Yuni rose to his feet, glanced at the overcast, drizzling weather outside, then shifted his gaze back to Song Yunka's face, already crafting his words in his mind. He cleared his throat twice, then began to speak. The wind playfully tousles your flowing locks, caressing your heroic brows. The rain gently kisses your countenance, for even it is envious of your handsomeness. Song Yunchu. Gong Mingyuan. Both were rendered speechless for a moment, until Song Yunchu turned her head to look at Gong Mingyuan. Gong Mingyuan hastily averted his gaze, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Never in his life had he felt such profound. The look in Lord Song's eyes just now seemed to say, this is the person you wanted to introduce to me. The commoner is fortunate to have heard of Lord Song's many great achievements from his cousin. The Lord shines like the stars in the sky, and my admiration for you is as endless as the flowing river, akin to a flood that cannot be contained and... Got it. You are like the moon in the pond, the lotus in the water, emerging from the mire, untainted, beautiful from afar, yet not to be approached. Enough. Gong Mingyuan interrupted him in time, stopping him from continuing. Chu Yuni was startled, and quickly stopped, lowering his voice, saying, Cousin, did I say something wrong? Gong Mingyuan wished he could slap him out the door. He was clearly not taught this before coming here. This good for nothing couldn't even flatter properly. Emerging untainted from the mire is indeed a good phrase, but it depends on who it is applied to. Although Lord Song is a prominent figure, he is known for his bad reputation. Such praise sounds truly ironic. Gong Mingyuan did not dare to look at Song Yunka's expression, and instead clasped his hands in apology, saying, Lord Song, this official mentioned yesterday that this kid is not diligent in studying, but he sincerely wants to serve you. He is not good with words. If you find him annoying, I will take him away. Please do not be angry, my lord. Seeing Gong Mingyuan nearly lowering his head to the ground, Song Yunchu couldn't help but chuckle. Mingyuan, your cousin is quite interesting. He speaks of storms and stars, moons and lotuses. I am quite curious as to what kind of person I represent in his heart to embody so many things. To be fair, Chu Yuni is like a landslide in the realm of flattery. It is evident that he is making a considerable effort to flatter. Seeing that Song Yunchu showed no sign of anger, Gong Mingyuan still did not feel at ease. He could only force a laugh, and then patted Chu Yuni beside him. Stop talking nonsense. Just tell Lord Song what value you can bring. Lord Song is known for being capricious. Perhaps today, she is in a good mood, and did not hold this good for nothing accountable. Otherwise, it would have been light to have him beaten and thrown out. Chu Yuni received his warning, understanding that he should have praised enough. Any more might become annoying. So he composed himself and said earnestly, "My lord, although I lack extraordinary talent, I possess some martial skills. I do not wish to boast, but my monthly salary exceeds that of many lords in the court. I believe I have the capability to relieve your burdens." Song Yunchu replied calmly, "I have already witnessed your talents, but how good are your martial skills? If this person has wealth but lacks any real ability, she certainly cannot keep him." Not only would she not keep him, but she would also scold Gong Mingyuan, severely punishing him with a whip of white bamboo. She needed to make him understand that leveraging connections also has its thresholds. If any good for nothing could be brought to her, what authority would she have as a leader? However, what Song Yunchu did not expect was, "My lord, I apologize." Chu Yuni said this, and then walked over to the tea table she was leaning against, raising his hand to slap the table hard. Crack! The wooden table shattered into pieces. Song Yunchu had been leaning on the table, and at that moment, she quickly shifted to avoid losing her balance. "How dare you?" Gong Mingyuan scolded. "You must get the lord's consent before taking action. How could you act before receiving?" "It's fine." Song Yunchu raised her hand to stop Gong Mingyuan from reprimanding, looking down at the broken wooden table with a slight smile. She picked up a piece of the table leg, observing the tiny cracks on it, and raised an eyebrow. "Your skills are quite impressive. Who did you learn from?" "In response to my lord's question, I have loved practicing martial arts since childhood, but my father insisted on forcing me to do business and study. I grew up under his beatings, but no matter how much I suffered, I truly enjoyed practicing martial arts. I spent money hiring many heroes from the rivers and lakes to teach me. A couple of days ago I quarreled with my father and smashed the family table. They did not expect my skills to have improved so much. After that, my parents discussed that if I could succeed based on my skills, they would not force me to take over the business. So, my cousin brought me to meet you, hoping you could show me a clear path. My lord, please help this commoner. I want to prove to my family that I can achieve a promising future. If I cannot make anything of myself, I will have to go home and inherit the family business. I do not want to return to counting beans every day, nor do I want to be looked down upon by my father." Song Yunchu. A worry about not making anything of oneself and returning to inherit the family business is not a concern that just anyone can have. However, everyone has their own aspirations. Since this person has real skills, it is not unreasonable for him to have it. "Very well, I do recognize your skills. Moreover, since you are Mingyuan's associate, I will grant you an opportunity." Song Yunchu said slowly, "You will first serve as a secret agent in the Mingjing division, where I am in charge. Mere skills are not enough, there is much you need to learn. If you are truly a person of potential, I will arrange for you a better future. While working under me, do not be impatient, you must have patience. Do you understand?" "Yes. As long as the Lord is willing to keep me, I am willing to learn anything and will not disappoint you." "Good, then I will look forward to your performance." As Song Yunchu said this, she seemed to suddenly remember something. "Oh right, although your Chu family is in the silk business, you must know many various merchants, right? Are there any prime locations in the eastern part of the city suitable for opening a clinic? Help me pick a few good spots and just tell Bai Zhu once you've selected them." Jiang Rumin has already clearly indicated her intention to open a clinic. Once a clinic is opened, she won't constantly think about that scoundrel anymore, right? Calculating the income and expenses daily can also be a different kind of fun. Whether earning or losing money is not important. The most crucial thing is to have something to do. As long as Jiang Rumin has less contact with that cursed man, she won't have to worry about her safety. "Leave such trivial matters to me, my lord, can rest assured." Chu Yuni quickly replied, "This commoner will definitely pick out the best locations for you. Good, if there is nothing else, you may leave." "Yes, then this official takes his leave." Gong Mingyuan left with Chu Yuni. "Cousin, I really must thank you. I didn't expect today to go so smoothly that Lord Song accepted me. It seems my praises were quite well received by Lord Song, even though you were glaring at me earlier. Do you really think the flattery you said sounded pleasant?" Gong Mingyuan rolled his eyes at Chu Yuni. "Today Lord Song is in a good mood, and you have some skills, so she reluctantly accepted you. With those few words of yours that sound neither like poetry nor prose, I wanted to slap you myself." Chu Yuni pouted. "At least Lord Song accepted me, and before we left, didn't she also assign me a task? Lord Song said she wants me to help her find a clinic. Is she hinting that I should deliver a few clinics to her? You're quite perceptive, knowing how to read your superior's mind." Gong Mingyuan chuckled. "From what I know, Lord Song's future wife, the eldest Miss Jiang, is highly skilled in medicine. He's searching for a medical hall for her sake. You must take this seriously. Find the right location and let Miss Jiang see if she likes it. If she does and she puts in a good word for you with Lord Song, how could your future be anything but bright? Thank you for the advice, cousin. They'll see to it as soon as I return. Your Highness, I've prepared some blackbone chicken soup for you. Please drink it while it's warm." In a pavilion within the Prince Yi's residence, Jun Tianyi had been gazing absently at a pond of lotuses when the voice of Jiang Yushi sounded behind him, making him turn around. He looked at the blackbone chicken soup Jiang Yushi had set down. After one taste, his brow furrowed slightly, and he set down the spoon. "The medicinal taste in this soup is a bit strong. He remembered a time when he had been injured during sword practice and Rumen had also made him blackbone chicken soup. She was well-versed in medicine and the herbal dishes she prepared tasted exquisite. The medicinal flavors never overpowered the natural savor of the chicken broth. Both soups had herbs added while simmering, yet Yushi's was heavy with the taste of medicine far inferior to Rumen's skill. Your Highness, this soup was made according to the physician's prescription. He said these herbs are beneficial for your recovery. Jiang Yushi let out a soft sigh. Perhaps my culinary skills are lacking. They'll consult the physician again and learn how to make it. Leave the soup making to the physician. There's no need for you to trouble yourself. As Jun Tianyi spoke, his gaze drifted back to the pond of lotuses. Rumen had always loved lotuses. There had been none in this pond originally. He had ordered them planted specially for her. Yet she had never even come to see them. Before, she hadn't dared to step foot in Prince Yi's residence, held back by her status as Prime Minister Song's fiancé. Between him and her stood Song Yunchu, the greatest obstacle of all. Song Yunchu. Jun Tianyi silently repeated the name, clenching his fists. If not for Song Yunchu's meddling, how could Rumen have misunderstood him so deeply? He recalled the words Jiang Rumen had spoken the night before last, and anger surged within him. She had called him arrogant, vainglorious, and despicable. He had explained everything so clearly to her, that struggle demands sacrifice, that victory leaves no room for misplaced mercy. He had only used her that one time out of necessity, and yet she had to pierce his heart with such harsh words. Once she had loved him with all her heart, now she cast him aside like a worn-out shoe. Was it because her affections had shifted to Song Yunchu that she treated him this way? After she had knocked him unconscious with a hidden weapon last night, he hadn't woken until the early hours. A servant passing by had found him and been startled, but after all, he was the prospective son-in-law of the Duke of Jin. Even the Duke himself showed him some respect, so how would a mere servant dare to make a fuss? He could enter the Duke's residence whenever he pleased, and he could still visit Rumen's quarters. So what if he wasn't welcome? They shared a bond from the past, and sooner or later, he would win back her heart. As for that bastard Song Yunchu, he would eliminate him too in due time. Meanwhile, back at the Duke's residence, Jiang Rumen had 2 maidservants helping her pack the belongings she would take when she left. Miss, the master isn't in the residence right now. Shouldn't we inform him before we move out? Jiang Rumen said, I've left a letter for my father. I want bid him farewell in person. As she spoke, she opened the last drawer of the cabinet, and immediately spotted the wooden carving Jun Tianyi had given her tucked away in the corner. It was a gift for her 17th birthday, carved by Jun Tianyi's own hands in her likeness. She had treasured it all along, never daring to leave it out where it might gather dust. Yingchuan light the brazier. Yingchuan, hearing this, assumed her mistress was feeling cold and went to start the fire. But to her utter shock, the next moment the wooden carving appeared in the flames. That was the thing her mistress had once cherished most. She looked up in astonishment. Miss, this? Since I'm severing ties with the past, there's no point in keeping this any longer. Jiang Rumen's tone was calm, as if she were discarding something utterly irrelevant to her. She watched quietly as the carving was consumed by the fire and found that her heart truly remained undisturbed. She had fulfilled Lord Song's expectations. She had let go of the man who wasn't worth it. Yingchun and Xiaoyao, snapping back to their senses, exchanged a smile. Miss, we've just about finished packing. Is there anything else you'd like to check? As long as I've taken everything my mother left behind, nothing else matters much. As the 3 of them were talking, a servant arrived to report. Miss, Lord Song has sent someone to fetch you. He said he's taking you somewhere. Jiang Rumen quickly finished bundling her things and led her 2 maids out of the room. Seeing each of them carrying a bundle, the servant was puzzled. Miss, are you all carrying bundles for a trip far away? That's none of your concern. Jiang Rumen replied, coolly quickening her. The 3 emerged from the Duke's residence to find an ornate carriage waiting outside. As Jiang Rumen approached, the driver lifted the curtain. Please, Miss Jiang. Jiang Rumen glanced inside the carriage and saw a young man she didn't recognize. Miss Jiang, I am a secret agent of the Mingjing Bureau under Lord Song's command. Chu Yini said, producing the waist token he had received from Bai Zhu to show Jiang Rumen. Only then did she feel at ease and board the carriage. What she hadn't expected was that the moment she sat down, Chu Yini handed her several property deeds. Miss Jiang, this is a small token of my regard. Please do accept it. Jiang Rumen was stunned. She should accept it. These 3 shops are all in prime locations. If you need staff, Miss Jiang, I can arrange that too. Let me take you to see the first one first. If anything isn't to your liking, just say so. No need to stand on ceremony with me. No, I really can't accept these deeds. Thank you for finding such good locations, but how much silver are these shops? Let me see if I have enough. Jiang Rumen refused to take the deeds, shifting away. If she remembered correctly, Song Yunchu had only said he would have his men help her find a location. For this man to offer her shops at their very first meeting, how could she possibly accept such a thing? Miss Jiang, what are you saying? How could I possibly ask you for silver? I'm merely sharing Lord Song's burden. Seeing Chu Yun's sincere expression, Jiang Rumen asked him, is this your own idea or Lord Song's? If it's your personal gesture, I certainly can't accept it. I've done nothing to deserve such a gift, and these shops aren't cheap. How could I accept them with a clear conscience? And if this is Lord Song's kindness? Jiang Rumin lowered her gaze and smiled. Then I still can't accept it now? Am not yet a member of the Song family. Seeing Jiang Rumin insist on refusing the deed, Chu Yuni couldn't help but feel troubled. Her cousin had only told her to keep Miss Jiang pleased, but never mentioned that Miss Jiang had a rather aloof disposition. If the deed couldn't be given away, would Minister Song be displeased? Chu Yuni pondered left and right, then suddenly a flash of inspiration struck. Since Miss Jiang insisted on paying silver, she would quote a low price. After all, Miss Jiang didn't seem to know much about pricing, and there were many ways she could accommodate. Miss Jiang's noble character is admirable. I was being presumptuous. Chu Yuni withdrew the deed and smiled. Let's first go see the land, then discuss the price. Jiang Rumin finally agreed. Thank you. At noon, sunlight cast a serene glow over the palace walls, and in the courtyard of Changle Hall, swordlight danced. A figure in moonlight moved with incredible speed, the sword blossoms flowing like clouds and water so fast that only specks of silver light could be seen. Another figure in blue was slower. Blades clashed with sharp whistles, and the blue figure soon fell into disadvantage, even having the weapon knocked aside and stumbling upon landing. Your Majesty's martial skills have advanced again. Consort Shu glanced at her disarmed sword and said respectfully, I can barely last 20 moves against you now. Not that much improvement. Jun Liluo set down his sword and said calmly, if you had seen Chancellor Song's skills, you would know there is always someone better. I have long heard that Minister Song's martial prowess is profound, and even the valiant Prince Yi was defeated by him. Prince Yi, Jun Liluo snorted lightly. Naturally, he cannot compare. Not only in martial arts, but also in intellect. This imperial uncle had many flaws, but his luck was exceptionally good. Any recent developments in the harem? Consort Da is always quiet, occasionally inviting me to play the zither or chess. Consort Li and Consort Jin still do not get along, and often argue, though only verbally. Additionally, Consort Jun has been corresponding with her father, General Yi. Hearing correspondence, Jun Liluo's eyes sharpened. Did you learn the contents of the letters? Yes. Last night, I found an opportunity to sneak into Consort Jin's palace and retrieve 2 letters from under her dressing table. General Yi merely instructed her to serve your Majesty diligently, win favor, and bear children for the royal family as soon as possible. Consort Shu paused, then said, Your Majesty, there are only a few consorts in the palace. You are always busy with state affairs and rarely summon them. Their family's anxiety is understandable. Jun Liluo's expression softened. The Yi family only urged Consort Jun to compete for favor, which was indeed not a major issue. Weren't the families behind these consorts all hoping for glory and honor? He had too much to do now to dwell on matters between men and women. The more these families sought to rise, the less inclined he was to elevate them. Their status was already high enough, they should be content. The court was full of time servers. Once someone gained power, the opposing side often had defectors. The Yi family behind Consort Jun had a decent relationship with Left Chancellor Liu Yu. If the Yi family were elevated, the right-wing faction of Song Yunchu might suffer a blow. He had no intention of letting Song Yunchu fall. Compared to those scheming old fools, he trusted Song Yunchu more. Everyone wanted to be Song Yunchu, but that was just wishful thinking. I should go to the Imperial Study to review memorials. Let's end today's sword practice here. Yes. The two left Changle Hall together. Taking the same route, Consort Shu walked part of the way with Jun Liluo. Passing a corridor corner, they saw a woman in purple surrounded by palace maids near a rockery, happily playing with a snow-white puppy. Consort Jin certainly knows how to amuse herself. Jun Liluo paused and instructed Consort Shu behind him, Go tell Consort Li and Consort Da as well. When they have nothing to do, they might as well keep cats or dogs to play with instead of disturbing me when I'm busy. Consort Shu was taken aback. She looked again at the woman in purple. Your Majesty, that is not Consort Jun, it is Consort. Although she knew His Majesty was busy with state affairs and paid little attention to the harem, and that the consort's visits to the Imperial Study were mostly dismissed by Chief Steward Li, she had never expected His Majesty to be so estranged from them, that he couldn't even remember their faces. After hearing Consort Shu's words, Jun Liluo fell silent. Consort Da and Consort Jun were cousins with somewhat similar features. Perhaps it had been too long since he last saw their faces, he could no longer distinguish them clearly. Fortunately, Consort Shu was his subordinate and wouldn't spread the news of his mistaken identity, otherwise he feared being ridiculed. It was far away, I only glanced and didn't look carefully. Jun Liluo said without changing expression, Consort Da is quiet, Consort Jun lively. Seeing her laugh joyfully while playing with the dog, I subconsciously thought it was Consort Jun. Consort Shu coughed lightly. Consort Da is usually quiet, but she becomes very lively when seeing small animals. Your Majesty's instructions I have noted. Keeping cats or dogs to pass the time was indeed a good idea. The harem spies were much more idle than the court spies. Perhaps she could also keep a cat for fun. In the blink of an eye, it was sunset. Song Yunchu sat under the pear tree drinking the hot tea just brewed by Bai Zhu when a figure approached. Turning his head, he saw it was Jiang Rumin's personal maid Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao stepped forward and set down the food box she carried. Minister Song, my lady, ordered me to make these date paste cakes for you. You praised them last time, so she remembered. It's almost dark. Why are you here now? Naturally, to thank you. Didn't you send someone to find us a suitable location for the clinic? That person was very considerate, picked a good spot, and the price was reasonable. Song Yunchu thought to himself, Chu Yuni is quite... He had only instructed Chu Yuni to find a location, and that person had directly contacted Jiang Rumen and arranged everything. Xiaoyao said the place was good and cheap. In the capital, good locations could never be cheap. Chu Yuni deliberately let them take advantage while considering their dignity, not wanting them to know. This new subordinate was not bad. Since you found a place, learn to run it well, Song Yunchu said. Your lady will eventually understand that earning money by her own ability is quite interesting, far better than idling at home and wallowing in sentiment. Xiaoyao chuckled at this. Rest assured, my lady will never have worries again. Song Yunchu looked at her with slight confusion. Xiaoyao seemed unusually happy today, as if something wonderful had happened. My lady has moved us out of the Duke's mansion. She said she couldn't live there peacefully, that few in the family were on her side. She'd rather find a place outside, and that way she could stay away from Prince E. He visits the Duke's mansion as if it were his own home, and she doesn't want to be disturbed by him anymore. Oh, and when we packed, my lady burned the wooden carving Prince E gave her, saying she wanted to sever all ties. Song Yunchu almost thought he misheard. Jiang Rumen had always treasured the carving Jun Tianyi gave her, almost as if it were a sacred relic. In the original story, even when they quarreled fiercely, she couldn't bear to discard it. But now she burned it. That was true. As Song Yunchu was marveling, Xiaoyao said, Minister Song, my lady is coming. He turned to see Jiang Rumen approaching with a medicine bowl. Their eyes met, and she gave him a gentle smile. Song Yunchu felt a faint unease. Usually Jiang Rumen smiled politely, but with a certain distance. Today her smile was unusually bright. Logically, after falling out with Jun Tianyi, she should have been melancholic and dejected for a while. In the original story, her character was unappealing. Talented, yet self-consuming, always blaming herself when things went wrong. But now that this innocent little bunny of a heroine had broken up with the scoundrel, she showed no sadness at all. It seemed the earlier drugging incident had truly affected her profoundly. Song Yunchu couldn't help but feel amused. He took a sip of hot tea in good spirits. Jiang Rumen walked up beside him and set down the medicine bowl. Song Lang, time to take your medicine. Song Yunchu hadn't swallowed the tea yet and spat it out. In this world, women would indeed add the character Lang after the surname of their betrothed or beloved to signify intimacy. Her engagement with Jiang Rumen was merely a forced match by the despotic emperor, and she had once promised Jiang Rumen that they would not discuss matters of the heart. Song Yunchu sat to the side sipping the hot tea Bai Zhu had just brought. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood. She disliked the smell, but she understood she had to grow accustomed to it. As the day the despotic emperor decreed their betrothal. Seeing Song Yunchu spit out her tea, Jiang Rumen hastily retrieved a handkerchief from inside her sleeve, intending to wipe the tea stains from her lips. Song Yunchu quickly raised her hand to stop her. No need, I'll handle it myself. She took the handkerchief from Jiang Rumen, dried her face, took a deep breath, and turned to ask Miss Jiang, what is the matter? Your wounds are not yet healed, and you still need to drink this medicine, so I came to decoct it for you. That is not what I asked. As Song Yunchu spoke, she cast a meaningful glance at Bai Zhu. Bai Zhu understood and withdrew together with Xiaoyao. Once the onlookers were gone, Song Yunchu asked directly, Miss Jiang, have you fallen out with Prince E? Jiang Rumen nodded yes. Song Yunchu then asked her, you come to me immediately after breaking with him. Are you afraid you cannot resolve to forget him, so you plan to use a new love to drown out the old? No, Jiang Rumen quickly retorted. I have already let him go. What further resolve do I need? Whether or not this betrothal between us exists, I can never be entangled with him again. He is not the gentleman I imagined, who I merely thought too highly of him before. Why do you think I intend to use you to forget him? I am only doing what I ought to do, letting go of someone unworthy. I am the future lady of Chancellor Song, and caring for you is fulfilling my duty. Lord Song, whether you believe me or not, I did not choose to let him go because I transferred my affections to you. I let him go because I finally saw him clearly. I was so stubbornly lost before, looking back now I feel foolish and ridiculous. I owe you my thanks. You made me see the truth. You told me that those who truly care for me would never bear to hurt me. Prince E might have had some fondness for me, but I no longer crave that meager affection of his. The one he truly cherishes is only himself. He has never treated me as well as you have, Lord Song. So please believe me, I will never waver in my attachment to him. I will dutifully perform my role as the mistress of the Chancellor's residence. Song Yunchu snapped out of her astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, Jiang Rumen's filter over that scumbag dog had been 8,000 meters thick. He had never been a true gentleman. It was only through Jiang Rumen's eyes that he had been gilded. After the drugging incident, Jiang Rumen had already begun to question his character. Once the filter shattered, mending it was no easy task. So, had Jiang Rumen ultimately overcome her love-struck obsession through her own sense of justice? After all, she was kind-hearted. Miss Jiang, I am heartened to see you have come to this realization. But my feelings for you are only those of friendship, not romantic love. Song Yunchu thought she must quickly reject Jiang Rumen lest she foster any hope. She had never imagined that a fake man like herself could attract one blossom after another. Whether with Shangwan Yun or Jiang Rumen, she helped them simply because she had the ability to do so. Having become Prime Minister Song, she had reaped the benefits of status and position. Some matters were not difficult to assist with, and she was naturally willing to change their fates. As an original novel reader, she inevitably acted on her emotions. She loathed Jun Tianyi intensely, so she always sought to vex him. Her feelings for Jiang Rumen were also complicated. In truth, when she wrote negative reviews, she had not spared Jiang Rumen from harsh words. Yet that did not prevent her from lending Jiang Rumen a hand. If she were not Prime Minister Song, but merely a minor character, why would she care about these people's affairs? She had never needed their tearful gratitude, yet they had developed unexpected feelings for her. That was a difficult situation. Do you not have even a shred of liking for me? Jiang Rumen gazed at the person before her, a trace of disappointment in her eyes. Then why did you repeatedly come to my rescue? Why were you so kind to me? I have always caused you trouble, yet I have never heard a harsh word from you. Can this truly be summed up as mere friendship? It is indeed merely friendship. Miss Jiang, whether it be you or any other friend or confidant of mine who encounters difficulties, I would be willing to lend a hand. This is simply because I have the ability to do so. Please do not misunderstand. Song Yunchu's tone remained calm as she continued. You have already been hurt by love once. You know well the bitterness of being betrayed. Therefore, Miss Jiang, it would be best for you to entrust your heart to someone who truly loves you rather than wasting your time on me. A trace of disappointment flickered across Jiang Rumen's brow. Lord Song's attitude was so composed as if she truly held no affection for her whatsoever. Moreover, Miss Jiang, you are pure-hearted and gentle-natured. We hail from vastly different worlds and would find it difficult to merge. In truth, I am not a noble person either. You need not hold me in such high regard. Jiang Rumen instinctively retorted upon hearing this. I too once believed you were not a good person, Lord Song. I had also heeded the slanderous words from the outside world. But the facts have proven to me that you are an exceptionally good person. I no longer believe those external claims. If you were in my shoes, Lord Song, would you question someone who has protected you time and again? A bitter smile touched Jiang Rumen's lips as she added, You may reject me, Lord Song, but there is no need to belittle yourself. Seeing her dejection, Song Yunchu let out a soft sigh. Miss Jiang, in truth, there is a reason I have always protected you. You must have heard the rumors about yourself, haven't you? At your birth, auspicious clouds of many colors filled the sky, and 100 birds circled above the Duke's mansion. It was a rare sign of great fortune. A wandering sage proclaimed that the Jiang family had birthed a phoenix maiden who would bring blessings upon our dynasty. Following that, our nation enjoyed bountiful harvests for 3 consecutive years. The late emperor believed this tale and held your family in high esteem. It's better to believe such things than to dismiss them. So by protecting you, I am also acting in the court's interest and easing the king's burdens. Song Yunchu stated with an earnest demeanor, I wish for your well-being, but it has nothing to do with romantic love. Jiang Rumen was momentarily stunned. Do you truly believe in celestial omens, Lord Song? If the late emperor could believe it, why can't I? Such auspicious omens are rare, occurring only once in centuries. Besides, Miss Jiang, you are indeed kind-hearted with the compassion of a healer. Perhaps you are the very mascot of the Tianqi kingdom. Could you possibly think that your despicable second sister is the Phoenix Maiden? Song Yunchu continued, think about it. Though your path in love has been fraught with troubles, you have always managed to turn danger into safety. This is likely the wondrous aspect of the Phoenix Maiden's destiny, your blessing. Your task henceforth is to live well, pray for our kingdom's prosperity, and for bountiful harvests. She knew this explanation made her seem superstitious, but in this world many believed in omens. Moreover, she wasn't fabricating it. The original author had endowed Jiang Rumen with the protagonist's aura, which was this so-called Phoenix Maiden destiny, the ability to survive any hardship through sheer luck. After listening to Song Yunchu's explanation, Jiang Rumen was silent for a long while before finally speaking. I understand. Since you have no feelings for me, Lord Song, I will not be so presumptuous again. She didn't truly believe in omens, nor did she feel this Phoenix Maiden destiny had brought her much fortune. But she had heard clearly Lord Song genuinely did not like her. This bond she had so eagerly anticipated had ended before it even began. I'm glad you understand my meaning, Miss Jiang. Focus on running your medical clinic for now. I will find a way to dissolve the engagement while preserving your reputation as much as possible. Then, I am in your debt, Lord Song. Jiang Rumen did not linger any longer and quickly turned to leave. Seeing her hurried steps almost like a retreat, Song Yunchu couldn't help but sigh deeply once more. Having finally cast aside that scumbag, Jiang Rumen had gathered the courage to declare her intention to be a proper mistress of the Prime Minister's estate, only to be rejected without mercy. It must be breaking her heart. But there was no other way. When it came to matters of the heart, a rejection must be decisive, the more ruthless the better. Cutting through the knot swiftly was the only way to leave no lingering hopes. Not long after Jiang Rumen left, Chu Yuni arrived carrying a bundle. Lord Song, your injuries should be nearly healed by— I've brought some gifts for you which I'm sure you'll find useful. Song Yunchu glanced at the bundle. What goodies do you have? A century-old wild ginseng powdered Hisho Wu and premium pearl powder from the western regions. Even the palace rarely sees such ginseng. Make a soup with it and drink a large bowl daily, and you'll be as sprightly as ever in no time. And this pearl powder, if you take it regularly, will surely make you even more handsome and distinguished. Song Yunchu raised an eyebrow. Besides praising my looks, do you have any other compliments? Century-old ginseng, Hisho Wu powder, top-grade pearl powder. This young man certainly gives lavish gifts. These items were— It's just that his flattery remained as unrefined as ever. I heard from my cousin that when you debated the scholars Lord Song, you made those civil officials feel worthless. In your eyes, ugliness is akin to a crime. The reason you value appearance is naturally because you yourself are extraordinarily handsome. While I may not be exceptionally elegant, I am at least presentable. So I barely managed to be accepted by you into the Mingjing department. Rest assured, Lord Song, I will take great care of my appearance and never let myself become ugly so as not to offend your discerning eye. Song Yunchu. So this is what Gong Mingyuan had been telling people about her, leading some of her subordinates to believe she judged people by their looks. She opened her mouth to explain, but then thought better of it and decided against it. Her subordinates all thought she was moody and eccentric, and they habitually tried to guess her preferences. Since everyone had adapted to this dynamic, she might as well let it continue. She truly didn't want anyone to see through her. Having one or two trusted confidants who truly understood her was enough. For now, she could only confirm that Bai Zhu and Hong Lian were utterly loyal. The rest still needed observation. How have you found your first couple of days at the Mingjing department? She asked Chu Yuni casually. My colleagues are easy to get along with and have been very courteous to me, Chu Yuni said with a smile. Even though I'm just an ordinary spy and know little, everyone has been exceptionally tolerant of me. Song Yunchu snorted coldly. You should know why they treat you well. A specially recruited person personally brought in by Bai Zhu and easily found out to be a relative of Gong Mingyuan. Even the most ordinary spy wouldn't dare to make things difficult for him. Of course I understand. I'm basking in my cousin's reflected glory. Seeing Song Yunchu's cold expression, Chu Yuni dropped his playful demeanor. Lord Song, I know my colleagues are only polite on the surface and don't truly respect me in their hearts. But so what? Even getting them to be outwardly polite is a skill in itself. I will prove to them in time that I possess real talent. Where there's a will, there's a way. Song Yunchu raised the folding fan in her hand and lightly tapped Chu Yuni's shoulder. I have a task for you. Chu Yuni said solemnly. My lord, please speak. Song Yunchu smiled slightly. Do you know what skill and excellent spy? Reading people's expressions. In our Mingjing division, enemies have infiltrated with spies, and let's see if you have the ability to— As the most important intelligence agency in the palace, the Mingjing division supervises the words and deeds of civil and military officials with numerous official records stored within. In such a place, how could there not be some court officials posing as insiders? She wasn't sure who had placed the spies, but the original text clearly stated that Jun Tianyi had spies within the Mingjing division. As a newcomer who had entered through connections, most spies were both polite and dismissive of her, while also not having too much guard. She was not certain if he could complete the task, but it was indeed an opportunity to test him. After listening to her instructions, Chu Yuni nodded seriously. My lord, rest assured, I will do my best. My lord, we have found out that Miss Jiang's current location is a medical clinic in the east of the city at the corner of Yongchang Street. Jun Tianyi was originally lost in thought, while gazing at a portrait of Jiang Rumin, when he heard the news brought back by his attendant, and lifted his head. A medical clinic. It indeed suits her as a profession. When Jiang Rumin left the Duke's residence, she only left a letter. She did not bid farewell to the Duke in person, nor did she mention where she was going in the letter, which infuriated the Duke, fearing she would embarrass herself in public. He had close ties with the Duke's residence, and soon received the news. Did Minmin leave a letter to avoid him? She knew he had free access to the Jiang family, and feared he would come looking for her. To sever ties with him, she was even willing to leave the place she had lived for many years. She really disliked him. Did she truly think she could escape him by leaving the Jiang family? You say the medical clinic is at the corner of Yongchang Street. That area is bustling and probably not cheap. If she wants to run it well, it will require quite a bit of silver. How about this? You go now and send some banknotes over. Tell her to come to me if she encounters any difficulties. Though his relationship with Minmin was currently strained, he had to support whatever she wanted to do. Since she wanted to make a living on her own, helping her wouldn't hurt. She would eventually understand his good intentions. But the next words from his attendant made his expression darken. My lord, it seems things are quite smooth on Miss Jiang's side. Our people have found out that the clinic originally belonged to the son of the Chu family, and this Chu family's son just entered the Mingjing division a few days ago, and is now under Lord Song. What a scoundrel, Song. Jun Tianyi sneered. First he sows discord between me and Minmin, and now he encourages her to run away from home. Even Zhang Shucai, who was on good terms with me, has fallen victim to him. He is clearly intent on a fight to the death with me. What are your plans next, my lord? We have people in the Mingjing division too, right? Have him find time to come see me, I have matters for him to attend to. The next morning after the morning court session, Song Yunchu still went to the Imperial Medical Office first. She only needed to drink the last day of medicine, she had already instructed Jiang Rumen not to bother brewing medicine for her anymore. Such matters could be left to Baizhu. Perhaps the words she said when refusing Jiang Rumen had truly taken effect. She had not seen Jiang Rumen in the past 2 days. But today she saw Shang Wanyun again. Shang Wanyun was talking with a physician. Seemingly sensing her presence, she turned to look at her, but only gazed without approaching. When their eyes met, she saw emotions in Shang Wanyun's eyes: affection, reluctance, and disappointment. This princess seemed a bit more composed now. If it were before, she would have likely run over with a beaming smile to greet her. Now, however, she merely gazed from a distance, and then turned and walked away. Song Yunchu also felt somewhat complex in her emotions. That glance from Shang Wanyun contained many feelings, as if to say, I have you in my heart, but I know we can't be together, so I won't speak to you. Song Yunchu sighed deeply as she stood there. Whether it was Jiang Rumen or Shang Wanyun, they should stay away from her. Perhaps they would feel regret now, but if they got too close to her, nothing good would come of it. They have their own lives, and unlike the original text, they are not fighting, which is a decent development. The rest, she couldn't manage too much, hoping her existence wouldn't cause them too much trouble. After taking her medicine, Song Yunchu went to the Imperial study to help Jun Liluo read the memorials. As soon as Jun Liluo saw Song Yunchu, he noticed she seemed a bit absent-minded today. Yunchu looks pale. Is your injury not fully healed? Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. My injury is almost healed, and it no longer affects my writing. Song Yunchu casually replied, and flipped through the memorial in her hands, her gaze drifting towards the window. Outside, the gentle breeze carried the fallen flower petals, causing her to feel a bit sentimental. I never intended to stir up peach blossoms. I just can't bear to see the flowers wither. Ask me how much sorrow I can bear if the feelings of a beauty are hard to endure. Jun Liluo raised an eyebrow, slightly listening to her sentiments. Why did Song Yunchu suddenly recite such sentimental poetry in her heart? Usually at this time, she would be reading memorials while cursing the verbose officials in her mind. Yet at this moment, while her eyes were on the memorial, her mind was occupied with peach blossoms. He knew this fellow had not refrained from flirting, not just because of his handsome appearance, but also due to his chivalrous nature. Jun Liluo felt curious and decided to listen more, remaining silent, while sipping the hot tea served by Steward Li. Song Yunchu continued to be sentimental. I wonder if they can heed my advice. If they can't, what should I do? Maybe I'm just too handsome. It's well known that handsomeness is a feeling, a way of behaving. Cough. Jun Liluo choked on the tea that had just entered his throat. Song Yunchu's thoughts were interrupted by his cough, and she quickly turned to feign concern. Your Majesty, what happened? It's nothing, just that the tea seems a bit strong. Jun Liluo set down his teacup without changing his expression. Song Yunchu indeed possessed a handsome countenance, which explained how he could praise himself so highly in his own mind. In truth, Song Yunchu's features were not particularly rugged. He was handsome, yes, but within that handsomeness lay a trace of delicate beauty. As the common folk would describe it, a fair-faced, effeminate, pretty boy. Judging by appearance alone, he lacked masculine vigor, but his immense official rank compensated for it, granting him a status beyond ordinary reach. Coupled with his notorious reputation and the airs he put on before the court officials, his effeminate quality became far less conspicuous. No matter how lively his inner thoughts were, he always maintained a solemn facade and an overbearing demeanor in public, preventing outsiders from daring to call him a pretty boy. He seemed well aware that he was popular among women. Logically, receiving their favor should have pleased him, for he considered himself a man who cherished feminine beauty. Yet the truth was, he did not feel pleased by it, but rather troubled instead. Yunchu, I feel your complexion has been rather poor today. If something weighs on your mind, do share it with me. Seeing Jun Liluo once again put on his benevolent ruler's facade of concern for his ministers, Song Yunchu forced a smile. Your Majesty, there are indeed some trivial household matters on my mind, but they are all minor affairs. Your Majesty is burdened with state affairs. There is no need to trouble yourself over me. Let us continue with the memorials. That dog Emperor has sharp eyes. I haven't said a word, and he can still tell something's bothering me. You emotionally clueless fool, I can't exactly rely on you to solve my problems. Honestly, all of this is your fault. You insisted on betrothing Jiang Rumen to me back then. How am I supposed to bring up breaking off the engagement now? Even if you agreed, I'd still have to consider Jiang Rumen's reputation. She already broke off one engagement with Prince E, and if she broke off another with me, who knows what outsiders would say about her. She already lacks confidence, as she couldn't bear the gossip. If only I could give her half of my confidence. I need to think this through carefully and find a solution that benefits everyone. Jun Liluo narrowed his eyes. He had long grown accustomed to Song Yunchu's curses. These words no longer stirred any reaction within him. He was merely curious. Shang Wanyun was to be the future princess of Gong. It was reasonable for Song Yunchu to avoid provoking her, but he was already betrothed to Jiang Rumen. What was there for him to be troubled about? Could it be that he minded Jiang Rumen's past relationship with Jun Tianyi? No, Song Yunchu didn't seem like the type to. He appeared gallant, and unrestrained, yet he never dared to get too close to women. Could it be that he truly had some hidden Jun Liluo suddenly recalled that when Song Yunchu was previously injured, and he had summoned the imperial physician to dress his wounds, Song Yunchu had refused, adamantly giving the excuse, "Your subject has a phobia of uncleanliness." That fellow must have been worried that the physician would take his pulse and discover his ailment. Jiang Roman was innocent at heart and had received much kindness from him, so even if she knew of his affliction, she would help keep his secret. A speculation began to take shape in Jun Liluo's mind. Perhaps it was because Jiang Roman had received so much kindness from Song Yunchu that she didn't despise him despite knowing of his affliction. And although Song Yunchu enjoyed flirting with women, he didn't actually wish to waste a woman's youth, which was why he wanted to break off the engagement. Did he believe his ailment was incurable? A trace of sentiment welled up in Jun Liluo's heart. So even someone as formidable as Song Yunchu had a secret he couldn't bear to speak of. Such an affliction indeed couldn't be discussed openly. If it couldn't be cured, would he be left without an heir? He had intended to cultivate Song Yunchu into a true confidant, and naturally, he didn't wish to see the man left without descendants. Song Yunchu's inner thoughts had once mentioned that Jiang Roman's medical skills rivaled those of the imperial physicians. If neither she nor the physicians could cure him, then the only option would be to seek a master healer from among the common folk. If he could find a renowned physician to cure the man, wouldn't Song Yunchu be overwhelmed with gratitude? Seeing that Jun Liluo had fallen silent, Song Yunchu didn't dwell on it, and solemnly flipped through the memorials before him. That dog Emperor was spacing out just now. Looked like he had something on his mind too. Whatever, since he's not paying attention to me, he'll slap. These memorials are making my eyes blur. That unlucky bastard Gongming Yuan, why has he been impeached twice again? He's been way too arrogant lately, offending civil officials left and right, getting denounced daily. That man simply won't restrain himself until he's been criticized. Ugh, so annoying. Song Yunchu's gaze drifted toward the window. The sky is a blue awaiting the rain, and I am awaiting you. Smoke rises in curling wisps 1,000 miles across the river. The clerical script carved at the bottle's base echoes the elegance of a bygone dynasty. Jun Liluo. A moment ago he was cursing, and now he's humming a tune. Still, this song was rather pleasant, more so than those performed at the palace banquets. That night a chilly wind rustled. Within the Mingjing Bureau's courtyard, silence reigned as all the secret agents had retired to their quarters. A swift black figure darted through the night breeze, stealthily approaching the study, reserved exclusively for Song Yunchu. He carried a small bundle in his hand within which something living squirmed. With a light leap he landed on the rooftop and pried off the tiles one by one. The patrolling guards had already been plied with alcohol and knocked out. That Song dog doesn't come to the study every day, but he visits at least once every 2 or 3 days. Regardless of how much business there is, he always reviews the agent's recent activities. Calculating the time, he hasn't been here for 2 days. He's bound to come tomorrow or the day after. The man in black sneered and opened the seal of the bundle. Within writhed 7 or 8 vividly colored little snakes, deadly venomous. A single bite would send the toxins spreading rapidly throughout the body. Just as he was about to pour the snakes into the room, he heard a sharp, whistling sound cutting through the air behind him. Instinctively he dodged to the side, and the next moment a sword embedded itself in the very spot where he had been crouching. Having already incapacitated the patrolling spies, he hadn't expected anyone else to be nearby at this hour. Startled, he saw a dark green figure charging at him. Without a moment's hesitation, he tightened the drawstring of his sack to prevent the snakes from slithering out and biting him. These snakes were not ordinary venomous ones found on the market. He had gone to great lengths to acquire them and couldn't afford to waste them. Since he had been discovered, tonight's mission was a bust. He decided to retreat. But just as he was about to flee, the man in green sneered at him. "Yang, stop pretending. Surrender yourself and come with me to see Lord Song. Perhaps he might spare your miserable life." The man in black's eyes widened in shock. He had worn a mask for tonight's operation, and with the darkness of the night and the distant lanterns, he couldn't see the green-clad man's face clearly. But he recognized that voice. It was none other than Chu Yuni, the useless fool who had only gotten into the Mingjing Sea through connections. That fool usually seemed so unserious, yet he managed to catch him red-handed tonight. If he hadn't been recognized, it would have been fine, but since his identity was exposed, he had no choice but to silence him. The thought had barely crossed his mind when he heard footsteps approaching from behind. He turned his head, and his expression changed drastically. The newcomers were a man and a woman clad in white and red martial attire respectively, each holding a long whip. These were Song the Traitor's 2 trusted aides by Zhu and Hong Lian. Could they have been lying in wait nearby, expecting him to fall into their trap? 3 against 1 offered no chance of victory. He didn't hesitate. He swiftly opened the sack and scattered the venomous snakes in a circle around him. Failure was acceptable, but being captured was not an option. Careful with those snakes. Chu Yuni warned the other 2. The more vibrant the colors, the deadlier the venom. If you've got the guts, come and chase me. Let these snakes roam free and bite as many of you as they can. The man in black laughed arrogantly, then leaped off the rooftop, swiftly fleeing the Mingjing Sea. Baizhu, clean up these snakes. They'll go after him. Hong Lian left that command behind as she gave chase to the man in black. Bai Zhu was worried and wanted to follow, but Chu Yuni yelled, "The snakes are getting away. Kill them quickly. If they slither off and bite someone, not even the gods could save them." Don't worry about Hong Lian, her martial arts are no match for that guy's. There are guards patrolling outside the palace, she can just call for help. Seeing that Chu Yuni couldn't handle the snakes alone, Bai Zhu had no choice but to help him kill them. Meanwhile, Hong Lian, chasing the man in black out of the Mingjing Sea, quickly caught up to his pace and lashed out viciously. The man in black was not slow either, dodging several of her whip strikes. As they fought their way to a rockery, Hong Lian spotted Imperial guards patrolling in the distance and was overjoyed. "Help! There's an assassin." Hearing her shout, the man in black's face darkened. He reached out and caught her whip as she swung it again, enduring the pain in his palm, wrapped the whip around his hand a few times and yanked hard, pulling Hong Lian closer. "Sister Hong Lian, I've been at the Mingjing Sea for 1.5 years now. We've known each other for quite a while, and I've always been respectful. Are you really going to be this heartless? What kindness do I owe a spy like you?" Hong Lian sneered. "If you want to keep your miserable life, you'll come with me to see Lord Song and confess everything. You're young and beautiful. What's the point of following that traitor Song? You'll never become the prime minister's wife anyway." Yu Yang's tone was playful. "Why not follow me instead? Pledge allegiance to my master, and you'll be treated far better than by that traitor Song. Wealth and honor will be yours for the taking. Who does your master think he is? In this Tianxi kingdom, besides his majesty, who else can suppress Lord Song?" Hong Lian said with disdain. "Does that so-called Prince Yi really think he's all that?" Seeing that Hong Lian was unmoved, Yu Yang's face turned ashen. "You really don't know what's good for you. Do you understand the saying, the higher you climb, the harder you fall? The more arrogant that traitor Song gets now, the more gruesome his end will be." Just as the two were locked in a bitter struggle, the Imperial guards, having heard the commotion, arrived on the scene. Unable to gain the upper hand over Hong Lian, Yu Yang grew anxious. "Let me go this once, and I'll owe you a favor. We can negotiate any terms you want. Anything I want I can get from Lord Song. As for you, I just want your miserable life. What are you going to do about it?" "Fine." Yu Yang let out a furious laugh. As Hong Lian kicked out, he reached out with his right hand to grab her shoulder, enduring the blow, and at the same time his fingers clawed viciously, tearing a strip of cloth from her clothing. Startled, Hong Lian clutched her now bare shoulder and stepped back. Yu Yang, meanwhile, had begun to unbuckle his own belt, and Hong Lian's face darkened. "What are you doing? You want me dead, but I'll take you down with me. Let's see if that traitor Song still cares about you once your reputation is ruined." With a sneer, Yu Yang dashed out from behind the rockery and ran towards the Imperial guards. "Officers, please help me. Lord Song's maidservant is trying to seduce me." When I refused, she flew into a rage and tried to kill me. Xin Yue, who had been patrolling nearby with his men, had heard the shouting and come to investigate, but he hadn't expected to witness such a scene. Before him stood a man with his belt undone, his robes hanging loosely off his frame. And not far behind him was Hong Lian, the maidservant, who often accompanied Song Yunchu. Hong Lian, too, had disheveled hair and rumpled clothes, her expression one of utter fury. Given the current state of affairs, it really did look like the two had been caught in a compromising position behind the rockery. "Officer, you must do me justice. I've served diligently at the Mingjing Sea for over 1 year. Because of my decent looks, Sister Hong Lian took a fancy to me. She's Lord Song's favorite, and she insisted on having an affair with me. When I refused, she..." Before he could finish his sentence, Hong Lian cursed, "You're lying through your teeth. You were sneaking around Lord Song's study tonight, plotting to harm him. I'm not the only one who saw you release those snakes." Ignoring her protest, Yu Yang knelt before Xinyu. "Officer Xin, why don't you just take us both into custody? Interrogate us." Seeing Yu Yang's righteous indignation, Xinyu pondered for a moment before commanding, "Men, take them both into custody." The Imperial guards immediately moved to apprehend them. Hong Lian stepped back. "Officer Xin, I chased him here to arrest him, not to have an affair with him." Xinyu replied, "You both have conflicting stories, so I must take you both in." Hong Lian was both humiliated and enraged. This spy sent by Prince Yi was utterly shameless. Xinyu was on duty patrolling the palace and had the authority to arrest any suspicious person. She couldn't resist arrest. She noticed some of the Imperial guards looking at her with suspicion, as if they truly believed she was guilty of indecency. Just as one of the guards was about to grab her arm, a sharp, whistling sound came from the right, and a folding fan flew in, knocking the guard's hand away. "Who dares to lay a hand on my people?" Everyone turned to see Song Yunchu approaching with grand strides, accompanied by Bai Zhu. Seeing the large torn piece of cloth on Hong Lian's shoulder exposing her fair skin, Bai Zhu quickly took off his outer robe and draped it over her. Song Yunchu walked up to Xinyu. "Officer Xinyu, arrest my people without even a word to me." Xinyu replied expressionlessly, "A secret agent from the Mingjing Sea claims that Hong Lian seduced him. The two of them are in a state of undress, which is a disgrace to public decency. It is my duty to take them both back for questioning." Song Yunchu glanced at the kneeling Yu Yang. "You say Hong Lian seduced you? The man sent by that bastard is just as despicable as he is." Facing Song Yunchu's cold stare, Yu Yang insisted yes. Song Yunchu let out a derisive snort, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke. Have you ever looked at yourself in a mirror? There are more handsome men in the Mingjing department than one can count on both hands. How can you prove that Hong Lian would take a liking to you? With your frivolous appearance or that unremarkable bit of flesh on your bones? Song Yunki's words dripped with contempt. Everyone knows Hong Lian is my trusted aide. If she wanted a lover, countless men in the Mingjing department would line up for her choosing. A man of your looks would be lucky to polish her shoes. At best your face shape is passable, but your eyes are set too close, your lower lip is thin, your brow bone protrudes. A true face destined to bring ruin to one's spouse. Yu Yang hadn't anticipated such a torrent of verbal humiliation from Song Yunchu, and his face flushed crimson. He had dared to slander Hong Lian for seducing him precisely because he was handsome. From childhood to now, no small number of people had praised his looks, and just moments ago Shin Yu had clearly seemed to believe him. Rather than be executed as a spy by Song Yunchu, he would rather fall into the hands of the Imperial Guard. At least there he might have a chance to defend himself and drag Hong Lian down with him. Even if he couldn't escape his fate, taking down one of Song Yunki's trusted aides would be some consolation. Little did he expect Song Yunchu to arrive so swiftly and publicly mock his appearance. But what infuriated him even more was yet to come. Minister Song's words are most astute. Chu Yunyi chimed in agreement with Song Yunchu, taking a step forward to circle around Yu Yang, clicking her tongue and shaking her head. It's not just his facial features that are lacking, his physique isn't impressive either. He's not even as pleasant to look at as I am. I'm stronger, fairer, and wealthier. When I try to get close to Hong Lian, she treats me with indifference. If she could fancy you, I'd wear my undergarments on my head and run 10 laps around the training ground. You, what about me? Anyone with eyes can see that Bai Zhu and I outshine you. Pick either of us, and we'd be a bet. Not only did you release snakes in the Mingjing department in the dead of night, but you also attempted to seduce Minister Song's trusted aide with your unremarkable wiles. Hong Lian didn't fancy you, so you stripped yourself bare to make a spectacle. It's not just me saying this. You're utterly despicable. The exchange between Song Yunchu and Chu Yunyi left the Imperial Guards utterly astounded. It was the first time they had heard a man described in such a degrading manner. The people of the Mingjing department truly had sharp tongues. Yu Yang's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. In a fit of rage, he rose to strike Chu Yunyi, only to be kicked back to the ground by both Bai Zhu and Chu Yunyi. After kicking him, Chu Yunyi didn't forget to retrieve Song Yunki's folding fan and hand it back to her. Song Yunchu took the fan and looked at Shun Yue, a smile curling at her lips. I find my subordinate's words most reasonable. What does Grand Commander Shin think? Grand Commander Shin, don't believe them. They're humiliating me to cover up for Hong Lian. Yu Yang, his face full of indignation, pleaded with Shun Yu. Grand Commander Shin, please take us back with you. I have my reasons, and I wish to speak to you in private. If you have reasons, speak them now. Why must you speak to Grand Commander Shin alone? Song Yunchu said languidly. Unless you are a spy sent by Grand Commander Shun into the Mingjing department. Song Yunchu knew Shun Yu was an imperial confidant, always prioritizing the emperor's interests. This current affair was in essence an internal matter of the Mingjing department. By deliberately dragging Shin Yu into the fray with her words, she knew he was shrewd. If it had nothing to do with the emperor, he wouldn't bother seeking trouble. Sure enough, as soon as she spoke, Shin Yu's face darkened. Minister Song, do not speak nonsense. I have never known this man. The Mingjing department is not under my jurisdiction. Why would I send a spy in? Song Yunchu raised an eyebrow. Truly unfamiliar. Shin Yu said coldly. I am responsible for patrolling the palace. I came to investigate upon hearing a disturbance. Since they are all your men, Minister Song, you may handle this as you see fit. Although Shun Yu disliked Song Yunchu, he understood that they both served the emperor. There was no need to quarrel over a name. Even if Hong Lian had truly been caught in an illicit affair within the palace, if Song Yunchu personally stepped in to protect her, then so be it. Moreover, Song Yunki's explanation was plausible. Looking at Hong Lian's indignant expression, she hardly seemed like a woman of loose morals. Seeing that Shun Yu was about to leave, Yu Yang was seized with panic. Grand Commander Shun, we were caught in an indecent act within the palace grounds. Such a scandal. Are you just going to ignore it? Shin Yu couldn't be bothered with him and turned to leave. Wait. Song Yunchu called out, stopping him. Grand Commander Shin, you are known for your prudence. I know you wouldn't spread rumors, but your men here are another matter. Her gaze swept over the assembled Imperial Guards, her tone cool. If I hear a single word outside today that tarnishes Hong Lian's reputation, I will hold every one of you accountable. I will not tolerate those who wag their tongues. Shin Yu gave her an indifferent look, offered no rebuttal, and led his men away. Once they had put some distance between themselves and the scene, one of the guards finally couldn't hold back his complaint. Sir, this Minister Song is far too arrogant. We're the Imperial Guard, not under her command. How dare she threaten us? Exactly. And the way she spoke to you so disrespectfully when you're someone held in high regard by His Majesty. Shin Yu said expressionlessly. That man just now was an informant for an outsider. He was terrified of falling into Minister Song's hands and meeting a gruesome end, so he slandered Hong Lian desperately, trying to get me to take him away. Minister Song's threats were merely her way of protecting her own. Shin Yu then warned his men, the affairs of the Mingjing department are none of our concern. You all know well enough that Minister Song is arrogant. We have no dealings with them, so mind your own duties and don't provoke them. Unless the Emperor decided to deal with Song Yunchu, there was no need for him to make an enemy of her. In the dungeons of the Mingjing department, a bright yellow flame flickered. Hong Lian wielded her whip, striking the man bound to the wooden frame until his skin split open. Speak. Who is daring to release snakes in Minister Song's study? You must be tired of living. Though everyone harbored suspicions, they needed evidence. Without a confession from this man, they had no grounds to confront Prince Yi. Song Yunchu sat to the side, sipping the hot tea Bai Zhu had just brought. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood. She disliked the smell, but she understood she had to grow accustomed to it. The sound of Hong Lian's whip striking the spy echoed in her ears. The man was already on the verge of death. No one is behind me. Just kill me now. Hong Lian gritted her teeth in fury at his refusal to confess, yet she dared not strike again, fearing he would not survive another lash. Since entering, she had already inflicted several kinds of torture on this man. First, she forced him to drink a muscle-relaxing powder to prevent him from biting off his tongue, then pressed a red-hot branding iron against his chest. He screamed in agony but still refused to talk. She ordered her men to pour chilly water on his wounds, yet he remained stubborn. In her rage, she lashed him with her whip to vent her fury. He had lost half his life, yet still refused to name the conspirator. Song Yunchu glanced at the half-dead man on the wooden rack, set down her teacup, and stepped forward. Why do you still speak that person's name? I told you from the beginning, if you obediently confess, they'll spare your wretched life. Hong Lian has had her fill of beating you. It's not too late for you to cooperate now. There is no one behind me. Yu Yang said weakly. I despise you, the evil dog. I wanted to kill you myself. Song Yunchu sneered. The same excuse again. In truth, she was not surprised. The powerful aura the original novel bestowed upon Jun Tianyi was something she had witnessed before. Everyone who served Jun Tianyi was no weakling. My lord, if we beat him any further, he will die. Hong Lian turned to ask Song Yunchu. He refuses to confess either way. Should we keep him alive, let him recover, and then resume the torture? He's already in this state, and still hasn't relented. Further interrogation would be futile, Song Yunchu said gravely. This man is of no use anymore. Since he offended you, I leave him to your disposal. Hong Lian replied yes. She turned to the man on the rack who had sought to defile her honor, her eyes gleaming with a bloodthirst. Song Yunchu turned and left the dungeon. After a few steps, the sound of whipping resumed behind her. A spy who refused to confess could only meet death. She knew that Hong Lian was wary of everyone except Song Xiang and Bai Zhu, and especially detested men who harassed. Hong Lian's childhood was pitiful. Sold into a brothel by her stepmother, she broke her leg while trying to escape through a window at night. Fortunately, she befriended the thief Bai Zhu, who carried her on his back and fled from the brothel's pursuers. Afterward, they wandered together, eventually joined an assassin organization. Hong Lian's beauty attracted unwanted attention, and they often clashed with members. After breaking away from the organization, they were hunted and rescued by the original owner of the body, who happened to pass by. That year they were 16, and the original owner was 19. In the original story, after Song Xiang's death, Bai Zhu and Hong Lian took their own lives to follow her, both barely 20 years old. Now that she had become Song Xiang, she would never let herself die, nor would she let them die. There was no need to show mercy to those east of the city, Yongchang Street. Miss Jiang, what are you doing? Inside the medical clinic, Chu Yuni looked at the promissory note Jiang Roman handed him and stepped back. Why are you giving me a promissory note? He had risen early that morning, ready to go to the Mingjing department, when a servant came to inform him that the eldest Miss Jiang wished to see him. He assumed Jiang Roman needed help and hurried over. But to his surprise, Jiang Roman handed him a promissory note as soon as they met. Master Chu, I've never done business before, and there are many things I don't understand. But you must think me too naive. Did you believe I wouldn't suspect anything when you quoted such a low price for this location? Jiang Roman looked at him with a trace of helplessness. I specifically asked someone to appraise this clinic. It's worth at least 400 taels of silver. You only asked me for 80 taels. How could I accept that? I don't have that much silver now, but once I earn enough, it'll make up the difference. Miss Jiang, please don't be so particular about the money. I must be. Jiang Roman's tone was firm. Master Chu, let me be honest with you. My relationship with Lord Song is not what you imagine. Although we are indeed betrothed, we are merely friends. So I cannot always bask in his glory and accept your kindness without guilt. Do you understand? Chu Yuni was somewhat surprised. But seeing Jiang Roman's earnest expression, he knew she was not joking. You are the cousin of Minister Gong, and Lord Song likely trusts you. I won't hide this from you. This marriage between Lord Song and me will eventually be annulled. In short, please don't regard me as the future Lady Song anymore. Treat me merely as Lord Song's friend. Chu Yuni came to his senses and smiled. Miss Jiang, even if you are only Lord Song's friend, you can still accept my goodwill. A friend of Lord Song can also be a friend of mine. Chu Yuni. Jiang Roman shook her head. I can befriend you, Master Chu, but the silver must be repaid. Not pressing me for the money and giving me more time is already a great kindness. Chu Yuni had no choice but to accept the promissory note. Miss Jiang and Lord Song were betrothed, yet they were merely ordinary friends. This matter was indeed intriguing. He pondered, and suddenly a conjecture arose in his mind. It seemed he would have to go ask his cousin about this. That evening Gong Mingyuan was invited by Chu Yuni to dine at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. "Oh, you've laid out such a lavish..." As Gong Mingyuan took his seat, Chu Yuni poured him a cup of wine. "Cousin, there's no need to keep secrets between brothers. I ask you, does Lord Song like men?" Gong Mingyuan nearly choked on his wine. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "I'm not talking nonsense. I truly believe Lord Song has a preference for the same sex." Chu Yuni said seriously, "Miss Jiang is a straightforward person. She didn't treat me like an outsider. She told me that her relationship with Lord Song is not what it seems. Because of the imperial decree they are in this arrangement, but they will eventually part ways. Think about it, cousin. Miss Jiang is beautiful and has a good temper. Marrying her wouldn't be a loss for Lord Song, yet he doesn't want her. Moreover, with his status and position, he should be surrounded by beauties and have multiple wives and concubines. But have you ever seen him indulge in women? Outsiders might call him ascetic, but I dare say Lord Song definitely has a preference for men. Not only does he judge by appearances, but he also reads faces. And from my inference, Lord Song must like delicate, handsome young men." Gong Mingyuan came to his senses from the shock and thought about it. Chu Yuni's words did make some sense. "Cousin, didn't you teach me that I must learn to divine my superior's thoughts?" Naturally, Lord Song, as a first-ranking official, cannot let others know his preference. But as his subordinate, I should make him happy. Tell me, if I send him 2 handsome young men, would he be overjoyed? "It wouldn't hurt to try," Gong Mingyuan said. "Since we're selecting people for Lord Song, we must be thorough. Ideally, we should pick someone untouched who has never served anyone before to avoid offending Lord Song. Naturally, which establishment in the capital has the finest young men? Have you found out?" "It should be Yafeng Pavilion." Chu Yuni smiled. "Since you think this plan is feasible, cousin, I'll take the time to pick a couple. But now that I serve in the palace, I can't be seen going to such places openly. I'll have to disguise myself. You've grown quite resourceful, sharper than I imagined." "You flatter me, cousin." While the two were discussing the selection of young men in the Prime Minister's residence, Song Yunchu sat under a pear tree, reading She rubbed her slightly itchy nose. The weather was growing colder by the day. As night fell, the streets grew increasingly desperate. "Your cold isn't serious, but make sure not to catch another chill in the coming days. Take 1 dose of this medicine before bed each night, and you should recover in 3 to 5 days. "Thank you, doctor." After treating the last patient at Rueha Hall, Jiang Roman settled the accounts and instructed her maid, Xiao Yao, close up shop. "Let's return to the house and warm ourselves by the fire." Xiao Yao rubbed her chilled hands and closed the clinic's doors. From the corner across the street, Jun Tiany's gaze lingered on the shut doors for a moment before he turned and left. His attendant was puzzled. "Your Highness, since you've come all this way, won't you go see Lady Jiang? She likely doesn't want to see me now." Jun Tiany said coldly. "Isn't that Chu fellow especially attentive to her? I want to see if she'll still think of me once he's out." The rift between him and Min was considerable, and he knew she wouldn't forgive him easily. But he would never tolerate other men growing close to her. She had left a letter and struck out on her own to make a living. If someone kept looking after her, and she thrived, she would soon forget him. He couldn't let her forget him. If she lost others' help and experienced the hardships of surviving on her own, she would be willing to return to his protection. "Just wait and see, you Song dog." The next morning at court, all officials gathered in the grand hall. Song Yunchu listened as they reported on the people's welfare to the emperor, as usual. Some handled disaster relief, some managed flood control, and others recommended worthy talents. Setting aside factional struggles, the court was indeed full of capable men. Just as Song Yunchu thought this, a booming voice sounded from behind her. "Your Majesty, I humbly dare to lodge a complaint against Prime Minister Song. Prime Minister Song has made an exception to recruit a wealthy son into the Mingjing department and has allowed his subordinates to oppress the common people for illicit gains. I implore your Majesty to intervene." Song Yunchu had slept poorly the night before and was feeling drowsy, but this perked her up immediately. "Excellent, excellent. They're targeting me again, and the accusation is quite serious." She turned to look at the speaker, the minister of the Court of Imperial Sacrifices. She had little interaction with him save for once having mocked him. Surely he couldn't be targeting her just because he lost a quarrel. Unfazed by things she hadn't done, she said flatly, "Lord Ding, accusations must be backed by solid evidence. Naturally, I wouldn't dare slander Prime Minister Song without proof." The minister said coldly, "If I recall correctly, the Mingjing department recruits through multiple rounds of examinations once a year. The new recruit you brought in is the son of a well-known wealthy merchant in the capital. Prime Minister, shouldn't you offer an explanation?" Another official chimed in, "I've heard of this too. Prime Minister, you're treating the rules as a joke. Though the Mingjing department is under your jurisdiction, the rules are set by the court. How can you arbitrarily change them? By doing so, you show no regard for His Majesty." On the throne, Jun Liluo narrowed his eyes. He was aware of the personnel changes in the Mingjing department, but to him it was a trivial matter. As long as Song Yunchu was loyal to him, why should he care about whom she recruited? Trusted subordinates could have their own trusted men, and they had the right to cultivate the talents they desired. However, the person Song Yunchu had specially recruited was conspicuously wealthy, making him an easy target for those seeking to stir trouble. Now that he was accused of oppressing the people, it likely meant they had also targeted the Chu family behind the scenes. So he looked at Song Yunchu with feigned confusion. Minister Song, what is going on? It wasn't enough for him to favor Song Yunchu, she had to provide a compelling explanation herself. Your Majesty, what these two have said is utter nonsense. Song Yunchu looked at her accusers with amusement. The two of you are quite the duet. Yes, the Mingjing department has its rules, but throughout the court, is this the only case of making an exception to recruit talent? Do you all remember General Shun, who now guards the border? He was a martial prodigy from childhood. When he served in the Imperial Guard, he was specially recruited by the commander without any examination. And Scholar Lin, who retired 2 years ago, he could compose poetry at 7 and had read widely by 12 or 13. He entered officialdom without taking any civil exams. Similarly, since His Majesty has granted me the authority to oversee the Mingjing department, what's wrong with my specially recruiting a talented individual? Throughout history, exceptional talents have received certain privileges. You often speak of recommending the worthy and capable, so why can't that principle apply to me? When Song Yunchu recruited Chu Yuni, she had already anticipated that someone might exploit his status as a wealthy son. The Chu family was well known, and some pedantic officials would surely gossip behind her back about collusion between officials and merchants. But Prime Minister Song had never feared criticism. If she were hesitant, she wouldn't be the Prime Minister. Chu Yuni's martial skills were indeed outstanding. On the day they first met, he smashed a table, cracking its legs. To have such internal energy cultivation at just over 20 was no less impressive than Baizhu. That was the main reason she took him in. His wealth had little to do with it. Of course, the fact that he was both rich and generous was a bonus. Whether he was well-read didn't matter, as long as he was capable and obedient, that was enough. Facing the accusations from other officials, she remained completely unflustered. Those with exceptional talent need not be tested by civil exams, and those with extraordinary martial prowess need not be proven by martial tests. If you two are dissatisfied, I'll select a few from the Mingjing department and a few from the Imperial Guard to compete against the new recruit. Then we'll see his win rate, won't we? Your empty words are useless. I only care about strength. The Minister of the Court of Imperial Sacrifices frowned. Prime Minister, you. Rigorous selection ensures fairness, but special recruitment for the exceptionally talented is equally reasonable. The court has never slighted those with ability. Song Yunchu cut him off coldly. If you have capable people around you, let them shine. Your current attacks on me only show that you lack talented subordinates. Or perhaps you only saw the newcomer's wealth and never bothered to assess his abilities. So what? He's rich and specially recruited. Are you jealous? That would be quite narrow-minded of you. The minister fumed. Prime Minister, watch your words. Were they jealous of a greenhorn? This Song thief was a master of sophistry. What Prime Minister Song says makes sense. Gong Mingyuan seized the moment after Song Yunchu paused to speak. The court has never forbidden wealthy families' sons from entering officialdom. The two of you may harbor prejudice against the wealthy, but while talent often emerges from humble families, the rich are not all mediocrities. Song Yunchu smiled. Lord Ding tells me to watch my words. Tell me which part of what I just said was imprudent. Feel free to point it out and refute me. I believe I have been loyal to the court and to His Majesty. I have never feared your slander. But speaking with you is exhausting. You hem and haw, barely stringing 2 sentences together, wasting His Majesty's and everyone else's time. You? It's you who keeps interrupting me, Prime Minister. The minister was nearly fuming with rage. This Song thief never paused for breath when arguing, and yet she had the nerve to accuse him of stammering. When did he ever get a chance to interject? On the dragon throne, a glint of amusement flickered in Jun Liluo's eyes before he spoke. Lord Song, what you have just said does hold some merit. However, you must allow others the chance to finish their words. He had long known that Song Yunchu was a master of verbal sparring, never granting an opponent a moment's respite during an argument. Her words were always so assertive, rapid, and dense, making it no easy task to find a flaw in her speech to counter. The verbal jousting among civil officials was truly a spectacle. Your Majesty speaks wisely. This official was in. Song Yunchu addressed Jun Liluo respectfully, then shifted her gaze back to the Grand Court Administrator. Minister Ding, please do continue. I shall not interrupt further. The Grand Court Administrator gritted his teeth inwardly before stating, even if that newcomer was specially recruited for his martial prowess, how does one explain the Chu family's misdeeds among the common folk relying on the backing of Lord Song? Song Yunchu narrowed her eyes. The Chu family's misdeeds. Where is the evidence, be it witnesses or physical proof? She wasn't willing to take in just anyone after all. Having observed countless civil and military officials, she could often discern a person's flaws at first glance. Chu Yuni's flattery was so inept. From their first meeting, she had felt that his eyes held a kind of pristine foolishness untouched by any schemes or intrigues. Could a man who could utter lines like, "The wind it blows your hair, the rain it envies your handsomeness," possibly harbor any malicious intent? Had he even a shred of cunning, he would have memorized some semblance of a sophisticated opening line to avoid appearing so simple-minded. Later she had also sent Bai Zhu to investigate the Chu family. Their silks and satins were clearly superior to most on the market, excelling both in pattern selection and fabric texture. Thus nobles and officials were happy to patronize them. It was a reputation the Chu family had earned through their own ability. No wonder the old master Chu wanted Chu Yuni to return home and inherit the family business, fearing his good foundation would go unclaimed. However, Chu Yun's stance was clear: he truly disliked business. He had repeatedly told his father he would rather cede the inheritance to his sisters. This showed how much he loved martial arts. He wanted to make a name for himself through his skills, and she was naturally willing to take him in. She absolutely refused to believe that the Chu family would use her influence to commit evil and ruin the reputation they had painstakingly built. This official naturally has witnesses and physical evidence. The Grand Court administrator said with a grim face. The Chu family's fabrics were indeed excellent before. But recently a major problem has arisen. Some customers who bought Chu family garments have discovered the material to be far coarser than before. When they sought an explanation, the Chu family denied everything. This morning as I was leaving my residence, I saw customers outside the Chu family shop demanding justice. Some were shouting that the Chu family, relying on Lord Song's power, was oppressing the people, selling rough fabric at the same exorbitant prices as before. The Chu family refused to admit fault, and the common folk could do nothing. Such brazen bullying by merchants is rare indeed. Seeing that the Grand Court administrator indeed had witnesses and evidence, a nearby official quickly chimed in. If this is truly the case, they have completely disregarded the laws of the court. It is utter lawlessness. Lord Song, you claim to have recruited the young Master Chu for his abilities. So what reason do you give for turning a blind eye to your subordinates' misdeeds? If I am unaware of it, why should I need to provide a reason? Song Yunchu sneered. These are still just Minister Ding's one-sided words. How can you be certain that the flawed fabric is definitely the Chu family's doing? In this day and age, people's hearts are treacherous. Wherever there are interests, there are struggles. Perhaps the Chu family merely outshone other wealthy merchants and was framed by them. To deem them guilty based solely on some faulty fabric is far too arbitrary. Furthermore, even if someone in the Chu family did commit these misdeeds, what has that to do with me? I am only responsible for managing my own subordinates. Do you gentlemen, when managing your own staff, also inquire into every detail of their family affairs? A subordinate's family's misconduct does not necessarily implicate the subordinate. I have never heard of these matters before, and I doubt their authenticity. I do not need to prove anything to you. As she spoke, Song Yunchu turned her head to look at Jun Liluo on the dragon throne. Your Majesty, although the Chu family's affair is unrelated to me, I find the Grand Court administrator's claims dubious. I cannot bear to see my subordinate wrongly accused. I suggest I send someone to investigate, or perhaps Your Majesty could also dispatch someone to investigate jointly. You foolish Emperor, look into my sincere eyes and agree right away. Jun Liluo raised an eyebrow, almost imperceptibly meeting Song Yunchu's gaze. The look in her eyes did seem quite sincere. He was about to speak when he caught her silent mutterings. Haven't I worked overtime? I have both merit and toil. If you don't side with me now, just wait and see if I curse you later. Don't forget I'm your trusted aide. In front of the entire court, do me this one favor. Hurry up. Regarding the secret agents of the Mingjing Bureau, Minister Song, you are naturally free to investigate. Before a definitive conclusion is reached, I will not punish anyone arbitrarily. Hearing Jun Liluo's reply, Song Yunchu's lips curled slightly. Your Majesty is wise. Not bad, you dog Emperor, you do know how to be loyal when it counts. Jun Liluo gave a cold snort inwardly. Had he ever been disloyal? No matter how much they guarded against each other in private in front of outsiders, he always sided with Song Yunchu. Someone must be pulling strings behind the Chu family's misfortune. If this storm couldn't be quelled, the Chu family's hard-earned reputation would be ruined overnight, and they would even face imprisonment. Song Yunchu was protective of his own, a trait quite similar to his own. Standing by one's subordinates in times of crisis would only strengthen their bond in the future. Your Majesty, this minister believes this is inappropriate. The chief minister of the Court of Judicial Review bowed to Jun Liluo. Your Majesty, even if Minister Song was unaware of the Chu family's affairs, the eldest son of the Chu family does serve under him. If you send Minister Song to investigate, what if he softens and shields the Chus? Jun Liluo cut him off. To ensure fairness, the newly appointed chief judge of the Grand Court, Tang Yuan, will accompany Minister Song. He will both assist and supervise. No one shall raise any further objections. Hearing this, the chief minister dared not say another word. Song Yunchu raised an eyebrow slightly. The previous Grand Court chief judge was done in by the dog Emperor. This new one was probably thoroughly vetted, at least a neutral party right. He doesn't know me, and we have no grudges, so he shouldn't get in my way. Jun Liluo idly toyed with the jade thumb ring on his finger. The new Grand Court chief judge was someone he had carefully chosen. Naturally, he wouldn't cause trouble. The chief minister of the Court of Judicial Review who accused Song Yunchu today was merely a pawn. Could the mastermind behind him also be Jun Tianyi? Of course, these were just his speculations needing further confirmation. After the morning court session disbanded, Song Yunchu immediately went to the Mingjing bureau. As expected, Chu Yuni hadn't shown up today. The turmoil at home must have left him overwhelmed. The most renowned silk merchant in the east of the city selling inferior fabric was undoubtedly a massive blow to the Chu family. Baizhu, let's go to the Chu residence immediately to see the situation. Have you heard? Ever since the Chu family latched onto Prime Minister Song as their patron, they've become more and more arrogant. Their clothes used to be the best, but now they cut corners. The fabric today simply can't compare to before. I can't believe they still have the nerve to sell at their old prices. It's just a dog relying on its master's power. This is blatant collusion between officials and merchants. I used to think Boss Chu was an honest businessman, but it turns out he's just another heartless rich man. Not just him. That young Master Chu is also a fool. He used his stinking money to cling to the Prime Minister and now flouts the law completely. People like that won't prosper for long. Just wait and see. A group of tea drinkers in the tea house buzzed with chatter discussing the Chu family's recent sale of inferior cloth. Xiao Yao, passing by the tea house with a basket, paused to listen, her expression turning grim. Upon returning to the medical clinic, she relayed what she had heard on the streets to Jiang Rumen. How could such a thing happen? Jiang Rumen was greatly astonished. Everyone outside is saying that the Chu family and Minister Song are colluding, that the Chus are oppressing the people and are wicked rich. That's utterly absurd. The Chu family's reputation was hard-earned. How could they do something so foolish? They've likely been framed. Jiang Rumen put down the account book in her hand. Yingxuan, stay and mind the shop. Xiao Yao, let's go check out the Chu family store. Although she had only met Chu Yuni a few times, her intuition told her he wasn't the type to bully others. If the Chu family truly fell, Minister Song would inevitably be implicated. When the mistress and maid arrived outside the Chu family store, Chu Yuni was trying to appease a group of angry customers. The customers were furious, some even throwing vegetable leaves at the store's entrance. You heartless shop, look at the clothes you made. I saved up my silver for 3 months just to buy one new garment from you, and the fabric turned yellow after wearing it for just one day? What kind of shoddy material is this? You even dared to call it the finest flowing cloud brocade. Aren't you ashamed to cheat people like this? Refund my money. I came from far away, so compensate my travel expenses too. Chu Yun's face was ashen. If not for the group of guards shielding him, he would have been chased down the street, pelted with rotten vegetables. The commotion had grown so large that his father had collapsed from sheer anxiety. He couldn't possibly let his mother or sister face this mob, so he had to steel himself to handle it. Good folks, please listen to me. These fabrics you've brought are definitely not from our Chu family. I Chu Yuni swear to heaven my family's. Who wants your oath? Refund us. These are definitely from your shop, and you still dare to deny it. If you don't give us a satisfactory explanation, we're not leaving. We'll make sure the whole city knows how wicked you are. When Song Yunchu and Grand Court Chief Judge Tang Yuan arrived outside the Chu family shop, they were met with a chaotic scene of flying vegetable leaves and uproar. The Chu family guards were covered in vegetable leaves and egg yolk, their faces turning green with anger, yet they could only passively endure the crowd's fury. In just a few days, the Chu family had fallen into disgrace. If they resorted to violence against the customers now, they would only face more accusations and abuse. Song Yunchu frowned slightly and instructed Baizhu, take the men to separate the customers from the Chu family. Warn them to stop throwing things and be careful not to hurt anyone. Chu Yuni had never dealt with such chaos. All he could think to do was shout explanations, unaware that when a crowd is this enraged, no one is willing to listen. Only by issuing a firm warning to silence the crowd could he have a chance to speak. Soon Baizhu and the guards armed with weapons stood before the crowd. 2 imperial officials have been dispatched to investigate the Chu family's case. Please remain quiet. Seeing the swords and sabers in their hands, the customers quieted down considerably. Song Yunchu walked towards Chu Yuni. Seeing Song Yunchu, Chu Yuni hurried forward to bow, then said with a bitter face, Minister Song, your subordinate is innocent. My family has never sold inferior fabric. I naturally trust your character, but swearing oaths to them is useless. You need to prove these fabrics didn't come from your shop. As she spoke, Song Yunchu had Baizhu take a garment from one of the customers. She examined its quality closely. It was indeed. She had worn Chu family clothes before. The fabric in her hand was somewhat stiff, the silk yellowed, and it felt and looked like a shoddy product. The strange thing, however, was that the embroidery on the garment was exquisitely done, seemingly matching the Chu family's craftsmanship. If the fabric was so carelessly chosen, why replicate the embroidery so meticulously? If you're going to be sloppy to the end. Why bother with the extra effort? She looked sternly at the owner of the garment. The fabric of this clothing is so rough, you should have felt it immediately. Why did you spend your money on it, and only come to complain today? The customer cowered at her icy glare, then stammered, when I bought it, the clothes looked fine. There was nothing wrong with them. But after wearing it for 2 days, the color and material deteriorated. Noting that he didn't seem to be lying, Song Yunchu asked the customer next to him, did you have the same experience? Yes. I buy several garments from this shop every year. They weren't like this before, The problems only started recently. I came today specifically to demand an explanation, but I didn't expect to find so many other cheated customers. Song Yunchu wanted to inquire further when a familiar female voice rang out from the crowd. The clothes have been tampered with. They've probably been soaked in some kind of medicinal solution. Song Yunchu looked towards the voice and spotted Jiang Rumin's figure in a corner of the crowd. Jiang Rumin, holding a dress borrowed from a female customer, walked towards Song Yunchu and the others. Skilled in embroidery and familiar with Chu family garments, she had noticed the begonia embroidery on the collar of a customer's dress, a technique unique to the Chu family seamstresses. She had initially suspected the garments had been swapped, but the embroidery pattern left her puzzled. Borrowing the dress for a closer look, she immediately detected a peculiar scent emanating from the satin, reminiscent of a certain medicinal herb. Sir, this is indeed a Chu family garment. The embroidery is flawless. However, it has been deliberately soaked in a herbal solution. I've encountered this herb in the outskirts. It has properties that damage silk. This flowing cloud brocade should be smooth and supple. After being soaked, the fabric is compromised, though it's not immediately apparent. Once washed and dried, it turns stiff and yellow. Customers wouldn't notice until after the first wash. Hearing this, Song Yunchu turned to Chu Yuni and instructed, bring out a quality garment and compare the embroidery with this inferior one. Chu Yuni quickly fetched a similarly styled dress from the shop. Both garments featured begonia embroidery on their collars. Look at the embroidery. It's identical, said Jiang Rumin. So Magistrate Song, my analysis is correct. The Chu family has been framed. No merchant would deliberately ruin their own merchandise. So according to this young lady, the Chu family was sabotaged by rival silk merchants. But we don't know herbs. How can you? What if you're an accomplice hired by the Chu family? Would be fooled again, a voice from the crowd challenged. Everyone patience. We are here today to get to the bottom of this, Song Yunchu stated impassively, then turned to Jiang Rumin. Miss Jiang, can you confirm the exact composition of the herbal solution on this garment? I can identify any herb I've encountered by scent. This garment smells of tianqing grass. It's rare, but it's documented in my mother's medical texts. I'm certain of it. Then we have a course of action, Song Yunchu declared. There are likely more treated garments in the Chu shop, not yet washed. Perhaps you can identify them. I can try. Song Yunchu then asked Chu Yuni, which are your best-selling styles? Show us. Chu Yuni led them to a section displaying dresses. These embroidered silk gowns are our best sellers. Jiang Rumin approached the garments, feeling the fabric and bringing them to her nose to sniff. Authentic flowing cloud brocade has a subtle fruity wood aroma. Once soaked in the solution, the scent changes, though it's hard for most to discern. This one. She pulled out a pink gown and handed it to Chu Yuni. She continued inspecting and moments later pulled out another. And this one. This one too. Jiang Rumin quickly pulled out 5 or 6 garments, leaving Chu Yuni stunned. He hadn't realized so many of his goods had been tampered with. He shuddered to think that without Miss Jiang's keen nose, these dresses would have been sold, and the Chu family's reputation would have been ruined, potentially leading to legal trouble. The culprit. It could only be one of the shop's own assistants. This should be enough. Chu Yuni, take these garments to the entrance and prepare several basins of clean water, Song Yunchu instructed. In front of all these customers, we will wash these garments again to see if what Miss Jiang said holds true. Keep the water for further. Chu Yuni hurriedly carried the garments to the entrance and had his staff prepare several basins of clean water. Folks, these are the garments we've discovered that have been tampered with. Look closely. Do their color and softness seem any different from our usual quality? Chu Yuni invited several customers to come forward and feel the fabric. The customers examined them carefully, finding them to be indeed indistinguishable from previous stock. They do look. Now I will immerse them in water. We will then have the water analyzed, Chu Yuni announced. He tossed the garments into the basins and once soaked had his staff wring them out and hang them on a railing that was brought over. Among his shop's various silks, flowing cloud brocade was the thinnest and softest, drying quickly. The bright sun was a stroke of luck, saving time. Back inside the shop, Jiang Rumin continued to identify problematic garments by scent. Song Yunchu looked at the pile of ruined silk on the floor, his tone cold. What a malicious scheme. The Chu family had suffered a great loss. Fortunately, Jiang Rumin's knowledge of medicine and her acute sense of smell had uncovered the truth. Once her claims were verified, customers would believe the Chu family was framed. For the Chu family, salvaging their reputation was paramount. Magistrate Song, I believe all the compromised garments are outside the Chu family shop. The crowd had waited for a long while, and the thinnest flowing cloud brocade had finally been partially dried by the sunlight. Observing the fabric at their sleeves, it was indeed yellowed and had lost its original luster. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. Could it really be, as that young lady said, that these fine clothes were deliberately soaked in medicine to ruin them? They're about to have these waters inspected as well. Let's wait and see. If there truly is a problem, then the Chu family has been terribly unlucky, enduring days of blame without cause. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Song Yunchu and Jiang Rumin emerged from the shop. Song Yunchu approached the newly appointed Chief Justice of the Court of Judicial Review. Lord Tang, Miss Jiang has just inspected the clothes in the shop and discovered many that were deliberately damaged. The scent on these garments is indistinguishable to the common eye. To verify the truth of her claims, we have decided to summon all the physicians from the nearby clinics to jointly examine this water. Tang Yuan nodded in agreement. Lord Song has thought this through thoroughly. I shall act as you suggest. Soon over a dozen physicians from the nearby clinics were called to the front of the Chu family shop. Zhang Rumen alongside the physicians examined the water used to soak the clothes, and their conclusions were nearly identical to her initial analysis. Zhang Rumen's word alone was not enough to convince the masses, but with the physicians corroborating her findings, the customers no longer raised any doubts. The Chu family truly has been framed. Whoever did such a despicable thing wasted all these fine materials. The flowing cloud brocade is exceedingly costly. The Chu family has certainly lost a great deal of silver this time. Then who will compensate me for my loss? This is a new garment I saved up for such a long time to buy. Listening to the crowd's murmurs, Chu Yuni made a swift decision in his heart. He raised his voice to the crowd. Everyone, please do not panic. Since all the garments in your hands come from the Chu family shop, I shall take them all back and refund your silver. As long as you all remember that the Chu family was framed and are still willing to patronize our shop in the future, I Chu will be profoundly grateful. The crowd was both astonished and delighted. Thighs. Can we truly get a refund? Young Master Chu is so magnanimous. Young Master Chu conducts business with such integrity. I want return mine. Let me just pick another fine piece instead. Chu Yuni turned and instructed the attendants to refund the customers. Many took their silver on the spot, while a few sighed, seemingly deeply sympathetic to the Chu family's plight, and left discarding their garments. Song Yunchu raised his fan and tapped Chu Yuni on the shoulder. Quite the commotion this has caused. You've lost a good deal of silver, haven't you? Losing money is trivial, reputation is what matters most. Chu Yuni lowered his voice. Lord Song need not worry. Our family can bear the losses of these 2 or 3 days. What we cannot bear is seeing the common folk suffer a loss. Some of the materials in our shop are expensive, and they must save for a long time to afford them. If they were to be wrong, they would inevitably harbor resentment. They'll consider this a good deed. Some customers who are well off left without taking their silver, and having learned that the Chu family was wrong, they will surely return in the future. Song Yunchu smiled. True enough. Over the past 2 days, the Chu family's reputation had plummeted, maliciously branded as unscrupulous merchants. Today, the customers who had gathered to cause a scene witnessed the reversal of events firsthand, and they would inevitably regret their earlier insults. Chu Yun's decision to refund the customers at this critical juncture would earn him considerable goodwill. This fellow may not be fond of business, but he certainly understands a thing or two about management. Trading money for a better reputation is hardly a loss. Miss Jiang, we are truly indebted to your help today. Chu Yuni expressed his gratitude to Zhang Rumen. Had you not discovered the problem with the clothes so quickly, who knows how long this farce would have dragged on. You flatter me, young Master Chu. I have been in your debt for your past kindness, and it brings me great relief to be able to assist both you and Lord Song. As she spoke, Zhang Rumen glanced at Song Yunka's figure. In the past, she had caused Lord Song no small amount of trouble. Now at last, she had found something she could truly help with. Chu Yuni noticed her gaze and felt a pang of pity for her. This Miss Jiang had a wonderful personality, approachable, humble, and gentle. It was just a pity that Lord Song was fond of men destined to disappoint this beautiful lady. If only Lord Song were like a normal man and could be attracted to women. Oh well. Some people always have peculiar inclinations. As his subordinate, he still had to cater to his superior's preferences. When his family faced trouble, Lord Song had rushed over immediately, showing how fiercely protective he was. Once the family matters were settled, he would be sure to present Lord Song with 2 of the finest young men as a token of his gratitude. Song Yunchu glanced at Chu Yuni, who appeared lost in thought, and assumed he was contemplating how to uncover the traitor with. Ordinary outsiders would have no opportunity to tamper with these garments. With so many damaged pieces, it was clear that a traitor among the shop's own staff was responsible. When you hired your staff, did you thoroughly investigate their backgrounds? Chu Yuni snapped back to reality and replied hastily, of course I checked every one of them. Our family business is large, so we can't afford to hire just anyone. Moreover, the staff supervise each other. If anyone is lazy or dishonest, my father dismisses them immediately. In that case, the person who had access to these clothes must be a senior employee with authority who could find an excuse to send others away, or a cunning one who drugged others to sleep more soundly, thus avoiding detection. You are most perceptive, Your Excellency. I will send people to search the staff quarters immediately for any signs of knockout. A mere search is insufficient. Do you think anyone who used drugs would keep them in their own room? Such a crucial piece of evidence would be better discarded immediately. Song Yunchu unfurled his folding fan and waved it leisurely. Summon all the staff for me. Miss Jiang just mentioned that the material used to destroy the silk is called tianqing grass. This herb is commonly found in the wild and has a peculiar trait. Anyone or anything that comes into contact with it retains a distinctive odor for 2 to 3 days. So long. Chu Yuni was astonished. Do you mean to gather them all and have Miss Jiang identify the culprit by scent? Naturally. Haven't you just witnessed Miss Jiang's abilities? That's wonderful. Wait here, I'll summon them at once. Chu Yun's excitement gave way to gnashing anger. The Chu family had never mistreated its staff. How could someone be so ungrateful as to betray them? Soon Chu Yun gathered all the staff together. Song Yunchu swept his gaze over the more than 20 people before him, his tone icy. You all witnessed what happened today. The Chu family has been framed and suffered great losses, all because one of you betrayed your master. Your master just said that if the culprit has a compelling reason, he might consider leniency. Step forward now, or prepare to be exposed by Miss Jiang. Song Yun's words fell, but no one confessed. Refusing to come forward? Then we must trouble Miss Jiang. He shot a meaningful glance at Jiang Rumen. Jiang Rumen understood and began inspecting the first staff member's hands. She examined more than a dozen people, all of whom remained calm. But when she reached a female employee's hands, she noticed a fresh abrasion on her palm, still bleeding. She frowned slightly and asked the woman, "What happened to your palm?" Miss Jiang, I accidentally fell in the backyard just now and was about to apply medicine when the master called us all here. Is that so? Jiang Rumen sniffed her palm, then looked up sternly. You're lying. The woman's eyes tightened. Am not. They all saw me fall. You did fall, but it was deliberate, not accidental. You injured your palm to mask the herbal scent with the smell of blood. Did you think I wouldn't notice? You grossly underestimated my sense of smell. Jiang Rumen turned to Song Yunchu with certainty. Your Excellency, it's her. Song Yunchu ordered, arrest her. At her command, 2 guards pulled the woman from the crowd and brought her before her. Mercy, Your Excellency. The woman, realizing she could no longer hide the truth, trembled with fear and begged. I didn't want to betray the master. I had no choice. Seeing Song Yun's cold expression, she turned to Chu Yun. Master, I've worked diligently for the Chu family for 5 years. Please spare me this once. My family member is gravely ill. I asked the shopkeeper if I could borrow a year's wages in advance, but he refused. I was desperate. A mysterious person paid for the treatment, so you betrayed the Chu family and destroyed the clothes to repay that so-called mysterious benefactor. Chu Yun laughed bitterly. Our shop pays higher wages than any other. If the shopkeeper wouldn't lend you money, why didn't you turn to other relatives? I refuse to accept this excuse. If you had told me about the mysterious person earlier, I might have helped you. But you chose to listen to him. Wasn't it because he offered more money? Master, enough, I don't want to hear it. Chu Yun cut her off coldly and turned to Song Yunchu. Your Excellency, what punishment do you deem appropriate? This woman framed her employer, causing heavy losses. She certainly cannot repay the debt. As a subordinate, you need not show mercy. Hand her over to the Chief Justice of the Dali Court, and let Magistrate Tang decide the sentence according to the law. Agreed. Chu Yun nodded, ignoring the woman's pleas, and ordered her taken away. With the matter finally settled, Chu Yun composed himself and bowed to Song Yunchu. I am deeply grateful for your help today, Your Excellency. Song Yunchu smiled. The real credit goes to Miss Jiang. You should thank her properly. I merely identified the problem with the clothes. It was Your Excellency who actually caught the traitor. Jiang Rumen explained, the clothes indeed smelled of tianqing grass, which leaves a lingering odor when soaked in fabric. But on human hands the scent vanishes after a few washes, since we come into contact with water multiple times a day. Your Excellency simply fabricated a story and staged a play with me to test if anyone would betray their guilt. As you saw, the innocent remained calm while the guilty tried every means to conceal the scent and fell for the ruse. Chu Yun was stunned. So that was the trick. He had truly believed Miss Jiang's nose was so extraordinary that it could distinguish medicinal scent mixed with blood. It turned out the female employee had outsmarted herself and revealed the flaw. Your Excellency's method was indeed efficient. Chu Yun felt even more admiration for Song Yunchu. Song Yunchu said, now clean up this mess quickly and return to duty at the Mingjing Bureau. The mastermind behind the framing won't be caught so easily, but remember this grudge. You'll have a chance to settle it someday. The female employee only mentioned a mysterious person. No matter how the Chief Justice interrogated or tortured her, it would likely be futile. In the end, only she would be punished while the real culprit remained hidden. Song Yunchu left the Chu family shop in a sour mood. Jiang Rumen also took her leave from Chu Yun. Chu Yun ordered the clothes Jiang Rumen had identified to be burned, then returned home to visit his ailing father and share the good news of the shop's exoneration. Madame Chu was deeply moved. Lord Song truly cares for his subordinates, coming personally to handle our family's affairs. Yun, you must thank Lord Song and Miss Jiang properly. Mother, rest assured I will thank them well. Miss Jiang was easy to handle. He would instruct his subordinates to patronize her business. Pretending to be ill would surely fool her, but if he claimed to be buying tonics for a family member focusing on the high profit ones, Miss Jiang would earn more. As for Lord Song, late that night Chu Yun changed into inconspicuous coarse clothes, pasted on a fake beard, and headed to the most famous pleasure house in the east of the city, Yafeng Pavilion. The attendant at Yafeng Pavilion, seeing his shabby appearance, was reluctant to attend to him, until Chu Yun casually tossed him a gold ingot with an impassive face. Oh sir, you are most generous. What is your desire? Please name it. Keep it quiet. I don't want to draw attention. Find me a private room and bring the most delicate and fair-looking young men here. Remember, no burly or dark-skinned ones, and none who have served others before.